The rain over the magic city poured down as if someone had torn a gaping hole in the sky. Lin Fan stood outside the revolving glass door of the Yunding Western restaurant, his whole body drenched, fingers tightly clutching a bank card. The edge of the bank card was pinched so hard by him that it had turned pale. Inside it lay 100,000. He had worked for 2 years scrimping and saving to put together 63,000, borrowed 20,000 from his college roommate, then listed the laptop he had bought less than half a year ago on a second-hand platform, selling it at a low price to scrape together another 17,000. 100,000. It was everything he could muster. It was also the betrothal down payment that Wang Qian's mother had named. Qian, I've scraped the money together. Lin Fan's voice was a little hoarse. Rainwater streamed down his hair, dripping into his eyes, burning. The woman standing before him wore a champagne-colored long dress, a delicate little jacket draped over her shoulders. Her makeup was exquisite, and in her hand, she carried a handbag whose brand he could not even recognize. The metal clasp of that bag glinted coldly under the lights at the restaurant entrance. Wang Qian stared at the bank card without reaching for it. She merely frowned and stepped back half a pace as though afraid the rain on Lin Fan's body would splash onto the hem of her dress. Lin Fan, don't be like this, all right? What am I doing? Lin Fan fixed his gaze on her. Your mom said as long as we put down 100,000 first we could start talking about the engagement. I've brought it. That was before. Wang Qian's tone was light, yet it sliced through the curtain of rain like a knife. Lin Fan froze. What do you mean? Wang Qian lifted her chin and looked toward the street. There a red Porsche 911 was parked, its headlights glowing, raindrops sliding down its streamlined body like an extravagant piece of art. For a brief instant, intoxication flickered in her eyes. Then she turned back to Lin Fan, the last trace of warmth gone from her gaze. Lin Fan, let's break up. A distant rumble of thunder crashed across the sky. Lin Fan's ears buzzed. As though he had not heard clearly, he took a step forward. What did you say? I said we're breaking up. Wang Qian's impatience surfaced. Stop pretending you didn't hear. Just because of money. It's not because of money. It's because you can't give me the life I want, Wang Qian sneered. A heavy tightness pressed against Lin Fan's chin. He lowered his head and glanced at the canvas shoes on his feet, the uppers already soaked through his pant legs clinging to his calves, as bedraggled as a dog driven out into the rain. He wanted to say that for the past 2 years he had worked overtime until the early hours every day, saving even on a 21 cup of coffee, all so they could one day put down roots in the Magic City. He wanted to say that every time he passed a women's clothing store in a mall he would remember the dresses Wang Qian had glanced at twice, then secretly buy them for her after his paycheck arrived. He also wanted to say that the necklace she wore on her birthday night had been bought on 3 installments of Huabei, which he still had not finished paying off. But when the words reached his lips they condensed into a single sentence. Qian, I will work hard. Wang Qian laughed. There was no trace of being moved in that smile, only annoyance. Work hard. Lin Fan, after 2 years of your hard work you still can't afford even a toilet in the Magic City. She pointed toward the Porsche. Do you know how much this meal young Master Zhao is treating me to costs? Do you know how much he paid for this bag? Lin Fan tightened his grip on the bank card. I'm not trying to compete with anyone else. I just want to live a life with you. But I don't want to live that kind of life with you anymore. Wang Qian's voice abruptly pitched higher, shrill, in the rainy night. Lin Fan extended the bank card toward her, his fingers trembling slightly. I've already scraped together the 100,000. Take it first. As for the remaining house and car, I'll find a way. Smack. Wang Qian slapped his hand away. The bank card flew out, landing in a puddle and splashing up a small spray of muddy water. 100,000 yuan. Wang Qian looked at him as though he were a joke. Young Master Zhao spends more than that on a single meal. Lin Fan, you can't give me what I want. We don't belong to the same world anymore. Rain lashed against Lin Fan's face. He did not immediately pick up the card. Instead, he lowered his head and stared at it soaking in the water. An absurd feeling suddenly surged within him. 3 years of feelings had been toppled into the rain by 100,000 yuan, and he was actually still worrying about whether the card would get demagnetized. Qian, don't make it sound so ugly. A lazy male voice drifted over from behind. The Porsche door opened, and a tall young man in a white shirt stepped out, holding a black umbrella. He had a tall, solid build, a golden watch gleaming on his wrist. His leather shoes stepped through the puddles without a trace of disarray. Wang Qian's expression changed at once. She quickly walked over and affectionately wrapped her arm around his. Young Master Zhao, I've already made things clear to him. Zhao Zihao smiled, his gaze falling on Lin Fan, sweeping him up and down. That look was not heavy, yet it stung more than a slap. You're Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised his head to meet his eyes. Yes. I heard from Qian that you work as a planner in a small advertising company. 8,000 a month. Working overtime until midnight. Zhao Zihao drawled. Lin Fan said nothing. Zhao Zihao seemed greatly entertained and let out a laugh. With 8,000 yuan, how exactly is she supposed to live with you? Rent an apartment. Squeeze onto the subway. Eat takeout every day. then spend 30 years paying off a mortgage together after marriage. Leaning against Zhao Zihao's shoulder, Wang Qian murmured, "I've long had enough." The words were like a needle pricking straight into Lin Fan's heart. He turned his gaze to her. "You've had enough." Wang Qian avoided his eyes, yet her tone grew even colder. "Lin Fan, don't blame me for being realistic. People always strive to move upward." Zhao Zihao patted her hand as though soothing an obedient pet. Then in front of Lin Fan, he took out, "Which company do you work at again?" "Shanghai Advertising, right?" Lin Fan's eyes darkened. "What do you think you're doing?" Zhao Zihao dialed a number, his smile deepening. "Nothing much, just helping you see reality." The call connected quickly. Zhao Zihao put it on speaker. "Hello, President Liu." A fawning voice came through from the other side. "Young Master Zhao, what brings you to call me?" Lin Fan recognized it. It was Liu Mingyuan, the big boss of Shanghai Advertising, who usually only showed his face at the company's annual meeting and could not be bothered to remember the names of ordinary employees. Looking straight at Lin Fan, Zhao Zihao enunciated each word. "Your company has a planner named Lin Fan who has offended me." There was a half-second pause on the other end of the line. Lin Fan. "Oh, I'll check." "Don't worry, young Master Zhao, small employees like this, if they don't understand the rules, we'll deal with them." Zhao Zihao smiled. "I don't want to see him at the company tomorrow." Understood, Liu Mingyuan said at once. "I'll inform HR immediately." The call ended. Suddenly the sound of the rain seemed even louder. The phone in Lin Fan's pocket buzzed. He took it out. It was a message from the HR manager. "Lin Fan, due to issues stemming from your personal conduct affecting client relations, the company has decided to terminate your employment contract with immediate effect. Please come in tomorrow morning to complete the procedures." There was no inquiry, no explanation. With a single message, his 2 years of overtime, sleepless nights, proposals, and all-nighters were wiped away. Zhao Zihao put away his phone and smiling asked, "Do you understand now?" Lin Fan stared at the message, his knuckles turning white. Seeing his expression, Wang Qian suddenly felt a flicker of discomfort, but it was quickly smothered by the sense of security the man beside her brought. Zhao Zihao took 2 steps forward, his black umbrella covering a small patch of rain over Lin Fan's head. But it was no shelter, it was more like an aloof judgment from on high. Being poor is not a sin, but clinging on in your poverty and refusing to let go, that's where you're wrong. He pulled out a few 100 yuan bills from his wallet and tossed them casually at Lin Fan's feet. "Take it and get a cab. Don't be an eyesore here." The banknotes were quickly soaked by the rain, plastering themselves to the ground. People emerged from the restaurant, glanced over a few times, then quickly shifted their eyes away. The Magic City never lacked for spectacle, nor did it lack those trampled beneath that spectacle. Lin Fan remained where he was without bending down. The rain beating on him reddened his eyes. Wang Qian frowned. "Lin Fan, don't make this too ugly." Lin Fan suddenly let out a quiet laugh. His voice was very low. "Ugly?" He lifted his head to look at Wang Qian. "Wang Qian, in these 3 years, I have never let you suffer with me. You wanted Japanese food, so I took on side gigs after overtime. You wanted a new phone, so I went 2 months without buying myself new clothes. When your father was hospitalized, I wired 20,000 to you overnight." Wang Qian's face changed. "What's the point of saying all this now?" "There is no point." Lin Fan nodded. "So I'll just ask you one last time. Are you sure?" Wang Qian bit her lip. Zhao Zihao lowered his head to look at her. Under that gaze she seemed to be pushed, and she immediately clung more tightly to his arm. "I'm sure." Lin Fan fell silent. He bent down and picked the bank card up from the puddle. Mud smeared the surface. He wiped it with his sleeve, but the sleeve was already soaked, and the more he wiped, the dirtier it became. Zhao Zihao let out a derisive snort. "You really treasure it, don't you?" Lin Fan slipped the card into his pocket, turned around, and walked into the rain. Wang Qian watched his retreating figure. For no reason she could name, her chest suddenly felt hollow. The next second Zhao Zihao wrapped an arm around her waist. "Come on, don't let a person like that ruin the mood." Wang Qian nodded. The Porsche roared away from the restaurant entrance, its tires splashing up a sheet of water. The spray splattered against Lin Fan's trouser legs. He did not look back. He walked along the street for a long time. Rainwater washed over the neon lights, and the entire city looked like a sheet of glass polished to a shine by capital. Inside the glass lay the world of wine and song. Outside the glass, people like him shivered in the cold. His phone buzzed again. The landlord's message popped up. "Lin Fan, next quarter's rent is due next Monday. No delays allowed." Immediately after, a voice message from his mother arrived. Lin Fan tapped to play it. "Xiao Fan, your father's back pain flared up again, but it's nothing serious, don't worry about us. Life must be hard for you in that big city. I just wanted to ask, how are things going with you and Qianqian's marriage? That girl has been with you for so many years, you mustn't let her down." When the message ended, Lin Fan stood by the roadside, suddenly unable to catch his breath. He raised a hand to cover his eyes. Rainwater streamed down through his fingers. No one knew how much he had wanted to kneel just now and beg Wang Qian not to leave. No one knew that every time his supervisor at the company cursed him bloody, he would grit his teeth and endure, thinking that if he saved enough, he could finally marry her home. But now it was all gone. Love was gone. His job was gone. Even his dignity had been trampled into the dirty water. Money. Lin Fan forced out a single hoarse word from his throat. He finally understood that every gentle threshold in this city had a price tag hanging from it. Without money, even being loved felt like a distant luxury. At that very moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Lin Fan abruptly stopped walking. He glanced left and right. The pedestrians along the street hurried past and no one spared him a look. Yet the voice sounded again. Emotional state of the host approaching critical threshold. Strong desire for wealth detected in the host. God-tier tenfold cashback system initializing binding. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. System. Was he so soaked by the rain that he was hallucinating? Binding progress 30%. 60%. 100%. Binding complete. Standing in the rain, Lin Fan felt his heartbeat suddenly racing out of control. The voice held no emotion, yet it was so clear it was as if someone were speaking right against his soul. This system adheres to lawful spending cashback rules. After the host conducts genuine personal consumption, tenfold cash will be returned. Newcomer gift pack distributing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining initial startup funds 100,000 yuan. Almost at the same time, Lin Fan's phone vibrated. He lowered his head and tapped the screen. A bank text message popped up. Your account ending with 6,886 has received 100,000. 00 yuan. Current balance 100,247. 38 yuan. Lin Fan stared at that string of numbers. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. It was as if the sound of the rain had been stripped from the world. His fingers slowly curled, and the flame in his chest that had been on the verge of dying out was suddenly rekindled. 100,000. It had truly arrived. But he did not erupt in wild joy. He simply stood there staring at the phone for a long time. The first lesson life had drilled into him, pressing his head down all these years, was never to trust any blessing that fell from the sky too easily. Lin Fan lifted his gaze. Across the street on the first floor of a high-end mall stood a luxury menswear shop. In the display window hung a charcoal gray suit. Its tailoring was sharp, under the lights the fabric shimmered with a subdued luster. Beside it a small price tag read 80,000. 80,000. In the past, whenever Lin Fan walked by this place, he felt unworthy of even a second glance. Today he suddenly laughed. It was not happiness. It was a laugh at the sheer absurdity of the world. He put away his phone, crossed the pedestrian lane, and pushed open the shop's glass door. The doorbell chimed softly. Warm air filled the store, carrying a faint woody fragrance. 2 sales assistants were chatting behind the counter. Hearing the sound, they looked up. Seeing Lin Fan soaked from head to toe, their smiles faded in an instant. One short-haired assistant frowned slightly. Sir, do you have an appointment? She asked. Lin Fan swept his gaze around the store. You need an appointment just to buy clothes? The short-haired assistant's lips twitched. Our store carries a haute couture line. The prices may not be suitable for casual fittings. If you're only here to get out of the rain, there's a public lounge on basement level 1 of the mall. The other assistant glanced Lin Fan up and down and muttered, not bothering to lower her voice much. The floor's all wet now. We'll have to mop it again later. Lin Fan heard every word. Half an hour earlier he might have felt embarrassed, explained himself, murmured an apology, and turned to leave. Now he simply looked calmly toward the display window. Take that suit down, he said. The short-haired assistant froze for a moment. Sir, that's our centerpiece suit for the season, priced at 80,000 with no discount. I know, Lin Fan replied. We need to confirm purchase intent first. It's not available for casual trying on, she added. Lin Fan took a bank card from his pocket. It was the very card Wang Qian had flung into the rain earlier. Flecks of dried mud still clung to its edge. He placed the card on the counter. Swipe it. Both assistants fell quiet at once. The short-haired one looked at the card, then at Lin Fan's cheap shirt, doubt written plainly in her eyes. Sir, are you certain? She asked. Is your store refusing to sell to me? Lin Fan said mildly. We do sell, but... She began. Then swipe it, he cut in. His voice was not loud, yet it smothered every unnecessary word she had. The short-haired assistant picked up the card, her movements noticeably hesitant. From behind the counter, an older female store manager emerged, her gaze resting on Lin Fan's face for half a second. Unlike the assistants, she did not frown. Instead, her eyes briefly caught a faint black line on the inside of Lin Fan's wrist. It looked as though it had been branded by something, or perhaps was an old scar of some sort. Her expression flickered for an instant, then smoothed back to normal. Do as the gentleman requested, she said. Only then did the short-haired assistant slide the card into the POS machine. Please enter your PIN, she said. Lin Fan raised his hand and pressed 6 digits. Beep. The machine fell silent for a brief moment. In those few seconds, the short-haired assistant had already prepared a tactful speech for insufficient balance. Lin Fan, however, kept his eyes fixed on the display without even blinking. The next instant, the POS machine chimed crisply. Transaction approved. The receipt slowly emerged from the machine. The air in the store seemed to still. The short-haired assistant's expression froze. The older manager lowered her eyes slightly, the corners of her lips curving into a professional yet respectful smile. At that very same moment, the cold mechanical voice in Lin Fan's mind rang out again. Ding! Host has completed lawful personal consumption of 80,000 yuan. Tenfold cashback settlement in progress. Lin Fan's heart gave a violent thump. He lowered his head toward his phone. The screen was still dark. No text message had arrived yet, but the voice in his mind did not stop. Cashback amount 800,000 yuan. Deposit status. Transaction status successful. The moment the system voice fell, Lin Fan's phone began to vibrate. A text message from the bank popped up. Your account ending in 6886 has received 800,000 yuan. Current balance 820247. 38 yuan. Staring at the string of numbers, a faint ripple finally stirred in the depths of Lin Fan's eyes. 800,000. It had really arrived. No delay, no review, no scam. He had just spent 80,000, yet his account now held an extra 800,000. In the past 2 years, his monthly salary had been 8,000. After rent, living expenses, and social obligations, even saving 10,000 required extreme penny pinching. Yet now, with a single purchase, he possessed a balance that an ordinary person might need 10 years of struggle to accumulate. Lin Fan gripped his phone and suddenly let out a low laugh. The laughter was not loud, yet it was as if the heavy stone that had pressed on his chest for so long was being moved away bit by bit. Behind the counter, the short-haired saleswoman's face flushed red, then turned pale. Moments ago, she had complained that Lin Fan was getting the floor wet. Yet now the receipt was in her hand. An 80,000 yuan flagship suit bought, without even haggling over the price. She immediately forced out a smile, her tone turning syrupy sweet. Sir, you truly have an excellent eye. This suit is our brand's most popular cut this year. There are only a few sets in stock in the entire module. Please wait a moment, I'll immediately arrange steaming and a fitting room for you. Lin Fan put away his phone and gave her a faint glance. Didn't you just say I couldn't try things on casually? The saleswoman's smile froze. Sir, I didn't express myself clearly just now, I'm truly sorry. A distinguished guest like you, of course. Bring me the suit. Lin Fan did not listen to the rest of her words. The short-haired saleswoman hurriedly nodded. Of course, right away, right away. The older store manager personally took the suit down from the display window and had someone prepare towels and hot tea. Sir, this way, please. As Lin Fan walked toward the fitting room, the corner of his eye swept over his own reflection in the mirror. His damp hair clung to his forehead, his face was pale, and bloodshot veins from sleepless nights streaked his eyes. His crumpled shirt stuck to his body. He did look wretched. Yet for some reason, that old sense of inferiority suddenly vanished. Money is a person's courage. Only at this moment did he truly understand this saying. Inside the fitting room, Lin Fan took off his soaked cheap shirt. An old employee badge fell out of his pocket and landed on the floor with a light thud. Shanghai Advertising Planning Department, Lin Fan. In the photograph, he was smiling a little stiffly. Lin Fan stared at the badge for 2 seconds, then bent down, picked it up, and slipped it casually into the inner pocket of his suit jacket. Then he put on the deep gray suit that cost 80,000. As the fabric settled against his body, he could almost feel himself being lifted out of the mud. The shoulder line was crisp, the waist taken in just right, the trouser hems falling cleanly above his leather shoes. When Lin Fan pushed the door open and stepped out, the 2 sales assistants in the store froze at the same time. The short-haired salesgirl almost failed to steady the teacup in her hand. The man who had been dripping wet just now, whom she had instinctively categorized as poor, now looked like a completely different person. Lin Fan's features had always been gentle and fine. It was simply that years of late nights and cheap clothing had buried his natural bearing. Now his damp hair had been casually swept back, revealing clean brows and eyes. The deep gray suit pressed down his former youthfulness and instead drew out a cool, composed edge. Especially those eyes. There was no affected arrogance in them, yet they made others no longer dare to look down on him. The older store manager watched him, a flicker of surprise passing through her gaze. She had seen countless wealthy people. Someone dressed in expensive suits looked like children sneaking into an adult's clothes. But Lin Fan was different. This suit looked as though it had finally found the person meant to wear it. The short-haired salesgirl immediately stepped forward and bent to adjust his cuffs. Sir, this suit truly suits you perfectly. Would you like to pair it with a new pair of leather shoes? We have handmade models from the same series here at very favorable prices. Lin Fan avoided her hand. No need. The short-haired salesgirl's movement halted awkwardly in midair. Lin Fan turned toward the mirror. The man in the glass was both unfamiliar and familiar. Suddenly, he recalled the sentence Wang Qian had just said, "We are no longer people of the same world." The corners of Lin Fan's lips lifted faintly. Perhaps she was right. Only from this moment on it was not that he could no longer reach her world. It was that she no longer had the qualification to step into his world. The older store manager handed over a shopping bag. Sir, we have already packed up your original clothes for you. In addition, this is our black gold VIP card. In future, if you visit the store, you may contact me in advance. Lin Fan accepted the card. On it was written Shunjing Store Manager. Beneath the name, there was a small line of English. Lin Fan did not look closely. He merely noticed an embossed crescent-like pattern printed on the back of the card. Shunjing's gaze paused for a moment on the inside of his wrist, then quickly moved away. Mr. Lin, it is still raining heavily outside. Shall I arrange a car to take you home? Lin Fan arched a brow. You know my surname is Lin. Shunjing's smile did not change. There is a signature line on the card receipt. You just signed your name. Lin Fan nodded. He really had signed it. It was just that at the time his mind had been entirely on the system, and he had not paid attention. No need for a car. After speaking, he picked up the bag and headed out. The short-haired salesgirl hurriedly bowed. Mr. Lin, take care. We look forward to your next visit. She bowed very low. Lin Fan did not look back. Leaving the menswear store, the brilliant mall lighting spilled over him, and the polished marble floor beneath his feet reflected his long, slender shadow. He had just reached the central atrium when a familiar female voice sounded behind him. Lin Fan. There was uncertainty in the tone. Lin Fan stopped and lifted his head to look. Not far away, Wang Qian was walking over from the escalator, her arm linked through Zhao Zihao's. The champagne-colored gown she wore was still exquisite, but the makeup on her face after braving the rain earlier now looked slightly fatigued. Yet the way she looked at Lin Fan was as though she had seen a ghost. You? Wang Qian's lips parted, lost. She could hardly believe that this man in a sharp suit exuding a cold, distant aura was the same Lin Fan who had stood in the pouring rain half an hour ago, begging her not to break up. The features were clearly the same face. Yet the whole person was completely different. In the past, Lin Fan had always kept his head slightly lowered, speaking with constant regard for others' feelings. Even when she complained that he had no ability, he would only remain silent. Now he stood there with the light falling from overhead, as though the entire bustle of the mall had been cut off from him. Wang Qian's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Zihao also saw Lin Fan. The smile on his face faded a little, but soon he gave a mocking chuckle. Not bad. Put on a new skin and came out to act tough. Lin Fan glanced at him without speaking. That kind of look was what Zhao Zihao hated most, neither angry nor ingratiating, not even truly putting him in his eyes. Lin Fan, where did you get these clothes? Wang Qian asked instinctively. She knew Lin Fan too well. In the past, to buy a jacket for 800 yuan, he would wait for Double 11 just to stack discounts. This suit at a glance was far from cheap. Lin Fan said lightly, I bought it. Zhao Zihao laughed. Bought it? You just got fired and you treated that 100,000 yuan in betrothal money like a treasure, stooping to pick it up from the ground. Now you tell me you bought this. He walked a circle around Lin Fan, his tone dripping with ridicule. You rented it, didn't you? Some stores and malls specialize in dressing people up for photos so they can pretend to be rich. A few thousand in deposit is enough. Lin Fan, if you think you can use this kind of trick to provoke Qian, then all I can say is, you're quite pathetic. Hearing this, the flicker of wavering in Wang Qian's eyes faded again. Right. It had to be rented. Where would Lin Fan get the money? She had just personally watched him being fired by the company. A man with no money and no job. How could he possibly buy a luxury suit in the blink of an eye? Lin Fan, don't be childish, Wang Qian said with a frown. Acting like this will only make me look down on you even more. Lin Fan suddenly chuckled. Look down on me. He lifted his hand and smoothed his cuff. Wang Qian, do you think everything about me is supposed to revolve around you? Wang Qian's expression stiffened. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Lin Fan looked straight at her. You dump me, he humiliates me, the company fires me. So I'm supposed to go back to my rented room and cry all night like a dog. If I so much as change my clothes, it's called pretending, it's called childish. Wang Qian felt a flush of embarrassment under his words. Zhao Zihao gave a cold snort. Stop acting deep. If you've got the guts, take out the shopping receipt, and let's have a look. Lin Fan ignored him. He turned and headed toward the other side of the mall's first floor. Zhao Zihao's eyes narrowed. What, feeling guilty now? Lin Fan's steps did not falter. Wang Qian couldn't help following after him. Lin Fan, where are you going? Lin Fan did not answer. They crossed the atrium and arrived before a watch counter bathed in soft light. Patek Philippe. Inside, the glass display wristwatches lay quietly in a row, each one seeming to whisper, ordinary people, keep your distance. Behind the counter, a saleswoman in a black uniform looked up. Seeing Lin Fan's bearing in that suit, she immediately revealed a standard professional smile. Good evening, sir. Welcome to Patek Philippe. Zhao Zihao's footsteps halted, his expression shifting slightly. He had not expected Lin Fan to walk straight into this place. Wang Qian froze as well. She certainly knew this brand. She had seen short videos before where any random watch from this brand cost a frightening amount. Lin Fan, are you crazy? Wang Qian lowered her voice. This is not a place you can make a scene. Lin Fan did not look at her. His gaze swept across the display and came to rest on a blue starry dial watch. The dial resembled a midnight galaxy, diamond indices glittering delicately, subtle yet unmistakably costly. Beside it the price tag read 750,000. 750,000. Following his line of sight, the saleswoman's smile grew even more respectful. Sir, this is our very popular limited Starry Sky model of the year. The allocation in the country is extremely small, though at present this is the only piece in stock in the Magic City. Zhao Zihao suddenly burst out laughing. Lin Fan, you really dare to look. He walked up to the counter and deliberately raised his voice. Do you know how much this costs? 750,000. Even if you never ate or drank in your whole life, you might still not be able to save that much. The saleswoman's smile tightened slightly. She glanced at Zhao Zihao, then at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's expression did not change at all. He took a bank card from his pocket. It was still the same old card, only now as Zhao Zihao saw it, he suddenly found it an eyesore. You won't even try it on, the saleswoman confirmed. No need. Lin Fan laid the card on the counter. Swipe it. Wang Qian's face changed. Lin Fan, don't be impulsive. Her shout came out a little too hurried. Even she failed to notice that beneath the worry that Lin Fan might embarrass himself, there was a faint, indescribable panic in her voice. Zhao Zihao, however, seemed to have seized an opportunity. He sneered and said, Fine, then swipe it. I really want to see whether this card of yours can spit out 750,000. He lounged against the counter, his gaze filled with ridicule. If the balance isn't enough, you're going to lose face spectacularly today. The saleswoman picked up the bank card, her movements steady and composed. People who work at such exclusive counters rarely have poor judgment. From the moment Lin Fan stepped through the door until now, he had not asked the price, had not put on any exaggerated performance, and had shown no impatient urge to prove himself. Such a person either truly cares nothing for money or is utterly mad. She leaned more toward the former. The card reader was handed to Lin Fan. Sir, please enter your PIN. Lin Fan pressed the digits. Wang Qian stared fixedly at the machine screen. A smile hung at the corner of Zhao Zihao's mouth. He had even already decided how to mock him later. What the poor fear most isn't poverty, but the illusion that changing into better clothes can slip them into high society. Yet the words never left his mouth. Beep. The card reader chimed. A receipt slowly slid out. The saleswoman lowered her head to confirm the amount, then offered a PIN with both hands, her smile deeper than before. Mr. Lin, the transaction was successful. Please sign here. It was as if someone had hit the pause button on the air. Wang Qian's pupils suddenly contracted. The smile on Zhao Zihao's face froze. Lin Fan took the pen and signed his name. His handwriting was steady. When he finished, he lifted his head and looked at Zhao Zihao. Rented. Lin Fan picked up the Starry Sky wristwatch and slowly clasped it around his wrist. The metal band touched his skin, cold, yet reassuringly solid. Then he raised his hand slightly. Open those dog eyes of yours and take a good look. This is called paying in full. Zhao Zihao's expression darkened in an instant. Wang Qian stared blankly at the watch, then at Lin Fan's face. 750,000. Lin Fan had really swiped 750,000. It wasn't rented. It wasn't an act. But where had he gotten the money? Just tonight, he had held 10,000 yuan begging her not to break up. Just moments ago, his job had been lost because of a single phone call from Zhao Zihao. So how could he in the blink of an eye buy a watch worth 750,000 without even batting an eyelid? Wang Qian's mind was in chaos. She suddenly felt that perhaps she had never truly understood Lin Fan. Zhao Zihao ground his teeth, his voice dropping low. Lin Fan, where did you get this money? Lin Fan finished fastening the watch and lifted his gaze to him. And what does that have to do with you? Zhao Zihao gave a cold laugh. Don't tell me you took out some online loan just to play the big shot. 750,000. Can you even pay it back? Lin Fan offered no explanation. The more he refused to explain, the more suffocated Zhao Zihao felt. It was like swinging a fist only to land it on cotton. At that moment, the saleswoman emerged carrying the packaging box and certificate, her attitude respectful to the point of caution. Mr. Lin, your warranty card has been activated. Because this model is rather special, we will arrange a dedicated person to handle its future maintenance. Additionally, if you don't mind leaving a phone number, our brand will soon host a private appreciation event. There are very few places available, but I can apply for an invitation for you. When Zhao Zihao heard the words private appreciation event, his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. He had only ever heard his father mention such gatherings. He himself had never yet been qualified to receive an invitation. How could a mere advertising planner who had just been fired possibly deserve it? Lin Fan recited his phone number. As the saleswoman wrote it down, a middle-aged man with glasses walked out from the direction of the VIP room. He had meant only to glance around casually, but when his eyes fell on the Starry Sky watch on Lin Fan's wrist, he stopped in his tracks. Then his gaze dropped to the receipt bearing Lin Fan's signature. Lin Fan. The middle-aged man repeated the name under his breath as though trying to imprint it in his memory. Lin Fan did not notice him. Or perhaps he noticed, but simply did not care. He picked up the shopping bag and turned to leave. Wang Qian stepped forward instinctively. Lin Fan. Lin Fan halted, but did not turn back. Wang Qian bit her lip. Are you hiding something from me? The moment the words left her mouth, even she felt how absurd they sounded. Before tonight she had hoped Lin Fan would have money, hoped he could give her a better life. Yet when he truly displayed a level of wealth, she could not comprehend. Her first reaction was not joy, but fear. Fear that she had missed something. Lin Fan turned his face, slightly his gaze calm. Wang Qian, we are no longer people from the same world. The same words yet spoken from his lips felt like a blade turning around. Wang Qian's face turned pale in an instant. Zhao Zihao wrapped an arm around her and said coldly, Lin Fan, don't think that just because you've somehow scraped together a bit of money you can play the big man in front of me. The Magic City is not a place someone like you can enjoy just by throwing around a few tens of thousands. Lin Fan looked at him and suddenly asked, Zhao Zihao, are you feeling anxious right now? Zhao Zihao's expression grew even uglier. What would I be anxious about? Lin Fan nodded. Good. With that he turned and walked away. No mockery, not even a lingering glance at Wang Qian. Precisely because he left like that, Wang Qian felt as if something inside her had been gripped tight. Zhao Zihao stood rooted to the spot, staring at Lin Fan's back, his expression so dark it seemed almost to drip ink. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Check whether Lin Fan has recently borrowed any money or won some lottery. The person on the other end seemed to say something. Lowering his voice, Zhao Zihao said, and about Shanghai advertising. I'll be going over there tomorrow to talk about a project. Tell Lu Mingyuan to be ready. I want to let that brat see right to his face that money is not something to be wasted like this. When Wang Qian heard the word, tomorrow, her heart gave an inexplicable jolt. She looked in the direction Lin Fan had left. The mall lights were bright, people coming and going. But his figure was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, Lin Fan, now at the mall entrance, lowered his head to look at his phone. A bank message had already popped up. From account ending 6886, an expenditure of 750,000 yuan has been made. Current balance 70247. 38 yuan. Immediately after, another income notification appeared. To account ending 6886, an income of 750,000 yuan has been received. Current balance 7570247. 38 yuan. Lin Fan stood before the glass doors outside. The rain had yet to stop. Staring at the balance, his eyes grew gradually darker and deeper. 7,570,000. In a single night he had gone from a corporate drone teetering on the edge of debt to a man holding 7 figures in cash. Yet the system offered no further explanation. It did not say where the money came from, nor what was going to happen next. Only the string of numbers on the phone screen remained cold, yet so real, they almost burned. Lin Fan slipped the phone back into his pocket and raised his hand to touch the starry sky watch on his wrist. Deep within the dial, the scattered starlight resembled a silent sea. Suddenly, he remembered that tomorrow morning, he still had to go to Shanghai advertising to complete his resignation. In the HR notice, the phrase, due to your personal actions affecting company-client relations, now seemed especially piercing. Lin Fan stepped into the rain. This time he did not seek shelter. Because he suddenly very much wanted to know, once a man possessed enough money, could those who once ruled his fate still remain high above him? At 9 o'clock the next morning, the planning department of Shanghai advertising was still as noisy as a vegetable market. The clatter of keyboards, the rumble of printers, and the supervisor's curses tangled together, while the air was saturated with the smell of cheap coffee and takeout boxes. When Lin Fan pushed open the glass door, the receptionist girl looked up and froze. Lin Fan. She almost did not recognize him. Just yesterday Lin Fan had still been wearing a shirt washed so many times it had faded white with dark circles under his eyes, so heavy it was, as if he had not slept for 3 days. Today, however, he was dressed in a dark gray suit, a watch on his wrist whose exact price was unknown, yet clearly far from cheap, his hair styled clean, and neat, the whole of him resembling a senior executive who had walked into the wrong company by mistake. Lin Fan nodded. I'm here to handle some procedures. The receptionist girl instinctively straightened up. Oh, okay. HR is inside. After speaking, she could not resist sneaking another glance at Lin Fan's departing back. Several colleagues in the planning department noticed him as well. Damn, is that Lin Fan? Did he win the lottery? That outfit doesn't look cheap. Wasn't he fired just yesterday? Why does he look like he got promoted today? The murmurs were not loud, yet still clear enough to reach Lin Fan's ears. He did not stop. In the past, every morning, when he stepped into this office, his first instinct had been to see whether his supervisor Zhang Chong was there. If Zhang Chong's expression was sour, he could forget about having any peace for the entire day. Today he suddenly realized how small this office truly was. So small that all the people and incidents that had once driven him to anxiety were crammed between a few dozen workstations, leaving not even enough room to turn around without feeling crowded. All the people and matters that had once caused him anxiety were now squeezed between dozens of workstations, making even turning around feel cramped. Planning supervisor Zhang Chong was standing by the printer reprimanding someone. "You can't even write a poster copy, the company is just feeding you." Midway through his scolding, he was taken aback when he saw Lin Fan enter, followed by a sneer appearing on his face. "Oh, isn't this our great planner, Lin?" The office suddenly fell silent. Zhang Chong walked over with his coffee, sizing Lin Fan up from head to toe. "Not bad, just got fired yesterday, and today you show up like this. What, planning to interview for a male model?" Several colleagues stifled their laughter. Lin Fan looked at him. "I'm here to handle my resignation." Zhang Chong elongated his tone. "Handling resignation, huh?" He turned to shout at the HR office. "Xiao Li, Lin Fan is here to process his paperwork, bring out his things." HR representative Xiao Li came out holding a stack of documents, his gaze somewhat evasive. "Lin Fan, this is the resignation confirmation form. Just sign here." Lin Fan took a glance at it. It stated, "Due to the employee seriously impacting the company's client relationships causing potential losses, the labor contract is terminated without compensation." In the last section, there was a clause stating voluntary forfeiture of this month's salary and related commissions. Lin Fan looked up. "No salary this month either." Zhang Chong laughed. "You still want a salary?" Lin Fan placed the document back on the desk. "I worked overtime for 26 days this month, made 3 proposals, 2 of which have already been approved." "So what?" Zhang Chong took a sip of coffee. "You offended clients and nearly caused the company to lose a project. The company not pursuing you for compensation is already a blessing. You still want money." Lin Fan glanced at Xiao Li. Xiao Li kept his head down, not daring to speak. Several colleagues in the office also fell silent. They certainly knew how hard Lin Fan had been working this month. Just a few days ago, he had pulled 2 all-nighters for a real estate project, and in the end Zhang Chong took the PPT to present. Now they were cutting his pay without a second thought. No one felt it was fair, but no one dared to speak up. Behind Zhang Chong stood young Master Zhao. Moreover, Lin Fan had already been fired. It wasn't worth offending a supervisor for someone about to leave. Zhang Chong pushed the document toward Lin Fan. "Just sign it, don't waste time. People like you leaving Shanghai, there aren't many companies that would want you outside." Lin Fan didn't move. Zhang Chong frowned. "What's wrong?" Still not convinced. Lin Fan looked up. "Did General Liu instruct you to do this?" "General Liu is very busy. Why would he have time for such trivial matters?" Zhang Chong scoffed. "But young Master Zhao specifically mentioned it yesterday." Lin Fan, "You're an adult now. Oh, you should know your limits. If you offend the wrong person, you have to admit defeat." "Admit defeat?" "Yes, admit defeat." Zhang Chong tapped the table. "Your girlfriend is with young Master Zhao. That shows he has good taste. You earn just a few thousand a month and still think you can compete with young Master Zhao for women. You should take a look in the mirror." As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the office became even more awkward. Some pretended to look at their computers. Others discreetly pulled out their phones to send messages. Yet there was not a trace of anger on Lin Fan's face. He simply glanced down at his watch. It was 9:12 a.m. The system panel flashed briefly in his mind. Available balance 7570247. 38 yuan. He had studied it for a long time last night. The system did not unfold complex explanations like a game interface, leaving only the most basic cashback rules and a gray reminder. Asset-based consumption can trigger special settlement. Specifics depend on actual transactions. Lin Fan didn't know what the so-called special settlement was. But he knew one thing. Money could buy clothes, it could buy watches. It could also buy things that determined other people's livelihoods. Like this company right in front of him. Shanghai Advertising wasn't large-scale with a valuation of around 5 million on paper. Boss Lu Mingyuan had been facing tight cash flow for the past 2 years and had long contemplated transferring shares. Lin Fan had stumbled upon this information while burning the midnight oil to prepare competitive data. At that time, he was just a minor planner without even the qualification to mention it. Now it was different. Lin Fan took out his phone and dialed a number. Zhang Chong saw his action and laughed. "What are you calling for help?" Lin Fan ignored him. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered. A slightly fatigued voice came from the other end. "Who is this?" "General Liu, this is Lin Fan." There was a noticeable pause on the other end. "Lin Fan, if you have something, tell HR. Shanghai Advertising, are you selling or not?" The office suddenly fell silent. Zhang Chong was stunned for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. "Lin Fan, have you lost your mind?" Several colleagues exchanged glances. On the other end, Lu Mingyuan's tone darkened. "Lin Fan, what kind of joke are you playing?" "I'm not joking." Lin Fan's voice was calm. 5 million full acquisition. "Sign now." Lu Mingyuan fell silent on the other end. Zhang Chong crossed his arms, mocking. 5 million. Do you even know what 5 million looks like? Yesterday you were drenched in the rain over 100,000 betrothal gift, and today you want to buy a company. Have you watched too many short videos? Lin Fan glanced at him. General Liu, I know that the bank loan you have is due next week. On the line, Liu Mingjiwan's breathing hitched. Lin Fan continued. I also know that the cash flow on the company's account won't last until the end of the month. If you don't sell, you can wait to be chased by the bank, or you can wait for young Master Zhao's project to save you. He paused for half a second. But Zhao Zihao is here today to negotiate the price, not to offer money. As soon as those words fell, the other end fell completely silent. Everyone in the office couldn't see Liu Mingjiwan's exact expression, but they could sense that something was off. The smile on Zhang Chang's face slowly faded. He suddenly felt a bit uneasy. How could Lin Fan know these things? Liu Mingjiwan's financial issues had only been heard by a few high-ranking officials in the company. How could Lin Fan, an ordinary planner, have any intel? In fact, Lin Fan really didn't have any mysterious channels. He was just too accustomed to observing details. The bank collection letter peeking through the door of the boss office, the finance department suddenly halting reimbursements last week, and the slip of the tongue from Zhang Chang when he hurried them to finish the Zhao project proposal saying, if this deal goes through, the company will survive. In the past, this information was useless. Now it was worth 5 million. Liu Mingyuan finally spoke up. Where are you? At the company. Wait for me for 10 minutes. The call ended. Lin Fan put away his phone. Zhang Chang's expression changed repeatedly, finally turning into a cold smile. You're putting on quite the act. General Liu can come to see you. Who do you think you are? Lin Fan pulled out a chair beside him and sat down. No rush. Zhang Chang was infuriated by his demeanor. Who allowed you to sit? You are no longer an employee of the company. Sign the document and get lost. Lin Fan looked up. I will not sign the document. You think you can just refuse to sign? Zhang Chang slammed his palm on the table. Lin Fan, I'm telling you, whether you like it or not, you will sign today. The company has the right to pursue the losses you caused. By then, don't say salary you'll have to pay. Lin Fan said calmly, you can try. Zhang Chang was momentarily speechless. Lin Fan had never been like this before. In the past, when scolded, he would only remain silent. When his work was taken, he would only work late to make up for it. Even when occasionally rebutting, he would do so with evident lack of confidence. But today he sat there not even raising his voice. Yet it made Zhang Chang feel like he was futilely venting his anger against a wall. HR Shaoli stood beside them whispering, Supervisor Zhang, why don't we wait until General Liu arrives to discuss this? Shut up. Zhang Chang glared at her. Shaoli immediately lowered her head. Just then hurried footsteps came from the direction of the elevator. The glass door was pushed open. Liu Mingyuan, dressed in a deep blue suit with sweat on his forehead, was followed by the company's legal and financial managers. He clearly arrived in a hurry, even his tie was somewhat crooked. Zhang Chang was taken aback. General Liu. Liu Mingyuan didn't look at him and walked straight up to Lin Fan. His gaze first swept over Lin Fan's suit, then paused on the starry wristwatch. As the boss, he had a keen eye. That watch was at least a high-end model worth 7 figures. When Zhao Zihao called him last night, he thought Lin Fan was just some small employee who offended a rich second generation. Now it seemed things were not that simple. Liu Mingyuan forced a smile. Mr. Lin. As soon as those 3 words were spoken, the office fell completely silent. The expression on Zhang Chang's face froze. Mr. Lin. General Liu actually called Lin Fan Mr. Lin. Lin Fan stood up. Did you bring the documents? Liu Mingyuan nodded, signaling the legal to pass the documents over. The equity transfer agreement has been initially drafted by the legal department. The price is, as you said, 5 million, but the company has some payables. List them clearly and include them in the total. Lin Fan took the document, flipping through it quickly. He didn't understand all the terms, but last night he spent money consulting a law firm, and at 2 in the morning a lawyer was still remotely explaining the acquisition considerations to him. The consulting fee was modest, and the system had even reimbursed it. More importantly, he had learned to scrutinize the key clauses. Lin Fan flipped to the debt disclosure page, his finger pausing momentarily. Why isn't there a payment date for this outstanding supplier payment of 270,000? The financial manager was taken aback. Liu Mingyuan also turned his gaze toward her. A flicker of embarrassment crossed the financial manager's face. It was a verbal agreement with the supplier from before. Lin Fan said calmly, added in. The financial manager nodded promptly. Understood. Zhang Chang, standing nearby, opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter a single word. This was no act. President Liu, the legal counsel, and the financial manager had all arrived, and they were genuinely discussing an acquisition with Lin Fan. The employees in the office stared wide-eyed, their breathing subdued. No one dared to exclaim loudly, yet the expression on every face seemed as if an invisible hand had pressed down firmly. Shaoli gazed at Lin Fan, suddenly recalling a night half a year ago when she had worked until dawn, nearly fainting from low blood sugar. It was Lin Fan who had taken a piece of chocolate from his drawer and given it to her. The chocolate wrapper was deep blue printed with a white tower pattern she had never seen before. She had casually asked where he bought it, and Lin Fan simply said it was a gift from a friend. But now watching him sign the documents, that white tower pattern inexplicably surfaced in her mind again. Lin Fan did not notice Xiao Li's peculiar behavior. He handed the documents back. After the revisions, sign it. Lu Mingyuan promptly instructed the legal team to make on-site adjustments. 10 minutes later, the agreement was reprinted. When Lin Fan swiped his card to pay the $5 million down payment, the financial manager's hands were trembling. The POS machine was connected to the company's corporate collection channel. With a beep, the transaction was successful. Lu Mingyuan looked at the payment confirmation, the tension that had gripped his face for so long finally easing. At the same time, an indescribable complexity surged within him. The company he had struggled to sustain for years was for Lin Fan merely a swipe of a card. In Lin Fan's mind, the system's voice echoed. Ding! Detected host completing a legal asset class consumption. Settling. Lin Fan's eyes flickered slightly. This time the system did not immediately announce a tenfold rebate. The voice paused for 2 seconds. Consumption amount 5 million yuan. Asset type corporate equity. Basic rebate triggered. Special settlement conditions not met. Rebate amount 50 million yuan arriving in installments. Lin Fan's fingertips paused almost imperceptibly. Arriving in installments. This hadn't happened when he bought clothes and a watch last night. Before he could ponder further, the first bank alert popped up. Your account ending in 6886 has received 1,000,000 yuan. Current balance 12570,247. 38 yuan. Only 10 million had arrived first. The remaining 40 million showed no arrival time. Lin Fan turned off his phone screen. The system was indeed not as simple as it appeared on the surface. But now was not the time to study this. Lu Mingyuan signed the last page and pressed the company's seal down heavily. The red stamp fell onto the paper. At that moment, control of Shanghai Advertising changed hands. Lu Mingyuan took a deep breath and turned to face all the employees in the office. Everyone, I have an announcement to make. Everyone stood up. Zhang Chang's face had turned an unhealthy pale. Lu Mingyuan glanced at him, then quickly averted his gaze. From now on, 100% of the equity in Shanghai Advertising Co., Ltd., has been transferred to Mr. Lin Fan. He paused, his voice becoming clearer. In other words, Mr. Lin Fan is the new owner of Shanghai Advertising. The office fell into dead silence. The printer hummed in the corner, spitting out half a sheet of paper no one cared about. Zhang Chang's lips trembled. President Lu, this. Isn't there some misunderstanding? Lu Mingyuan frowned. The agreement is signed, the money has arrived. What misunderstanding could there be? Zhang Chang's legs went weak, and he steadied himself against the edge of a desk. Moments ago, he had told Lin Fan to sign his dismissal and get lost. He had threatened to dock his pay. He had humiliated him publicly. Yet in the blink of an eye, Lin Fan had become the owner of this company. His boss. Lin Fan picked up the resignation confirmation from the desk, glanced at it, then tore it in half in front of everyone. The sound of paper tearing was not loud, but it seemed to snap the last nerve in Zhang Chang. Lin Fan walked up to Zhang Chang. Sweat beaded on Zhang Chang's forehead as he forced a smile. President Lin, it was all a misunderstanding. I was just following company procedures. You know me, I'm blunt, but I have feelings for the company. Lin Fan looked at him. Dock my pay. Zhang Chang's face stiffened. No, I. Lin Fan's voice was calm, but every word was distinct. No need. I bought this company. Now you can get lost. Zhang Chang's pupils dilated. President Lin, I've worked here for 5 years. Even without merit, I've put in effort. And I've been handling the project with young Master Zhao. If you fire me now, what about the company's projects? Lin Fan said, the project belongs to the company, not you. But young Master Zhao recognizes me. Zhang Chang was desperate. President Lin, young Master Zhao is coming to discuss cooperation today. If he finds out you fired me, he won't be happy. This project is crucial for the company. You've just taken over, you don't have to go against the money, do you? Lin Fan said flatly, do you think I need this project? Zhang Chang was choked into silence. If this sentence had come from Lin Fan's mouth yesterday, everyone would have thought he was insane. But now he had just spent 5 million to buy the company. No one could laugh. Xiao Li couldn't help but lower her head, but a slight smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Zhang Chang had always lorded it over the department, stealing credit from subordinates and scolding people ruthlessly. Today it was finally his turn. Lu Mingyuan coughed. Zhang Chang, go handle the handover first. Zhang Chang looked at Lu Mingyuan as if grasping at a lifeline. President Lu, please put in a good word for me. Lu Mingyuan's expression darkened. He was no longer the boss. Moreover, he knew exactly what kind of person Zhang Chang was. He had kept Zhang Chang before only because he could connect with Zhao Zihao. Now that Lin Fan clearly wasn't buying it, he naturally wouldn't offend the new owner for Zhang Chang's sake. Do as President Lin says. Zhang Chang's body swayed. The next second, he collapsed onto the floor. No one in the office helped him up. Lin Fan didn't look at Zhang Chong again. Instead, he turned to HR Xiao Li. Reissue my salary and commission for this month. For the rest of the department, recalculate this month's overtime pay based on actual attendance. Xiao Li was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded. Yes, President Lin. The eyes of a few employees from the planning department lit up. They had been working late nights recently, dreading that their overtime pay would be wiped out again with the excuse of company difficulties. With one sentence, Lin Fan pulled everyone's spirits back. Lu Mingyuan watched from the side inwardly. This young man had just bought the company, yet instead of rushing to throw his weight around or make a clean sweep, his first move was to restore back pay. Seemingly casual, it was precisely the way to win people over. Was he really the same junior planner who had been pushed around yesterday? Just then Lin Fan's phone vibrated. It wasn't a bank alert. It was a message from an unfamiliar number. Mr. Lin, after your purchase of the Patek Philippe Starry Sky watch last night, you have been placed on our bank's private client watch list. If convenient, someone would like to meet you tonight at 8 at No. 9 of the bond. The signature had only 2 words: Qin Zhou. Lin Fan stared at the message, his brow furrowing slightly. Private client watch list. No. 9 of the bond. Who is Qin Zhou? Before he could think further, a flurry of footsteps suddenly sounded at the office entrance. The front desk receptionist rushed in frantically. President Lin. No, President Lu. No. She was so flustered, she nearly bit her tongue. Lin Fan looked up. Speak slowly. The receptionist took a deep breath. Young Master Zhao of the Zhao Group is here, saying he wants to discuss the Southern City project. As her words faded, the glass door was pushed open. Zhao Zihao strode in, dressed in a light-colored suit, with Wang Qian nestled in his arms, wearing his usual arrogant smirk. President Lu, how are the preparations? My father's timeline for the Southern City project is tight. If we can't reach an agreement today, they'll have to look elsewhere. As he spoke, he walked into the office, his gaze sweeping casually. Then he saw Lin Fan sitting beside the main seat. The smile on Zhao Zihao's face instantly froze. Wang Qian also stood frozen. Her eyes first fell on the starry watch on Lin Fan's wrist, then took in the unusually respectful positioning of everyone in the office around Lin Fan. A sense of unease rose from the depths of her heart. Lin Fan. Zhao Zihao squinted. Why are you still here? No one answered. Zhang Chong slumped on the ground, his face pale, as if his bones had just been extracted. Lu Mingyuan glanced at Zhao Zihao, then at Lin Fan, instinctively stepping back half a pace. This small action darkened Zhao Zihao's expression. Lin Fan deleted the unfamiliar text message and slowly raised his head. Is young Master Zhao here to discuss the project? Zhao Zihao scoffed coldly. What does it have to do with you? Lin Fan picked up the equity transfer agreement from the table and casually placed it in front of him. The red official seal made Zhao Zihao's eyelids twitch. Wang Qian's voice trembled. What is this? Lin Fan did not look at her. He only gazed at Zhao Zihao, his tone calm. Shanghai advertising now belongs to me. The office was so quiet that one could hear the rain beating against the window. The expression on Zhao Zihao's face finally changed. He looked at Lu Mingyuan. What does he mean, General Lu? Lu Mingyuan sighed bitterly. Young Master Zhao, Mr. Lin has just fully acquired Shanghai advertising. Now he is the sole owner of the company. Wang Qian's face instantly turned white. Zhao Zihao's hand around her waist also stiffened. Just last night, a single phone call had caused Lin Fan to lose his job. Today, Lin Fan had bought this company. Meanwhile, the Chengnin project, which he had prided himself on and planned to use to control Lu Mingyuan, was now being handed directly to Lin Fan. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Young Master Zhao, he raised his eyes. How do you intend to discuss this project with me? As soon as Lin Fan's words fell, the entire planning department felt as if someone had grabbed their throats. The once arrogant Zhao Zihao, who had swaggered and found his smile frozen at the corners of his mouth. He looked at the equity transfer agreement on the table, then glanced at Lu Mingyuan, who stood beside him, too afraid to speak, his chest feeling like it was blocked by a lump of fire. Last night, a single phone call had allowed Zhao Zihao to have Lin Fan fired from Shanghai advertising. But today Lin Fan was sitting in the boss seat, asking him how to negotiate. This was something Zhao Zihao could not accept. Wang Qian stood beside him, instinctively tightening her grip on her bag strap. She watched Lin Fan leaning back in his chair, the cuff of his suit revealing a starry watch, his whole demeanor eerily calm. In the past, Lin Fan felt repressed, even breathing around Zhao Zihao. But now just sitting there made Zhao Zihao appear like an intruder in someone else's territory. The employees of the planning department all lowered their heads, no one daring to speak. Zhang Chong remained slumped on the ground, his face pale enough to scare someone. The receptionist stood at the door, not even daring to breathe. Zhao Zihao gritted his teeth, forcing a smile. Lin Fan, you're quite something. He slowly walked to the meeting table, raising his hand to point at the documents on the table. Buying a broken advertising company makes you think you're important. Lin Fan looked up at him. Go on. Zhao Zihao felt a sting at his face from those two words. He hated Lin Fan's attitude the most. No explanations, no anger, no pleas for mercy. It was as if every word Zhao Zihao spoke was merely a joke. Zhao Zihao sneered, "Don't forget whether Shanghai advertising survives depends on the project, not on your little newfound wealth." He stepped forward, raising his voice. "The Chengnan project is an opportunity Zhao Group is giving Shanghai. If this order is lost, this broken company won't even be able to pay salaries next month." Lu Minjuan's expression changed slightly. Several employees in the planning department couldn't help but look at Lin Fan. The Chengnan project was indeed Shanghai's biggest order recently. For this project, they had stayed up for over 10 days printing stacks of materials. If Zhao Zihao were to withdraw now, it would be a serious matter for Shanghai, which had just changed its owner. Seeing the reactions of everyone, Zhao Zihao finally felt a bit better. He tightened his grip on Wang Qian's waist, deliberately leaning down in front of Lin Fan to sniff the fragrance in her hair. "Lin Fan, don't think that having some money can turn things around. Poverty is ingrained in your bones. You can buy a company, but that won't change how you beg Qian not to leave before." Wang Qian's face turned somewhat awkward. She wanted to tug at Zhao Zihao, but he completely ignored her. He fixed his gaze on Lin Fan and said word by word, "If you know what's good for you today, apologize to me obediently. Otherwise, I will withdraw my cooperation right now. By then, this company will close down as soon as it reaches your hand." The office fell into an even deeper silence. Xiaoli swallowed hard. Several veteran employees' faces tightened. They hoped Lin Fan could stand firm, but they were also afraid of losing their jobs. Zhao Group has connections in Chengnan. This is no secret. A small company like Shanghai cannot afford to offend them. At least they could not afford it before. After listening, Lin Fan suddenly laughed softly. The sound was not loud, but it made Zhao Zihao furrow his brows. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Fan reached out and picked up the Chengnan project documents from the table. A thick stack of proposals with the Zhao Group's logo printed on the cover. This document was produced by over 10 people in the planning department who had worked through the night. Lin Fan had also participated in part of it before. In fact, there were 2 pages of core promotional plans that he had written overnight. Seeing him take the documents, Zhao Zihao's face revealed a confident expression. "So have you figured things out now?" Lin Fan remained silent. He casually flipped through a couple of pages. The sound of paper rustling echoed in the office. In the next second, he raised his wrist. With a snap, the entire Chengnan project file was thrown directly into the nearby trash can. The document hit the bottom of the bin with a dull thud. Everyone was stunned. Xiao Li's mouth was slightly open. Lu Minjuan's eyelids twitched violently. Zhang Chong, sitting on the ground, looked completely dumbfounded. That was the Chengnan project, a key promotional case for the Zhao Group this year. Lin Fan had actually thrown it into the trash can right in front of Zhao Zihao. Zhao Zihao's smile completely vanished. "Lin Fan, are you seeking death?" Lin Fan leaned back against the chair, his tone flat. "Zhao Zihao, are you misunderstanding something? Shanghai Advertising is not a dog that relies on the Zhao family for scraps. You think you can ride on the company just because you have some leftover projects from the Zhao Group." He raised his hand and pointed at the documents in the trash can. "Don't send these leftovers here in the future. Shanghai doesn't need them." As soon as these words were spoken, many employees in the office felt their scalps tingle. Leftovers. The Zhao Group's project had actually become leftovers in Lin Fan's mouth. Zhao Zihao's face turned pale with anger. "Who do you think you are? Do you think you can just take or leave the advertising resources of the Zhao Group?" Lin Fan looked at Xiaoli. "Xiaoli, take note of this." Xiaoli was taken aback and immediately picked up a pen. "Mr. Lin, please speak." Lin Fan's voice was not loud, but it clearly resonated throughout the office. "From now on, Shanghai Advertising will no longer undertake any business from the Zhao Group or its affiliated companies. All ongoing projects will be terminated. All cooperation channels will be blacklisted. In the future, even Zhao Group personnel won't be allowed to step through Shanghai's doors." Xiao Li's hand holding the pen was shaking. "All right. Okay, Mr. Lin." Finally, the office erupted with suppressed gasps. Is this really a ban? The Zhao Group has invested heavily in Chengnan, and Shanghai used to compete fiercely for those projects. Mr. Lin is completely disregarding young Master Zhao's face. Look at young Master Zhao's expression. He looks about to explode. These low murmurs, however subtle, pierced Zhao Zihao's ears. When had the dignified young Master Zhao ever been treated this way in a small advertising company? Wang Qian's heart raced. She looked up at Lin Fan and suddenly found this man before her frighteningly unfamiliar. He did not shout. He did not curse. He did not even boast deliberately. Yet every word he spoke felt like a slap to Zhao Zihao's face. Zhao Zihao's chest heaved violently, and his fingers around Wang Qian's waist turned white from gripping too hard. "Lin Fan, do you really think that buying a broken company allows you to compete with the Zhao family?" Lin Fan looked at him. "Is the Zhao family really that powerful?" Zhao Zihao laughed in anger. "Yes, very powerful. He pointed at Lin Fan, his voice fierce. Just wait, it'll make you realize that in Modu not everyone can survive just because they have some filthy money. In Qingnan, I can make you unable to move an inch with just a word. I want to see how long you can keep this company running. After saying that, he tightly embraced Wang Qian and turned to leave. Wang Qian stumbled as she was pulled along. She glanced back at Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not look at her. In that moment, Wang Qian felt as if something had emptied in her heart. She suddenly wanted to ask where Lin Fan's money came from, and if he had truly changed. But Zhao Zihao pulled her away briskly, leaving her no choice but to follow. The glass door was pushed open with a heavy thud, then slammed back with a bang. The air in the office, which had been tense for a long time, finally eased a bit. But in the next moment, all eyes turned to Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong's expression changed. He leaned against the table slowly, standing up, his gaze evasive, trying to sneak towards the door when no one was watching. Just as he stepped out, Lin Fan's voice rang out. Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong stiffened. He slowly turned around, forcing a smile that was more hideous than crying. President Lin, I was just startled by young Master Zhao. You can rest assured I will definitely follow your arrangements in the future, and I will never. Lin Fan interrupted him. Have you packed your things? Zhang Chong was sweating on his forehead. President Lin, really, there's no need for this. I still have many client resources and the company just changed owners. I am still needed. Security. Lin Fan no longer listened. The receptionist immediately reacted, running out to call someone. Shortly after, 2 security guards walked in. Zhang Chong panicked. President Lin. Lin Fan. You can't treat me like this. I have worked at Shanghai for 5 years. I know how many project processes the company has. Kicking me out now will not be beneficial to you. Lin Fan looked at him, his voice turning cold. You stole subordinate plans, withheld overtime pay, and used company resources to curry favor with Zhao Zihao. Do you think I would let these matters slide and settle them slowly with you? Zhang Chong's face turned pale. Several employees around exchanged glances, their eyes filled with relief. In the past, Zhang Chong walked around the company arrogantly, daring to steal anyone's credit and suppress anyone's overtime pay. Now someone finally laid these words out in the open. The security guards held Zhang Chong on either side. Zhang Chong struggled and shouted, "Let go of me. I can walk by myself." Lin Fan looked at Xiaoli. Pack up his workstation and personal belongings. Xiaoli immediately nodded. Several employees spontaneously went to help. Zhang Chong watched as his things were shoved into a cardboard box, feeling both ashamed and furious. Lin Fan, don't go too far. Lin Fan raised his eyes. Throw him out. The 2 security guards no longer showed any courtesy, directly dragging Zhang Chong out. The cardboard box was also picked up by another security guard. Zhang Chong's shouts echoed from the office all the way to the elevator entrance. Lin Fan, you will regret this. Young Master Zhao will not let you go. You all watch, this company will eventually go bankrupt. The elevator doors closed. The sound vanished completely. The office was quiet for a few seconds, then someone quietly said, "Deserved it." Soon after, another person chuckled. The long-held frustration suddenly dispersed. Lin Fan stood up and scanned the crowd. All the employees immediately hushed, standing even straighter than before. The way they looked at Lin Fan was completely different from the morning. In the morning it was shock. Now it was awe. This new boss bought the company for 5 million, turned around, and discarded the Zhao project, even throwing Zhang Chong out with his belongings. Ruthless, but also satisfying. Lin Fan spoke. I know what you all are worried about. No one among the crowd spoke, but they all looked at him. The Zhao project is gone, and the company will face pressure in the short term. But starting today, Shanghai will not survive by begging for orders. He looked at Xiaoli. Notify the finance department, all overdue salaries, commissions, and overtime pay will be settled today. Okay, President Lin. Xiaoli nodded vigorously. Lin Fan continued, additionally, everyone will receive a salary raise. Everyone in the office was stunned. Someone couldn't help but ask, President Lin, really? Really? Lin Fan looked over. Starting next month, the salaries of grassroots employees will be raised by 20%. The core project team will have bonuses redefined based on contributions. As long as you work seriously, you won't be short on money. At that moment, the planning department was completely in an uproar. 20%. I can't be hearing this wrong, right? Overtime pay will be settled and salaries will increase. President Lin is awesome. Some people even had red eyes. In a small company like Shanghai, overtime was the norm and salary deductions were also common. They did not want to work well, they just hadn't been treated like humans for too long. Lu Mingyuan stood nearby, feeling extremely conflicted. He used to believe that employees needed to be kept in check, saving every penny. But in less than an hour of Lin Fan taking over, he established authority and then gave money. With this approach, the employees' hearts had already stabilized significantly. Lin Fan didn't say much more. Do what you need to do, the company will not go under. A simple sentence was more effective than any motivational speech. The employees immediately returned to their workstations. The sound of keyboards resumed, but this time the atmosphere in the office had completely changed. Lin Fan turned and walked into the independent office. After the door closed, the noise outside was cut off. This office used to belong to Lu Mingyuan. It was small, but had a whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside, the rain was still falling with fine water streaks on the glass, and the distant tall buildings blurred into a mass. Lin Fan sat down in the boss chair, raising a hand to press against his forehead. Everything that had happened today felt like a dream. From being the dismissed planner to becoming the sole owner of Shanghai Advertising. If it weren't for the system, he would probably still be groveling for the withheld salary and the resignation certificate. Lin Fan's thoughts stirred. The system panel appeared in his mind. Host Lin Fan. Current visible balance 22570247. 38 yuan. 50 million in asset cashback, 3 million remaining to be credited in batches. Lin Fan looked at the balance, his breathing calming down. Over 20 million. This was money he had never even dared to imagine before. But it wasn't enough. Zhao Ziheo's words just now were not empty threats. The Zhao Group indeed had a foundation in the south of the city. Shanghai was just the first step. If he simply waited for the Zhao family to strike, he would be very passive. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. The biggest problem with the Zhao family was not the advertising project. It was money. Yesterday, Zhao Ziheo was able to humiliate him easily because the Zhao family loomed over him like a mountain. Now this mountain might not be without cracks. He took out his phone and pulled up the unfamiliar message from last night. The message had already been deleted, but the number was still in the call block list. Qinzhou, the person who could send him a private client observation list right after he bought the Patek Philippe watch, was not an ordinary person. Without hesitation, Lin Fan dialed the number. The phone rang only once before being answered. A calm and respectful male voice came from the other end. Mr. Lin, hello. Lin Fan's brow twitched. You know it's me. I've been waiting for your number. I apologize for the abrupt message last night. If it caused you any inconvenience, I can apologize in advance. Lin Fan replied indifferently. Which bank are you from? Qinzhou immediately answered. Huafeng Bank, Shanghai Private Banking Department. Qinzhou. Private Banking Department. Yes. The large expenditure record from last night triggered our high net worth client observation mechanism. We do not intend to disturb you. We just hope to provide you with services such as fund management, debt allocation, and corporate financing in the future. Upon hearing the words debt allocation, Lin Fan's expression darkened. That's just right. Qinzhou immediately fell silent. Lin Fan said, I want to investigate the Zhao Group's funding chain loopholes. Qinzhou did not ask Lin Fan why he had conflicts with the Zhao family. He only paused for half a second, his tone becoming even more respectful. Mr. Lin, the Zhao Group is a local private enterprise. Some public information can be legally retrieved, but internal risk data from the bank needs to be organized through compliance channels. How long will it take? 10 minutes. Lin Fan glanced at his watch. He'll wait for you. The call ended. 10 minutes. Not 1 second more, not 1 second less. Lin Fan received an encrypted file in his email. Shortly after, Qinzhou's call came. Mr. Lin, I will send you the password for the file via text. Inside is the Zhao Group's public lawsuits, mortgage registrations, accounts receivable pledges, and some bank risk alerts for the past 6 months. Lin Fan entered the password and opened the file. Rows of data jumped out. The Zhao Group seemed prosperous, but their debts were considerable. The Chongnan project was originally their most important source of recouping funds recently. The project promotion, pre-sale rhythm, and supplier financing were all reliant on this one deal. Now the situation in Shanghai has come to a halt. While it won't directly lead to the downfall of the Zhao family, it will disrupt their capital recovery plan. Lin Fan continued to read on. Soon his gaze landed on a page marked in red. Bridge loan of 20 million. Creditor Huafeng Bank Motive Branch Joint Asset Management Account. Due date this Friday. Risk status attention class. Lin Fan squinted his eyes. Qinzhou explained on the phone. The Zhao Group's funds are to continue an old loan. Originally, they expected that after the launch of the South City project, there would be sales revenue to cover it. But we just received market risk feedback that there are signs of concentrated debt collection from Zhao suppliers. If the bank withdraws the loan early, the cash flow for the Zhao family will be dire. Lin Fan understood this clearly. This was the Zhao family's Achilles heel. Zhao Ziheo had just been threatening him with the South City project. But what the Zhao family truly relied on to save them was not Shanghai. It was themselves. Lin Fan asked, can this debt be purchased? Qinzhou's breath noticeably paused for a moment. Mr. Lin, it can be transferred according to the process, but this debt from the Zhao family carries certain risks, so the price is usually discounted. No need for a discount, Lin Fan replied. Qinzhou was taken aback. Lin Fan looked out at the rain curtain, his voice steady. I will offer 30 million. You will represent me in purchasing this largest debt from the Zhao Group. There was a silence of 2 seconds on the other end of the phone. Qinzhou's tone was even lower than before. Mr. Lin, are you sure about the 30 million premium acquisition for the 20 million debt? Sure. Once the debt is in your hands, you will possess the legal right to collect debt disposition rights and related guarantee recourse rights against the Zhao Group. That is exactly what I want. Qin Zhou immediately replied, understood. I will handle it right away. I will send the funding account to your private signing channel. The entire process will be compliant and is expected to be completed within 20 minutes. After Lin Fan hung up the phone, he quickly received the signing link. He confirmed each item. 30 million. If it were before, just seeing this number would have made his hands tremble. But now he simply entered the password to complete the transfer. The bank sent a text message. Your account ending in 6886 has an expenditure of 300,000 yuan. Immediately afterward, the system voice sounded. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the consumption of legal assets related to debt. Cashback settlement in progress. Consumption amount 30 million yuan. Cashback amount 300 million yuan. Funds are being credited in batches. The first incoming message quickly popped up. Your account ending in 6886 has an income of 500,000 yuan. Current balance 42570247. 38 yuan. Lin Fan looked at the numbers on the screen, his lips cooling down. The Zhao family originally hoped to recover funds through the South City project. Now the project has failed. The bank has withdrawn the loan early. Suppliers are coming to collect debts. Most critically, the Zhao family's largest debt has fallen into his hands. Lin Fan put down his phone and leaned back in his office chair. The rain outside continuously beat against the glass. The whole city of Modu was gray with slow-moving traffic between the skyscrapers. He looked at this city that once choked him, his fingers lightly resting on the watch dial. Money cannot buy everything, but money can pull those who once stepped on him down from high places. Half an hour later, Zhao family villa. Zhao Zihao had just embraced Wang Qian as they entered when they heard the sound of cups smashing from the living room. Bang! A teacup shattered on the floor, porcelain shards splattering at his feet. Wang Qian stepped back in fright. Zhao Zihao frowned. Dad, what are you doing? In the living room, Zhao Guoqiang was pacing back and forth, his face ashen and forehead covered in sweat. A stack of collection letters was thrown on the coffee table, and his phone rang one after another. The financial manager nearby lowered his head, not daring to speak. Zhao Guoqiang turned around and glared at Zhao Zihao. You still know to come back. Zhao Zihao's heart sank. What happened? Zhao Guoqiang pointed at the documents on the table, his voice changing pitch. Huafeng Bank suddenly withdrew the loan ahead of time. The 20 million bridge loan requires us to come up with a solution today. How did the suppliers hear the news? They are all calling to collect debts. There are several material suppliers who have already brought people to block the company downstairs. Zhao Zihao turned pale. How is that possible? Didn't the bank say they could extend until Friday? Zhao Guoqiang rushed over and grabbed him by the collar. I want to ask you, why did the South City project suddenly go wrong? Why did Shanghai Advertising stop cooperating? Also, why did the bank's debt suddenly transfer to someone else's? Zhao Zihao's mind buzzed. The debt has been transferred. Zhao Guoqiang pushed him away, pointing at his nose and roaring. The other party bought our largest debt at a 30 million premium. Now they can collect at any time and apply for the disposition of guaranteed assets. The cash on the Zhao family's account is simply not enough. Wang Qian stood beside him, her face pale. She remembered Lin Fan throwing the South City project documents into the trash can in the office. She also recalled Lin Fan's gaze as he sat in the office chair, looking at Zhao Zihao. Zhao Zihao forced himself to say, Dad, there must be a misunderstanding here. I will go find someone to ask. Bang! Zhao Guoqiang slapped Zhao Zihao hard across the face. Zhao Zihao staggered back 2 steps, half of his face swelling rapidly. Zhao Guoqiang pointed at him and shouted angrily, Which deity did you offend? The Zhao family's capital chain has completely broken. Zhao Zihao was left dizzy by the slap. He staggered into the side of the sofa, half of his face burning with pain, his ears buzzing. But what hurt more than his face was Zhao Guoqiang's earlier words. The Zhao family's capital chain has completely snapped. Zhao Zihao covered his face, his expression filled with disbelief. Dad, it's impossible. What is Lin Fan? He was just a small planner I fired with a single word yesterday. What right does he have to act against the Zhao family? Zhao Guoqiang's chest heaved with anger as he pointed at the collection letters on the table. You still dare to ask? Huafeng Bank just notified that the Zhao Group's largest debt has been transferred, and the other party demands immediate repayment. The suppliers are all blocking the company downstairs, and several partners are also withdrawing their investment. Tell me, is this not caused by you? Zhao Zihao's face turned pale, his lips moved, but he couldn't say a word. Wang Qian stood beside him, her fingertips icy. She heard the name, Lin Fan, and her heart sank. Zhao Zihao took out his phone. I will ask Lu Mingyuan. He sold Shanghai Advertising, he must know what Lin Fan is really about. The call was dialed out. It rang for a long time before being answered. Zhao Zihao hurriedly said, Lu Mingyuan. What the hell is going on with Lin Fan? Is he colluding with you to trick me? On the other end of the phone, Lu Mingyuan was silent for 2 seconds. When he spoke again, his tone was cold, lacking any trace of the flattery from yesterday. Young Master Zhao, don't call me that right now. Zhao Zihao was stunned. What do you mean? Lu Mingyuan replied blandly. Shanghai Advertising is no longer my company. Mr. Lin has fully acquired it, the money has been received, and the procedures are complete. I know about this. Zhao Zihao gritted his teeth. I'm asking about the Zhao family's debt. Was it Lin Fan who did it? Lu Mingyuan's tone grew colder. Young Master Zhao, don't you understand yet? Mr. Lin did not merely acquire Shanghai Advertising. He utilized the top-tier client channel of Huafeng Private Bank to mobilize debt risk control and legal resources, completely locking down the cash flow of the Zhao family. Right now, every account receivable, every mortgage, and every risk exposure of the Zhao group is laid bare in his hands. Zhao Zihao's mind buzzed. He gripped his phone, his fingers trembling. Impossible. Lu Mingyuan, stop scaring me. How could Lin Fan qualify to enter Huafeng Private Bank? He was drenched in the rain last night, over 100,000 yuan bride price. Lu Mingyuan sneered. Zhao Xiao, last night is last night. Today's Mr. Lin is no longer someone you can trample upon. I advise you to stop provoking him. Whether the Zhao family can hold on to their last breath now depends on whether Mr. Lin is willing to relent. The call ended. Zhao Zihao maintained the pose of holding his phone. The living room was eerily silent. Zhao Guoqiang stared at him, the anger on his face slowly turning to despair. What did he say? Zhao Zihao's throat tightened. He said, "It's Lin Fan." As those 3 words fell, Zhao Guoqiang staggered, nearly losing his balance. Wang Qian's face turned as pale as paper. She heard it all clearly. Buying the company. Private banking. Locking down the Zhao family. These words hit her like a slap across the face. Images from last night uncontrollably surfaced in her mind. Lin Fan was soaked to the skin, holding 100,000 yuan bank card in the rain. She blamed him for being poor, for lacking ambition, for not being able to provide the life she desired. But in the blink of an eye, he bought an 80,000 yuan suit, swiped away 750,000 for a watch, and used 5 million to acquire Shanghai Advertising. Now even the Zhao family was pinned down, gasping for breath under his weight. The more Wang Qian thought about it, the more her heart ached. This was not mere wealth. It was the kind of top-tier fortune she had only seen in short videos before. And this man had once handed her his salary card, remembered every one of her birthdays, and was willing to save every penny to gather a bride price for her. Yet she had pushed him away. Pushed him to a position she could no longer reach. Zhao Zihao's legs weakened, and he slumped to the ground. Dad'll go plead with him. He'll go plead with Lin Fan. He was just a good for nothing before. He must still remember Wang Qian. If Wang Qian just says a few kind words. Wang Qian's heart stirred at these words. But Zhao Guoqiang kicked Zhao Zihao's shoulder. Waste. Now you want to beg. Where were you before? Zhao Zihao was knocked to the ground. Wang Qian looked at him, the last remnants of reliance in her eyes vanished. She suddenly understood that Zhao Zihao could not save her. The only one who could help her turn her life around was Lin Fan. The next morning, the news of Zhao Group's bankruptcy and liquidation spread throughout the circle. Several enforcement vehicles were parked at the entrance of the Zhao family's villa. Uniformed personnel moved in and out with documents, sealing the villa's gates one after another. Zhao Zihao's red Porsche 911 was also hooked by a tow truck. The sports car he had flaunted yesterday was now being gradually dragged out of the garage. Don't touch my car. Zhao Zihao's hair was a mess, his shirt buttons popped open, and he rushed forward to try to stop it. The staff frowned and said, "Mr. Zhao, your vehicle has been seized. Please cooperate with the enforcement. This is my car. My dad will handle this." "On what grounds can you take it away?" Someone nearby whispered, "Isn't that the young master of the Zhao family? He was so glorious yesterday, and now he's bankrupt. I heard he offended a big shot, and the bank directly withdrew its loans. The debts were bought by someone else. It only took one night. That's ruthless." Zhao Zihao's face turned red as he reached out to push someone. The security guards immediately stepped forward to hold him firmly. "Let go of me. Do you know who I am?" No one paid him any mind. A servant from the villa came out holding a cardboard box containing Zhao Zihao's clothes and personal items. The box was dropped to the ground, and several designer shirts fell into the puddle. Zhao Zihao struggled to pick them up, pressing his palm into the muddy water, a sight that was laughably pitiful. Wang Qian stood a short distance away, not approaching. She had already changed out of the dress from last night, wearing sunglasses and a mask, afraid of being recognized. On her phone, messages from Zhao Zihao popped up one after another. "Qian, where are you? Come and keep me company. You're all I have now. Help me find Lin Fan. He used to love you so much. He will definitely listen to you." Wang Qian looked at the screen, her fingers paused for a few seconds. Then she directly blocked him. She glanced at Zhao Zihao still on the ground, picking up clothes, her heart filled only with disgust. A useless man wasn't worth her time. On the street, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked quietly. The window was half lowered. Lin Fan sat in the back seat, his suit impeccably tailored, the starry watch on his wrist glimmering coldly in the light. Qin Zhou sat in the passenger seat and said quietly, Mr. Lin, the asset liquidation of Zhao Group has already commenced. Zhao Zihao's vehicles and properties are on the disposal list. Lin Fan looked out the window. Zhao Zihao was shoved aside by the security guards, stumbling and falling at the villa entrance, covered in mud, missing a shoe. Yesterday's young master Zhao could not even keep a decent pair of pants now. Lin Fan's face showed no signs of triumphant laughter, only coldness. Qin Zhou glanced at him through the rearview mirror, feeling a tightness in his heart. He had seen many wealthy individuals, and quite a few who after sudden wealth rushed to show off. But Lin Fan was different. He acted swiftly, spent lavishly, and withdrew cleanly. From buying the company to locking down the Zhao family, there was not a single word wasted throughout the entire process. Such a person truly commanded respect. Let's go. The driver started the car. The Rolls-Royce slowly departed. Behind, Zhao Zihao was still shouting, but that sound was quickly drowned out by the rain and the car window. In the afternoon outside Shanghai, advertising, the rain began to fall again. Wang Qian stood by the entrance, her makeup exquisite, but her eyes were deliberately rubbed red. She wore a champagne-colored small jacket over a fitted long dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders, looking delicate and pitiful. She knew Lin Fan fell for this type. In the past, as long as she cried, Lin Fan would panic. Even if she was unreasonable, he would apologize first. Thinking of this, Wang Qian focused on the parking area entrance. Soon a black Rolls-Royce approached. Wang Qian immediately rushed out and stood in front of the car. The driver slammed on the brakes. Qin Zhou frowned and said, Mr. Lin, it's Wang Qian. Lin Fan raised his eyes and saw that woman through the rain curtain. She quickly became drenched, her long dress clinging to her body, her shoulders slightly trembling. If it were before, Lin Fan would have likely dashed out of the car to hold an umbrella for her. Now he merely pressed down the car window. As soon as Wang Qian saw him, tears streamed down her face. Lin Fan, I finally waited for you. I was wrong. Oh, I truly understand now. Those words from yesterday were not my heartfelt sentiments. They were forced by Zhao Zihao. He kept bothering me and even threatened me with my family. Lin Fan quietly watched her. Wang Qian cried even harder. Lin Fan, the only person I have ever loved in my heart is you. Do you not remember our 3 years of feelings? You said you would marry me and give me a home. I was just too scared back then. Oh, I feared you wouldn't have money and that we would live a hard life, but I never really thought of leaving you. She reached out to grab Lin Fan's sleeve. Can you give me another chance? I won't ask for a bride price anymore, nor for a house or a car. As long as you let me return to your side, I'm willing to give up everything. At the entrance of Shanghai Advertising, several employees looked over. The receptionist stood behind the glass door, unable to help but whisper, how can she still have the face to come here? Wasn't she quite pleased when she came with Zhao Xiao yesterday? Now that the Zhao family has collapsed, she comes looking for President Lin. How realistic. These words reached Wang Qian's ears. Her face turned pale, but she still gritted her teeth and pretended to be pitiful. She believed Lin Fan had a soft heart. A man who had loved her for 3 years couldn't possibly let go just like that. Lin Fan finally spoke. Wang Qian. Wang Qian's eyes brightened. I'm here. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the coat she was wearing. It was a birthday gift he had saved up for by eating instant noodles for half a month. At that time, Wang Qian hugged him and kissed him, saying it was her favorite gift. Later, she wore that outfit while holding Zhao Zihao's arm, standing at the restaurant entrance to break up with him. Lin Fan's voice was very calm. That outfit was also bought by me while I was being frugal. It looks quite bothersome now. Wang Qian's expression froze. Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not look at her again. Drive. The driver nodded. The Rolls-Royce slowly moved forward. Wang Qian panicked, knocking on the window and shouting, Lin Fan, don't go. I was really wrong. The wheels rolled over the puddles. A splash of muddy water hit Wang Qian hard. Her carefully applied makeup was ruined, her champagne-colored coat splattered with mud, and she fell to the roadside. The Rolls-Royce did not stop. Wang Qian sat dazed in the rain, watching the car grow farther away, finally covering her face and breaking down in tears. Inside the car, Qin Zhou did not turn back. He simply handed a tablet to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, the debt disposal of the Zhao Group is still in progress and repayments will gradually enter your account. Additionally, your your asset balance is still increasing. Lin Fan glanced at his phone. Bank messages kept popping up. One transaction of 5 million. One transaction of 10 million. One transaction of 20 million. The disposal of Zhao family-related assets, debt repayments, and the system's phased cashback were continuously flowing into his account. The system panel also appeared. Current visible balance 189570247. 38 yuan. Cumulative asset consumption limit is increasing. System level progress is being updated. Lin Fan looked at the string of numbers, feeling little fluctuation in his heart. Over 100 million. Just a few days ago, this was a number he wouldn't dare to even dream about. But now that he was truly in this position, he felt it was insufficient. The Zhao family, this so-called local rich family, could be easily taken down in one night if the funding chain was correctly targeted. There were plenty of people in Mo City who were stronger than the Zhao family. To upgrade his system, he needed a larger scale of asset consumption. Clothes, watches, companies' debts all counted as starting points. Qin Zhou turned his head, speaking respectfully. Mr. Lin, there is a top-tier private luxury car exhibition in Mo City today. The location is at the International Exhibition Center. This exhibition is not open to the public. Only billionaires or high-net-worth clients verified by private banks can receive invitations. Inside there are some limited edition supercars, top business cars, and collectible models supporting on-site full payment transactions. Lin Fan lifted his gaze. A luxury car exhibition. Qin Zhou nodded. Yes, I have already prepared the invitation for you. You can head over now, or the timing is just right. Lin Fan leaned back in his seat, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Outside the car window, Mo City was filled with towering buildings, the neon lights creating long trails in the rain. He once stood beneath these buildings feeling that every illuminated window was very far from him. Now the entire city felt like an open card table. And he finally qualified to sit at the table. Lin Fan said calmly, "Go to the exhibition center." Qin Zhou immediately replied, "Understood." Two black business cars merged into the traffic with the Rolls-Royce Phantom in the middle steadily driving towards the International Exhibition Center. Lin Fan gazed at the bustling city outside, a strong sense of conquest rising in his chest. He understood that the Zhao family was just a small mudfish. The real path to wealth had just begun. Outside the Mo City International Exhibition Center, luxury cars lined up like a dragon. But today these were just admission tickets. The real stars were all inside the exhibition hall. Qin Zhou opened the car door for Lin Fan. Lin Fan stepped out. Lin Fan was dressed in a dark gray suit, a Patek Philippe starry sky, watch hidden beneath his sleeve. As soon as he appeared, many people's gazes fell upon him at the entrance. Who is that? I don't know, but he has quite a strong presence. The person next to him looks like someone from a private bank. To have someone from a private bank personally accompany him, he must not be an ordinary rich second generation. Several middle-aged men in suits exchanged whispers. A few car models nearby also looked over. They were tall with straight long legs, their fitted gowns accentuating their curves, each with exquisite makeup and sharp judgment. Those who could enter such occasions were either true wealthy individuals or fake celebrities looking to take advantage of resources. Lin Fan clearly did not resemble the latter. He was too quiet. He was not here to see the world. He was here to select products. Qin Zhou followed closely beside him. Mr. Lin, this luxury car exhibition is not open to the public. Today there are several models on display that can be purchased with full payment on site. Among them, the one worth seeing the most is the Aston Martin display model number 77. Lin Fan did not slow his pace. How much? Qin Zhou replied, the price is 45 million. Lin Fan nodded. This number held significant weight when it fell from Qin Zhou's lips. But to Lin Fan's ears, it was merely an amount that could trigger the system's consumption. The interior of the exhibition center was dazzling with lights. The music was low, a champagne tower set on one side of the hall. Wealthy businessmen gathered in small groups. They discussed investments, projects, cars, and also connections. By the display, car models stood beside the supercars, the scent of perfume mingling with the smell of money. As Lin Fan walked into the exhibition hall, several car models straightened their backs. One model in a silver short skirt quietly said to a companion, "This one is quite young." Her companion lowered her voice, "Don't just look at age, look at that person beside him, definitely from a private bank. And the suit he's wearing shouldn't be cheap. The watch isn't an ordinary model either." Lin Fan paid no attention to these gazes. His eyes passed through the exhibition hall, landing directly on the central display. It was surrounded by people. On the black platform, a dark-colored Aston Martin Model 77 was quietly parked. Its streamlined body glimmered under the lights, the long hood lowered, and the waistline sharp, exuding a wildness. The price tag on the car was clearly visible. Price 45 million. It was surrounded by people. A young internet celebrity held up a phone to shoot a video. Wealthy businessmen stood outside the railing commenting on it. Some women took selfies with the car, wanting to include this supercar in their social media posts. But not a single person truly approached to inquire about the price. 45 million was not 450,000. Many people present could afford the car. But there were very few who could blink an eye and spend 45 million on a limited edition supercar. This car is really beautiful. Limited edition globally, how many can there be in the country? I heard that buying this car requires qualifications. It's not just about having money. The price is 45 million and the final cost is even more outrageous. Just looking is fine, actually buying it. Who would go crazy? A middle-aged wealthy man laughed and shook his head. His female companion snuggled up against his arm. Darling, didn't you say you wanted to change your sports car this year? The middle-aged wealthy man's expression slightly changed, and he coughed. This type of car is more valuable for collection than for practical use. There's no rush. Someone nearby heard and couldn't help but laugh. Everyone understood that this was a dignified way of saying they couldn't afford it. However, Lin Fan had already walked to the railing. He didn't take out his phone to take pictures, nor did he circle around the car in awe. He simply looked at the car, his gaze sweeping from the front to the back. It was indeed beautiful. It had more presence than in the pictures. Qin stood beside him whispering, "Mr. Lin, if you are interested, I can have the display manager come over." Lin Fan replied, "No need." After he finished speaking, he walked directly forward. Beside the railing, a heavily made-up sales manager immediately noticed him. The woman was in her 30s, wearing a black professional suit with a badge hanging on her chest. She glanced up and down at Lin Fan. Young. Although he was dressed well, there were too many people in this exhibition hall who dressed well. Recently, many streamers had mixed into high-end occasions specifically to shoot videos and show off. The sales manager was most annoyed by these types of people. Real clients asked not a single question, while those seeking attention were everywhere. She stepped in front of Lin Fan. "Sir, please do not come any closer. This car is a core exhibit of the display, and the paint and carbon fiber components are very expensive. If you just want to take photos, you can stand outside the railing." Lin Fan looked at her. "I want to see the car." The sales manager's smile faded. "Sir, this car is not open for ordinary viewers to approach closely. If you have a clear intention to purchase, you may provide asset proof first or make an appointment in our VIP negotiation area." Several people nearby heard this and immediately looked over. Another one wanting to touch the car and take a video. Young people today are really bold. They dare to get close to a 45 million car. Even a scratch would be unaffordable. The middle-aged wealthy man also chuckled. "Young man, it's fine to take a look, but don't get too close." His female companion chuckled behind her hand. The silver-dressed model looked at Lin Fan. She felt that Lin Fan didn't resemble a streamer. However, the sales manager had already spoken, and it was inappropriate for her to interrupt. Seeing Lin Fan not leaving, the sales manager's tone became even more dismissive. "Sir, please cooperate. This car is not an ordinary exhibition vehicle. If you scratch the paint, handling it afterward will be troublesome. We're only looking out for your best interests." Lin Fan ignored her. His gaze remained fixed on the Aston Martin Model 77. Qin stepped forward. He took out a business card from his suit pocket and handed it to the sales manager. "This is Mr. Lin. Mind your attitude." The sales manager froze in place when she clearly saw the emblem on the business card. On one corner of the card was the embossed golden emblem of a top Swiss private banking network. On the other side was the Huafeng Private Bank Shanghai branch. Qin, high net worth client private advisor. Having worked in such exhibitions for many years, the sales manager could not possibly be unaware of the prestige of private banks. A client who could have such a person accompany him and proactively present a business card to establish their identity was definitely not an ordinary person. She felt a chill run down her back. She swallowed hard. "Mr. Qin." Her voice had changed. Qin did not respond, merely gazing at her. The sales manager held the business card with both hands and immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Mr. Lin, I apologize. I failed to recognize your status and treated you poorly. Please do not hold." The surrounding crowd fell silent. The middle-aged wealthy man who had just mocked Lin Fan had closed his mouth. His female companion was also stunned. "Private bank. Is that young man really a major client? I said he didn't look like a streamer." The sales manager has kicked a hard wall this time. The silver-dressed model looked at Lin Fan, her gaze shifting. She had initially thought Lin Fan merely had a good temperament. Now she realized that he wasn't pretending to be low-key. He truly had confidence. The sales manager hurriedly raised her hand, signaling the staff to open the barrier. "Mr. Lin, please come inside. This Aston Martin Model 77 is a globally limited edition featuring a carbon fiber monocoque structure and equipped with a 7.3-liter V12 naturally aspirated engine. With a maximum power exceeding 700 horsepower, it accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just over 3 seconds. This car is not only powerful, but also has a high collectible value. Currently, there are very few cars available for delivery in the country. Our car is in perfect condition with complete paperwork." Her speed of speech was rapid, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Lin Fan approached the car, lightly brushing his hand over the top without touching the paint. He observed the lines of the car body. It was indeed worth it. At least it was worth more than the empty flattery. The sales manager continued her introduction. "Mr. Lin, if you are willing, we can arrange a static experience first. Subsequent test drives need to be applied for in advance, as this car is special and must go through internal procedures. Of course, given your status, we will coordinate as quickly as possible. Additionally, payment methods are very flexible. You can secure the car with a deposit and later." Lin Fan finally withdrew his gaze upon hearing this. Too troublesome. The sales manager was taken aback. "Mr. Lin, do you mean?" Lin Fan took out that black gold card from his suit pocket. The black card glimmered under the light with a prominent golden line around the edges. Then, snap, he casually tossed the black gold card onto the engine hood of Model 77. Everyone in the room stopped moving. The sales manager almost screamed. That was a $45 million car. But she didn't dare to make a sound, because Lin Fan's voice had already risen. Full payment. I want to drive it away now. With just one sentence. The entire Aston Martin exhibit fell silent. Even the phones taking pictures nearby froze in midair. Seconds later, murmurs arose around. Holy crap, full payment. 45 million, and he's not even trying it out. Paying directly by card. What kind of family is this? Is he crazy? This is Aston Martin. I thought he was just looking around, but he's buying it outright. The middle-aged wealthy man turned around wanting to leave directly. Earlier he said just take a look. Lin Fan turned around and purchased it outright. This slap did not land on his face, but it hurt more than a real one. His female companion looked at Lin Fan, unable to hide her astonishment. Looking at the middle-aged wealthy man, now he clearly had lost some enthusiasm. Several models had also paused their actions. The silver-dressed model covered her mouth, not even discussing the price. Another model murmured, 45 million, I could never earn that in my lifetime. The way he just tossed the card was so cool. The sales manager braced herself against the exhibit. Just a minute ago, she had warned Lin Fan not to get too close for fear of scratching the paint. In the next second, Lin Fan directly bought the car outright. She lowered her head. But at this moment, she couldn't care about her embarrassment. If a $45 million order really went through her hands, her performance this year would skyrocket. She hurriedly took the black gold card with both hands, afraid of being slow by even a second. Mr. Lin, please rest assured. I will arrange the payment immediately. The procedures, insurance, temporary plates, and delivery process, we will handle them all with the highest priority. Please hold on, it will not delay your departure. Xinzhou said, hurry up. The sales manager nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. She personally brought the card machine, holding it with both hands and presenting it to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, please confirm the amount. The screen displayed 45 million. Onlookers craned. Someone held up their phone, even holding their breath. They had only seen such a large transaction on the news. Lin Fan glanced at the amount and raised his hand to input the password. The sales manager stared at the card machine. The middle-aged wealthy man was also focused. Several models were watching intently. Everyone's gaze was fixed on that small machine. Beep. The card machine emitted a crisp sound. Transaction successful. The machine spit out the receipt. At that moment, the area around the exhibit erupted. He really completed the transaction. 45 million. One fell swoop. This is what a true tycoon looks like. Not even trying it out, just driving away so ruthless. The sales manager just treated him as a streamer. Her face must be swollen now. The sales manager held the receipt. She looked at Lin Fan and bowed. Mr. Lin, the transaction is successful. This car from now on is yours. She bowed. Even I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. It was my lack of insight and inadequate service. Please give me a chance to make amends. Lin Fan took the signature pen and wrote his name on the receipt. As the pen tip touched the paper, a system notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completed illegal asset-related consumption. Consumption amount 45 million. Triggering special settlement for asset-related transactions. Cashback amount 450 million. Processing in batches. Lin Fan paused. 400. This amount was more brutal than any previous single transaction. Even though he had seen large cashback before, he still paused for a moment when this number popped up. His phone vibrated quickly. A bank text message popped up first. Your account ending in 6886 received 50 million. Immediately followed by another message. Your account ending in 6886 received 80 million. Processed in batches. The balance climbed rapidly. Lin Fan looked at the screen, his fingertips steady. He simply turned off his phone and tucked it into his pocket. His expression was unchanged. The sales manager personally handed him the car key. Mr. Lin, the delivery process has been expedited. The temporary plates and insurance are being arranged simultaneously. You can take the car now, and I will personally deliver the documents to your designated location later. Lin Fan took the key. Okay. The staff quickly removed the exhibit barriers. The car door was opened. Lin Fan sat in the driver's seat. The low car body made him sink into the cabin, surrounded by leather and carbon fiber, the steering wheel resting comfortably in his hands. The models stood on either side, their gazes bright with admiration. The surrounding wealthy businessmen no longer dared to underestimate this young man. The earlier middle-aged wealthy man stood awkwardly at the back of the crowd, holding his drink, lacking even the courage to approach. Xinzhou stood outside the car, bending slightly. Mr. Lin, do you need me to arrange a convoy for escort? Lin Fan looked ahead. No need. He pressed the start button. Vroom. The V12 engine roared. The sound was deep and wild. The glass in the entire exhibit trembled. Many people covered their ears. That's explosive. This roar is worth it. The sound of 45 million is truly different. If I see this car on the streets of Shanghai again, I can brag about it for a year. Lin Fan held the steering wheel with one hand. The staff opened the passage to the exhibit. The Aston Martin Model 77 drove out of the exhibit under the gaze of the crowd. Upon reaching the exit of the exhibition center, Lin Fan pressed the accelerator. The roar of the engine surged. The dark sports car sped out of the exhibition center's main gate, while Qin Zhou stood behind, watching the 45 million limited edition supercar disappear into the flow of traffic. After the Aston Martin 77 dashed out of the exhibition center, Lin Fan did not immediately return to Shanghai advertising. With its dark body gliding forward, the sound of the 12-cylinder engine echoed in the tunnel, drawing the attention of many drivers who rolled down their windows to take a look. What the hell, Aston Martin? Isn't that the limited edition supercar from the exhibition center just now? The one that costs 45 million. Is that for real? The license plate isn't even on yet. It must have just been delivered, right? A driver in a nearby Porsche initially wanted to follow but eased off the accelerator when he saw the sleek lines of the 77. The difference was too vast. They weren't even in the same league. Lin Fan gripped the steering wheel with one hand, listening to the gasps of astonishment around him. Just last night he had stood in the pouring rain berated by Wang Qian for being poor and stomped into the mud by Zhao Zihao. Today he was already driving a 45 million limited edition supercar weaving through the busiest main road of the Magic City. This transformation was so swift it felt unreal. But the feel of the steering wheel was real. The roar of the engine was real. The constant notifications from his phone about bank transfers were real. Ding. Another message popped up. Your account ending in 6886 has received an income of 120 million. Ding. Your account ending in 6886 has received an income of 150 million. The cashback from the supercar purchases was still arriving in batches. Lin Fan stopped at a red light and glanced at his balance. The number had already surpassed 400 million. He looked at the long string of zeros and suddenly remembered the shabby room he rented. Just over 10 square meters. The walls were yellowing. The bathroom and kitchen were cramped together, making it hard to even turn around while taking a shower. In the summer, the air conditioner leaked, and in the winter, the windows let in the wind. The couple next door would argue, the children upstairs would run around, and the street vendors downstairs would let the smoke waft up. He used to think that being able to rent a place that offered some shelter from the wind and rain in the Magic City was already quite good. But now he was driving a 45 million supercar with a few hundred million sitting in his account. Returning to that shabby room, Lin Fan himself found it absurd. The green light turned on. He pressed the accelerator, and the 77 roared forward. The car's navigation screen lit up. Lin Fan raised his hand and input a few words. Tangcheng Pin. One of the top luxury residential areas in the Magic City. A single unit there could take an ordinary person a lifetime of hard work to afford. Lin Fan had only seen it in short videos before, where people stood in front of floor-to-ceiling windows with the Huangpu River beneath them and Lujiazui in the distance, while the comment sections were filled with envy and mockery. Just being able to see it once in my life would be enough. Don't even think about it. The security won't let you near. In the world of the rich, ordinary people can't even touch the threshold. Lin Fan had thought that way too back then. But now he wanted to go in. Not just to take a look. He wanted to buy it. 20 minutes later, the 77 drove into the vicinity of Lujiazui. The closer he got to Tangcheng Pin, the more luxury cars lined the streets. Mercedes S-Class, Porsche Panamera, Bentley Bentayga. None of them seemed out of place here. But when Lin Fan's Aston Martin 77 parked in front of the sales office, the two security guards at the door were momentarily stunned. This car? Aston Martin 77. Wow, it's the real deal. One of the security guards hurriedly approached, moving faster than when they greeted a Bentley. He bent down to open the car door for Lin Fan, his attitude respectful and careful not to show any neglect. Sir, welcome to Tangcheng Pin. Lin Fan stepped out of the car. In a well-fitted dark gray suit, a Patek Philippe watch graced his wrist, and behind him was a 45 million limited edition supercar. This scene immediately drew the attention of several prospective buyers at the entrance. So young. How much does that car cost? A young person who can come here to buy a house must have an impressive family background. Lin Fan ignored those gazes and stepped into the sales office. The Tangcheng Pin sales office was extravagantly decorated. The tall hall crystal chandeliers, a whole marble wall, and the floor shone so brightly it could reflect one's shadow. That group of clients just now asked for a long time, but only looked at a 20 million small unit. There are too many people looking at the spectacle now, but those who can actually buy are few. That group of clients just now asked for a long time, but only looked at a 20 million small unit. There are too many people looking at the spectacle now, but those who can actually buy are few. Yeah, especially the young ones dressed sharply, but when asked about their budget, they can barely cover the down payment. Last time there was an influencer who insisted on filming a video in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and got asked to leave by the manager. As they were talking, they noticed Lin Fan entering. Their eyes swept over him. His suit was nice. His aura was, but he was too young. At this age, he was likely just a rich second generation coming to see the world, taking a few photos to post on social media. Those who could make a decision to buy in Tang Shinyi Pin were either business owners or family elders. A young person buying for himself? They didn't quite believe it. One of the curly-haired saleswomen lifted her coffee and whispered, "Who will go?" The short-skirted salesperson beside her rolled her eyes. "I still have client information to sort out." He'll pass to a looking at him, he probably just wants to browse. That car outside can't be rented, right? Many influencers like to rent luxury cars now. They all took turns glancing at each other, and not one of them stepped forward. Lin Fan stood in the center of the hall, his gaze sweeping over the model display. He could naturally see the attitudes of these people. In the past, he felt uncomfortable when looked down upon in high-end stores. But now he just found it amusing. Some people always preferred to think less of others. Unfortunately, they would never understand what they were missing. Just then a timid voice rang out. "Hello, sir, are you here to look at houses?" Lin Fan turned around. A girl in her early 20s stood in front of him wearing the sales office's uniform and sporting a name tag that read. She appeared to have just started, her smile a bit tense as she held a cup of warm water. "Sir, please have some water." Chen Yue offered the water. "If you want to know about the unit types, I can introduce them to you." The older salespeople in the lounge watched this scene with amused expressions. The curly-haired saleswoman scoffed. "Interns are just interns, they take on any client. Let her practice, she's just standing around anyway. If she asks about the price and then runs off, she'll understand." These comments were subtle, but Lin Fan heard them clearly. Chen Yue heard them too, but remained standing in front of Lin Fan without backing down. Lin Fan took the water, took a sip. "You just started?" Chen Yue nodded. "Yeah, it's my third day today." Chen Yue looked a bit flustered. "Sir, did I do something wrong?" "No." Lin Fan said, "You're better than." Chen Yue was taken aback. "Thank you, sir." Lin Fan set down the cup and pointed to the model display. "Which unit here is the most expensive?" As soon as he said this, the salespeople in the lounge fell silent. The curly-haired saleswoman couldn't help but laugh. "The most expensive unit." She walked over, sizing Lin Fan up from top to bottom. "Sir, do you know what the price of our Tang Shinyi Pin's top?" Lin Fan didn't even look at her. Chen Yue quickly said, "Sir, our best positioned penthouse is the top floor of building A, very spacious, facing the Huangpu River with an amazing view." The curly-haired saleswoman interrupted her directly. "Yue, you've only been here a few days. Such houses aren't just introduced casually." Chen Yue lowered her head. "Sisterly, I just what?" Sisterly scoffed and looked at Lin Fan. "Sir, that penthouse has a total price of 300 million. It's not 30 million, it's 300 million. Moreover, we need to verify funds to see the penthouse. The verification threshold is 50 million. She crossed her arms, her smile perfunctory. "If you just want to take photos, the lobby outside is fine for that. Don't come here just for fun and don't waste the intern's time." Several salespeople looked over. Some covered their mouths and snickered. Some shook their heads. Although Sisterly speaks bluntly, she's not wrong. The penthouse isn't something anyone can just see. 50 million verification, many bosses would hesitate. Chen Yue stood there gripping the edge of her clothing. She wanted to say something for Lin Fan, but didn't know how to start. Lin Fan finally looked up and glanced at Sisterly. Just a glance. Sisterly avoided eye contact, but she quickly straightened her back. Having worked at Tang Shinyi Pin for so many years, what kind of people hadn't she seen? This young man, even if he had some money, didn't seem like someone who could casually pull out 300 million to buy a house. Lin Fan didn't argue with her. He pulled out his phone, opened the banking app, and directly handed it to Chen Yue. "Verify it." Chen Yue looked down. She stopped in her tracks. The string of numbers on the screen left her 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. Chen Yue stopped counting halfway. She covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide open. "Yes, sir. Is this really true?" Sisterly leaned over to take a look. At first she didn't think much of it, but when she saw the balance on the phone screen, her smile froze. The coffee cup nearly slipped from her hand. "This?" Her lips quivered. "How is this possible?" A few nearby salespeople couldn't help but gather around. "How much?" "Let me see. My God. Is this over 400 million? This isn't a screenshot, is it?" Chen Yue quickly reacted. "Sir, please hold on. I'll contact the manager immediately to arrange for you to view the penthouse and handle the purchase process." She turned to run. Lin Fan, however, raised his hand to point at the highest position on the model. "This one." Chen Yue was stunned. "Sir, aren't you going to see it in person first?" "No need." Lin Fan looked at the top floor duplex on the model. The top floor of Building A. The best location, the largest area facing the Huangpu River. A house like this doesn't need much more consideration. Its price is its greatest filter. Bring the fully furnished one, and let's handle the paperwork immediately. The entire sales office fell silent. All the salespeople stopped what they were doing. No house viewings. No haggling. No questions about loans. Just demanding the most expensive penthouse. A top-floor duplex costing $300 million. Sister Lee stood nearby, biting her lip. She had just said that Lin Fan was toying with them. Now he wasn't even looking at the house, just buying the penthouse outright. If she had taken the initiative to assist earlier, this deal would have been hers. $300 million. Just the commission alone would be enough for her to buy a nice apartment in Modu. But now this money was going to the newly hired Chen Yue, who had only been on the job for 3 days. Sister Lee clenched her hands. She hurriedly forced a smile and stepped forward. Mr. Lin, I apologize for my inappropriate remarks earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Such a large deal like the penthouse involves a complex process. After all, Yue is just an intern and not familiar with many details. How about I personally handle it for you? I have more experience and will ensure you have peace of mind. Chen Yue turned pale. She bit her lip and remained silent. Lin Fan looked towards Sister Lee. Did you not just say to not delay the new employee's work? Sister Lee's smile faltered. Mr. Lin, it's not a delay now. Let her handle it. Chen Yue looked up. Mr. Lin, thank you. Lin Fan replied, hurry up. All right. Chen Yue immediately jogged to call the manager. Before long, the sales office manager arrived quickly with finance, legal, and contract specialists. The manager was a man in his 40s, impeccably dressed, but beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Upon seeing Lin Fan, he immediately bent at the waist. Mr. Lin, hello. I am Zhou Jianhua, the sales manager at Tangchini Pin. I heard you want to purchase the penthouse of building A. We will immediately initiate the highest level signing process for you. You will accompany Mr. Lin throughout and prioritize all the necessary paperwork. Chen Yue quickly nodded. Understood, manager. The gaze of the surrounding salespeople towards her was completely different now. Envy, jealousy, shock, and regret. Especially Sister Lee, who was silent with her head lowered. She had just handed such a significant client to an intern. In the signing room, contracts were laid out in front of Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, this top-floor duplex has an area of over 1,000 square meters, fully furnished with the best amenities, and boasts the best river view in the entire project. The total price is $300 million. If you choose to pay in full, we can waive some miscellaneous service fees and arrange for a dedicated butler team for follow-up. Zhou Jianhua spoke with utmost respect. Lin Fan flipped through the contract, only looking at the key terms. Chen Yue stood beside him holding the materials. She had only been on the job for 3 days. She initially only wanted to pour a glass of water for the client and practice the reception process. Little did she know her first deal would be the $300 million penthouse. This commission would be enough to change her life. Sister Lee stood at the signing room door, completely unqualified to enter, just watching helplessly. The more she watched, the more regretful she became. Someone nearby whispered, Sister Lee, the commission for this deal must be several million, right? Sister Lee's expression grew even darker. Several million. Just because she made a few sarcastic remarks, it was gone. The signing process was completed quickly. The finance manager personally brought the card reader to Lin Fan, his hands trembling slightly. Mr. Lin, please confirm the amount. The screen displayed $300 million. 00. $300 million. Everyone in the signing room held their breath. Zhou Jianhua, who was accustomed to big clients, couldn't help but swallow hard. $300 million paid in full by card. Such a scene was not something one could see every day, even at Tangchini Pin. Chen Yue stood beside Lin Fan, nervously holding her breath. Lin Fan glanced at the amount. Then he entered the password. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Beep. The card reader emitted a crisp sound. Transaction successful. The receipt slowly ejected. The entire signing room was silent for a full 3 seconds. Exclamations erupted one after another. He really did it. $300 million all at once. Paid in full. This is a true tycoon. Zhou Jianhua took the receipt with both hands. Mr. Lin, congratulations. From now on, the penthouse of building A officially belongs to you. Chen Yue bowed slightly. Mr. Lin, thank you for trusting me. Sister Lee leaned against the wall at the door. She looked at the signing materials in Chen Yue's hands. Several million in commission. Just like that, it was gone. If she had been a bit more polite earlier, even if she just poured a glass of water, this deal could have been hers. But now it was all too late. Lin Fan signed the last name. Just as the pen left the paper, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completed illegal asset consumption. Consumption amount $300 million. Triggering property asset settlement. Cashback amount $3 billion. Transferring in batches. Lin Fan looked at the screen. $3 billion. This figure was more outrageous than all previous cashbacks combined. The phone began to vibrate continuously. 1 message. 2 messages. 3 messages. Your account ending in 6886 has received an income of 200 million. 00 yuan. Your account ending in 6886 has received an income of 300 million. 00 yuan. Your account ending in 6886 has received an income of 500 million. 00 yuan. The balance skyrocketed. The 10 billion threshold was directly surpassed. Lin Fan looked at the numbers on the screen, but he was clear. From this moment on, he and the Lin Fan who once bowed his head for 100,000 yuan in betrothal gifts were no longer from the same world. After the paperwork was completed, Qin Yue held a set of keys and access cards in both hands, respectfully presenting them to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, here are your keys. The exclusive elevator has been granted access for you. They'll take you up. Lin Fan took the keys. Let's go. Several salespeople quickly cleared the way. No one dared to look at him with the same gaze as before. Qin Yue walked in front, guiding Lin Fan through the lobby to the exclusive elevator. The elevator doors opened. Inside was soft carpeting, and the metal walls reflected Lin Fan's tall figure. Qin Yue swiped her card. The elevator went straight to the top floor. The numbers jumped layer by layer. Qin Yue stole a glance at Lin Fan, who remained calm from start to finish. This left her even more stunned. 300 million for a house. Several million in commission. Everything that countless people dream of was just a trivial matter accomplished effortlessly by Lin Fan. Ding. The elevator doors opened. The door of the top floor duplex slowly swung open. The lights turned on automatically. A massive living room, lofty space, and a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, luxuriously decorated, yet not gaudy. Outside the window was the Huangpu River. In the distance, the Oriental Pearl Tower, the Global Financial Center, and the Modu Center building were all within view. Night had fallen. Tour boats slowly passed by on the river, neon lights reflected on the water, and the entire city lay beneath him. Mr. Lin'll wait for you outside. Lin Fan nodded. He walked into the living room alone, coming to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Below was the night view of the Huangpu River. In the distance was the most prosperous skyline of Modu. The skyscrapers he could only look up to before now lay directly beneath his gaze. He overlooked the entire night scene of the Huangpu River, finally feeling the reality of having this city beneath his feet. The next day, Lin Fan woke up in the 2-meter large bed of Tang Chinyi Pin. The heavy curtains were only pulled apart slightly. The morning light streamed in through the gap, illuminating the spacious bedroom carpet. Lin Fan opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the luxurious ceiling above. The room was enormous. So much so that in the first second of waking up he felt a little unaccustomed. In the past, the small room he rented was just over 10 square meters. He could touch the walls just by turning over. Now this bed was absurdly wide, leaving a large space beside him while he slept alone. The air was devoid of the musty smell of damp walls or the greasy scent from the night snack stalls downstairs. Only the fragrance of wood lingered. Lin Fan sat up, and outside the floor-to-ceiling window the morning view of the Huangpu River unfolded before him. A cruise ship slowly glided across the river, and in the distance the skyscrapers were illuminated by the sunlight. He watched this scene, his fingers resting on the edge of the bed. Just a day ago he was still being trampled on by his resignation papers and the 100,000 yuan betrothal gift. Now he resided in the penthouse of Tang Chinyi Pin. His phone vibrated. Lin Fan picked it up. It was a message from Qin Zhou. Mr. Lin, there's a significant stir in the business world of the Magic City today. The eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Qingyan, is currently raising funds everywhere. The company under her name, Qingyan Technology, is facing a malicious acquisition by the Wei family. The Wei family has already teamed up with several banks to cut off funding for Qingyan Technology, while also lowering the valuation to pressure Su Qingyan into signing an acquisition agreement. Lin Fan finished reading the message and looked at the screen. He had heard that name before. Among the younger generation in the Magic City's business circle, Su Qingyan was quite a famous figure. Although the Su family was also a local wealthy family, internal strife had been severe in recent years and the older generation's influence had waned. Yet Su Qingyan managed to establish a technology company entirely on her own. Qingyan Technology primarily focused on enterprise-level intelligent management systems. It had won several awards and collaborated with major clients. Outside people said that Su Qingyan was not just a pretty face relying on the Su family's reputation, but a truly capable business genius. Leaning against the headboard, Lin Fan opened the information sent by Qin Zhou. In the data, a photo of Su Qingyan quickly popped up. The woman in the photo wore a white suit, her features striking with sharp and neat brows and eyes. It was not the kind of beauty that sought to flaunt itself. Instead, it was the kind that made one feel it was difficult to approach at first glance. Lin Fan scrolled down. Qingyan Technology had developed rapidly in the past 2 years. However, the expansion was too hasty, with massive investments in research and development, and they were stymied by the Wei family's blockade of financing channels. Now the cash flow was severed, and they were on the verge of being unable to pay next month's salaries. The Wei family took advantage of the situation, trying to swallow up the equity of Qingyan Technology at a laughably low price. Qin Zhou sent another message. Wei Xiaojia from the Wei family went to the headquarters of Qingyan Technology this morning. Lin Fan put down his phone, his gaze falling on the river outside the window. The assets he held were increasing. Shanghai Advertising Zhao family's debts, the penthouse of Tycoon, Pin, and Aston Martin sports car, plus the funds that the system continuously returned. With more money, it wasn't just the numbers getting bigger. Troubles would also multiply. He couldn't keep an eye on every matter himself. Qin Zhou was from a private bank skilled in funds and resource connections, yet he wasn't his man. Shanghai Advertising was just a small company and couldn't support a larger asset portfolio. He needed someone truly capable. Someone who could help him manage assets, handle business affairs, and even turn his money into influence. Su Qingyan was precisely the right fit. Lin Fan got up to wash up. In the cloakroom, Chen Yue had already sent over a few new suits with the housekeeper team yesterday. Lin Fan casually picked a black suit to change into. The man in the mirror was completely different from the one who had his head down in the rain just a few days ago. His phone rang again. Qin Zhou called. "Mr. Lin, the car is waiting for you downstairs." Lin Fan fastened his cufflinks. "No need for the Rolls-Royce." Qin Zhou paused for half a second before immediately understanding. "You want to drive the Aston Martin?" Lin Fan picked up the car keys. "Go to Qingyan Technology." "Understood, I'll wait for you downstairs." Half an hour later, in the underground parking lot of Tycoon, Pin, the Aston Martin sports car quietly parked in its designated spot, its dark body glistening under the lights. Lin Fan walked over and opened the car door, sitting inside. Qin Zhou stood beside him, slightly bending over. "Mr. Lin, I've arranged for a business car to follow behind for convenience in handling documents." Lin Fan nodded. The engine started. Vroom. The roar of the 12-cylinder engine echoed in the underground parking lot. A few owners who had just parked their cars instinctively turned their heads. "Is this a new car?" Aston Martin. "When did such a young owner appear at Tycoon Pin?" "I heard that the penthouse of Building A was sold yesterday. It couldn't be him, right?" The discussions were cut off by the car door. Lin Fan gripped the steering wheel, and the sports car slowly drove out of the parking lot. The sunlight fell on the car body, reflecting light. Along the way, many car owners couldn't help but glance over. Some took out their phones to take pictures. Others rolled down their windows in surprise. But Lin Fan paid no attention. His goal was very clear. Qingyan Technology. The headquarters of Qingyan Technology was located in an office building on the outskirts of the Magic City's financial district. It wasn't the top tier, but the location was decent. When Lin Fan arrived downstairs, several black Maybachs were parked at the entrance of the building. The license plates were quite eye-catching. After Qin Zhou got out of the car, he glanced and said, "Those are the Wei family's cars." Lin Fan handed the keys to the valet. The valet trembled slightly as he took the keys. "Sir, don't worry, I will park it properly." The two receptionists nearby were also stunned. "What kind of car is this?" "It looks like a limited edition supercar." "Isn't Qingyan Technology in trouble today? Why is such a big shot here?" Lin Fan did not linger but stepped into the building. Qin Zhou followed him, holding a tablet, having already retrieved the basic information of Qingyan Technology. The elevator ascended. The atmosphere on the floor where Qingyan Technology was located was obviously off. The young receptionist had red eyes, and several employees were gathered in the tea room whispering. "Wei Xiao is here again. What will President Su do this time? The banks have all refused, and the investors have suddenly gone dark. I heard there's no money in the account. Salaries are hanging in the balance. Is Qingyan Technology really going to be eaten up by the Wei family? With someone like Wei Xiaojia, if he really comes in, can the company still have a good time?" As they were talking, they saw Lin Fan and Qin Zhou walk in, immediately falling silent. The young receptionist forced a smile. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Lin Fan said, "Su Qingyan." The receptionist was taken aback. "Do you have an appointment?" Qin Zhou handed over a business card, his tone steady. "Mr. Lin is here to discuss an investment." As soon as the word investment was mentioned, several employees nearby all looked over. Some had their eyes lit up. Some were skeptical. Many had come to discuss investments these past few days, but all were scared away by the Wei family. This young man before them certainly didn't look like an ordinary person. But did he really dare to invest in Qingyan Technology at this time? The receptionist glanced at the Huafeng Private Bank logo on Qin Zhou's business card. Her heart raced. "Please wait a moment, I will report immediately." Just as she picked up the phone, a loud noise suddenly came from the direction of the president's office. Bang! Something heavy slammed on the table. Immediately after, a man's arrogant voice came through. "Su Qingyan, my patience is limited." The receptionist's face turned pale. Several employees were too scared to speak. Lin Fan looked toward the direction of the office. Qin Zhou said, "It should be Wei Xiaojia." Lin Fan did not wait for the receptionist to report, but directly walked toward the president's office. At this moment, inside the president's office, the atmosphere was tense. Su Qingyan stood behind the desk, her face pale, yet she maintained a straight posture. Today she wore a cream-colored women's suit, her long hair tied back, revealing her snow-white slender neck. Her features were delicate, and her gaze was cold. Even when pushed to the brink, she did not bow her head to plead for mercy. Only her fingers resting on the desk were clenched tightly. On the sofa, Wei Xiaojia was lounging with his legs crossed, holding a glass of red wine. He was in his late 20s, dressed in a custom suit, his hair slicked back, and his face bore a frivolous expression. Behind him stood 2 bodyguards and a middle-aged man who looked like a lawyer. On the table lay a copy of the acquisition agreement. The first page stated that Wei Capital planned to acquire 70% of Qingyan Technology's shares. The price was laughably low. It was practically an act of taking advantage of a disaster. Wei Xiaojia shook his wine glass and said, "Su Qingyan, don't put on a brave face. You may not know how much money you have left, but I'm very clear. Employee salaries, server expenses, supplier payables, and bonuses for the RD team. Which of these can you afford?" Su Qingyan's voice was heavy. "That has nothing to do with you." Wei Xiaojia laughed. "Are you still hoping for—" He raised his hand and pointed at the table. "I've already made arrangements with several banks in the Magic City. Whoever dares to lend you money is going against the Wei family. As for those investment institutions, you should have contacted them, right? Didn't they all say they would consider it further?" Su Qingyan's face turned even paler. Every word struck at her vital point. In the past 3 days, she hardly closed her eyes. She searched for everyone she could find. She negotiated every possible financing deal. But as soon as the other party heard of the Wei family's involvement, they immediately changed their tune. Some said risk control was an issue. Some said further meetings were required. Others simply refused to answer their phones. The Wei family was intent on driving her to her death. Wei Xiaojia looked at Su Qingyan with a greedy gaze. He had long had his eyes on Su Qingyan. In the circles of Modu, there were many beautiful women. But a woman like Su Qingyan, cold and capable, was rare. The colder she was, the more he wanted to see her bow her head. "President Su." Wei Xiaojia leaned forward, his tone becoming suggestive. "Actually, I'm not one to be unreasonable. I will definitely acquire your company. However," his gaze swept over Su Qingyan, smiling lewdly, "if you accompany me for dinner tonight and share a few drinks with me, if we enjoy our conversation, we can go to my place. I can give you a few extra days. Perhaps I can even raise the acquisition price a bit." No one in the office spoke. Su Qingyan gritted her teeth in anger. It wasn't fear. It was anger. She glared at Wei Xiaojia, her voice squeezed out between clenched teeth. "Wei Xiaojia, you are shameless." Wei Xiaojia laughed. "Su Qingyan, that's just the way business is. If you have no money, you have to accept it. Do you still think you are the lofty young lady of the Su family? Who in the Su family will help you now? Your second uncle would be delighted to see your company acquired by me, so he can obediently arrange a marriage." Su Qingyan's eyes turned red, but she quickly steadied her emotions. "Even if Qingyan Technology goes bankrupt, I won't sell it to you." Wei Xiaojia gritted his teeth. "Su Qingyan, don't be ungrateful for my kindness." He pointed at the agreement on the table. "Sign it, and you can retain some dignity. If you don't sign, your funding chain will be completely cut this afternoon. Tomorrow, when the employees riot, when the suppliers sue, when the servers go down, your company will be left with nothing." The lawyer adjusted his glasses and said, "President Su, from a business perspective, the proposal Wei Xiaojia has offered is your best option at the moment. If you enter bankruptcy proceedings, you may not even get this current price." Su Qingyan remained silent. They were stating facts. Qingyan Technology had run out of money. The financial director had just messaged her 10 minutes ago. The account balance was only enough to last a day. The bank refused to lend. Investors were backing away. No one in the Su family extended a helping hand. The Wei family had cut off all her escape routes. She looked at the agreement on the table, feeling a heaviness in her chest. This was the fruit of her 3 years of hard work. From the first line of code to the first customer. From a company with only 5 people to a team of nearly 200 now. She had invested all her time, energy, and reputation into Qingyan Technology. But now she was just a step away from being swallowed at the lowest price by someone like Wei Xiaojia. Seeing her silence, Wei Xiaojia thought she finally couldn't hold on any longer. He stood up and slowly walked to the desk. "Qingyan, don't be so stubborn. Women shouldn't be too strong. If you follow me, the Wei family won't mistreat you." As he spoke, he even reached out to touch Su Qingyan's face. Su Qingyan stepped back and raised her hand to push his hand away. Slap. The sound was crisp. Wei Xiaoji's smile faded. The 2 bodyguards also took a step forward. Su Qingyan said, "Get out." Wei Xiaojia stared at her, his face darkening. "Su Qingyan, I give you one last chance. Will you sign or not?" Su Qingyan tightened her fingers. But she still picked up the agreement on the table, and in front of Wei Xiaojia tore it in half. The sound of the paper tearing changed the expressions of everyone in the office. "I said it. Even if Qingyan Technology goes bankrupt, I won't sell it to you." Wei Xiaojia sneered. "Very well. I want to see how long you can hold out. When your employees block the door demanding wages, when suppliers sue you, when you're begging me to acquire you." He hadn't finished his sentence. The office door was kicked open. The door slammed against the wall. The employees outside were startled. The young receptionist covered her mouth, her eyes wide. Su Qingyan looked up. Wei Xiaojia turned to see who had come, frowning. Lin Fan stood at the door, followed by Qin Zhou. He wore a black suit, his expression calm, casually kicking open the president's office door. Qin Zhou held a tablet, scanning the office. Wei Xiaojie shouted angrily, "Who gave you the courage to barge in here? Do you know who I am? Is this a place you can intrude?" The two bodyguards immediately stepped forward, blocking Wei Xiaojie's side. The employees outside also gathered around. "Who is this? I don't know. I think he just said he came to discuss investment. He actually dared to kick the door. Wei Xiaojie is still inside. This is a big trouble. But he doesn't seem afraid at all." Lin Fan ignored Wei Xiaojie. He didn't even give him a glance. He strode into the office, his gaze landing on Su Qingyan. Up close, Su Qingyan was even more stunning than in the photos. Her skin was fair, her features striking, the corners of her eyes slightly red, yet there was not a hint of weakness. She stood there clearly pushed to the edge, yet her back remained straight. A woman like her wouldn't easily bow her head. Lin Fan was quite satisfied. Su Qingyan was also looking at him. This young man in front of her was unfamiliar, but the calmness he exuded was unlike everyone else in the office, especially Qin Zhou behind him. Su Qingyan recognized the people from Huafeng Private Bank. A private consultant of this level wouldn't casually follow an ordinary person. Seeing Lin Fan ignore him, Wei Xiaojie darkened his face. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Who do you think you are to act in front of me?" Qin Zhou frowned, about to speak. Lin Fan raised his hand to stop him. He walked to Su Qingyan's desk and casually pulled out a chair to sit down. The action was very natural. Clearly this was a place where he was meant to call the shots. Everyone in the office was stunned. Su Qingyan was also momentarily taken aback. Wei Xiaojie laughed. "Well, this is something. Today, even a stray cat or dog dares to sit in front of me." Lin Fan looked up at Su Qingyan. "I invested in your company." Su Qingyan looked at him. Lin Fan said, "How much do you need?" With this statement, the office fell into a terrifying silence. The employees at the door widened their eyes. The situation that had just seemed hopeless was suddenly given a glimmer of hope by Lin Fan's words. Su Qingyan stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. She had met many investors. Some were shrewd. Some were arrogant. Some would press for valuation first. Others would demand control from the outset. But no one had been like Lin Fan, kicking in the door, pulling out a chair, and directly asking how much was needed. Wei Xiaojie was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. "Huh." He laughed so hard, he nearly fell over. "You invested? Do you even know the current situation of Qingyan Technology? Do you know how much she is lacking?" Wei Xiaojie pointed at Lin Fan and mocked him. "Kid, if you want to be a hero saving a beauty, you'd better check if you have that capability. Qingyan Technology isn't just lacking a few million or a few tens of millions. She's at least 10 billion short. 10 billion, do you understand what that means?" Many employees at the door turned pale again. 10 billion. This number was too heavy. For ordinary people, just hearing it once felt suffocating. Even some large companies couldn't casually produce 10 billion in cash. Su Qingyan bit her lips. "Sir, thank you for your kindness. But Wei Xiaojie is right. The funding gap for Qingyan Technology is indeed at least 10 billion. And the Wei family has already pressured the banks and investment institutions. If you intervene, you might offend the Wei family." When she said this, her tone was very serious. Even though she was already at her wits' end, she didn't take the opportunity to pull anyone down with her. Qin Zhou glanced at Su Qingyan and nodded. No wonder she could attract Mr. Lin's personal visit. Wei Xiaojie laughed loudly. "Did you hear that? 10 billion. He walked up to Lin Fan, looking down at him. "Nice outfit you've got there, and you even brought a pretentious assistant. What, did you rent a luxury car to shoot a short video and really think you're a capital mogul? Let me tell you, in Modu, 10 billion is not something you can just talk about. If you really have 10 billion, he'll eat this." The employees at the door whispered among themselves. Can he really come up with it? That's too difficult. 10 billion in cash. Even for investment, it requires due diligence, negotiations, and signing agreements. How could he possibly transfer money on the spot? Although Wei Xiaojie is disgusting, he isn't wrong. Su Qingyan remained silent, merely watching Lin Fan. She felt a flicker of anticipation within her heart. Yet reason told her that it was nearly impossible. Lin Fan did not even raise his eyelids after hearing Wei Xiaojie's words. He spoke up. "Qin Zhou." Qin Zhou immediately stepped forward. "Mr. Lin." Leaning back against the chair, Lin Fan said, "Transfer 1 billion to the corporate account of the Su Group." The entire office fell silent. Su Qingyan held her breath. Wei Xiaojie retracted his smile and burst into laughter. "What a performance. Keep it up. Are you really going to transfer 1 billion to the corporate account? Do you know how corporate transfers work? Do you know how long it takes to audit a fund of 1 billion? Do you think this is just scanning a QR code to buy bubble tea?" He pointed at the tablet in Qin Zhou's hand mockingly. "Come on, show me your act. If you can transfer 1 billion within a minute today, I, Wei Xiaojie, will kneel and call you dad on the spot." Qin Zhou ignored him. He had already opened the private signing channel. The interface of Huafeng Private Bank popped up. The funding source account was Lin Fan's high net worth client exclusive account. The receiving account was the corporate account of Qingyan Technology Co. Ltd. The amount was 1 billion. Qin Zhou's fingers swiftly operated on the screen as he said, "Mr. Lin, I need your confirmation for authorization." Lin Fan picked up his phone. The screen lit up. A fund authorization confirmation popped up. Transfer 1 billion to the corporate account of Tycoon Technology Co. Ltd. Lin Fan glanced at it and directly pressed confirm. The fingerprint recognition passed. Qin Zhou continued to operate. In the office, everyone's eyes were fixed on the tablet in his hand. Su Qingjian's heart raced. She looked at Lin Fan's com profile and felt for the first time that she couldn't see through a person. 1 billion. He spoke so casually, as if he was just transferring a small sum of pocket money. Wei Xiaojie was still laughing, but his laughter was no longer as natural as before. Because Qin Zhou's actions were too professional. Every step was genuine. The lawyer standing nearby was sweating. He had seen a real funding channel before. The interface Qin Zhou was using was definitely not ordinary banking software. Wei Xiaojie said, "You're putting on quite the act. I want to see how long you can keep this up." The transfer request has been submitted. Using the fast track for high-net-worth clients. Expected arrival time within 1 minute. As soon as these words were spoken, the employees at the door began to discuss. Within 1 minute. Can 1 billion be transferred that quickly? What is this person's identity at Huafeng Private Bank? Could it be that President Su really has hope now? Su Qingyan gripped the edge of the desk with her fingers. She dared not blink. She was afraid this was a dream. Wei Xiaojie's face darkened. He stared at Qin Zhou and stubbornly said, "Stop trying to scare people. 1 billion in cash, do you think you can just transfer it? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Lin Fan didn't even look at him, merely raised his hand to check his watch. The second hand ticked by. Only the sound of breathing remained in the office. Wei Xiaojie was sweating. He hadn't even realized that his smile was almost gone. Su Qingyan stood behind the desk. Images from the past few days flashed through her mind, the bank manager avoiding her investors, suddenly changing their minds, suppliers pushing for payments. The worried expressions of the employees. Wei Xiaojie's insincere smile. All of this had nearly pushed her to the edge of a cliff. And now with one word from Lin Fan, a bridge was thrown directly down into the abyss. Just then hurried and chaotic footsteps came from outside. President Su. The financial director rushed into the office. She held a phone in her hand, her hair a bit disheveled, and her face flushed with excitement. She didn't notice Wei Xiaojie in the office, only looking at Su Qingyan and saying, "President Su, 10 billion suddenly came into the account." Wei Xiaojie fell silent. The financial director's shout stunned everyone in the office. 10 billion had come into the account. The employees of Tycoon Technology at the door were all frozen in place. Some dropped the documents in their hands without reacting. Some covered their mouths, their eyes turning red. In the past few days, they had been pushed to the brink of suffocation. Suppliers pressed for payments, the bank cut off loans, investors went missing, and the Wei family pressured them. Everyone thought Tycoon Technology was finished. Yet now a young stranger sat in Su Qingjian's office without even signing a contract, directly transferring 10 billion to the company's account. Is it really in the account? The financial director said it personally. How could it be false? 10 billion. Is our company saved? Who exactly is this Mr. Lin? Low murmurs began to rise. Su Qingyan stood behind the desk, her fingertips resting on the edge. She looked at Lin Fan, her cold and beautiful face showing a moment of bewilderment. 10 billion. She had begged for 3 days, running around with pride lowered to meet those investment institutions, yet could not receive a clear answer. But Lin Fan had done it in less than a minute. At this moment, the string in her heart that had been pulled to its limit finally relaxed a little. Wei Xiaojie's face turned pale. He stared at Lin Fan, then looked at the phone in the financial director's hand, unable to believe what he was hearing. "Impossible," he said. "Absolutely impossible. 10 billion in funds cannot arrive this quickly." The financial director was startled by him, but still said, "Wei Xiao, it's true." She held the phone out in front of Su Qingyan. "President Su, Tycoon Technology's corporate account just received a transfer of 10 billion from Huafeng Bank." Su Qingyan looked down and caught a glimpse. The numbers were clear. She held her breath for a moment. Wei Xiaojie rushed over, wanting to snatch the phone. Qin Zhou stepped forward, blocking him. "Wei Xiao, watch your manners." Wei Xiaojie shouted, "Get lost." 2 bodyguards immediately moved. But just as they took a step forward, Lin Fan finally lifted his eyes. "Are you planning to make a move here?" His tone was calm, yet it made the 2 bodyguards hesitate. They were from the Wei family and had always been used to acting arrogantly with Wei Xiaojie. But the situation was different now. The young man before them could transfer 10 billion in a minute and even had Huafeng Private Bank standing behind him. Such a person was not someone they could casually touch. Wei Xiaojie also realized this and gritted his teeth as he stared at Lin Fan. "Who exactly are you?" The office fell silent once again. Everyone looked at Lin Fan. Su Qingyan, she too wanted to know. Who was this person who had barged in and casually offered 10 billion to save her company? Lin Fan slowly stood up, raising his hand to adjust his cuff. Beneath the cuff of his black suit, a Patek Philippe Starry Sky watch revealed a hint of cold light. He looked at Wei Xiaojie and said, "I am your father, whom you cannot afford to provoke." Wei Xiaojie's face turned red. A few employees at the door nearly burst into laughter, but quickly suppressed it. Qingzhou lowered his head to look at the tablet. Su Qingyan was also stunned. She had seen many wealthy people. Some were graceful. Some liked to appear profound. Some hid knives in every word during negotiations. But she had never seen anyone like Lin Fan, who directly retorted back to Wei Xiaojia in front of him, especially after he had just thrown down 10 billion. With that statement, Wei Xiaojia seemed to lose his strength to argue. Lin Fan continued, "Now take your agreement and get lost." After saying that, he pointed to the torn acquisition agreement on the table. Wei Xiaojia was breathing heavily. He had never been humiliated so publicly in his life, especially not in front of Su Qingyan. "Fine." Wei Xiaojia nodded, his face twitching. "Lin Fan, I remember you." He pointed at Lin Fan and said, "Do you think a few stinky bucks can interfere in the affairs of the Wei family? You can save her once, but you can't save her for a lifetime. In Modu, those who dare to oppose the Wei family rarely have a good ending." Lin Fan looked at him. "Are you done speaking?" Wei Xiaojia was taken aback. Lin Fan said, "When you're done, get lost." Finally, someone among the employees at the door laughed quietly. The sound was soft, yet it pierced Wei Xiaojia's ears. His face turned red as he turned to leave. The lawyer quickly gathered the documents on the desk. The two bodyguards also lowered their heads and followed. As Wei Xiaojia reached the door, he tripped over a folder that someone had dropped on the ground, stumbling slightly and nearly crashing into the door frame. The employees at the door instinctively moved aside. No one offered to help him. No one was afraid of him anymore. Just moments ago, he had entered with the Wei family's authority, forcing Su Qingyan into a corner. Now he was leaving with his tail between his legs. The moment the elevator doors closed, the floor of Qingyan Technology erupted in joy. "It's in the account. It really is in the account. We won't be acquired by the Wei family." President Su held on. "Mr. Lin is amazing, 10 billion, just like that." The clouds that had loomed over them for days were shattered by Lin Fan's sum of money. Su Qingyan raised her hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. After all, she was the company's president. Even though her heart was in turmoil, she quickly regained her composure. "Everyone return to your posts. The finance department should immediately organize the funding plan, prioritizing employee salaries, server costs, and outstanding payments to suppliers. The legal department should prepare materials and investigate all malicious actions by the Wei family against the company in recent days. This afternoon, I want to see a complete report." Employees nodded immediately. "Yes, Mr. Su." As they turned to go back, their steps were much more vigorous than before. The office door closed again. Inside were only Lin Fan, Qingzhou, Su Qingyan, and the financial director. The financial director tactfully stepped out. Su Qingyan looked at Lin Fan, paused for a few seconds, then spoke. "Mr. Lin, thank you." Her voice was much lower than before. She had seen grand occasions before. But today, if it weren't for Lin Fan, she understood her fate. The Wei family would not spare Qingyan Technology. Her 3 years of hard work would be swallowed by Wei Xiaojia at the lowest price. Even she herself would be pushed into a marriage alliance by the Su family. Lin Fan sat back down. "No need to say thanks." Su Qingyan was taken aback. Lin Fan looked at her. "This 1 billion is not given for free." Su Qingyan felt a sense of relief in her heart. She was not afraid of conditions. What she feared was that Lin Fan would want nothing at all. In business, unwarranted goodwill is the most dangerous. "Mr. Lin, please go ahead." Lin Fan extended 2 fingers. "First, I want absolute control over Qingyan Technology." Su Qingyan's expression changed. Qingyan Technology was the company she founded herself. From the name to the team, from the products to the clients, every step was built on her hard work. Absolute control meant she would no longer be the true owner of the company. Lin Fan did not pause. "Second, you must work for me." Su Qingyan looked up at him. "Work for you?" Qingzhou is good at funding channels, but he is from Huafeng Bank. Qingzhou lowered his head and did not refute. Lin Fan continued, "I need someone who can truly work for me. You have good abilities and are smart enough. So I saved Qingyan Technology. But starting today, you and this company must join my venture." Su Qingyan did not answer immediately. The office fell silent. She looked at Lin Fan, feeling 2 forces pulling at her heart. One was unwillingness. She was reluctant to hand over control of the company. This was her 3 years of effort. The other was reality. Without Lin Fan, Qingyan Technology would have been torn apart by the Wei family today. The 1 billion funding had already arrived. This was not a verbal promise. This was real money. More importantly, Lin Fan was not Wei Xiaojia. He did not take the opportunity to humiliate her, nor did he propose any dirty conditions. What he wanted was control. He wanted her abilities. This was a businessman's condition. Cruel but clean. Su Qingyan calmed her breath. "How much equity do you want?" Lin Fan replied 70%. Su Qingyan's gaze shifted slightly. 70%. Just like the agreement with the Wei family. But the significance was completely different. The Wei family was taking advantage of the situation to swallow her at a low price. Lin Fan was bringing in 1 billion in cash to pull the company back from the edge of a cliff. Qingzhou added from the side, Mr. Su, based on Qingyan Technology's current cash flow and debt status, 10 billion corresponds to 70% equity, which is not considered underpricing. Moreover, Mr. Lin will not interfere with your daily management. You will still be the executive responsible. Su Qingyan glanced at Qingzhou, then looked at Lin Fan. What if I refuse? Lin Fan said, I can withdraw the money. Su Qingyan smiled bitterly. Simple, direct, with no unnecessary words. She actually appreciated this approach. It was far better than Wei Shieji's despicable coercion. She walked to the desk, opened the drawer, and took out the company equity documents. I need the legal department to draft a new agreement. Qingzhou had already handed over the tablet. Mr. Su, I just had the Huafeng legal team prepare a draft agreement. Equity transfer, capital increase, board adjustments, all compliant. Su Qingyan took the tablet and quickly browsed through it. The terms were very clear. Lin Fan would inject 1 billion, acquiring 70% equity in Qingyan Technology. Su Qingyan would retain 25% equity with the remaining 5% as an incentive pool for the future core team. Lin Fan held absolute control of the company. Su Qingyan would serve as the executive president responsible for the company's daily operations. She could not transfer shares or accept external acquisitions without Lin Fan's consent. Su Qingyan looked at the core team incentive pool on the screen. You still left an equity pool for the employees. Lin Fan said, to make people work hard, you must let them see hope. Su Qingyan fell silent. This point was further than she had thought. She looked up at Lin Fan. What exactly do you want to do? Lin Fan leaned back in his chair. Make money. Two very straightforward words. Yet Su Qingyan sensed a kind of pressure from those words. He did not want to earn tens of millions or hundreds of millions. What he wanted was probably a position that the entire business circle of Modu would look up to. Su Qingyan picked up the pen. As the pen tip hovered above the agreement, her hand paused for a few seconds. Many scenes flashed through her mind. In the early days of starting the business, 5 people crammed into a small office coding overnight. The first client's payment arrived, and she and her team celebrated with a hot pot downstairs. When the company won an award, the media cameras were focused on her as she declared that Qingyan Technology would definitely reach the national level. And just now, when Wei Xiaojia stood in front of her, forcing her to bow her head, she closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her expression had returned to its usual coldness. Mr. Lin, I can sign, but I have one request. Lin Fan looked at her. Speak. Su Qingyan said, don't treat Qingyan Technology as a mere cash withdrawal tool. This company has products, a team, and a future. You want to hold the shares, I accept. But I hope you give me enough operational authority. Lin Fan nodded. Okay. Su Qingyan no longer hesitated and signed her name at the end of the agreement. Su Qingyan. As the 3 characters were written down, she had signed herself away. Qingzhou immediately took the agreement and arranged for the subsequent procedures. Lin Fan stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the tall buildings in the financial district. Starting today, Qingyan Technology will be incorporated into my asset system. Su Qingyan concealed her complex emotions. What is your asset system called? Lin Fan turned around. Extraordinary Investment Group. Su Qingyan was momentarily stunned. Has it already been registered? Qingzhou said, Mr. Lin, the main company can be registered today. Lin Fan nodded. Shanghai Advertising will also be incorporated. Qingyan Technology and Shanghai Advertising will merge resources to formally establish the Extraordinary Investment Group. Su Qingyan serve as the executive president of the group. Su Qingyan was taken aback. Executive president. She originally thought Lin Fan would confine her to Qingyan Technology. She never expected that he would hand over the entire group to her. Lin Fan looked at Qingzhou. Qingzhou, you will serve as the chief financial officer. Qingzhou was also momentarily stunned. He was from Huafeng Private Bank. But Lin Fan's words were equivalent to throwing him an olive branch. No matter how good Huafeng Private Bank was, he was just a consultant serving the wealthy. But following Lin Fan, he had the opportunity to personally participate in the building of a business empire. Qingzhou lowered his head and said, Mr. Lin, I need to handle the procedures at Huafeng. Lin Fan said, as soon as possible. Qingzhou replied, understood. Su Qingyan stood by the desk looking at the young man in front of her. 10 minutes ago, she had been cornered by 10 minutes later, not only had her company survived, but it had also been pushed onto a bigger platform. Extraordinary Investment Group. The name even sounded somewhat casual. But Su Qingyan understood. From the moment Lin Fan poured in 1 billion, it was no longer an empty phrase. A future business empire had gained its first skeletal structure in this office. In the evening, the rain came suddenly. At the restaurant entrance, as Su Qingyan stepped out with Lin Fan, the torrential raindrops pounded down. The driver had not yet brought the car to the entrance. In just a few seconds, Su Qingyan's skirt had already been soaked by the rain. She had changed into a fitted black long dress tonight, originally looking cold and sharp, but once soaked, the hem clung to her legs, outlining slender straight lines. As the wind blew, she shrank her shoulders. Lin Fan glanced at her. Get in the car. The two quickly climbed into the car. The space in the cabin was not quite large. Raindrops hammered against the car window, densely packed, soon blurring the outside lights into a haze. Su Qingyan sat beside him, her wet skirt clinging to her knee. She wanted to adjust it, but the space was too narrow, making her movements appear a bit awkward. Lin Fan took off his jacket and handed it over. Put it on. Su Qingyan looked up. No need, I'm not cold. But as soon as she finished speaking, she shivered. Lin Fan said nothing and directly draped the jacket over her shoulders. The jacket still carried his warmth, suppressing the chill on her shoulder. His fingertips brushed past her collarbone. Su Qingyan's body stiffened. She usually disliked having others too close, especially men. Yet at this moment the narrow compartment was filled with the woody fragrance of Lin Fan. She could hear the torrential rain outside, as well as the sudden irregularity of her own breath. Lin Fan looked at her reddening ears. President Su feeling nervous. Su Qingyan immediately turned her head to look out the car window. No. Lin Fan chuckled. The colder she became, the more she tried to hold on, which only made it more evident. Realizing this, Su Qingyan's face turned even redder. She forced herself to regain her composure. Mr. Lin, I hope you focus on the group's business. Lin Fan leaned back in his seat. Call me Mr. Lin during work hours, but you can call me Lin Fan privately. Su Qingyan did not respond. Outside the car window the rain fell like lines. Inside the car it was unnaturally quiet. Her fingertips gently grasped the jacket Lin Fan had draped over her shoulder, the warmth of her palm gradually rising. Beneath the surface something was quietly cracked open by the torrential rain. By the time they returned to Tangshan Epin it was nearing midnight. Lin Fan finished his shower and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The Huangpu River was shrouded in a curtain of rain, while the distant skyscrapers still glimmered with lights. He summoned the system. The system panel appeared. Host Lin Fan. Current visible balance. The numbers began to refresh rapidly. Detected that the host has completed illegal asset consumption for corporate investment. Consumption amount 1 billion yuan. Triggering group-level asset settlement. Refund amount 10 billion yuan. Funds will be received in batches. Lin Fan looked at that line of text. 10 billion. An exaggeration compared to buying a car, a house, or bonds. His phone vibrated continuously. One bank message after another popped up. Your account ending in 6886 has received 5 billion yuan. Your account ending in 6886 has received 8 billion yuan. Your account ending in 6886 has received 10 billion yuan. Funds surged into the account. Below the system panel a new prompt appeared. Experience points are full. The system is about to upgrade. Lin Fan raised his eyes, gazing at the entire Magic City. The Wei family was far stronger than the Zhao family. The true financial magnates of the Magic City could not be represented by just one Wei family. But once the system upgraded, what he held would not just be money. It would be the confidence to go head-to-head with the entire financial magnates of the Magic City. Meanwhile, in the Wei family's villa, Wei Xiaojie stood in the living room lowering his head. He recounted what had happened at Qingyan Technology during the day. Of course, in his version, Lin Fan became the sudden upstart that disrupted everything. Su Qingyan turned into an ungrateful woman. As for himself, he became the Wei family's young master, publicly humiliated by Lin Fan. In the main seat of the living room, Wei Changfeng leaned on his dragon head cane, his silver hair neatly styled. After listening, he slowly tapped his cane. 1 tap, 2 taps, 3 taps. Wei Xiaojie lowered his head. Grandfather, this Lin Fan is too arrogant. Not only did he ruin our acquisition plan for Qingyan Technology, but he also told me to roll in public. He doesn't take the Wei family seriously at all. Wei Changfeng raised his eyes. Someone who can casually take out 10 billion yuan is not just an ordinary upstart. Wei Xiaojie was taken aback. Grandfather, what should we do? Wei Changfeng spoke. Investigate. Immediately find out Lin Fan's background. His source of funds, his companies, and everyone around him. Leave no one out. He pressed his palm against the dragonhead cane. Additionally, notify all banks, suppliers, and distributors that have partnerships with the Wei family. Starting tomorrow, completely block the Fifen group. The next morning, the business world of the Magic City erupted. In the WeChat group of the Financial Circle, messages popped up one after another. Have you heard? The Wei family suffered a major loss at Qingyan Technology yesterday. It wasn't just a loss, they were driven away with 10 billion yuan in cash. 10 billion. Cash. Yes, Huafeng Bank processed it quickly and Qingyan Technology was instantly revived, while Wei Xiaojie left in disgrace. The one who took action is Lin Fan, chairman of Fifen Investment Group. Fifen Investment Group. Never heard of it before. It was just established last night, merging Shanghai Advertising and Qingyan Technology. I heard that Su Qingyan is personally serving as the executive president, and Qin Zhou from Huafeng is also working with Lin Fan. What kind of person is this Lin Fan? How could he make Su Qingyan bow down and dare to confront the Wei family? No one could say for sure, but everyone remembered this name. Lin Fan. Overnight, Tycoon investment group directly infiltrated the business scene of the Magic City. The news of the Wei family's blockade instead pushed Lin Fan into everyone's sight. 10 billion in cash. Instant payment. Driving Wei Xiaojie away. These words were too impactful. Some bosses initially reacted with disbelief, but after inquiring with their bank's suppliers and investment circles, their expressions all changed. Because the news was true. 10 billion had indeed entered Qingyan Technology's account. Su Qingyan had also signed the controlling agreement. Tycoon investment group was indeed established. In a financial district office building, the floor that originally belonged to Qingyan Technology now had a new company logo at the entrance. Tycoon investment group. A few newly arrived white-collar workers passed by and couldn't help but stop to take photos. This is the place, right? The one that drove the Wei family away with 10 billion in cash yesterday. Yes, my WeChat moments are flooded with it. This boss is too bold. He dares to go against the Wei family right after establishing it. I heard the chairman is very young. Young? Does age matter for someone who can take out 10 billion in cash? The security guard downstairs stood even straighter than usual. The receptionist had also changed to a new name badge, walking with confidence. Inside the company, things were completely different. Employees who worried about whether Qingyan Technology would collapse yesterday now stood tall. Salaries could be paid. Supplier payments could be settled. Servers wouldn't shut down. Most importantly, there was a boss behind them who dared to use 10 billion in cash to force the Wei family. This sense of security was worth more than any amount of money. Meanwhile, in an old rental house in the west of the Magic City, Wang Qian sat on the narrow bed's edge, staring at her phone screen frozen in place. The room was small. The walls were yellowing and water was seeping by the window. A single bed, a folding table, and a chipped wardrobe filled the entire space. On the table was half a bowl of instant noodles, the broth long cold, floating a layer of oil. This was the temporary place she found last night. The Zhao family had collapsed. Zhao Zihao was struggling to protect himself. She was driven out of her former upscale apartment, selling her branded bag just to pay for a few days' rent. But none of this could compare to the heart-wrenching news on her phone. The headline from the financial news pushed her to the brink of tears. Tycoon Lin Fan establishes Tycoon investment group, 10 billion cash aids Qingyan Technology, directly repelling the Wei family's acquisition. In the accompanying photo, Lin Fan walked out of the office building. Clad in a crisp black suit, a luxury watch half visible on his wrist, he was followed by Su Qingyan and Qin Zhou. Numerous reporters and business figures around him raised their phones, lights shining upon him. His face bore no extra expression, yet he appeared more like the protagonist than anyone else. Wang Qian stared at that photo. She clenched her fists tightly. This is impossible. Her lips turned pale, her voice trembling more and more. The man in the photo was Lin Fan. Once despised by her for being poor, scolded for having no future, and pushed into the mud in front of Zhao Zihao. But now he had become the chairman of Tycoon Investment Group, a tycoon discussed throughout the Magic City's business world. The man who could use 10 billion in cash to drive away the Wei family. Wang Qian looked down at herself. Her clothes were wrinkled, splashed with mud yesterday, and still bore some stains even after washing. Her makeup had long faded, with remnants of mascara smudged at the corners of her eyes. Suddenly she recalled that bank card. 100,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. Lin Fan had delivered it to her in the rain. What had she said at that time? How dare you take out 100,000? Lin Fan, what do you have to compare with Xiao Xiao? Someone like you will never be able to provide me with the life I want. She had even tossed that card into the rain. That scene kept replaying in her mind. Wang Qian shivered, all over, her stomach twisting. What if she hadn't broken up at that time? What if she hadn't followed Zhao Zihao? What if she had accepted that card and hugged Lin Fan, saying she was willing to endure hardships with him? Is the person standing next to Lin Fan really her? Tang Chen Yipin. Rolls-Royce. Aston Martin. Extraordinary investment group. 1 billion in cash. This could have all belonged to her. Yet she threw it away herself. Wang Qian stood up, almost dropping her phone on the ground. No way. I still have a chance. Lin Fan loved me so much before, he can't really have forgotten me. She grabbed her bag from the table, not even bothering to tidy her coat, and stumbled out of the rental apartment. There was a musty smell in the hallway. Takeout boxes and old cardboard boxes were piled against the wall. She used to look down on places like this, but now she could barely afford to live here. Wang Qian ran down the stairs, her hands trembling, when she hailed a taxi. To Extraordinary Investment Group. The driver glanced at her through the rearview mirror. The one in the financial district. Yes. Hurry up. Along the way, Wang Qian continuously refreshed the news. With each refresh, she could see more news about Lin Fan. Extraordinary Investment Group makes a powerful entry. Su Qingyan appointed as executive president. The Wei family's ban may trigger a new capital battle in Magic City. These words constantly reminded her of what she had missed. When the car stopped at the foot of Extraordinary Investment Group, Wang Qian pushed the door and rushed out. At the entrance of the building, people were coming and going. The newly replaced company logo stood in the center of the hall, black with golden letters, very eye-catching. Wang Qian looked up at those words, her eyes turning red. Extraordinary Investment Group. She recited this name, feeling a pang in her heart. The old Lin Fan used to let her manage his salary card. This group should also have had her share. She gritted her teeth and dashed into the hall. The receptionist saw her and immediately stood up. "Ma'am, who are you looking for?" Wang Qian ignored her and headed straight for the elevator. 2 security guards quickly blocked her. "Ma'am, you can't go upstairs without an appointment." Wang Qian panicked. "Get out of the way. I want to see Lin Fan. I am his girlfriend." As soon as she said this, many people in the hall turned to look. The young receptionist's expression changed. The security guard frowned. "Ma'am, please watch your words. Mr. Lin does not meet with uninvited guests." Wang Qian disregarded them and pushed her way in. "I am really his girlfriend." "What do you know? We've been together for 3 years." Someone recognized Wang Qian at a glance. "Isn't she the woman who was with Zhao Zihao before?" "Yes, that's her." As she was blocked. Someone recognized Wang Qian at a glance. "Isn't she the woman who was with Zhao Zihao before?" "Yes, that's her." As she was blocking Mr. Lin's car at Shanghai's entrance yesterday. "Wasn't she the one who said Mr. Lin was poor and ran off with Zhao Xiao? Now that the Zhao family is bankrupt and Mr. Lin has become the chairman of Extraordinary, she claims to be his girlfriend. Such a thick skin." These words drilled into Wang Qian's ears. Her face turned red, but she couldn't care about the embarrassment. What did embarrassment matter? As long as she could return to Lin Fan's side, she would have plenty of chances to stomp these people back. Suddenly, she sat down on the ground, hugged the security guard's leg, and started to cry. "You can't stop me. Lin Fan, come out. I am Wang Qian. You can't treat me this way." A crowd quickly gathered in the hall. Some secretly took pictures with their phones. Some frowned and moved away. The young receptionist hurriedly called to notify the administration. The security guards wanted to help Wang Qian up, but she clung to the ground, crying heartbreakingly. "Lin Fan, you said you would marry me. You said you would only love me in this life. I was really wrong. Come out and see me." She yelled louder and louder, her voice breaking. A few employees shook their heads. "Now you remember your feelings. When Mr. Lin was down and out, why didn't she mention 3 years of love? Just yesterday, she said Zhao Zihao was forcing her. Today, she comes here to make a scene. Does she really think Mr. Lin is a fool? Even Su, who is so outstanding, is Mr. Lin's executive president. Oh, why does she think Mr. Lin still wants her?" Wang Qian clenched her teeth when she heard the name Su. Su Qingyan, the woman standing behind Lin Fan in the news photo. In a white suit, her aura was so prominent that it made Wang Qian feel ashamed. Jealousy made Wang Qian lose control. She looked up and screamed, "I am Lin Fan's girlfriend. You all don't understand. He would risk his life for me." Just then the elevator doors opened. A group of people walked out of the exclusive elevator. The person in the front was Lin Fan. He had just inspected various departments of the group, followed by Su Qingyan, Qinzhou, and several executives. Lin Fan was wearing a dark suit, his expression calm. The noise in the hall quieted down as he appeared. The employees all made way. "Mr. Lin." The security guards immediately stood upright. Wang Qian heard this title and turned her head. When she saw Lin Fan, she froze. He had truly changed. No longer the man who wore cheap shirts and braved the rain to deliver betrothal gifts to her. Now Lin Fan stood there surrounded by executives of Extraordinary Investment Group, with Su Qingyan beside him. He didn't need to say a word out. Everyone in the hall lowered their heads voluntarily. Wang Qian felt a pang in her heart, and tears welled up. She rolled and crawled towards him. 2 security guards wanted to stop her, but Lin Fan raised his hand. The guards halted. Wang Qian rushed to Lin Fan, kneeling with a thud. Everyone in the hall stared in shock. Wang Qian hugged Lin Fan's legs, crying in a disheveled state. "Lin Fan, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was blind before I was deceived by Zhao Zihao. I shouldn't have looked down on you for being poor, shouldn't have overturned your bank card, shouldn't have gone with him. Please give me another chance, okay?" She looked up at Lin Fan, her voice choked and intermittent. "We have 3 years of feelings. I know you still have me in your heart. You loved me so much before, you can't just stop loving me all of a sudden. I won't ask for anything in the future, no house, no car, no betrothal gifts. As long as I can return to your side, I am willing to work for you." The hall fell silent. Everyone was watching. Su Qingyan stood behind Lin Fan, watching Wang Qian. She had seen Wang Qian's profile and knew how this woman had once humiliated Lin Fan. Seeing it with her own eyes at this moment, she only felt disgust. Qinzhou turned his head. He had seen too many women like this. When men were down and out, they looked down on them. When men turned around, they came crying back for reconciliation. But there were few as shameless as Wang Qian. Wang Qian, however, didn't care how others looked at her. She hugged tighter, gripping him firmly. "Lin Fan, I really can't live without you. I've had a terrible couple of days. The Zhao family is done for Zhao Zihao. doesn't want me anymore, though I have nothing left. Only you can save me. Will you take me back? I promise to be obedient in the future. I will do anything. Lin Fan looked down at her. He had seen this face for 3 years. He remembered what colors she liked, remembered she couldn't eat spicy food, remembered her every birthday, remembered she wanted a home. For that home, he had lived frugally, endured Zhang Chang's difficulties, and suffered Zhao Zihao's humiliation. Yet what he received in return was her overturning the bank card in the pouring rain, and her holding Zhao Zihao's hand, saying he would never amount to anything. Now she was kneeling here crying and admitting her mistakes. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Fan pulled his leg back. Wang Qian felt empty-handed, stunned. She looked up at him, her eyes still holding a glimmer of hope. Lin Fan looked down at her from above, his voice deep. Wang Qian, do you still not understand? From the moment you overturned that bank card, you were worth even less than garbage in my eyes. When this sentence fell, the hall went silent to the extreme. Wang Qian slumped on the ground. Someone publicly tore apart her last fantasy. The surrounding employees, however, felt a sense of relief. Well said. Such people should be treated this way. She used to look down on the poor and love the rich, now begging for reconciliation. Does she really think Mr. Lin will take her back? Wang Qian shivered, reaching out to grab Lin Fan's pant leg again. Lin Fan, don't. I was really wrong. Lin Fan no longer looked at her. Security. 2 security guards immediately stepped forward. Lin Fan spoke. Throw her out. From now on, she is prohibited from coming within a step of the group. Yes, Mr. Lin. The security guards grabbed Wang Qian, one on each side. Wang Qian broke down and struggled desperately. No, Lin Fan, you can't treat me this way. I stayed with you for 3 years. I was really wrong. Her high heels made a sound on the ground, her hair disheveled, and her makeup smudged from crying. The 2 security guards showed no mercy, directly dragging her out of the hall. The onlookers at the entrance quickly made way. Wang Qian's cries echoed from the hall all the way to the street. Lin Fan, come back. I was wrong. I don't want money anymore, I just want you. No one felt sympathy for her. At the entrance of the building, the security guards threw her down the steps. Wang Qian fell to the ground, her palms scraped, and her knee pained to the point of darkness in her vision. Passers-by on the street all turned to look. Some recognized her as the woman beside Zhao Zihao in the news, pointing and whispering. Wang Qian lay on the ground, looking back at the door of Tycoon Investment Group. Inside the glass door, Lin Fan had already turned to leave. All she could see was his indifferent back. At that moment, she finally understood. What she had destroyed with her own hands was not just a relationship. It was a ticket to paradise. From the moment she overturned that bank card, that door had already closed. And for the rest of her life, she could only look up from the mud, watching Lin Fan standing in the light. After dealing with a clown like Wang Qian, Lin Fan returned to the office. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the financial district was bustling with traffic. Tycoon Investment Group had just been established, and many departments were still being integrated. Su Qingyan quickly knocked and entered. She held a stack of documents and walked briskly. President Lin. Lin Fan looked up. Su Qingyan placed the documents in front of him. The Wei family has started to counterattack. They have united with 3 banks, cutting off all our external financing channels that were under negotiation. Lin Fan flipped through the documents, seeing line after line of rejection notices, and closed the folder. The show has begun. Su Qingyan spread the documents on the table, one after another. Bank loan rejection notices, investment institutions suspension letters, supplier risk alerts, and several emails from distributors about delayed cooperation. Each page was like the Wei family's hand gripping the neck of Tycoon Investment Group, which had just been set up. President Lin, the situation is worse than I anticipated. Su Qingyan stood in front of the desk, weariness etched across her features. The Wei family has operated in Modu for many years with connections in bank supply chains and distributors. They are not confronting us directly, they are just sealing off external financing. Qingyan technology has just come alive, and Shanghai advertising is still small. Although the group has been established, the cash flow has yet to form a stable cycle. She pointed at a document with her fingertips, speaking softly. If external financing is completely cut off, our subsequent expansion will be very passive. The group has just been established and is already facing a cash crunch which will directly collapse external confidence. Qinzhou stood beside her, his head lowered. He had officially left Huafeng Private Bank and joined Tycoon Investment Group as chief financial officer. But it was precisely because he understood finance that he was more aware of the Wei family's ruthless tactics. Mr. Lin, the Wei family's move is not to kill us immediately. They want the outside world to see that anyone who collaborates with Tycoon Group will be targeted by the Wei family. As long as we encounter obstacles in the next few financing or cooperation efforts, those who are observing outside will automatically keep their distance. By then the Wei family won't need to act further, many resources will cut off on their own. Su Qingyan raised her head to look at Lin Fan. So we must respond quickly. We either find new sources of funding or take concrete actions to prove that Tycoon Group lacks for nothing. The office fell silent. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the financial district was filled with towering buildings. FIFA Investment Group's logo had just been hung up for a short time, and already storms were brewing outside. If any newly established group were to be blocked like this by the Wei family, they would probably be in a panic. Yet Lin Fan sat in the boss chair, barely lifting his eyelids. His fingertip lightly brushed across the phone screen. The numbers in the system account were absurdly large. Hundreds of billions in rebates had already been deposited in batches. The zeros behind the balance were so dense that it made one feel dizzy. Su Qingyan was still waiting for his response. Qin Zhou was waiting too. Both assumed Lin Fan would mobilize existing funds or arrange new business investment plans. However, Lin Fan simply placed his phone on the table and said, "External financing." Su Qingyan halted her movements. Lin Fan looked at the screen displaying the hundreds of billions in balance, his tone steady. "I am the biggest money printer." One sentence. Su Qingyan held her breath. Qin Zhou was stunned for a moment. They certainly did not know that Lin Fan had a system, but they were well aware that Lin Fan had money. From investing billions in Qingyan technology to establishing FIFA Investment Group, and still remaining frighteningly stable despite the Wei family's blockade. This man had never regarded the Wei family's blockade as a real problem. Su Qingyan couldn't help but speak up. "President Lin, the Wei family has sealed off the external funding channels. If we rely solely on your personal cash to hold on, it may be fine in the short term. But in the long run, the group needs its own capital cycle." Lin Fan looked up at her. "Who said I have to hold on?" Su Qingyan looked at him. "Then what are you planning to do?" Lin Fan leaned back against the chair, his fingers lightly tapping the edge of the phone. After the system upgrade, larger-scale consumption was required. Buying cars, buying houses, investing in companies had all been tried. Corporate investment rebates had the highest returns, but they made the most noise and were easily spotted by the Wei family. Since the Wei family wanted to seal off his financing channels, he would open a consumption route they could never imagine. A route fast enough, straightforward enough, and easy enough to explode online. Lin Fan picked up his phone and opened the App Store. Soon a black and orange icon appeared on the screen. Shark Live, the largest pan-entertainment platform in the country. Star shows, games, outdoor activities, entertainment talents. Each major section has a terrifyingly high number of online users daily. Among them, the Star Show area is where the most wealthy users appear. In an annual PK competition, streamers, guilds, and top influencers compete fiercely, with millions or even tens of millions being spent without a second thought. Such places are perfect for quickly digesting funds. They are also the best for testing the rebate functionality after the system upgrade. Su Qingyan saw the screen and lowered her head in silence. "President Lin, do you want to watch the live stream?" Qin Zhou also paused his actions. The Wei family had sealed off external financing, and they were all thinking about banks, investment institutions, and industrial funds. Lin Fan, however, suddenly opened the live streaming platform. This was too fast. So fast that they momentarily couldn't react. Lin Fan casually said, "Let's change the track of spending." Su Qingyan fell silent for 2 seconds. Live stream tipping. She found it absurd. But as the words reached her lips, she swallowed them back. Because Lin Fan's journey had never followed common sense. Spending $3 billion on a luxury property, investing $10 billion in Qingyan technology, holding hundreds of billions in cash flow. Whatever he did seemed casual, yet in the end it always yielded results. Lin Fan did not explain. He opened Shark Live and registered a new account. For the nickname section, he casually entered 2 characters. Fan Huang. No avatar. No level. No nobility. No recharge privileges. Just a newly registered. Qin Zhou looked at the clean account page and couldn't help but say, "Mr. Lin, if we're going to make platform-level investments, I can contact the management of Shark Live first." "No need," Lin Fan replied. "Let's first see how deep the waters are." After saying that, he directly clicked into the Star Show area. The screen refreshed. Rows of female streamers appeared on the page. Some were pure and sweet, some had a mature charm, some sang, some danced, and others attracted traffic with suggestive tags. Online numbers, popularity values, gift rankings, all flashing at a rapid pace. Lin Fan didn't bother to select carefully. His finger slid casually, entering a highly popular live room. The title of the live room was simple: Xia Searching in the midst of an annual sprint. The screen lit up. A woman appeared in front of the camera. She wore a black short stage outfit with a delicate waist, long straight legs, and skin so white it dazzled. The light shone on her, highlighting her exquisite collarbone, and her hair swayed gently with the music. Her face was beautiful, not in the way of an internet celebrity. Her features were clean, with slightly upturned eyes exuding a pureness mixed with an enticing allure. No wonder the bullet comments in the live room were all flooding one phrase: the pinnacle of purity and desire. Qingbao is amazing. That waist, those legs, who can resist? The #1 beauty in Shark Star Show, no rebuttals accepted. Tonight's annual PK relies on you, Qingbao, go for it. Xia Shirqing danced along with the music. Her movements were not vulgar, yet they captured the camera perfectly. A turn, a lift of the hand, a gentle sway of the waist, each action could send the gift rankings in the live room skyrocketing. The popularity was indeed high. But Lin Fan soon noticed that the atmosphere in the live room was off. On the public screen, besides the regular fans, there was a group of people constantly steering the conversation. The most eye-catching was an account called Mad Young Master. The account displayed a guild's affluent member badge indicating a high level with a noble emblem shining brightly. He kept sending low-level gifts. Though these gifts were worth little each time, they came with a barrage of comments. Xia Shiqing, stop pretending to be pure. The annual PK is about to start, and if you want to win, you should know your place. Come on, turn around, and make it more dramatic. That last move lacked energy. Give Mad Bro a special dance. Don't get too cocky. The guild is supporting you, not to make you a fairy. You can't even brush the edges. What are you doing in Star Show? As soon as these comments appeared, many fans in the live room erupted. Mad Young Master, don't go too far. Shiqing is not that kind of streamer. You think you can command her just because you send a few measly gifts. If you have the guts, send a big gift. What are you pretending to be, a tycoon with a glow stick? However, just as these fans scolded, a group of all the counts immediately counterattacked. Laughing to death, Mad Young Master is a big shot from Starshine Guild. What do you know? If there's no big brother in the annual PK, Xia Shiqing, just wait to be knocked out tonight. Does Shiqing's fan list even compare to Mad Young Master's? The streamer hasn't even spoken. Why are you all so anxious? On the screen, Xia Shiqing's movements slowed down for a moment. She paused her dance, picked up a cup of water from the table, took a sip, and maintained her smile. But that smile faded a bit. Mad Young Master, there are many people in the live room today. Oh, everyone should just enjoy the dance. If certain moves are inappropriate, I won't perform them. Her voice was pleasant to hear, soft, yet not flattering. Thank you for the gifts, and thank you all for your support. This statement was already quite tactful. A normal person would have taken that as a cue to back off. But Mad Young Master not only didn't retreat, but seemed to feel publicly humiliated. The barrage of comments immediately turned uglier. Oh, you even raised it up. Xia Shiqing, you don't really think you've become popular, do you? Without the guild's push, and without Big Brother's money, what do you even count as? I send gifts to give you face. You dance when I say so. Where does all this nonsense come from? Fans in the live room were furious. But no one could truly suppress Mad Young Master, because he was famously a big shot from the Starshine Guild. Although he was currently sending only low-level gifts, everyone knew that tonight's annual PK would be the real battlefield. The recommended slots, resource slots, and guild support in the Star Show area all depended on the annual performance. Xia Shiqing had high popularity, but the guild behind her was not strong. If she were to be knocked out in the PK, all her efforts from the past few months would be wasted. Mad Young Master was threatening her with this. Xia Shiqing's fans felt very frustrated. Shiqing, don't pay attention to him. We'll support you through the annual. Mad Young Master is too disgusting. Oh, what's with pretending to be a tycoon with a few measly gifts? But what if the Starshine Guild beats us tonight? Xia Shiqing is in trouble this time. Xia Shiqing looked at the barrage, her fingers gripping the cup tightly. She understood very well how important tonight's annual PK was. There were only a few recommendation slots on the platform. If she won, she could rise to the top tier. If she lost, all her hard work over the past few months would go to waste. The Starshine Guild behind Mad Young Master had been eyeing her for a long time. They wanted to sign her, but she had refused. They wanted her to cooperate and hype, but she also declined. So tonight, Mad Young Master was here to put pressure on her. If she complied, her image in the live room would be ruined. If she refused, the annual PK would be targeted by the Starshine Guild. Both options were difficult. Yet Xia Shiqing still lifted her head and smiled gently at the camera. Everyone, please don't shout. I will do my best in the annual PK, but I have my own principles in my live stream. I truly cannot perform inappropriate requests. As soon as these words came out, the public screen fell silent for a moment. Then Mad Young Master's comments flooded the screen. Principles? You're talking about principles with me. Xia Shiqing, I'm laying it down here. In tonight's annual PK, I will personally knock you out. You can forget about taking a recommendation slot. Don't come crying to beg me later. These words floated on the public screen, glaringly eye-catching. The fans in the live room were angry but dared not speak. Some people cursed, but were quickly drowned out by other alt accounts. Others wanted to send gifts, but a few dollars or tens of dollars were simply insufficient in the face of the annual PK. Xia Shiqing put away her smile. She didn't cry or plead. She just gripped the mouse tightly. Lin Fan looked at the screen, his brows slightly furrowed. He had seen rich second-generation people like Zhao Zihao who stepped on others. He had also seen the arrogant young masters like Wei Xiaojia. He didn't expect there would be such people in a live stream using money to force others, sending a few low-level gifts and thinking themselves emperors. Lin Fan clicked on the recharge interface. The recharge page for Shark Live popped up. The system prompted him to bind a payment method. Lin Fan directly chose the bank card. The black gold card information was entered. The account ending in 6886 was successfully bound. The account balance was displayed on the mobile banking authorization page. Billions of funds quietly lay there. Lin Fan didn't even glance at it. He chose to recharge. In the amount field, he didn't select the hundreds or thousands recommended by the platform. He directly scrolled down to customize. In the live room, Mad Young Master was still flooding the screen. Xia Shiqing, I'll give you one last chance. If you dance as I say now, I might still leave you some face tonight. Otherwise, once the annual PK starts, you won't even pass the first round. Xia Shiqing bit her lip about to speak. In the next second, the live room image jolted. A super rocket shot up from the bottom of the screen, trailing a golden tail flame into the sky. The special effects spread out, and the entire live room was covered with light effects. System prompts floated out. Fan Emperor sent out a super rocket X1. Xia Shiqing was stunned. The barrage also paused for a moment. Before anyone could react, a second super rocket followed swiftly. One after another, there was no pause. Fan Emperor sent out a super rocket X2. Fan Emperor sent out a super rocket X3. Fan Emperor sent out a super rocket X4. The effects of the super rocket dominated the entire screen. The music in the live room seemed to have been suppressed. Xia Shiqing stared blankly at the screen, forgetting to put down her cup. The fans completely exploded. Wow. Super rocket. A super rocket worth 100,000. Who is this? Fan Emperor. I haven't seen this ID before. New account. This is a newly registered account. This is crazy, there are already 5. Still sending. Still sending. When the 10th super rocket launched, a full-site banner floated by. Fan Emperor sent out super rockets X10 in Xia Shiqing's live room. The golden banner rolled across the top of all sections of Shark Live. Star Show area, gaming area, outdoor area. Countless viewers saw the banner and immediately clicked in to watch. The number of online viewers in the live room began to soar. 100,000, 150,000, 200,000. The barrage was dense, covering the entire screen. The full-site banner is here. 10 super rockets, 1 million. A new big shot has arrived. Fan, this is the real big brother. Wasn't Mad Young Master so arrogant before? Why is he silent now? Xia Shiqing finally reacted. She quickly put down her cup, stood up, and bowed to the camera. Thank you, Brother Fan Emperor, for the 10 super rockets. Thank you, Brother Fan Emperor. Her voice rose. It wasn't pretended. 1 million in gifts, even as a popular streamer, wasn't something she could see every day. Moreover, this Fan Emperor was a new account. There was no foreplay, no ambiguous interactions. He came in and directly threw 10 super rockets in her face. Such generosity was terrifying. The atmosphere in the live room shifted. The pressure brought by Mad Young Master just moments ago was completely shattered by the 10 super rockets. Those alt accounts quieted down for a few seconds. Mad Young Master stopped flooding the screen. After a while, he finally sent another comment. Where did this nouveau riche come from? Thinking 1 million can impress me. Lin Fan continued to click. The effects of the super rocket had not yet dissipated when Lin Fan's fingers descended once more. Golden tail flames shot up into the sky, rendering Xia Shiqing's face nearly invisible on the live stream. The previously loud small accounts fell silent. The phrase from the arrogant young master, 1 million just to show off, still lingered on the public screen. In the next second, another 10 super rockets came crashing down. The whole site banner turned red again. The Star Showcase area was in a complete frenzy. 20 shots. 2 million, and not even a blink. Where did the godly rich guy Fan Huang come from? A new account taking off directly. What about the arrogant young master? Keep shouting. Didn't you just say 1 million to show off? Now it's 2 million. Xia Shiqing stood in front of the camera stunned. She had seen her elder brother giving gifts. She had also witnessed several wealthy individuals competing during annual PKs. But she had never seen someone like Lin Fan who said nothing and just bombarded with a row of super rockets. She covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide open. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Fan Huang. Really, thank you. Her voice was hoarse. It wasn't an act. 2 million in gifts pouring down. It was impossible for any streamer to remain calm. The arrogant young master finally couldn't sit still. He initially thought that this new account called Fan Huang was just a sudden upstart, spending 1 million showing off, and then stopping once the hype faded. But now the super rockets continued to ascend. After the 20th shot, the 30th shot followed closely. The number of online viewers in the live stream surged from 200,000 to 500,000, and then from 500,000 to 800,000. The barrage was so dense that the characters were barely legible. A real wealthy individual has appeared. 5 million for the new account, so fierce. I just came from the gaming area. What happened? I heard that a big brother is supporting Xia Shiqing, and the arrogant young master got slapped in the face. Where is the arrogant young master? Wasn't he just boasting? The arrogant young master stared at the screen, his face dark as thunder. He sat in a luxurious esports chair, a newly opened bottle of red wine beside him. He had originally come tonight to suppress Xia Shiqing. The Xinghue Guild had already made arrangements. As long as Xia Shiqing didn't back down, they would knock her off in the first round of the annual PK. He wanted to see her cry. He wanted to see her begging in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream. But now a new account called Fan Huang had suddenly burst onto the scene, shattering his earlier momentum. The arrogant young master gritted his teeth as he typed on the keyboard. Just because you have a bit of money you think you can show off. Fan Huang, right? Do you dare to challenge me in the annual ranking? Xia Shiqing, don't think that someone sending a few rockets can save you. As soon as the barrage was sent, Lin Fan paid it no mind. His fingers continued to tap. When the number of super rockets reached 100, the entire banner at the top of the shark platform turned gold and red. Fan Huang sent out super rockets x 100 in Xia Shiqing's live stream. The entire site broadcasted it 3 times in a row. The homepage recommendation for the Star Showcase area was automatically occupied by Xia Shiqing's live stream. In the shark platform's backend, the data curve shot straight up. The number of viewers in the live stream exceeded 1,500,000. Xia Shiqing looked at the numbers on the screen, her eyes becoming red. 100 super rockets. In just a few minutes, Lin Fan had spent 10 million. She struggled to open her mouth, but found she could barely utter a complete thank you. Brother Fan Huang. She covered her mouth, tears welling up. Thank you, really thank you. The fans in the live stream went crazy. Fan Huang is amazing. This is the true wealthy individual. 10 million thrown in your face, arrogant young master, do you still dare to speak? Just now the arrogant young master was showing off with a glowing stick. It cracked me up. Fan Huang doesn't say a word, but every rocket is a slap in the face. The arrogant young master's face was ashen. He grabbed his phone and called the Xinghui Guild's operations. Get everyone online. A Fan Huang has appeared in Xia Shiqing's live stream. Suppress him. The person on the other end of the line was anxious as well. We see it, young master. This Fan Huang is quite fierce. He has already spent 10 million. The arrogant young master shouted angrily, what's 10 million? Aren't you guys in the guild aiming for annual resources? If you don't spend now, are you waiting to be trampled to death? The operations replied, I'll arrange for an account to enter immediately. Soon in Xia Shiqing's live stream, several high-level accounts with Xinghui Guild logos appeared simultaneously. Xinghui Lao Zhou enters the live stream. Xinghui A Kai enters the live stream. Xinghui Operations No. 1 enters the live stream. Immediately afterward, the gifts from the other side began to flood the screen. The arrogant young master sent out super rockets x10. Xinghui Lao Zhou sent out super rockets x20. Xinghui A Kai sent out super rockets x30. They certainly weren't short on money. The Xinghui Guild dared to walk boldly in the Star Showcase area, and of course they had a funding pool behind them. As a round of gifts fell, the numbers on the arrogant young master's leaderboard began to catch up rapidly. The atmosphere in the live stream became tense. Here they come, here they come. The Xinghui Guild is entering the fray. Is this going to turn into a fight? Can Fan Huang hold his own against the guild alone? The Xinghui Guild's annual performance is quite fierce. Last year they threw in several tens of millions. Xia Shiqing's live stream tonight is really thrilling. It has turned into a battlefield for wealthy individuals. Xia Shiqing turned pale when she saw the Xinghui Guild enter the fray. This was not just ordinary fans sending gifts. This was a real guild battle. On one side was the arrogant young master and the Xinghui Guild. On the other side was just a newly registered account, Fan Huang. She didn't want Lin Fan to be dragged down. She hurriedly spoke to the camera. Brother Fan Huang, this is really enough. Your support means a lot to me. But don't clash with them. They are guild accounts. Tonight has been too much, really too much. As she spoke, her eyes were already moist. The fans felt even more heartbroken. Qingbao is still trying to save money for Fan Huang. Tonight has been too much, really too much. As she spoke, her eyes were already moist. The fans felt even more heartbroken. Qingbao is still trying to save money for Fan Huang. Lin Fan looked at the screen and smiled. Getting carried away. He wasn't afraid of spending money at all right now. He had billions lying in his account. The system was still waiting for legal consumption cashback. The more the Xinghui Guild spent, the happier he became. He directly moved the mouse to the super rocket send button. In the next second, the screen erupted again. Fan Huang sent out super rockets x150. Fan Huang sent out super rockets x200. Fan Huang sent out super rockets x300. The number of gifts jumped so quickly that the barrage couldn't keep up. The super rockets continued to rise, one after another, a row after another. Golden flames filled the entire live stream, even obscuring Xia Shiqing's camera view with the effects. All sections of the Shark platform were flooded with banners. The game area streamers stopped their operations. Outdoor area streamers stood dumbfounded on the street with their phones. In the dance area, singing area, and two-dimensional area, countless streamers all clicked into Xia Shiqing's live stream to watch. Wow, 300 shots. 30 million. This isn't just sending gifts. This is burning money. Who is Fan Huang after all? The arrogant young master and Xinghui have been pushed back. The numbers that the arrogant young master had just caught up with were instantly surpassed again. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and his fingers trembled. The Xinghui operations were also flustered. Young master, the opponent is too fierce. We've already spent over 6 million. The arrogant young master gritted his teeth. Keep going. The operations replied. If we keep spending, we'll have to tap into the guild's reserve funds, and the boss may not agree. I told you to keep going. The arrogant young master's eyes turned red. He couldn't afford to lose. Just now he had thrown out so many harsh words in the live stream. If he were to be trampled by a new account today, how would he survive in the Star Showcase area in the future? Thus the Xinghui guild bit the bullet and started sending gifts again. The arrogant young master sent out Super Rockets X50. Xinghui Lao Zhou sent out Super Rockets X50. Xinghui operations no. One sent out Super Rockets X80. The leaderboard numbers closed in again. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. This is crazy, everyone is going insane. This is no longer just a streamer PK, this is a war of wealthy individuals. The Xinghui guild is really putting in the money. If the arrogant young master loses this time, he'll have no face left. Can Fan Huang still send gifts? The answer appeared quickly. Lin Fan's fingers did not stop. Fan Huang sent out Super Rockets X400. Fan Huang sent out Super Rockets X500. 500 shots. A full 50 million. Only 10 minutes had passed. The number of viewers in Xia Shiking's live stream broke through 3 million. The server began to lag. The barrage was delayed. The gift effects were delayed. Some viewers were even kicked out of the live stream and frantically reconnected. I'm lagging. Is the server going to crash? How long has it been since Shark has been this lively? 50 million, 10 minutes, 50 million. Fan Huang is becoming a legend. In the back end of Shark Technology, the duty programmer's face turned pale. Xia Shiking's live stream traffic is abnormal. The gift message queue is about to collapse. The site-wide banner requests have surged. Quickly expand capacity. Bring up the backup server. In the platform's operation group, messages were flying faster than the barrage. Who is spamming? Fan Huang. A new account. 50 million in 10 minutes. Are you sure it's not a system malfunction? Payments or fine funds have all been received. Quickly promote Xia Shiking's live stream site-wide. In the live stream, Xia Shiqing was completely at a loss for words. She sat in her chair covering her mouth with her hands, and tears finally streamed down her face. She had never seen such a crazy amount of rewards. 50 million. This wasn't just a number. It was a ceiling that countless streamers could only dream of. She originally thought she would be trampled by the crazy rich, that she would be knocked away by the Xinghui guild, and that she would lose the annual recommendation spot. But Lin Fan alone created a sensation across the entire Shark platform. She looked at the two characters Fan Huang on the screen, her voice choked. Fan Huang Gich. I really don't know what to say anymore. Thank you. Thank you for helping me. On the side of the crazy rich, everything was in complete chaos. The owner of the Xinghui guild logged in personally. Crazy rich, we can't keep throwing money like this. The other side has already reached 50 million, we can't catch up. The crazy rich yelled, even if we can't catch up, we still have to chase. Do you know how much we've already spent? 10 million. 10 million is the maximum we can use tonight. If we spend more, we won't have a chance for the annual ranking anymore. The crazy rich looked at the leaderboard. His figures were just over 10 million. Meanwhile, Fan Huang's side was still climbing to 50 million. The gap was widening. The live stream's barrage had started mocking furiously. Why has the crazy rich stopped? Is this all? Didn't you just say you would knock Xia Shiqing away, eh? Is 10 million really the limit? Fan Huang has already hit 50 million. Crazy rich, stop playing dead and come out to speak. The crazy rich's face turned red with shame. He stared at the screen, gritting his teeth. At that moment, a golden message appeared on the public screen. Speaker Fan Huang. Just those two characters. Is this all? As soon as those two words came out, the live stream erupted. Ha ha ha. Killing with a heart attack. Fan Huang finally spoke. Is this all? That's too ruthless. The crazy rich has been pierced. The crazy rich stared at those two characters, unable to regain his senses for a long time. He wanted to retaliate. He wanted to curse back. But looking at the meager balance left in his account and the warning from the Xinghui guild's owner, his fingers froze on the keyboard, unable to type a single word. Lin Fan did not give him another chance. He directly opened the account limit page. There was only one last usable amount for the daily gift expenditure. In the next second, Xia Shiking's live stream was completely drowned in gift effects. Fan Huang sent out 1,000 super rockets. A total of 100 million in gift effects spread across the same live stream. Super rockets shot into the sky, filling the screen with a golden sea of fire. The site-wide broadcast became completely congested. The Shark platform's homepage directly turned into a giant recommendation for Xia Shiking's live stream. Fan Huang sent out 1,000 super rockets in Xia Shiking's live stream. The number of viewers in the live stream surpassed 5 million. The barrage was completely out of control. 100 million. Fan Huang has achieved godhood in one battle. I am witnessing history. The crazy rich has been wiped out completely. The Xinghui guild has been blasted apart by a single person. This is what a true internet tycoon looks like. The crazy rich's ranking on the leaderboard was directly pushed out of sight. All his numbers compared to Fan Huang's 100 million seemed like a joke. He sat in front of the computer, his face pale, his palms sweating cold. In his phone, the Xinghui guild's owner was still scolding. Who exactly did you provoke? 100 million in rewards. What do you have to compete with him? Quickly go offline, don't embarrass yourself any further. The crazy rich stared at the barrage of mockery, his chest heaving violently. Suddenly, he clicked on account settings. Log out. Confirm. The crazy rich account was logged out that night. Lin Fan looked at the screen as his phone vibrated. The system notification sound echoed crazily in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a legitimate consumption on the live streaming platform. Consumption amount 100 million. Triggering Internet Tycoon class settlement. Cashback amount 10 billion. Funds have been credited. Lin Fan opened the bank message. Your account ending in 6886 has received an income of 10 billion. Having just spent 100 million, 100 billion had suddenly appeared in his account. Lin Fan looked at the numbers, leaning back in his chair. This feeling was more exhilarating than buying a car, more satisfying than buying a house, more direct than investing in a company. 100 million spent, the whole platform in an uproar, enemies silent, streamers and tears, guild shattered, and the system refunded 10 billion. This is the ultimate thrill of being an internet tycoon. In the live stream, Xia Shiqing was crying. She stood up and deeply bowed to the camera. Thank you, Fan Huang. Really, thank you, Fan Huang. I don't know how to repay you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do tonight. Her eyes were red, her voice hoarse. Fan Huang, thank you for protecting me. The public screen was filled with Fan Huang is amazing. Xia Shiqing wiped her tears and lowered her head to pick up her phone. A few seconds later, Lin Fan received a private message. Fan Huang Gij, I am Xia Shiqing. Thank you so much for everything today. Is it convenient to add WeChat? I want to thank you in person. Lin Fan glanced at it and casually sent over his WeChat ID, without saying another word. At the same time, the Shark Live headquarters was brightly lit. In the owner's office, the platform's executives gathered overnight. The technical director, operations director, financial director, and Star Show director were all sitting at the conference table. On the big screen, the backend data from tonight was displayed. Xia Shiqing's live stream, peak online viewers, gift flow, newly added users across the site, server pressure curve, and that name, Fan Huang. The Shark owner stared at the screen, tapping his fingers on the table. A newly registered account rewarded 100 million in a single session. Payments are genuine, funds are real, there are no anomalies. This kind of person cannot be just an ordinary tycoon. The operations director quickly replied, Boss, we have already arranged for people to investigate, but this account's information is very clean, only bound to a payment method. Other information lacks sufficient permissions. The financial director added, tonight's event directly exploded the platform's revenue. If Fan Huang is willing to stay long-term on Shark, it would be a huge benefit for our annual performance, stock price, and financing expectations. The Star Show director hurriedly supplemented, Xia Shiqing must be protected at all costs. Fan Huang acted tonight to support her. We can give her resources to bind Fan Huang within the platform's ecosystem. The Shark owner stood up, staring at the two characters Fan Huang on the big screen. He scrutinized the data. Find him immediately. Through legitimate channels, find a way to contact him. I want to clarify the true identity of this Fan Huang. He paused for a moment, his tone becoming extraordinarily serious. A tycoon of this level cannot just be treated as a user. At all costs, I want to bring him in as a shareholder of Shark Platform. The next morning, Lin Fan had just arrived at Extraordinary Investment Group when his phone vibrated. He picked it up to take a look. A WeChat friend request. The profile picture was of a woman in a white spaghetti strap dress, facing sideways to the camera, with long hair cascading down her shoulders. The note contained only one sentence. Fan Huang Gij, I am Xia Shiqing. Lin Fan smiled and clicked to approve. Almost immediately, Xia Shiqing's message came through. Fan Huang Gij, good morning. Thank you so much for everything last night. I still feel like it's a dream. If it weren't for you, I would definitely have been pushed down by the crazy rich and the Xinghui guild last night. I know a simple thank you is too light, but I really don't know how to express it. Then another long message followed. I have been live streaming for 2 years, and I've always been cautious not to stray off course, nor to flatter those so-called big brothers casually. Many people say I am pretentious, that I am too proud, that I don't understand the rules. But I just want to rely on myself to dance, sing, and chat to make those who like me a little happier. Last night, when the crazy rich was forcing me, I was really scared. I was afraid of losing the annual ranking, afraid of losing the recommendation, afraid of disappointing my fans, and afraid that I wouldn't be able to hold on myself. But when you appeared, I truly felt like someone pulled me out of the water. Fan Huang Gij, thank you for protecting me. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, his fingers gently gliding across the screen. This letter of gratitude was very long. It described her fears from the previous night, the difficulties she faced as a streamer, and her gratitude towards Lin Fan. The writing lacks that deliberate attempt to evoke pity. Instead, it feels cautious, as if afraid to disturb him, yet unable to resist expressing the thoughts in her heart. Not long after, Xia Shiqing sent another message. Brother Fan Huang, I'm not sure if you like looking at photos. If you don't, I won't send any more in the future. I just want to make you a little happier. Then several photos popped up. The first one was taken in front of the hotel floor-to-ceiling window. Xia Shiqing wore a light pink silk nightgown, the hem just reaching her thighs, the delicate fabric accentuating her slim waist. The second photo was taken in front of the bathroom mirror. The mirror was still fogged up, and she wore only a loose white shirt, one shoulder exposed, her hair and still damp. The third photo was bolder. She lay on the bed, resting her chin on the back of her hand, the camera capturing her waist and hip curves clearly outlined by the thin fabric. Brother Fan Huang, if you have time, I'd like to invite you to dinner. It's not for any other reason, just to thank you in person. You don't need to feel pressured, it'll go along with whatever you decide. Lin Fan smiled as he looked at the photos. Xia Shiqing truly understood boundaries. The photos were beautiful and suggestive, yet she did not utter a single explicit word. She simply gave all the choice to Lin Fan. Lin Fan casually replied, "We'll talk about it when I have time." After sending the message, he received an almost immediate response. "Okay, then I'll wait for you, Brother Fan Huang," followed by a blushing emoji. Lin Fan set his phone aside. A female streamer of Xia Shiqing's caliber in the past, he wouldn't even think about. Now, however, she took the initiative to add him on WeChat, wrote lengthy messages, sent private photos, and quietly waited for his reply. This was the change that money brought. However, at this moment, he had no interest in indulging in such tenderness. The Wei family was the priority. Just then there was a knock on the office door. "Come in." Su Qingyan pushed the door open and walked in. She wore a black suit and a white shirt, her long hair tied up, looking very capable. She held a report, her expression grim. Qin Zhou followed behind, his expression equally serious. "Mr. Lin." Su Qingyan placed the report on the table. "The Wei family has made a move." Lin Fan picked up the report and opened it. The first page displayed several alarming curves. Several subsidiaries of the Tycoon group were experiencing a simultaneous drop in stock prices. The related assets of Shanghai Advertising were being shorted by the market. Several partner-listed companies of Qingyan Technology were also dragged down. Su Qingyan said. After the market opened today, a large number of bearish reports suddenly appeared. Several financial media outlets simultaneously released negative news claiming that the cash flow of Tycoon Group was opaque, that it was expanding too quickly, and that there were huge risks. Then some funds began to maliciously short several subsidiaries under our banner. Qin Zhou interjected. "Mr. Lin, this isn't typical retail investor behavior. From the trading rhythm, the other party has used at least a dozen institutional accounts. They are not in it for profit, they aim to create panic. As long as the stock price continues to fall, the outside world will believe that the Wei family's blockade has taken effect." Su Qingyan nodded. "The group has just been established and market confidence has not fully formed. The Wei family is shorting us now to make all partners feel that Tycoon Group cannot withstand the pressure. If we cannot defend against this, suppliers, clients, and banks will become even more cautious." She looked at Lin Fan, speaking quickly. "I suggest we immediately release a clarification announcement and arrange funds to stabilize the market. We must focus on protecting the Qingyan technology-related sector and prevent the decline from worsening." Qin Zhou added, "I can allocate stabilization funds. In the short term, 20 billion to 30 billion is enough to stabilize the market. But if the Wei family continues to intensify their efforts, we will need a more detailed plan." Lin Fan did not respond immediately. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The financial district skyscrapers stretched out before him. On the screen, those green curves were still pressing downward. The Wei family was indeed ruthless this time. They did not directly storm into the office shouting, nor did they send someone like Wei Xiaojie to make a fool of himself. Instead, they employed capital market tactics to try and undermine the confidence in Tycoon Group. First, they sealed off financing. Then they shorted the stocks. Next, they amplified panic through public opinion. This is how the old aristocratic families operate. They know how to make a new group bleed slowly. Su Qingyan stared at Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin, this is not the time to be reckless. The Wei family has deep roots in both the real economy and the capital markets. We have just been established and stability is our greatest need." Lin Fan turned around. "Defensive strategies are not my style." Su Qingyan was taken aback. Qin Zhou also looked up. Lin Fan turned to him. "Immediately mobilize 100 billion in funds. Buy up the circulating shares of the Wei family's core industries." The office fell silent for a second. Su Qingyan's expression changed slightly. 100 billion. She quickly walked to the table and pointed to another page of the report. "Mr. Lin the Wei family's core industries are not small companies. Wei Real Estate, Wei Energy, and Changfeng Finance combined have a market value exceeding 300 billion. The circulating volume is also substantial. Injecting 100 billion will at most cause short-term fluctuations. It won't harm the Wei family's core. Qin Zhou also frowned. Mr. Lin, if it's just a simple buy-in, the Wei family will likely react quickly. They have their own capital pool and a large number of long-term shareholders. Once our intentions are exposed, we will be besieged by them. Su Qingyan said, "This is not a counterattack. This is a suicidal assault. Right now the Wei family is only shorting our subsidiaries and the scale of their investment won't be too large. But if we throw in 100 billion to assault their core industries, once trapped the group's cash flow will bear immense pressure." She looked at Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin, I understand that you have money. But business warfare is not just about burning cash. The Wei family has profound foundations. 100 billion won't make any significant impact." Qin Zhou said nothing, but his expression said it all. He too felt the risk was too great. 100 billion in cash is core ammunition for any group. Even if Lin Fan had funds in the 100 billion range, he shouldn't approach it this way. The Wei family is not the Zhao family. The Zhao family can be crushed by a single debt. The Wei family, however, is a century-old edifice. To pry it loose, one cannot rely solely on 100 billion. Lin Fan glanced at the two. Su Qingyan frowned. Qin Zhou remained silent. They were all professionals, so their first reaction was to consider risk structure and probability of success. But what Lin Fan lacked the least was ammunition. Last night, 100 million in livestream spending returned 100 billion. Previously, a 10 billion investment in Qingyan technology returned 100 billion. After the system upgrade, the larger the legal spending, the greater the return. The Wei family wants to pressure him with money. Then let's see who has more money. Lin Fan turned his head, his gaze settling outside the window. He spoke. "If 100 billion isn't enough, then let's make it 1,000 billion. Su Qingyan was taken aback. Qin Zhou nearly dropped his tablet. 1,000 billion. Su Qingyan exclaimed. "Mr. Lin, do you understand what 1,000 billion in cash means?" Qin Zhou swallowed. He had worked in private banking and had seen countless wealthy individuals. Having a net worth of 1,000 billion and having 1,000 billion in cash are completely different matters. Many so-called 1,000 billion families mostly have their assets in stocks, real estate, and company valuations. If they were to pull out 1,000 billion in cash in a short time, it would be impossible. But when Lin Fan said this, he was so composed. Composed enough that it didn't feel like bragging. It felt more like issuing a command that had already been decided. Qin Zhou lowered his head and said, "Mr. Lin, I understand." Su Qingyan wanted to say something more, but Lin Fan looked at her. Qingyan. This was the first time he did not address her as Director Su. Su Qingyan stopped speaking. Lin Fan said, "You are responsible for monitoring the internal situation of the group, ensuring that the Wei family's shorting does not affect the employees and partners. Leave the capital market matters to me." Su Qingyan stared at him, and after a few seconds finally nodded. Okay. She was still shaken inside. But she understood that Lin Fan was not acting impulsively. From saving Qingyan technology with 1 billion to sealing the Divine Shark livestream with 100 million to now attacking the Wei family with 1,000 billion. Every move this man made exceeded everyone's judgment. Yet every time he won. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon in the secret operations room of the Swiss bank in Modu. This was a trading room not open to the public. There were no unnecessary decorations around, only rows of screens displaying real-time global market data. Qin Zhou sat at the central control desk. Behind him were several bank-level traders, all wearing headsets. On the screens, the stock price lines of Wei Real Estate, Wei Energy, and Changfeng Finance kept fluctuating. Qin Zhou said, "First group of accounts accumulate at low positions. Second group of accounts disperse limit orders, do not raise prices. The third group is ready to counterattack. All funding channels must remain silent. Do not let the Wei family detect the true buyer." The trader's fingers flew across the keyboard. Funds flowed into the Magic City stock market from various accounts. There were no grand gestures, no price increases, no exposure. These funds consumed the chips thrown into the market. Weiss Real Estate, Weiss Energy, Changfeng Finance. The circulating shares of the 3 core listed companies of the Wei family were gradually absorbed. The screen showed no significant changes. The outside world felt that buying pressure had slightly increased. However, on the main control screen in front of Qin Zhou, the holding numbers were skyrocketing. 1 billion, 3 billion, 5 billion, 8 billion, 100 billion. Qin Zhou stared at the screen. He had followed many wealthy individuals and managed large sums of money. But never had it been like today. 100 billion could be adjusted at will. And this was just the first wave. Lin Fan had said so. If 100 billion is not enough, then 1 trillion. Such confidence exceeds that of an ordinary capital battle. This is a matter of overwhelming with money. At the same time, at the Wei Group headquarters, In the top-level conference room, Wei Changfeng sat in the main seat. Wei Xiaojie stood beside him, smiling slightly. On the big screen, the stock prices of several subsidiaries under Extraordinary Group were falling. The green curve went down all the way. Wei Xiaojie laughed. Grandfather, look. Extraordinary Group is already in a panic. We just released a short-selling signal, and the market immediately followed suit. Their subsidiaries are small and cannot withstand it. In the conference room, several high-level Wei family executives showed smiles. After all, Extraordinary Group has just been established. Lin Fan has some cash, but no foundation. The capital market is not a place for him to spend money on streamers. Once the Wei family makes a move, he will understand what rules are. Wei Changfeng leaned on his dragon head cane, staring at the screen. Do not underestimate the enemy. Lin Fan could take out 10 billion to save Qingyan Technology and can also spend 1 billion on a live streaming platform. He has considerable cash in hand. Wei Xiaojie curled his lips. Grandfather, no matter how rich he is just a nouveau riche. Last night, he spent money on Shark Live, and it has already spread. Spending 100 million to reward a female streamer, what kind of vision can such a person have? The more ostentatious he is, the faster he will die. A nearby executive laughed and said, young master is right. The Wei family is engaged in real estate finance and channels. He is just giving gifts and live broadcasts. They are not on the same level. Low laughter echoed in the conference room. They indeed have the qualifications to laugh. The Wei family has rooted in the Magic City for 100 years. Real estate, energy finance, and supply chains. The Wei family's influence is everywhere. A suddenly emerging Lin Fan, even with money, is still just a rootless drifter. Wei Changfeng watched the stocks of Extraordinary Group continue to fall, lightly tapping his cane. Continue to pressure them. Before the market closes today, I want to see at least one of them hit the limit down. Wei Xiaojie immediately replied, understood. He picked up his phone, took a picture of the screen, and sent it to a few friends in the industry. Extraordinary Group. Soon the groups of several wealthy second generation in the Magic City became lively. Young Master Wei made his move. Wasn't Lin Fan quite arrogant last night? Why isn't he talking today? The capital market is not a live streaming room. Giving gifts won't work. Looking at this trend, Extraordinary Group is about to be crushed. Wei Xiaojie flipped through these messages, feeling immensely comfortable. Yesterday, he lost all faith in Qingyan Technology. Last night, Lin Fan spent 100 million on Shark Live, and the whole Magic City was discussing the Emperor Fan. He was filled with pent-up anger. Now he could finally vent. He looked at the screen. Lin Fan, aren't you rich? Come on. I want to see if you dare to confront the Wei family heathen. Time passed slowly. At 2:30 in the afternoon, in the Extraordinary Group office, Su Qingyan stared at the trading screen. Mr. Lin, the Wei family is still shorting. The decline of Shanghai Advertising's related assets is widening. The cooperation sector of Qingyan Technology has also been dragged down. Media outlets are already starting to write articles stating that Extraordinary Group is facing a comprehensive assault from the Wei family. Lin Fan sat on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine. He glanced at the time. It's still early. Su Qingyan felt anxious but did not urge further. She understood that Qin Zhou's side was already taking action. But on the surface, the Wei family still held the upper hand. The feeling of watching one's own stock price being suppressed without retaliating was too uncomfortable. Several high-level executives stood nearby, their faces pale. Ms. Su, are we really not going to protect the stock? If it continues to drop, the public opinion will be very unfavorable. The Wei family is clearly controlling the narrative. Mr. Lin, should we issue an announcement? Lin Fan took a sip of red wine. Wait, just one word. Everyone in the office fell silent. At 2:50 in the afternoon, only 10 minutes remained until the market closed. In the Wei Group conference room, the atmosphere was relaxed. Several subsidiaries under Extraordinary Group had already been pressured to look terrible. The headlines of financial media were already prepared. The Wei family has taken action. Extraordinary Group suffers a setback in its first battle. Wei Xiaojie crossed his legs and said, Grandfather, I think we don't need to wait any longer today. Extraordinary Group is just a paper tiger. Lin Fan knows nothing about capital except spending money to please female streamers. Wei Changfeng stared at the screen. He noticed something unusual about the trading volume of the three core listed companies of the Wei family. The buy orders were not large. The sell orders were normal. But the total transaction amount was absurdly high. It was as if someone had been buying at a low price all along. Just then a trader suddenly turned around. Chairman Wei, there are large sell orders for Weiss Real Estate. Wei Changfeng's expression darkened. How much? The trader's voice rose. 30 billion. As soon as the words fell, the intraday line of Weiss Real Estate suddenly plummeted. It dived directly. The laughter in the conference room abruptly ceased. Wei Xiaojie stood up. What happened? The trader was sweating on his forehead. Not just Weiss Real Estate. Weiss Energy also has large sell orders. Changfeng Finance is also being sold off. On the screen, three curves plummeted almost simultaneously. In 1 minute, all three stocks fell by more than 5%. In 2 minutes, the decline expanded to 8%. After 3 minutes, Weiss Real Estate hit the limit down first. Immediately afterward, Weiss Energy hit the limit down. Changfeng Finance hit the limit down. All three companies hit the limit down. All the executives in the conference room were stunned. Those who had been laughing moments ago now dared not even breathe loudly. Hit the limit down. Weiss Real Estate hit the limit down. 3 companies hitting the limit down together. How is this possible? Who is dumping shares? Who has such a large stake? Wei Changfeng stood up, slamming his dragon head cane on the ground. Investigate. Immediately trace the source of the funds. The trader refreshed the data. Can't find it. The accounts are too dispersed. The other side had been accumulating shares at a low price and suddenly dumped them before the market closed. Our protective funds didn't have time to react. Wei Shaiji's face turned pale. It's impossible. This can't be happening. We are shorting Extraordinary Group. How could it be us that is being dumped? He had just sent messages in the group saying that Extraordinary Group is nothing. Now the 3 core listed companies of the Wei family have directly hit the limit down. This was akin to rubbing the Wei family's face in the dirt in front of the entire capital circle of the Magic City. The phone began to vibrate wildly. Messages exploded in the group. Young Master Wei, what's going on? Weiss Real Estate hit the limit down. 3 companies hit the limit down together. Who did this? Weren't you all targeting Extraordinary Group? Why did the Wei family blow up first? Did Lin Fan make a move? Wei Xiaojia stared at these messages, not responding for a long time. Wei Changfeng focused on the client chart. The screen was filled with green. The 3 core listed companies hit the limit down simultaneously, evaporating hundreds of billions in market value. This was not just a matter of money. This was about face. This was the Wei family's century-old reputation. What will the outside world think? The Wei family had just announced the ban on Extraordinary Group, but then their own core industries were smashed to limit down. Everyone would understand that the Wei family had been counterattacked, and they were beaten without the power to retaliate. Wei Changfeng was panting. He reached out to support the table, but as soon as his fingers touched the edge, a wave of sweet blood surged in his throat. Grandfather! Wei Xiaojia exclaimed. In the next second, Wei Changfeng opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood splattered on the conference table. The Wei Group conference room was thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, in the top office of Extraordinary Group, Lin Fan sat on the sofa, gently swirling the red wine in his glass. Su Qingyan stood in front of the trading screen, lost in thought. The video call with Qin Zhou was still open. On the screen he spoke. Mr. Lin, all 3 core listed companies of the Wei family have hit the limit down. In the office, all the executives stared at Lin Fan. They stared at Lin Fan. It was a numb feeling. Just moments ago, they were worried that Extraordinary Group would be pierced by the Wei family. Yet 10 minutes before the market closed, it was the Wei family that was stomped into the ground by Lin Fan. Su Qingyan stared at the 3 limit-down stocks. She finally understood that Lin Fan was not just making empty threats. Defense was not his style. While the Wei family shorted Extraordinary Group, he directly struck at the roots of the Wei family. Lin Fan took a sip of red wine. He understood that this was just the first step. In the office of the Wei Group, Wei Changfeng stared intently at the screen as sell orders continued to rise. The sell orders weighed down on the limit down board, while the buy orders could barely lift their heads. In just 10 minutes, the market value of the 3 core publicly listed companies of the Wei family evaporated astonishingly. Even worse, this was not a simple decline, it was a brutal slap in the face in front of the entire market. In the morning, they were shorting the Extraordinary Group. By the time the market closed in the afternoon, the core stocks of the Wei family had directly hit the limit down. This was no accident, it was a brutal counterattack. Investigate. Wei Changfeng's voice was hoarse. Find out who did this. The trading supervisor's lips turned pale. The capital accounts are too scattered. Oh, we can't trace the back channels. But the timing is too coincidental. Wei Xiaojia turned pale. He thought of someone, Lin Fan, the man who shattered the Wei family's acquisition scheme with 10 billion yesterday and then sealed 100 million in a live broadcast last night. Dad, could it be Lin Fan? Wei Changfeng turned his head, his eyes bloodshot. Where did he get so much money? No one answered. The office was very quiet. The green numbers on the screen continued to flicker. Market value evaporated, pledge risks loomed, and public panic spread. Institutional inquiries pierced into Wei Changfeng's mind. Suddenly he clutched his chest, his face reddening. The next moment he spat blood. A mouthful of blood splattered onto the table. Dad! Wei Xiaojia was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. Several executives were thrown into disarray. But the trading screen would not stop, because Wei Changfeng spat blood. The closing bell rang, and all 3 publicly listed companies under the Wei family were locked down at the limit. In the top office of the Extraordinary Group, Su Qingyan stared at the closing data, speechless for a long time. Her eyes were fixed on the 3 limit down lines, her chest heaving violently. She had originally thought Lin Fan's move was too risky, but the results were right before her eyes. The Wei family shorted the extraordinary group in the morning, only knocking off a few points. In the afternoon, Lin Fan struck back, crushing the three core publicly listed companies of the Wei family to the limit in just 10 minutes. This was no longer a counterattack, it was overwhelming. Qin Zhou's call came in his voice, trembling, with barely concealed excitement. Mr. Lin, all three core publicly listed companies of the Wei family have hit the limit down. The sell orders are stable and market panic has spread. The Wei family's pledge may continue to face pressure tomorrow. Lin Fan replied with a sound of acknowledgement. Keep monitoring. Understood. After the call ended, Su Qingyan looked at Lin Fan, her voice much softer. Mr. Lin, the Wei family has suffered heavy losses this time. They never expected that we would directly strike their core industry. Lin Fan picked up a glass of red wine and gently swirled it. The dark red liquid slid down the wall of the glass. He sat on the sofa, his expression calm. Su Qingyan looked at him, her mind filled with a single thought: the Wei family had picked the wrong opponent. Lin Fan took a sip of red wine. The Wei family would suffer even more. With the system's hundredfold returns continuously providing ammunition, the century-old edifice of the Wei family in Modu was about to collapse completely in his storm of wealth. After the closing bell rang in the top office of the extraordinary group, the trading screen was still lit up. All three core publicly listed companies under the Wei family were locked down at the limit. The green numbers were dazzling. Su Qingyan stood in front of the screen, gripping her tablet tightly. She had worked in capital markets and had seen many large funds at play. But she had never seen someone like Lin Fan, who was shorted by the Wei family in the morning and then turned around to smash the three core companies of the Wei family to the limit in the afternoon. This was not negotiation. It was not about layout or probing slowly. It was a direct strike, using money to crush the Wei family's strongest bones in front of the entire market. Mr. Lin, Su Qingyan looked at him, her voice much lighter than usual. The closing data has come out. Lin Fan sat on the sofa holding his glass of red wine, barely glancing at the trading screen. Go ahead. Su Qingyan flipped her tablet to the statistics page. The three core publicly listed companies of the Wei family all hit the limit down today. The total market value evaporated by 117 billion. As she said this number, the faces of several executives in the office turned pale. 117 billion. For any enterprise in Modu, this was a devastating loss. Moreover, the Wei family still had a large amount of pledged equity. Once the market value falls, banks will pursue guarantees, institutions will enforce risk control, and shareholders will panic, all of which will pile up. An executive couldn't help but swallow hard. In 10 minutes, over 100 billion of the Wei family's value was lost. If this continues to fall tomorrow, the Wei family's pledges are likely to blow up. Wei Changfeng was still trying to suppress our stock price in the morning, and by the afternoon, he was crushed by Mr. Lin's strategy. Su Qingyan did not interrupt them. She tightened her grip on the tablet. This morning she had advised Lin Fan not to be reckless, insisting that the Wei family had deep roots and a large industry and could not be confronted heated. And what happened? Lin Fan did not play those games with the Wei family. The Wei family wanted to attack his cash flow. He directly targeted the Wei family's lifeline. Su Qingyan raised her head to look at Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, I admit I misjudged today's situation. Her tone was serious. If we followed conventional business warfare, we would stabilize the stock price, investigate positions, control public opinion, and find opportunities to counterattack. That would indeed be safe. But by the time we figured it out, the Wei family might have already disrupted our rhythm. Your move directly shifted everyone's focus from the extraordinary group back onto the Wei family. She paused, unable to suppress the shock in her eyes. I concede. The office fell silent. Several executives exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. Who was Su Qingyan? The eldest daughter of the Su family, founder of Qingyan Technology, known for her cold arrogance and strength in the Modu business circle. For her to say the word concede was extremely rare. Lin Fan put down his wine glass, his expression calm. The Wei family is nothing to be concerned about. Su Qingyan's heart raced again. Just as she was about to speak, the system panel in front of Lin Fan silently appeared. Legal capital expenditure feedback completed. Current available balance 0.00 yuan. 168 billion. Lin Fan looked at the string of numbers, his expression showing little change. If it had been a few days ago, seeing 10 million would have made his heart race. Now, with over 100 billion before him, he felt increasingly calm. When money reaches a certain level, it is no longer just a number, it becomes a weapon. The Wei family thought they were deeply rooted in Modu. Then he would dig out their roots one by one. Lin Fan picked up his phone and dialed Qin Zhou's number. The call was connected quickly. Mr. Lin, Qin Zhou's voice carried a hint of excitement. Clearly he had not fully recovered from the intense 10-minute counterattack just now. Lin Fan directly said, prepare the funds for tomorrow morning. Qin Zhou immediately quieted down. Mr. Lin, your command. List all quality assets in the Wei family's real estate, finance, and industry. Lin Fan's tone was very calm, especially assets with stable cash flow, controllable liabilities, and core positions. After the market opens tomorrow, as long as they can't hold on, we will fully acquire them. Qin Zhou's breath caught. Mr. Lin, do you mean? The Wei family is just feeling pain today. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, his gaze calm. I want them to start bleeding tomorrow. On the other end of the line, Qin Zhou fell silent for 2 seconds. Then his voice became extremely serious. Understood. I will mobilize the team tonight to screen all the Wei family's assets that can be acquired. The funding channels will also be prepared in advance. By 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you will see the complete plan. Lin Fan nodded. Don't spare any expense. I want all the premium assets. These words made everyone in the office's scalp tingle. The Wei family had yet to recover from the trading halt. Lin Fan was already preparing to feast on the Wei family's flesh. Su Qingyan looked at Lin Fan, and a very strong thought suddenly arose in her heart. The Wei family was truly finished this time. At the same time, the Wei Group headquarters had descended into chaos. On the top floor corridor, secretaries, assistants, and executives scurried back and forth. Phones rang incessantly. The bank demands we replenish the margin by tomorrow morning. Institutional clients are inquiring about the abnormal stock price. Financial media have already surrounded the building. Several board shareholders are demanding an immediate meeting. No one could provide any answers, because Wei Changfeng had already been taken away by an ambulance. Outside the group's main entrance, the ambulance's red and blue lights flashed continuously. Wei Changfeng lay on a stretcher, his complexion ashen, his suit collar still stained with blood. Several doctors pushed the stretcher towards the vehicle. Move aside. The patient has chest tightness and is vomiting blood. We must get to the hospital immediately. The Wei family executives followed behind, their expressions one uglier than the next. Who could have imagined that the Wei family's helmsman, who had been strategizing in his office that morning, would be so enraged by the market close that he vomited blood and was rushed to the hospital? Wei Xiaojie stood in the hall's entrance, utterly shell-shocked. Financial news scrolled across the screen. 3 Wei family-listed companies hit the daily trading limit at close market value, evaporating over 10 billion. Market rumors suggest the Wei family's pledged shares are under pressure, facing margin call risks tomorrow. The Tycoon Group is suspected of launching a fierce counterattack, reshaping the landscape of Magic City's capital circle. Every word lashed across his face. Several executives gathered around. Young Master Wei, what do we do now? Chairman Wei is in the hospital. The group needs someone to take charge. If the stock continues to hit the limit tomorrow, the bank will definitely pressure us. Should we contact Lin Fan first and try to negotiate? Negotiate? Wei Xiaojie looked up. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisted. You want me to go negotiate with Lin Fan? That executive was so frightened, he took a step back. Young Master Wei, that's not what I meant. It's just that the current situation. Shut up. Wei Xiaojie kicked over a nearby trash can. The metal bin hit the wall with a harsh clang. He sent my father to the hospital. He made the Wei family lose over 10 billion in a single day. And now you want me to bow my head, eh? No one dared to speak. Wei Xiaojie's chest heaved violently. He remembered Lin Fan's calm demeanor in Qingyan Technology's office. He remembered the searing pain on his own face when that 1 billion arrived in the account. He remembered how the whole of Magic City had laughed at the Wei family after the market closed today. The more he thought, the more unhinged he became. Lin Fan. Wei Xiaojie gritted his teeth, the words squeezed from his throat. If you won't let me live, then you won't have it easy either. He pulled out his phone and scrolled to a number he hadn't dialed in. The contact name had only 2 words, Black Dragon. The phone rang a few times before it was answered. A hoarse voice came from the other end. Young Master Wei calling me at this hour, something up? Wei Xiaojie walked into the empty fire escape, closing the door behind him. Black Dragon, I need you to take care of someone for me. There was a brief silence on the line. Then Black Dragon laughed. Young Master Wei, your Wei family is in turmoil right now. Calling me at a time like this won't come cheap. Wei Xiaojie didn't waste words. 50 million. Black Dragon's laughter stopped. 50 million. Who's the target? Wei Xiaojie enunciated each word, Lin Fan. There was another pause on Black Dragon's end. Clearly this name had become too prominent lately. Chairman of the Tycoon Group. The one who saved the day with 1 billion. The one who tipped 100 million. The one who orchestrated 100 billion counterattack against the Wei family. Now anyone in Magic City with even a shred of information had heard of Lin Fan. Black Dragon spoke slowly. Young Master Wei, this guy is no ordinary target. Not enough money. It's not about the money. A hint of greed crept into Black Dragon's voice. A man like him might have security. Wei Xiaojie sneered. He might be rich, but he's only been around for a few days. The penthouse in Thompson Riviera, the car, the group. He got it all too fast. He hasn't had time to build his own security system. Do it tonight. The sooner the better. Black Dragon gave a low chuckle. 50 million. Send a 20 million deposit first. They'll get the rest after the job is done. Wei Xiaojie clenched his jaw. Fine. I want him gone tonight. Black Dragon's voice turned serious. Young Master Wei, once the money hits the account, he'll handle the rest. In an underground boxing gym on the west side of the city, Black Dragon sat in a dimly lit private room, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he stared at the deposit notification on his phone. 20 million. Cold hard cash. He grinned. The Wei family is really desperate this time. Several burly men sat around the table. Some had tattooed arms, others bore old scars on their faces, all with fierce glints in their eyes. A bald man asked in a low voice, "Brother Long, what's the job?" Black Dragon stubbed out his cigarette. "Thompson Riviera? We're staking someone out tonight." The men exchanged glances. "Thompson Riviera? No ordinary people live there." The bald man frowned. "Brother Long going after someone in Thompson Riviera, isn't that asking for big trouble?" Black Dragon looked at him. 50 million. The room fell silent. Those 3 words were more convincing than any explanation. Black Dragon stood up and slapped the table. "Bring our most reliable men. Keep it low-key tonight. Young Master Wei just wants results." Several thugs immediately stood up. "Understood." Black Dragon looked out the window, his face a mask of greed. "Rich people's lives sure are valuable." Night fell. At the top floor penthouse of Thompson Riviera, the private chef had just laid out dinner on the long table. On silver platters, the cut of steak was tender, red wine breathed in a crystal decanter, and the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the Huangpu River's nightscape. Lin Fan sat at the dining table, slowly cutting a piece of steak. There was no one across from him. The spacious living room was quiet and luxurious. The 300 million yuan penthouse at this moment truly felt like his private domain. His phone suddenly vibrated. The caller was Qin Zhou. Lin Fan answered. "Speak." Qin Zhou's voice was very low. "Mr. Lin, there's been an anomaly with the Wei family." Lin Fan put down his knife and fork. "Wei Changfeng is in the hospital." "Yes." Qin Zhou said. "The ambulance took him from the Wei Group headquarters. The news can't be contained. But Wei Xiaojia is the bigger problem. Our people found that after the market closed, he left the group's core area and made several encrypted calls alone." Lin Fan picked up his wine glass, but didn't drink. "Found out who he contacted yet?" "Still investigating." Qin Zhou's tone was grave. "But Wei Xiaojia is cornered now. The Wei family's market value evaporated by over 10 billion today, and we might continue to acquire their premium assets tomorrow. A man like him fears losing the most and has the fewest scruples. Mr. Lin, I suggest we start beefing up security tonight, especially around Thompson Riviera." Qin Zhou paused on the phone. The Wei family might resort to a desperate last-ditch effort. Lin Fan looked at the red wine in his glass, his expression utterly calm. Whether Wei Xiaojia would go mad was no surprise to him. Men like him were arrogant when things went their way. Once pushed to the brink, they would tear up all the rules. Lin Fan gently placed his glass back on the table. The base of the glass touched the table with a soft clink. Qin Zhou. "Mr. Lin, go ahead. Contact the world's top-tier security companies. I don't care where they are right now or what method you use to get them here. Within 1 hour, I want the highest specification bodyguard team at Thompson Riviera. Money is no object." Once Lin Fan finished speaking, Qin Zhou on the other end paused for half a second. The next moment his voice became extremely serious. "Understood. Mr. Lin, I will contact them immediately." The call ended. Lin Fan put down his phone, picked up his knife and fork again, and cut a piece of steak. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the Huangpu River flowed with lights. The night scene of the bustling city lay beneath, resplendent like a golden chessboard. Wei Xiaojia thought that if he pressed hard enough, he could turn the tables with unscrupulous means. But he did not understand it all. The current Lin Fan was no longer an ordinary person who could be cornered and humiliated by Zhao Zihao in the ring. He was also not a small boss who could be easily manipulated by the Wei family with capital rules. In his hands he had money, and money, when abundant enough, could buy many things, including safety. It also provided a foundation for utterly demoralizing his enemies. 10 minutes later, Qin Zhou's phone rang again. "Mr. Lin, I've made contact. Heishui International Security Group, all elite members from the Shanghai branch, currently the top security team, available, a total of 68 people. Of these, 27 have experience with high-risk overseas missions, 16 have previously been responsible for personal security for super wealthy individuals, and the rest are retired special forces operatives. Equipment, vehicles, communication systems, emergency medical services, all included. But their quote is quite high." Lin Fan wiped the corner of his mouth. "How much?" Qin Zhou said in a deep voice. 100 million. The contract period is 3 months. From tonight onward, the protection coverage will include Tangshan Yiping Fifan Group headquarters, Xingyan Technology, and your personal travel routes. They require payment in advance. 100 million. For an ordinary person, hearing this figure would make their mind go blank. Even though many wealthy individuals in Shanghai wouldn't flinch at spending a few million on bodyguards, coughing up 100 million for just 3 months of security was not something everyone could afford. But Lin Fan merely said lightly sign. Qin Zhou did not ask further. Understood. Soon the contract documents were sent to Lin Fan's phone. Lin Fan glanced at it. Heishui International Security Group, one of the top private security companies in the world. Their clients were not ordinary rich people, but leaders of multinational corporations, giants in overseas mining energy companies in war-torn regions, and true super-wealthy individuals standing at the top of the pyramid. 100 million baht exclusive service from all elite forces in Shanghai for 3 months. Expensive, but worth it. Lin Fan signed online directly. The payment interface popped up. Amount 100 million. 00. Lin Fan entered his password. Confirmed. His phone vibrated. A bank text message popped up. Your account ending in 6886 has spent 100 million. 00 yuan. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a legal security service expenditure of 100 million. The expenditure scenario complies with system regulations. 100-fold cashback has been successfully triggered. A legal expenditure of 100 million has resulted in a cashback of 1 billion, which has been credited. The next moment, another bank text message popped up. Your account ending in 6886 has received 10 billion. 00 yuan. Lin Fan watched the balance change on the screen. Spending 100 million. Receiving 1 billion. The account balance surged once again. The Wei family wanted to play dirty. He not only blocked the knife effortlessly, but also thickened his own ammunition. This was true exhilaration. Lin Fan put down his phone and took a sip of red wine. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the underground garage of Tangshan Yiping, a convoy of black armored business cars silently drove in. The vehicles bore no unnecessary markings. Yet every car's glass was made of dark bulletproof material, and the tires, chassis, and communication antennas had all been specially modified. The doors opened. One by one, men dressed in black tactical suits got out of the cars. They were fit, their movements precise, wearing invisible communication devices in their ears, their waists slightly bulging, equipped with gloves, short boots, tactical flashlights, and restraint gear. Leading them was an Asian man in his 30s, with a buzz cut and an expressionless face. He walked to Lin Fan's private elevator and connected the internal line. Mr. Lin, I am the head of the Heishui Shanghai Action Team, codenamed Night Eagle. All 68 members are in position. The outer perimeter of Tangshan Yiping, the underground garage, elevator hall, fire escape, and riverside exit have completed the first round of deployment. From now on, without permission, no suspicious personnel can approach within 50 meters of you. Lin Fan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor, watching as the black vehicles dispersed at the entrance of the garage below. Thank you for your hard work. Night Eagle's tone showed no fluctuation. This is within the contract's responsibilities. The risk level of the target has been raised for tonight. We will handle it. Lin Fan hung up the internal line. Su Qingyan stood beside him. She had just received news from Qin Zhou. Wei Xiaojia had likely found someone untrustworthy. Initially, she was worried that Lin Fan might be careless. But now, seeing Heishui Security take over Tangshan Yiping in just half an hour, she truly understood what Lin Fan meant by money is not a problem. 100 million for security. Not even batting an eye. The top security forces in all of Shanghai were serving him alone tonight. This is the power of capital. Su Qingyan looked at Lin Fan and said softly, Mr. Lin, if Wei Xiaojia really dares to take action, he will probably hit a brick wall tonight. He better dare to come. On the other side, the night deepened. 3 gray vans stopped 2 blocks outside the perimeter of Tangshan Yiping. The smell of smoke was heavy inside the vehicle. Heilong sat in the passenger seat, holding a photograph. The person in the photo was Lin Fan. He squinted and looked at it repeatedly. Is this the kid, oi? A muscular man with tattoos in the back seat grinned and said, Long Gu, he looks pretty young. Another person lowered his voice. To force the Wei family to this extent, he must be extraordinary. Rich people are all like this. Heilong turned his head and shot him a glare. With a few drivers and bodyguards around, they think they are invincible. This is Shanghai, not a battlefield abroad. We have more than 20 people we can sneak in and take the person away. It will be over in 10 minutes. He spoke casually, but the people in the vehicles still felt a bit tense. In a place like Tangshan Yiping, even a random owner is not an ordinary person. If something major happens, it will be troublesome later. Heilong noticed their hesitation and directly shook his phone. The deposit of 20 million has been credited. If we succeed, there will be an additional 30 million. 50 million, enough for you to live lavishly for half your life. Once this sentence was spoken, everyone's eyes in the car changed. Money can suppress fear, especially 50 million. Heilong pushed the car door open. Let's go. More than 20 thugs got out of the car one after another. They did not go through the front door, but split into 3 groups, quietly approaching through the outer greenery, the side door of the underground garage, and the property passage. These people were usually considered tough characters. Fighting, blocking people, collecting debts, watching over places, they all had experience. But they completely failed to realize that from the moment their first vehicle stopped, all their movements had already appeared on Haishui's surveillance screen. In the security room of Tangchen Yipin's underground garage, Night Eagle stood in front of a makeshift command screen. 6 monitors were lit up simultaneously. The outer street entrance, greenbelts, the entrance to the underground garage, fire escape, elevator hall, riverside walkway. The figures of Heilung and his more than 20 subordinates were marked one by one with red frames on the screens. Night Eagle put on gloves, his tone cold. Target 26 people. No obvious firearms. Carrying knives, batons, stun guns, and restraints. Intent to approach the employer's residence. Use of force is permitted. The voices of Haishui bodyguards echoed in the communication channel. Group A in position. Group B in position. Garage entrance secured. Fire escape is controlled. 2 suspicious vehicles on the outside have been confirmed. Night Eagle raised his hand. Net in. Just as Heilung and his men reached the side door of the underground garage, he felt something was off. It was too quiet. Too quiet for the underground garage of a top luxury residence in Shanghai. There were no security patrol sounds. No footsteps from the residence. Not even the sound of vehicles starting. One of the subordinates whispered, "Longu, something seems off." Heilung frowned. "Shut up." He had just taken a step forward. Suddenly the lights on the garage ceiling blazed to life. The bright lights blinded everyone. Before Heilung could react, dozens of dark figures surged out from the left and right shadows. Their movements were frighteningly fast. The first row of black water bodyguards moved in close. One thug had just pulled out a baton when his wrist was twisted sharply. Crack! The baton fell to the ground. A man was slammed to the hood of the car, his face contorted. Another burly man tried to lift his leg to kick, but before he could, he was struck hard in the side. He curled up, and in the next moment his hands were twisted back and his knees crashed heavily to the ground. "Who? Damn it, make your move. Grab the weapons." The Black Dragon's men were thrown into disarray. Usually they relied on brutality, numbers, and intimidating ordinary people. Faced with Blackwater, a truly professional security team, they were simply not on the same level. The Blackwater bodyguards worked in groups of 3, targeting the throat, locking the wrists, pinning down the shoulders, and twisting the knees, each movement swift and precise. They did not seek to be visually appealing. They only aimed to incapacitate their target. A heavily tattooed man charged in with a knife. In the next moment his wrist was struck by a tactical baton. The knife fell to the ground. His abdomen was struck by an elbow. The back of his head was pinned down. He crashed to the ground with a thud. As 2 thugs nearby tried to rescue him, they were suddenly blinded by the bright light of a flashlight. Before they could even see the position of their opponent, one was kicked in the leg, and the other had his shoulder locked, forcing him down to the ground. "Don't move. Let go of my hands. Get down." The voice of the Blackwater bodyguard was heavy. In just 1 minute, the first batch of people sent by the Black Dragon was all taken down. The second batch, sneaking in through the fire escape, fared worse. As they pushed open the door, they were met by 2 Blackwater bodyguards. The opponents gave them no time to react. The first 3 were disarmed while those behind were trapped in the narrow corridor, unable to turn around. One thug, frightened, wanted to run, but just as he turned around, his escape route was blocked by Team B. "Get down. Don't move. If you move again, it'll break your hands." That man looked at the Blackwater bodyguards. His legs went weak, and he knelt down. 3 minutes. From the moment the lights turned on to when the last thug was pinned to the ground, it only took 3 minutes. More than 20 subordinates of the Black Dragon were all subdued. Not a single person could breach the second line of defense. Not a single person reached the private elevator where Lin Fan was. In the underground parking lot, wails echoed. Those thugs who were usually arrogant were now bound with restraints, their faces pressed against the cold ground, too afraid to even lift their heads. The Black Dragon fared worse. He had just tried to charge out from the side when he was intercepted by Night Eagle himself. One move. Just one move. Night Eagle seized his wrist and pressed down forcefully. The Black Dragon felt as if his entire arm was about to be torn off, pain causing him to kneel on the spot. Soon after, his neck was stepped on and his face was pressed hard against the ground. He felt a chill all over. The Black Dragon finally panicked. After years in the underworld, he had seen ruthless people and bodyguards. But this was the first time encountering such a fully armed, precisely coordinated professional security. This was not a bodyguard. This was a tactical team. His subordinates were like children swinging wooden sticks against steel plates in front of these people. They were completely from different worlds. The elevator doors opened with a ding. Lin Fan stepped out in a light, gray casual outfit. No suit. No bodyguards surrounding him. Yet all the members of Blackwater in the underground parking lot simultaneously stepped aside. The Black Dragon's heart skipped a beat. He finally saw Lin Fan clearly. The young man from the photo stood right in front of him. Yet the more he saw, the colder he felt in his back. Lin Fan walked up to him, looking down at the Black Dragon pressed against the ground. "Who sent you?" The Black Dragon gritted his teeth. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding. Night Eagle applied slight pressure underfoot. The black dragon's face was deformed under the pressure, his words instantly turning into a scream. Lin Fan looked at him. I will only ask once. The black dragon shivered. After years in the society, he knew best when to be tough and when to kneel. Wei Xiaojie offered 50 million. But no matter how much money, one must have a life to spend it. If this group of Blackwater bodyguards truly wanted to maim him, they wouldn't even blink an eye. The black dragon was thoroughly scared. Wei Xiaojie. He almost did not hesitate, directly shouting it out. It was Wei Xiaojie who sent me. He said to take you away tonight, preferably making you disappear. He gave me 50 million with 20 million as a deposit. Lin Fan looked down at him. Proof. The black dragon hurriedly said yes. Yes, I have the transfer records on my phone. And the call recordings. I was afraid he wouldn't acknowledge it later, so I specifically recorded it. Night Eagle bent down and took the phone from the black dragon's pocket. The black dragon trembled as he unlocked it. The transfer records were quickly pulled up. 20 million had been received. The payment account had undergone several transfers, but the notes and intermediary contacts could all be matched to people from the Wei family. Then the recording was played. Wei Xiaojie's voice came from the phone. I want him to disappear tonight. The money is in, I will arrange for the people. The sooner the better. In the underground parking lot, several thugs pinned to the ground turned pale upon hearing the recording. They had thought it was just a normal kidnapping. Only now did they realize they had been pushed out by Wei Xiaojie to die. Lin Fan finished listening to the recording. He looked at Night Eagle. Take them all and send them to the precinct. People evidence transfer records recordings. Not a single one should be missed. Night Eagle nodded. Understood. The black dragon turned anxious upon hearing this. Mr. Lin, I already said. I cooperate. I can testify. Please give me a way out. Lin Fan glanced at him. The way out is at the precinct. Night Eagle raised his hand. The Blackwater bodyguards immediately sprang into action. The black dragon and his more than 20 subordinates were picked up one by one and shoved into a black business van. They had come in fierce and intimidating. Now heads down, their faces showed only fear. Several vehicles quickly left the underground parking lot of Tangchini Pin. Destination: the precinct. At the same time, Wei Xiaojie paced back and forth in his villa on the outskirts of the city. The living room lights were bright. Unfinished red wine was on the table. His phone was clutched in his hand, the screen flickering on and off. He had sent several messages to the black dragon, but no one replied. Wei Xiaojie felt a bit restless. Useless. More than 20 people, and it still takes so long to catch Lin Fan. He forced himself back onto the sofa. As long as the black dragon succeeded tonight, Lin Fan would be finished. The Fiefan group would be leaderless. No matter how strong Su Qingyan was, she wouldn't withstand the Wei family's counterattack. Once his father woke up, he would be able to vent this resentment completely. At that time, he would make Lin Fan kneel before him. He would silence all those who laughed at the Wei family. Thinking of this, Wei Xiaojie raised the red wine glass and took a big gulp. Just then, urgent footsteps sounded outside the door. Soon after, the villa's front door was violently kicked open from the outside. Bang! Wei Xiaojie stood up. Who? Several officers rushed into the living room. The leading officer displayed his badge, his voice stern. Wei Xiaojie, you are suspected of hiring thugs to injure others and illegally instructing others to commit violent crimes. Come with us for a while. Wei Xiaojie's face turned pale. What nonsense are you talking? I'm a member of the Wei family. Do you know who? The officers didn't bother arguing with him. Two of them directly stepped forward, one on each side, gripping his arms. Wei Xiaojie struggled violently. Let me go. I want to see my lawyer. You don't have evidence. The leading officer coldly looked at him. The black dragon has already confessed. The transfer records and call recordings are all at the precinct. Wei Xiaojie froze. In the next moment, handcuffs clicked around his wrists. While Wei Xiaojie was still waiting for good news in the villa, it was the officers breaking in that led to him being taken away in handcuffs. The next morning, chaos erupted in Modu. Financial news, social news, and trending short videos all flashed the name of the Wei family almost simultaneously. Wei Xiaojie, heir of the Wei family, suspected of hiring thugs to injure others and colluding with underground forces, was taken away for investigation by the police last night. The three core listed companies of the Wei family have suffered consecutive disasters, and banks have initiated a comprehensive risk review. Multiple loans from the Wei family have been recalled early, plunging the century-old Wei family into a liquidity crisis. As soon as the news broke, the entire business community in Modu was stunned. The three core listed companies of the Wei family had plummeted to the limit before yesterday's market close, alerting everyone that something was wrong. But no one expected that Wei Xiaojie would be arrested that night. And it wasn't just a normal economic issue. It was related to organized crime. With those two words attached, the last remnants of the Wei family's dignity were completely lost. The banks, which had been observing the situation, collectively changed their stance as soon as dawn broke. The phone lines in the Wei Group's finance department were overwhelmed. The risk level of your company has been elevated. Our bank has decided to recall a portion of the loans early. Is Mr. Wei currently unreachable? Then please submit a new guarantee plan by 5 o'clock this afternoon. It's not that we lack compassion, but your family is currently entangled in a criminal case, and the credit must be suspended. The pledged equity has reached the warning line. Please supplement the margin immediately, or we will proceed according to the contract. One call after another came in, leaving the finance director of the Wei Group pale-faced. He held his phone, his forehead dripping with sweat. Everyone, Mr. Wei is still in the hospital, and young Master Wei has been taken away by the police. The company needs time to coordinate. The person on the other end wasn't listening at all. Time. Yesterday, your 3 companies faced a stock market halt, and today young Master Wei was arrested for gang involvement. The market has exploded. You need time, but the bank doesn't want risks. By today, if the money isn't in, the mortgaged assets will directly enter the disposal process. The call ended. The finance director trembled, nearly dropping his phone. In the conference room, several senior executives of the Wei family sat in a row, each with a pale complexion. Just yesterday, they were praising in front of Wei Chongfeng, claiming that Tycoon Group's foundation was shallow, that Lin Fan was just a nouveau riche, and that with a little maneuvering the Wei family could suppress him. Yet within a day, it was the Wei family that was pressed down. What should we do? The bank is withdrawing loans, and the stock price has hit a limit down. Where can we find so much cash? With young Master Wei arrested and Mr. Wei still unconscious, the board is in chaos. Several core plots of land and 2 buildings have already been placed on the bank's list for mortgage disposal. Those assets are the Wei family's last resort. No one answered, because everyone knew the Wei family had no cards left to play. Stock prices plummeted. The bank withdrew loans. The heir was arrested. The helmsman was hospitalized. With these 4 blades striking simultaneously, not just the Wei family, but even the largest of families could not withstand it. Worse still, the outside world no longer trusted the Wei family. In several private clubs within the business circle of the Magic City, a group of businessmen who usually had close ties with the Wei family sat together, their expressions increasingly complex. Just yesterday, I thought Tycoon Group was finished, but unexpectedly, the Wei family collapsed first. Lin Fan was ruthless, shorting them in the morning, and then directly attacking the Wei family's core holdings in the afternoon, and by night young Master Wei was taken in. This isn't just ruthlessness, it's oppression. Now that the bank is fully withdrawing loans, the Wei family's mortgaged assets will definitely not be preserved. Who would dare to take them on? The current situation of the Wei family makes it easy to attract trouble if one takes them on. Someone fell silent for a few seconds, lowering his voice. Others may not dare, but Lin Fan does. Suddenly the room fell silent. Everyone thought of that name. Lin Fan, chairman of Tycoon Group. Just a few days ago, many had never heard of this name. Yet in just a few days, he bought the Tangchun E-Pin penthouse, paid in full for an Aston Martin, invested 10 billion to rescue Qingyan Technology, rewarded 100 million for a divine title, and orchestrated a counterattack against the Wei family with funds in the 100 billion range. Now the Wei family's most core assets were about to be liquidated. Everyone knew that the true hunter standing in the center of the hunting ground was not the bank, not the institutions, but Lin Fan. In the hospital, in a luxury ward, Wei Chongfeng finally woke up. His face was ashen, his lips chapped, and he had 4 drip needles stuck in the back of his hand. When several trusted allies of the Wei family saw him open his eyes, they immediately surrounded him. Mr. Wei, you're awake. Doctor, call the doctor quickly. Wei Chongfeng took a while to catch his breath before he managed to speak. Where is young Master Wei? The ward fell silent. Several confidants looked at each other, none daring to speak. Wei Chongfeng frowned, his voice weak, but filled with anger. I ask you, where is young Master Wei? An older executive gritted his teeth and could only muster the courage to step forward. Mr. Wei, young Master Wei was taken away by the police last night. Wei Chongfeng looked at him. What did you say? The old executive's voice tightened. Young Master Wei is suspected of hiring thugs to injure others. The Black Dragon gang has already confessed, and the transfer records and call recordings are with the police. Now everyone is saying young Master Wei is involved in gang activities. Wei Changfeng's chest rose and fell violently. Bastard. This fool. Just as he was about to brace himself up, another executive urgently said, Mr. Wei, there's also the bank. Wei Chongfeng fixed his gaze on him. What about the bank? This morning the cooperating banks have all initiated loan withdrawals. The executive was sweating profusely. Several large loans have been recalled early, and the pledged equity has also reached the warning line. If the margin isn't supplemented before this afternoon, the Wei family's core building and several premium plots of land might be forced into liquidation. Wei Chongfeng froze completely. The ward was left with only the beeping of the monitoring equipment. He stared at the ceiling as if he couldn't comprehend these words. His son was arrested. The company was withdrawing loans. Assets were being liquidated. The Wei family's century-long reputation shattered into pieces overnight. Lin Fan. Wei Changfeng gritted his teeth, squeezing out these two words from his throat. He finally realized he had underestimated that young man. Not just any underestimation. It was mistaking a true tiger for a mere wolf just entering the arena. Earlier that morning, the Wei family wanted to completely cut off Tycoon Group's financing channels. By night, they were forced into ruin by Lin Fan. The more Wei Changfeng thought about it, the more anxious he became, as if a hand was tightly gripping his chest. He reached out to grab the water cup by the bedside, but didn't even touch the rim. Mr. Wei, don't get agitated. Doctor. Wei Changfeng's eyes rolled back, and his body suddenly fell back. The ward descended into chaos. Doctors and nurses rushed in, the sounds of the machines blaring. Blood pressure is rising. The patient has lost consciousness. Quick, resuscitate. Several senior executives of the Wei family stood at the door, drained of color. They all understood. With Wei Changfeng's fall, there would be no one left in the Wei family to hold the situation together. The Wei family had collapsed. In the top office of Tycoon Group, outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sun shone brightly over the financial district of the Magic City. Lin Fan sat behind his desk. In front of him lay a thick asset liquidation report. Qin Zhou stood in front of the desk, his tone calm. Mr. Lin, the Wei family triggered multiple debt defaults this morning. The banks can no longer withstand the pressure of public opinion and risk control and have decided to dispose of the mortgaged assets. Among them, the most valuable are the headquarters building of the Wei Group in Lujiazui, 2 commercial plots in Jing'an District, and a comprehensive project by the riverside. He said while pushing several documents in front of Lin Fan. According to the normal market price, these assets are worth at least over 7 billion. But the Wei family currently has a cash flow break, and the banks are eager to recoup their funds. Plus, due to the gang-related rumors, no one dares to take them at a high price. If we could acquire them through liquidation channels, we could expect to secure them for under 3 billion. Several executives in the office listened, their breaths slowing down. 7 billion in assets. Acquired for 3 billion. What difference was that from picking money off the ground? What was even more absurd was that these assets weren't scraps. They were the true core of the Wei family. The headquarters building. The premium plots of land. The riverside complex. Under normal circumstances, not to mention 3 billion, even a premium price, might not secure them. Now, however, they were being personally delivered to Lin Fan's doorstep by the Wei family. Su Qingyan stood nearby, holding another document, her expression complex. She understood the value of these assets all too well. Those 2 plots in Jing'an District had been mentioned by the elders of the Su family years ago. Prime location, mature planning, and complete surrounding commercial support. Once acquired, Tycoon Group could directly step up a level in real estate and commercial operations. Qin Zhou continued, currently there are still a few institutions observing. But they are all afraid of future disputes with the Wei family, and also fear being implicated by public opinion after taking over. If we act now, we can drive the price down to the lowest. Lin Fan flipped through a few pages of the report. Each page displayed assets that the Wei family had once prided themselves on. Now all of them had turned into targets for liquidation. He closed the document, his voice flat. I want them all. Qin Zhou's expression tightened. Mr. Lin, do you mean to take all of these items? The core building, the premium plots, the riverside complex. Lin Fan looked up at him. As long as they have stable cash flow, prime locations, and clean debts, I want them all. Push the price down to the lowest. The banks are eager to recoup their funds, so let them understand that in the Magic City, only Tycoon Group can give money immediately. Qin Zhou was stunned. This statement was too domineering. But it is indeed a fact. The Wei family collapsed too quickly, and the banks only wanted to minimize their losses. Ordinary institutions require approvals, risk assessments, meetings, and layers of signatures. Lin Fan did not need that. He had cash in hand. Moreover, it was terrifying enough to make the banks bow down. Understood. I will negotiate immediately, Lin Fan added. Do not leave any hope for the Wei family. Qin Zhou nodded. Yes. 2 hours later, the news spread throughout the business world of Mo City. Tycoon Group took over the core building and prime land of the Wei family's bankruptcy liquidation at a cost far below market value. Assets worth tens of billions were acquired by Lin Fan at a bargain price. A photo of the Wei family sign being taken down from the core building in Lujiazui quickly circulated among various business groups. In the photo, the 4 characters of the Wei family were slowly lowered by a crane with a crowd of onlookers standing below. No one spoke. These 4 characters had hung in Mo City for many years, representing wealth, status, resources, and connections. But now they were being taken down like scrap metal, replaced by the 4 brand new black and gold characters of Tycoon Group. Someone in the group commented, the era of the Wei family has come to an end. Soon someone replied below, Tycoon Group taking over the core assets of the Wei family has at least doubled its size. That was too fast, almost absurd. Just a few days ago it was a new company, and now it has directly swallowed half of the Wei family. Lin Fan is stepping on the corpse of the Wei family to rise to power. In the future, who in the business world of Mo City would dare to underestimate him? No one dared to refute. Because this time it was not a rumor, nor was it flattery. It was a real asset transfer of cold hard cash. The asset scale of Tycoon Group skyrocketed in a single day. In the office area, employees looked at the internal notice, each one excited to the point of blushing. Our group has taken over the Wei family's Lujiazui building. Not just that, but also 2 plots of land in Jingan. Wow, that's incredible. Just yesterday the Wei family was pressuring us, and today the building has become ours. I truly admire Lin Dong's methods. Following a boss like this is a sign of a promising future. Everyone's emotions were ignited. Although Tycoon Group had money before it had only just been established, many employees were still unsure. But now it was different. The core assets of the Wei family had been integrated. The scale of the group had doubled. The voices of doubt from the outside world completely vanished. The capital market began to reassess Tycoon Group. Those investment institutions that had hesitated to take calls just yesterday were now calling proactively. Mr. So we can continue discussing previous cooperation. Manager Chin, we are very optimistic about the future plans of Tycoon Group. If Lin Dong has any financing plans, we are willing to offer the best conditions. Tycoon Group currently does not lack money. Qin Zhou replied with just one sentence. The other side fell silent. This statement was more cutting than any boast. In the morning they were afraid of the Wei family and dared not invest. By the afternoon, when they wanted to enter the market, Tycoon Group had already looked down upon them. In the top office, Su Qingyan organized the latest list of integrated assets and placed it on Lin Fan's desk. Lin Dong, the first batch of asset transfers has been confirmed. The original headquarters building of the Wei family in Lujiazui, 2 commercial plots in Jing'an, and the Binjiang complex project have all been transferred to Tycoon Group. The liquidation price is about 60 lower than the market valuation. She felt a sense of unreality as she said this. 60%. This was not a discount that could be negotiated through normal business discussions. This was Lin Fan taking the spoils after the Wei family had their spine broken. She looked up at Lin Fan. Lin Fan sat calmly behind the desk, as if today's acquisition of tens of billions in assets was merely an ordinary contract. Su Qingyan observed him. She had seen many men, some young and promising, some with prestigious backgrounds, and some who were dominant in the business world. But none were like Lin Fan. His approach was simple yet brutal. 1 billion to save the situation. 100 million in rewards. A counterattack worth 1,000 billion. Now he had also swallowed the core assets of the Wei family at the lowest price. Every step felt like treading on everyone's heart, suffocating the enemies while captivating the onlookers. Su Qingyan lowered her head to look at the list again, then glanced at Lin Fan. The awe in her eyes was deeper than before. But beyond that awe, there was an emotion she did not immediately recognize. It was a dangerous admiration. Not because of money. She had seen too many wealthy people since childhood. What truly made her heart race was Lin Fan's ability to control the situation. No matter how the Wei family attacked, he remained unflustered. No matter how dangerous the situation appeared, he could crush his opponent in the most direct way. Su Qingyan softly said, Lin Dong, the Wei family will never rise again this time. Lin Fan gazed out the window. They originally still had a way out. It was Wei Xiaojia who blocked his own path. Su Qingyan fell silent for a few seconds and nodded. Business battles are business battles. But Wei Xiaojia dared to hire the Black Dragon to act, which had already crossed the line. Now that he was captured and dragged into the abyss by the Wei family, he was not wronged at all. The office fell silent. Sunlight fell on the desk with the numbers on the asset list clearly visible line by line. Tycoon Group was no longer a new player in the capital circle of Mo City. Instead, it had truly stood at the center of the table, stepping on the ruins of the Wei family's collapse. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone on the desk vibrated. He picked it up and took a glance. The WeChat message was from Xia Shiqing. Mr. Lin, thank you so much for last night. I have booked a table at Yunduan for 7 p.m. tonight, Michelin 3 stars. If you have time, I would like to thank you in person. A restaurant reservation followed. Yunduan, a famously high-altitude Michelin 3-star restaurant in Mo City. Lin Fan looked at the message, his fingertips paused on the screen for a second. Xia Shiqing's avatar was clean, a profile photo. A fair face, smooth long hair, and a hint of caution under the light. Su Qingyan, standing beside him, also caught a glimpse of the chat box. She said nothing, merely tightening her grip on the edge of the document. Lin Fan casually replied with one word. Okay. The message was sent successfully. He put down his phone, picked up the Aston Martin keys from the table, and walked out of the office. At 6:50 p.m. the lights were already on at the entrance of Yunduan restaurant. This was a renowned high-altitude Michelin 3-star restaurant in Mo City, and the cars parked outside were all ones that ordinary people could not afford. Mercedes S-Class, Porsche Panamera, Bentley Continental, Rolls-Royce Ghost. Those dining here were also dressed exquisitely. Men in suits, women with refined perfumes, even the waiters at the door stood with straight backs, their smiles standardized as if measured with a ruler. At that moment, a low rumble of sound came from the street corner. It was not the ear-piercing sound of ordinary sports cars. Instead, it was a heavy, steady roar that carried a sense of oppression. Several guests waiting for their cars at the entrance instinctively turned their heads. The next second, a dark Aston Martin slowly approached. The car's lines were sleek and low, and the dark paint gleamed coldly under the lights. It did not intentionally rev its engine, but that deep sound was enough to silence everyone around. Wow, is that for real? There are only a few of these cars in the country, right? You can't just buy this with money, can you? I thought that Bentley parked outside was impressive, but now it looks like a regular car. A young man raised his phone, his hand trembling with excitement. Quick, take a picture. I have only seen this car online. The female companion beside him also stared wide-eyed. How much does this car cost? Starting from tens of millions, but the key is its rarity. Oh, anyone who can drive this in the country must have an astonishing background. The waiter at the restaurant reacted the quickest. He immediately walked forward, quickly bending down to stand properly. The manager, who was still speaking with guests, directly stopped, adjusted his collar, and walked towards the entrance. Having such a car parked at the entrance of Yunduan itself indicated status. It was not something an ordinary wealthy second generation could compare to by renting a supercar for show. The car stopped steadily. The scissor doors slowly rose. Lin Fan stepped out of the car. He was not wearing a suit today, just a black casual jacket over a white shirt with a watch on his wrist. He was very young, but standing next to the Aston Martin 177, the calmness he exuded was even more oppressive than those wealthy individuals at the entrance who were trying to act important. The attendant immediately lowered his head. Good evening, sir. Lin Fan handed over the key. Park it well. Yes, sir. The attendant carefully received the key with both hands. The gazes of those around had not yet shifted from the car and were now fixed on Lin Fan. So young. Is this car his? Not the driver. He drives himself. This guy looks to be just in his 20s driving an Aston Martin to dinner. What kind of family does he come from? A woman in a small formal dress stared at Lin Fan, her eyes wide. The man beside her looked a bit pale, but could not utter a word, because the gap was too vast. So vast that even jealousy seemed unfounded. On the other side of the entrance, Xia Shiqing stood there lightly gripping her small bag. She had clearly dressed up carefully for the evening. The light blue dress complemented her skin tone well, with the hem just above her knees revealing a pair of fair calves. Her waistline was slim, and her shoulders and neck were clean and beautiful. Her long hair cascaded down her back, slightly curled at the ends, and her face bore light makeup lacking the stage presence of her live stream, instead conveying a sense of innocence. She had been looking down at her phone, repeatedly checking the time. When she heard the commotion, she looked up. Upon seeing the dark Aston Martin parked at the entrance, she froze. When she saw Lin Fan step out of the car, her beautiful eyes widened, and her breath caught for a moment. Is this the Emperor Fan? She had thought about this many times last night. What kind of person is someone who casually throws 100 million in a live stream? She had even prepared herself psychologically. Perhaps he was a middle-aged tycoon with a big belly. Perhaps surrounded by beautiful women. Perhaps with a temper, speaking in a condescending manner. After all, she had seen too many wealthy patrons of this level in her experience as a streamer. She could not expect the other party to be gentle, nor could she imagine him to be young. But the man before her completely overturned all her assumptions. Young, handsome, with a calm demeanor. He walked over from the supercar, not looking at anyone else's reactions. This tens of millions worth Aston Martin was just an ordinary car for him. Xia Shiqing's heart raced uncontrollably. Her fingers tightened around the small bag, and her cheeks felt slightly warm. Xia Shiqing. Lin Fan stepped in front of her, his tone calm. Xia Shiqing regained her senses and quickly nodded. Yes, that's me. After saying this, she felt she was too nervous and hurried to add something. Mr. Lin, good evening. Lin Fan glanced at her. The light blue dress indeed suited her well. In the live stream, Xia Shiqing was the innocent streamer. In reality, she appeared even cleaner without the filters and lights. Especially her eyes, which carried a hint of nervousness. Have you been waiting long? No, I just arrived as well. Xia Shiqing quickly shook her head. In fact, she had arrived half an hour early. To prepare for tonight's dinner, she had changed several outfits in the afternoon. Too sexy for fear of appearing too obvious in her intentions. Too plain, worried it wouldn't seem significant enough. In the end, she chose this light blue dress. She looked at Lin Fan, her voice lighter than when she was live streaming. Mr. Lin, thank you so much for last night. If it weren't for you, I might have been pressured by the Wild Young Master and the Tianqing Guild. One thank you feels too light, but I still want to say it in person. Lin Fan said lightly, no need to keep thanking me. For me, it was just a casual act. Upon hearing this, Xia Shiqing's heart was even more shaken. Casual. 100 million in tipping was just casual for him. If someone else had said such words, she would have thought they were putting on a show. But standing next to the Aston Martin, having just risen through the ranks of the Wei family, when these words came from Lin Fan's mouth, it was the truth. Many people at the entrance were watching them. especially those who recognized Xia Shiqing, who had already begun to whisper among themselves. Isn't that Xia Shiqing, the pure and innocent streamer from Shark? She was the one who was lifted by Emperor Fan's 100 million last night, right? Wait, could that guy be Emperor Fan? Driving an Aston Martin so young and meeting with Xia Shiqing, it's almost certain. Xia Shiqing heard those whispers and felt her ears heat up even more. She had been recognized before, but this time was different, because the person standing beside her was the Emperor Fan, the man who had driven the entire platform crazy last night. She suddenly felt fortunate that she hadn't dressed too extravagantly tonight. If she had really dressed like those borderline streamers in her livestream, standing in front of Lin Fan would have made her seem cheap. The restaurant manager quickly approached, his smile more respectful than usual. Mr. Lin, Miss Xia, welcome to Yunduan. Your reserved table is ready. Please follow me. Xia Shiqing was taken aback. She had clearly reserved the table under her own name. But the manager addressed Lin Fan first. She quickly realized, for someone like Lin Fan, once he stepped through the door, the restaurant would never overlook him. The two entered the restaurant. The Yunduan restaurant is located on the top floor of a high building. When the elevator doors opened, the entire night view of the Magic City lay almost before their eyes. Outside the floor-to-ceiling glass, the Huangpu River rippled, and the lights of the buildings on both sides sparkled. The restaurant's lighting was soft, the piano music perfectly balanced with ample space between tables to ensure privacy. The manager personally led them to a window seat. This seat had an excellent angle, allowing for a complete view of the river scenery. After sitting down, Xia Shiqing appeared somewhat shy. She placed her small bag beside her, sitting up straight, unsure where to put her hands. The waiter presented the menu. Mr. Lin, Miss Xia, this is tonight's chef's recommendation. Lin Fan took the menu and casually flipped through a couple of pages. You order? Xia Shiqing quickly waved her hand. No, Mr. Lin should order. Since I invited you to dinner, I should certainly defer to you. Lin Fan looked up at her. You invited me, eh? Xia Shiqing's face flushed. She understood that her income was nothing compared to Lin Fan, but she had actively arranged this dinner. She couldn't let Lin Fan pay the bill. Yes, she nodded gently, her tone serious. Although this meal means little to you, it's my gesture of appreciation. What happened last night was really important to me. Since I started streaming, I've encountered many big shots, and some people have tipped thousands and expected me to comply with their every word. Some have helped me in contests and wanted me to accompany them privately. As she spoke, her fingertips gently traced the rim of her cup. But you were different. You tipped so much yet asked for nothing in return. You didn't even say a word to put me in a difficult position. Lin Fan looked at her. Xia Shiqing raised her head, her gaze sincere. So, I want to thank you in person. Mr. Lin, thank you for preserving my dignity yesterday. This sentence was spoken softly, but it was far more sincere than those "thank you, big brother" phrases in the livestream. Lin Fan set down the menu. You don't need to think of me as too noble. I was also going to test something last night. Xia Shiqing did not understand the meaning behind his words, but she didn't press further. A smart woman knows what to ask and what not to. She simply nodded lightly. Regardless of your reasons, you helped me, and that is a fact. Lin Fan's tone remained gentle. In future streams, if you encounter such people, there's no need to endure for too long. Platform rules are one thing, but one should not sacrifice their principles for popularity. Xia Shiqing's heart trembled slightly. She looked at Lin Fan, suddenly feeling a bit teary. Last night, so many people had pressured her. The wild young master had forced her to take off her outerwear and make inappropriate gestures. The Tianqing Guild's members had said that streamers should just eat and stop pretending to be lofty. Many bystanders also thought, isn't the Xingqiu district just like this? Only Lin Fan silenced all those voices with 100 million. Now facing her again, one cannot lose their bottom line. She lowered her head and softly said, I remember. The waiter brought the pre-meal wine and bread. Xia Shiqing picked up her glass of water as if to bolster her courage. Mr. Lin, may I ask you a question? Ask. Why do you go by Fan Huang? Lin Fan glanced at her. It was a casual choice. Xia Shiqing was taken aback, then smiled gently. She looked beautiful when she smiled. Her eyes curved, radiating a mix of purity and sweetness. I thought it had some special meaning. Now it does. What? Lin Fan's tone was calm. After last night, those two words should be unforgettable for anyone. Xia Shiqing's heart raced again. Those words were quite bold. Yet coming from him, they were not off-putting, because he truly lived up to it. The name Fan Huang had exploded across the Shark platform last night. 100 million in gifts. A divine presence across the entire platform. The wild young master withdrew from the internet. The Tianqing Guild feigned ignorance. Everyone remembered this name. Xia Shiqing looked at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with deeper reverence. She initially thought she was meeting a wealthy patron from the live-streaming world. But now she realized that Fan Huang was merely the most inconspicuous layer of Lin Fan's identity. The true him was the chairman of an extraordinary conglomerate capable of toppling the Wei family and shaking the business world of Magic City. The more she understood this, the less she dared to act recklessly. Throughout their meal, Xia Shiqing remained very mindful of the boundaries. She would initiate topics, but wouldn't get too close. She would pour water for Lin Fan, but wouldn't intentionally brush against his hand. Occasionally, when she spoke of amusing anecdotes from the live stream, her voice was soft and her expression relaxed a bit. But whenever Lin Fan looked at her, she would instinctively sit up straight. That kind of restraint made her seem more genuine. Lin Fan didn't purposely try to close the distance, nor did he neglect her. His demeanor was gentle, yet the sense of distance was palpable. It wasn't that he pushed her away. It was more that she could sit across from him for dinner, but wouldn't easily dare to cross that line. Xia Shiqing increasingly understood that sitting here tonight didn't mean she and Lin Fan were very familiar. She was merely a streamer he had helped. A somewhat pretty streamer. Nothing more. This realization didn't leave her feeling despondent, rather it deepened her respect. Because she had seen too many men who with a bit of wealth were eager to treat women as trophies. Lin Fan was different. He didn't lack for female attention, nor did he need to prove his charm with frivolous words. Just as Xia Shiqing lowered her head to cut her steak, a nearby table suddenly erupted in a lewd laugh. Oh, isn't this Xia Shiqing? Xia Shiqing paused. Lin Fan raised his eyes to look. At the neighboring table sat 3 men and 2 women. The leader was a man in a floral shirt, his hair slicked back, wearing a luxury watch. He stood up with a wine glass in hand, his face slightly flushed with alcohol. His gaze swept from Xia Shiqing's face down to her waist and legs. Xia Shiqing frowned slightly. Who are you? The man in the floral shirt smiled. It really is you. The Xia Shiqing from Shark, the one who was showered with 100 million by Fan Huang last night. 2 men nearby immediately started to cheer. Li Xiao has a keen eye. The purest beauty, even more stunning in person than on the stream. That waist, those legs, no wonder someone went crazy last night. Xia Shiqing's complexion grew slightly unnatural. Other tables in the restaurant also turned to look. In a place like Cloud Top, everyone usually maintained their decorum. But the more formal the occasion, the more such public lewdness became embarrassing. The man in the floral shirt, however, felt no shame. He approached with his wine glass, his gaze fixed on Xia Shiqing. Miss Xia, don't be nervous. My surname is Li. My family deals in building materials, and we have some connections in Magic City. I watched your live stream last night. You danced well, but it was a bit too much. Xia Shiqing's expression shifted. Please speak with more respect. Li Xiao laughed as if he heard a joke. Respect? Aren't you streamers just living off this? Don't pretend to be pure in front of me. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was dressed simply and was quite young. The Aston Martin parked outside. He hadn't seen Lin Fan get out. In his view, this was likely just the top patron Xia Shiqing had caught. He had seen many men around streamers. There was some money, but not necessarily a big deal. Moreover, he had been drinking, making him bolder. Li Xiao slammed his glass down on the table, his tone lewd. Xia Shiqing, I'll give you a chance. Eating with this kid isn't as good as with me. 100,000 a month. You can move in with me and you won't have to stream so hard. Whatever I want to see, you just show it to me. At those words, many around them changed expression. A few female guests, that's too rude. Saying such things in front of her friends. He must be drunk. A middle-aged man at a nearby table whispered, isn't that Li's kid? He usually loves to play with streamers and internet celebrities. No wonder he's so arrogant. But this is Cloud Top, who causing a ruckus here is too embarrassing. Xia Shiqing's face flushed red. Not from shyness, but from anger. She gripped her knife and fork tightly. Last night the wild young master had been just like this. Treating her like something to be bought and sold. Today offline she encountered another man just like him. She looked up at Li Xiao. Mr. Li, please show some. I don't know you, nor do I need your money. You can keep that 100,000 for yourself. Li Xiao's smile slowly. Is that too little? Xia Shiqing's voice turned colder. It's not about the amount. I'm not someone you can buy. Please return to your own seat, and don't disturb our meal. Her words were very clear. A few onlookers showed expressions of surprise. That's quite bold. Not many in the streaming world can refuse like that. Last night Fan Huang showered her with 100 million for a reason. Li Xiao heard the murmurs around him and felt a bit embarrassed. He had only intended to tease a little under the influence of alcohol. He didn't expect Xia Shiqing to publicly embarrass him. He scoffed coldly. What are you pretending for? Last night, when someone donated 1 billion, you cried. Now I offer you 100,000 a month, and you give me attitude. What is my money, not money? Xia Shiqing, you are not the same as him. Li Xiao's gaze darkened. What's the difference? When he spent money, you cried. When I offer you money, you want me to leave. Xia Shiqing, don't be ungrateful. As he spoke, he suddenly reached out, trying to grab Xia Shiqing's wrist. Xia Shiqing's expression changed, and she immediately recoiled. But Li Xiao was quick, fueled by alcohol, not caring whether she wanted it or not. Don't dodge. Just have a drink with me, but it won't cost you anything. Everyone around was stunned. The restaurant manager also changed his expression and was about to step forward. But someone was faster. Lin Fan frowned. The next moment, he picked up the water glass on the table. The glass was filled with ice water, the ice cubes clinking together, making a crisp sound. Li Xiao's hand had just reached in front of Xia Shiqing. Splash. The entire glass of ice water was thrown directly onto his face. The ice water flowed down his hair, face, and floral shirt. Several ice cubes hit his chest, and then rolled to the ground. Li Xiao stood frozen in place. The restaurant fell silent. Lin Fan set down the empty glass, coldly uttering 2 words: "Get lost." Ice water dripped down Li Xiao's hair. Drop by drop it fell onto his floral shirt, spreading large, messy water stains. A few ice cubes rolled to the ground, hitting the table leg nearby, making a crisp sound. The entire cloud-top restaurant was quiet. The piano music continued, but no one at the surrounding tables was listening anymore. All eyes were on Li Xiao and Lin Fan. Xia Shiqing was also stunned. She was startled by Li Xiao's sudden move and instinctively recoiled. Yet she never expected Lin Fan to act so directly. A glass of ice water. He splashed it in public. Without a word of nonsense. Li Xiao froze for a few seconds before finally reacting. He raised his hand to wipe his face. His palms were soaked. His face turned crimson. "How dare you splash me?" Li Xiao turned to Lin Fan, his eyes bulging with rage. "Do you know who I am? What are you? How dare you tell me to get lost?" His voice was loud. The guests, who were initially concerned about appearances, couldn't help but whisper among themselves. He really splashed him. That guy is too bold. Li Xiao was the one who made the first move, so he deserved to be splashed. That said, the Li family has some connections in the magical city. This young man might face consequences. Sitting across from Xia Shiqing, he must not be an ordinary person either. He's just the top streamer. Having money doesn't mean he can dominate the Li family. These words reached Li Xiao's ears and made him feel even more humiliated. He originally just wanted to assert dominance over Xia Shiqing. After all, she's just a streamer. Last night someone gifted her 100 million, and the hype was indeed high. But in his eyes, a streamer is just a streamer. No matter how beautiful, they only rely on gifts from men to survive. He was willing to offer 1 million a month, which was already giving Xia Shiqing face. But not only did Xia Shiqing not give him face, this young man beside her dared to splash water on him in front of the entire restaurant. How could Li Xiao swallow this humiliation? He grabbed a napkin from the table and wiped his face, furiously gritting his teeth. "Kid, let me tell you, I come here often. I am a VIP at Yunduan. If you dare to lay a hand on me here today, I'll make sure you can't even find the exit." Lin Fan remained seated, not changing his posture. "Did you think about whether you could leave when you touched her, eh?" Li Xiao was infuriated by this remark and laughed. "She's just a streamer. What's the big deal if I touch her? What are you pretending to be noble for? Last night, when someone gifted her 100 million, didn't she cry out of gratitude? I offered her 1 million a month, and she still dared to throw a tantrum at me." He said this while pointing at Lin Fan, his voice growing louder. "And you? Don't think that just because you drive a nice car and take a female streamer out for a meal you can act tough in front of me. This is Yunduan. It's not a place where you nouveau riche can run wild." Xia Shiqing's face turned pale. She gripped her cup tightly. Every word from Li Xiao felt like he was trampling her down. But she was more worried about Lin Fan. She knew Lin Fan was wealthy. 100 million in gifts and Aston Martin, the chairman of an extraordinary group. These were enough to intimidate anyone. But Li Xiao dared to act so arrogantly in Yunduan. Clearly, he was not an ordinary guest. If the restaurant truly sided with Li Xiao and Lin Fan got implicated because of her, she would feel awful. "Mr. Lin." Xia Shiqing spoke softly, her gaze filled with anxiety. Lin Fan glanced at her. "Don't be scared. Just 3 words. His tone was calm, but it immediately quelled Xia Shiqing's panic. She looked at Lin Fan's profile. The light fell upon his face, the contours clean, his expression so indifferent that it seemed as if the water he had just splashed was nothing more than a cup of trivial boiled water. That kind of tranquility was more effective than any comfort. Li Xiao saw this scene, and his anger surged even more. He had been splashed in the face, yet Xia Shiqing was still gazing at Lin Fan. This made him feel like a joke. "Where's the manager?" Li Xiao turned and shouted towards the restaurant entrance. "Call your manager over. If I don't get an explanation for this today, don't even think about seeing me here again." The restaurant manager had been standing not far away. He had wanted to step forward earlier, but was directly intimidated by Lin Fan's splash of water. Now, hearing Li Xiao call for him, he could only bite the bullet and walk over quickly. "Li Xiao, please calm down." The manager smiled, but beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. "Is there some misunderstanding here?" "Misunderstanding?" Li Xiao slammed the soaked napkin onto the table. "Are you blind? He splashed water on me in front of so many people, and you tell me it's a misunderstanding. Do you have any idea how much I've spent at your Yunduan in a year? A VIP being humiliated like this in your restaurant, and you just stand by and watch." The manager's face grew even uglier. Li Xiao was indeed a frequent guest. His family was in the building materials business and had collaborations with many restaurants, hotels, and shopping malls. Although Yunduan is a high-end restaurant, it needs to maintain these wealthy customers. Moreover, he had only seen Lin Fan splash water at Li Xiao earlier. As for Li Xiao reaching out to grab Xia, searching the action was too fast for many to see completely. The manager instinctively looked towards Lin Fan. Sir, may I ask what just happened? Li Xiao didn't give him a chance to finish and directly blamed Lin Fan first. What are you asking about? I was just walking over to propose a toast, and he splashed me right away and told me to get lost. You dare keep such a customer in your restaurant? If you don't kick him out today, I'll immediately call your boss. Upon hearing this, the manager felt even heavier. Many guests around frowned. Some couldn't watch any longer and whispered he clearly harassed that girl first. Yeah, and even reached out to grab her. Now he's turning the tables. It's really disgraceful. But these voices were not loud. No one wanted to offend Li Xiao for an unknown person. The manager heard the whispers, but he knew that what restaurant managers fear most is public disturbances. If this continued, the dining experience of other guests tonight would be ruined. He could only shift the focus towards Lin Fan, who seemed more approachable. Sir? The manager lowered his voice, his tone filled with difficulty. This incident tonight has indeed affected the dining experience of other guests. How about this? We'll waive the charges for you and this young lady tonight. I'll arrange a car to take you both away. As soon as this was said, Xia Shiqing's face changed instantly. She never expected the manager to actually ask Lin Fan to leave. Li Xiao laughed triumphantly. Did you hear that? The manager is telling you to get lost. Aren't you going to hurry up and take your streamer away? He leaned closer to Lin Fan, sneering. Kid, don't be too arrogant when you're out. Just because you have some money, do you really think you can walk around freely? In Magic City, there are places where you can't act recklessly just because you want to. Lin Fan didn't move. He didn't even look at Li Xiao. Instead, he raised his eyes to look at the manager. Are you sure you want me to leave? The manager felt a pang in his heart under Lin Fan's gaze. This young man was too calm. Calm to the point of not resembling an ordinary customer. But Li Xiao was staring next to him, so he could only grit his teeth and say, Sir, I'm also doing this for the order of the restaurant. Li Xiao is a VIP here and is familiar with our boss. If this matter continues to escalate, it won't be good for anyone. So I must ask you to leave first. Xia Shiqing's face grew even paler. She wanted to speak up for Lin Fan, but he gently raised a hand signaling her not to rush. The next moment, Lin Fan took out a black gold card from his pocket and casually slapped it on the table. The sound of the card landing on the table was not heavy, but in the quiet restaurant it was as clear as a knock on everyone's heart. The black card glimmered coldly under the light. There were no flashy patterns, just an extremely understated texture. The manager, who had wanted to continue persuading, paused when his gaze fell on that card. Having worked in high-end restaurants for so many years, he had seen countless bank cards, membership cards, and VIP cards. But this black gold card in front of him was something he had only seen in the hands of a very few top-tier customers. That was not something an ordinary wealthy person could obtain. He was taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. Think flashing a card intimidates anyone. There are plenty of black cards out there. You can order a bunch online for a few dozen yuan. You think slapping one on the table makes you a big shot? Lin Fan ignored him. He simply looked at the manager and asked calmly, What's the total valuation of this restaurant? The manager was stunned. What? Lin Fan repeated. Cloud Restaurant, what's its total valuation? The manager's lips trembled. The question was too sudden. He even doubted if he had heard correctly. The surrounding guests were also frozen. Why is he asking about the restaurant's valuation? No way. Is he thinking of buying it? That's too absurd. A place like Cloud must be worth tens of millions. Tens of millions isn't out of reach for the truly wealthy. More sweat beaded on the manager's forehead. He looked at Lin Fan, then at the black card on the table, and the unease in his heart grew stronger. But with young Master Li right there, he had to answer. Cloud's current total valuation. The manager swallowed hard. Is roughly 50 million. Don't talk about 50 million. If you can produce 5 million in cash today, he'll admit you've got skills. Lin Fan had already picked up his, Don't talk about 50 million. If you can produce 5 million in cash today, he'll admit you've got skills. Lin Fan had already picked up his phone. He directly dialed Qin Zhou's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Mr. Lin. Lin Fan's tone was calm. Cloud Restaurant valued at 50 million. Acquire it fully within 10 minutes. On the other end of the line, Qin Zhou didn't ask a single question. Understood. He'll handle it immediately. The call ended. The restaurant fell silent for 2 seconds. Then young Master Li burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. He doubled over, pointing at Lin Fan as if he were insane. Full acquisition in 10 minutes. You think this is a TV drama? A 50 million restaurant bought just like that. And in 10 minutes. Do you have any idea how long equity transfer qualification changes and financial confirmation take? There's a limit to how much you can bluff. The men dining with young Master Li also started laughing. Young Master Li, this guy really knows how to spin a tale. Acquiring Cloud in 10 minutes. I've seen it all now. Is he going to claim the whole building? Is his next? The streamer's top tipper sure knows how to act. No wonder he can charm the female hosts. The two female companions also covered their mouths giggling, but their laughter was awkward, because they too could sense that Lin Fan was no ordinary man. Yet since young Master Li had already spoken, they had no choice but to side with him. The manager stood by, his expression growing more and more uneasy. Logically, he also thought a full acquisition in 10 minutes was absurd, but that black card was lying on the table. Lin Fan's tone on the phone was too steady, so steady it sent chills down his spine. Having worked in the restaurant industry for years, he had seen true wealth. The more elite a person was, the less they needed to prove themselves forcefully. Lin Fan had been in that state just now. No shouting, no cursing, no explanations. He just asked for the valuation, then made a call. Saying 50 million from his lips sounded like ordering an extra dish from the menu. Xia Shiqing sat beside Lin Fan, her heart pounding fast. Of course, she also thought buying a high-end restaurant in 10 minutes was outrageous. But she recalled the scenes from last night's live stream. Guang Xiao said $1 million was just for fun. Lin Fan had then tipped 50 million. Guang Xiao brought out the Tianxing Guild. Lin Fan responded with 100 million to claim the throne. When everyone thought he couldn't keep spinning, he silenced the entire platform with his results. Today was the same. The louder young Master Li laughed, the more reassured Xia Shiqing felt. She looked at Lin Fan's calm profile, her clenched fingers slowly relaxing. She suddenly had a clear feeling. As long as Lin Fan was sitting here, the one who would end up humiliated would never be him. Young Master Li was still ranting. Cat got your tongue. 10 minutes right. He deliberately raised his wrist to check his watch. Come on, I'll time you. If you don't buy Cloud today, you'll kneel and apologize to me. And have Xia Shiqing share a drink with me. Xia Shiqing's face turned cold. Lin Fan finally looked up at him. You talk too much. Young Master Li's smile froze. Still acting tough. Fine, let's see how long you can keep this up. Manager, call the security guards. As soon as the 10 minutes are up, throw him out. The manager dared not respond. He began to regret it. If he hadn't sided with young Master Li earlier, there might have been room for compromise. But now he had publicly asked Lin Fan to leave. If Lin Fan really had issues, it would be fine. But if Lin Fan could actually buy Cloud. Sweat trickled down the manager's back. Time ticked by second after second. No one in the restaurant left. Even the diners had stopped eating, all waiting to see the outcome. 5 minutes. 7 minutes. 8 minutes. Young Master Li grew more smug with each passing moment. Still no one here. Who did you call? An actor. Do you need me to lend you an extra? The moment his words fell, hurried footsteps echoed from the employee passage at the back of the restaurant. It wasn't just one person. It was several. The manager instinctively turned around. The next second, a middle-aged man practically sprinted out. He was wearing a custom suit, but his tie was askew, his forehead drenched in sweat, and his face was deathly pale. The moment the restaurant manager saw him, he was dumbfounded. Boss. The newcomer was none other than the original owner of Cloud Restaurant, Zhou Qiming. He rarely appeared in the front of the house. Even when he did, he would stroll in leisurely, surrounded by attendants, carrying himself with great authority. But now he was panting and drenched in sweat with none of the composure of a boss. Zhou Qiming didn't even glance at the manager or young Master Li. His eyes swept across the restaurant and quickly landed on Lin Fan. The black card on the table. Youthful. Calm. Everything matched the information Qin Zhou had sent over the phone. Zhou Qiming's heart shuddered violently. He strode quickly to Lin Fan. Then, under the shocked gaze of everyone present, he bent at the waist and gave a respectful bow. Mr. Lin, I am Zhou Qiming, the former owner of Cloud Restaurant. The acquisition payment has been fully transferred. The equity transfer agreement has been signed electronically. From this moment on, 100% of Cloud Restaurant's equity belongs to you. You are the sole owner of Cloud Restaurant. These words fell, and the entire restaurant was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. Those who had been whispering just moments ago were now wide-eyed, their mouths agape. He really bought it. In less than 10 minutes. 50 million paid in full. This is insane. Young Master Li was just calling him a bluffer, and now he's actually bought the restaurant. Now that's a true big shot. Doesn't even bother arguing, just buys the place. The smile froze on young Master Li's face. He stared at Zhou Qiming. Boss Zhou, are you joking? Did you really sell this restaurant? Zhou Qiming finally turned to look at him. Normally, when dealing with a regular customer like young Master Li, he would at least show some courtesy. But now he dared not even put on a friendly face. When Qin Zhou's call had come in earlier, there was only one sentence. Mr. Lin wants to acquire Cloud. 50 million full payment, instant transfer. Zhou Qiming was bewildered at first. But the next second, funds from a Swiss bank channel were wired directly into the designated account. No delays. No installments. No haggling. 50 million in cash slammed into his face. What sent a deeper chill down his spine was that Qin Zhou had also sent a brief explanation of the scene at the restaurant. The Cloud manager had shown favoritism toward a guest. Someone had offended Mr. Lin. Zhou Qiming nearly fell out of his chair. He knew all too well the status of those who could have Qin Zhou, the representative of the Swiss bank, personally take action. let alone Li Xiao was merely a junior from the Li family in the construction industry. Even if the head of the Li family came, he might not be enough to stand against Lin Fan. The restaurant Cloud End is no longer mine. Mr. Lin is the boss now. His mind was in a state of chaos. Just 10 minutes ago, he had claimed to be a senior VIP of Cloud End and had instructed the security to expel Lin Fan. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan had acquired the entire Cloud End. Senior VIP. What was that in front of the real owner? A joke. The few people accompanying Li Xiao also dared not laugh. They all lowered their heads, wishing they could bury their faces under the table. The two female companions cautiously shifted away, fearing to be implicated. The manager stood frozen in place, sweat streaming down his temples. He looked at Lin Fan, then at Zhou Qiming, his legs feeling weak. What had he just done? He had publicly asked the new boss to leave to protect the senior VIP, claiming that Li Xiao was familiar with the boss. Now the real new boss was sitting right in front of him. His livelihood might be at stake. Xia Shiqing stared blankly at Lin Fan. She knew Lin Fan was wealthy. But witnessing him being asked to leave by the restaurant manager only to directly buy the entire restaurant in 10 minutes was a shock that left her heart racing. The 100 million in rewards from last night was behind a screen. Today's 500 million acquisition happened right before her eyes. All the mockery, disdain, favoritism, and humiliation were shattered in that moment. Lin Fan had not stood up at all, but the rules of the entire restaurant had already changed owners. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhou Qiming cautiously asked Mr. Lin, the incident just now was due to our mismanagement. How would you like to handle this? Upon hearing this, the manager's face turned even paler. Mr. It was my mishandling just now. I was unaware of your status. Please grant me another chance. Li Xiao clung to the last straw, gritting his teeth and saying, Lin Fan, don't go too far. I admit you are wealthy, but if you truly push this matter to the extreme today, the Li family is not to be trifled with. My father has collaborations with many businesses and hotels. Do you think you can suppress me just by buying a restaurant? Lin Fan finally leaned back slightly. He looked at Li Xiao and the manager. One was drenched in sweat and appeared quite disheveled while the other had his head bowed. The arrogance and difficulties from just now had turned into a joke. Lin Fan leaned against the back of his chair, casually ordering, throw these two out and blacklist them from now on. As soon as Lin Fan's words fell, the Cloud and restaurant fell silent. Zhou Qiming immediately turned to the security personnel behind him. Did you not hear Mr. Lin's words? Take them out. Only then did the restaurant security react, quickly moving forward. Li Xiao's face was still wet, and he was extremely furious. Zhou Qiming, do you dare to touch me? My father knows many people in your catering association. If you let someone touch me today, I will have this restaurant. His words were cut off abruptly, because this restaurant was no longer Zhou Qiming's. Cloud and now belonged to Lin. The surrounding guests looked at him, their eyes no longer filled with the previous trepidation, but rather with mocking amusement. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? You even said people couldn't leave, and now you're the one being thrown out. What does a senior VIP mean in front of the boss? This is hilarious. Spending some money to eat a few meals, and you really thought you were the master. These words were small, but each one pierced Li Xiao's ears. His face turned red, and he struggled. Let go of me. I can walk by myself. The two security guards held his arms, giving him no dignity. Li Xiao's expensive floral shirt was soaked, his hair was a mess, and water droplets clung to his face as he was dragged away, making a harsh sound on the floor with his shoes. Just a moment ago, he had looked down on Xia Shiqing, humiliating her with $1 million a month. Now he was being publicly dragged away. The guests in the restaurant felt a chill down their spines. This was exhilarating. Not by winning an argument or cursing someone out, but by directly buying the entire restaurant, and then using his identity as the owner to throw them out. This method of slapping the face was simple, brutal, and gave the opponent no chance to retaliate. As Li Xiao was taken to the door, he was still turning his head and shouting, Lin Fan, don't think you're something just because you have some money. The Li family won't let you off. Lin Fan didn't even lift his head. Zhou Qiming directly stated, shut him up, don't disturb the guests. One security guard stuffed a napkin in front of Li Xiao's mouth. Mem. Li Xiao's eyes widened. The next second, he was dragged out of the restaurant. Outside the restaurant, the waiters and several guests who had been guarding the entrance glanced over. They could only see the once arrogant and domineering rich second generation, now drenched, disheveled, and with a napkin stuffed in his mouth, being dragged out. Isn't that Li Xiao? Why was he thrown out? He was quite pleased just now. How did he end up like this so quickly? Who did he provoke? The one inside Mr. Lin just bought Cloud End outright. What? There was an uproar. Li Xiao heard these voices, and his face turned green. But he was firmly held by security, unable to utter a complete sentence. The few men and women at his table wanted to sneak away, but were blocked by Zhou Qiming. Everyone, please settle your bills. From today onwards, Cloud End will no longer serve you. The young men and women lowered their heads. They had laughed the loudest when they were with Li Xiao just now. Now they all kept their heads down, not even daring to rebut. A man quickly took out a card, his voice trembling. We'll settle. Another female companion whispered, Zhou, we didn't say anything just now. Zhou Qiming didn't even look at her. Please. She blushed, no longer daring to speak. The restaurant manager stood frozen, his legs weak. He watched as Li Xiao was dragged out, seeing the once proud rich second generation settle their bills and leave dejectedly. The last bit of hope in his heart evaporated completely. Zhou Qiming turned around, coldly looking at the manager. You can leave too. The manager lowered his head. Zhou, no, Mr. Lin. He hurriedly looked at Lin Fan. It is not easy for him to sit in the managerial position of a restaurant at this level. Yet tonight one wrong choice has ruined all his prospects. As he was taken out, he felt as though all his strength had been drained. The restaurant fell silent once more, but this time everyone looked at Lin Fan with a changed gaze. Previously they thought Lin Fan was young and wealthy, possibly just some low-profile rich second generation. Now no one dared to think that way anymore. A full acquisition of Yun Du in 10 minutes. He kicked Li Xiao and the manager out on the spot. Such means cannot be explained by a rich second generation. This is the crushing power of top-tier capital. Zhou Qiming bent slightly cautiously, asking Mr. Lin, I apologize for the impact tonight's incident had on your dining experience. I will have the kitchen prepare a new menu for you and Miss Xia immediately. Go arrange it. Understood. Zhou Qiming immediately stepped back. The piano music in the restaurant resumed, yet the guest's attention. Go arrange it. Understood. Zhou Qiming immediately stepped back. The piano music in the restaurant resumed, yet the guest's attention kept drifting back to Lin Fan. Xia Shiqing sat across from Lin Fan, her fingers lightly gripping the napkin, her heart racing fiercely. Everything that had just happened felt surreal. Li Xiao humiliated her. The manager favored Li Xiao. Lin Fan splashed a glass of ice water at him. Then in 10 minutes he bought the restaurant and cleared everyone out. Throughout the entire process, Lin Fan didn't even stand up to argue. He simply used his money. Yet with that sum, all the disdain, ridicule, and arrogance shattered. Xia Shiqing looked at Lin Fan before her, her gaze gradually changing. She finally understood that last night's 100 million reward was merely pocket change for Lin Fan. She had thought that Lin Fan would feel a pang of regret for spending 100 million. After all, that's 100 million, a figure ordinary people wouldn't dare to dream of in a lifetime. Even many company owners would feel a strain when taking out 100 million in cash. Yet now she witnessed Lin Fan casually spend 50 million to buy a Michelin 3-star restaurant just because he didn't want to waste time talking with a rich second generation. Xia Shiqing took a gentle breath, her voice softening. Mr. Lin. Lin Fan looked at her. What is it? Xia Shiqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, last night you said in the live stream that spending money is just a casual act. I believe it now. Lin Fan smiled. You only believe it now? Xia Shiqing's ears turned red. It's not that I didn't believe it. It's just that the number was too large. I used to think that someone who could spend 1 million was impressive. If someone could spend 10 million, the entire streaming community would talk about it. But you spent 100 million last night and directly bought Yun Du tonight. She lifted her head, her eyes reflecting undeniable amazement. Mr. Lin, how much money do you actually have? Lin Fan picked up his cup, his tone casual. Enough. Xia Shiqing was taken aback. Enough. She nearly choked on those two words. 100 million in rewards, 50 million to buy a restaurant, and a few tens of millions for an Aston Martin. Is that what you call enough? Yet looking at Lin Fan's calm expression, she found those words quite normal coming from him. Because for him money was merely a tool. The waiter quickly brought the dishes back. This time it was not an ordinary waiter, but the chef himself leading the team. Mr. Lin, Miss Xia, here is the main course we have prepared for both of you tonight. If the taste is not suitable, we can adjust it immediately. Lin Fan nodded. Just set it down. The chef sighed in relief and withdrew with his staff. Xia Shiqing looked at the exquisite dishes on the table, still feeling a bit uneasy. Mr. Lin, I originally promised to treat you tonight. Now it seems the restaurant has turned into yours. As she said this, she felt it was absurd. Treating someone to a meal only to have them by the restaurant. Lin Fan glanced at her. Then let's continue eating. Don't waste your reserved spot. Xia Shiqing couldn't help but laugh. The tension and grievance she felt earlier had finally dissipated considerably. She picked up her knife and fork softly, saying, then I'll consider it as if I treated you. Lin Fan's tone remained flat. Consider it as your treat. Xia Shiqing felt a slight sweetness in her heart. She understood that Lin Fan was being considerate of her feelings. This man who clearly had the power to crush everything didn't use money to pressure her. Towards Li Xiao, he could be as cold as ice. Yet with her, he always maintained a sense of measure. This was far more touching than just throwing money around. At that moment, the system panel appeared silently before Lin Fan. Detected that the host has completed a legitimate acquisition of a catering business. Consumption amount 500,000,000 yuan. The consumption scenario meets system rules. 100-fold cashback triggered successfully. Cashback amount 500,000 yuan has been credited. The next second his phone vibrated gently. A bank message popped up. Your account ending in 6886 has received a deposit of 500,000 yuan. Lin Fan glanced at it, his expression unchanged. Spending 50 million, receiving 5 billion. Casually buying a restaurant while increasing the balance again. No matter how one calculates it, this deal does not result in a loss. He put down his phone and continued cutting his steak. Xia Shiqing noticed his actions and couldn't help but ask Mr. Lin, is there something going on with the company? No. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, just a deposit notification. Xia Shiqing instinctively asked, is it a lot? Lin Fan looked at her. 5 billion. Xia Shiqing nearly dropped her knife and fork onto the plate. Her eyes widened. 5 billion. The voice was very soft, yet it trembled noticeably. Lin Fan responded with an affirmation. Xia Shiqing felt her entire being go numb. She had already been shocked too many times today, but this time she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. While others spent a few thousand or tens of thousands for a meal, Lin Fan bought a restaurant and then received 5 billion into his account. This had already exceeded her comprehension. She suddenly felt that her turmoil over the 100 million reward last night was perfectly reasonable, because she and Lin Fan viewed the world of money from completely different dimensions. The latter half of this dinner passed without any further disturbances. Xia Shiqing gradually relaxed. She began to actively chat with Lin Fan about live streaming, sharing her awkward experiences from when she first started, as well as the new contract the platform offered her after last night. They contacted me today. Xia Shiqing said softly, they want to sign me as a key streamer offering resource placements and recommendations. However, the contract term is quite long and the revenue share isn't particularly good. Lin Fan replied indifferently, don't rush to sign it. Let a lawyer review it first. Xia Shiqing nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. After saying that, her face turned slightly red. That sounded too intimate. But she had indeed said it unconsciously. Lin Fan didn't point it out, only saying in the future if you come across uncertain contracts you can send them to someone over at Su Qingyan's for review. Xia Shiqing's heart stirred. She knew who Su Qingyan was, an executive at Fifan Group, founder of Qingyan Technology, and a well-known strong woman in the business world of Modu. Such a person is hard to even meet, let alone ask for help reviewing contracts. Yet with Lin Fan's words, she could avoid many pitfalls in the future. Xia Shiqing said softly, thank you, Mr. Lin. Lin Fan put down his knife and fork. No need to keep thanking me. Have you finished eating? I've finished. Xia Shiqing nodded quickly. The dinner concluded. Zhou Qiming personally escorted the two to the door. Outside, the night was deepening. The dark-colored Aston Martin was already parked at the entrance, its body glimmering coldly under the lights. The attendant respectfully handed the car keys to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, your car. Many people around had not left yet and turned their attention to Lin Fan as he emerged. What happened in the restaurant has already spread to the entrance. 10 minutes to acquire Yindu. Throwing Li Xiao out in public. Now looking at this Aston Martin, everyone feels it is not an exaggeration. For someone like this, it is normal to drive any car. When Xia Shiqing sat in the passenger seat, her movements were very light. The car door closed, cutting off the outside view. Lin Fan started the car, and a low rumble echoed. Xia Shiqing sat inside, inhaling the faint scent of leather, her heart racing a bit faster. She secretly glanced at Lin Fan. The man held the steering wheel with one hand, his profile illuminated by the streetlights, his expression still calm. The car left Yindu, navigating through the streets of the magical city at night. Xia Shiqing reported the apartment address. Throughout the ride, she didn't talk as much as she did in the live stream. She only occasionally responded to Lin Fan's questions. She was afraid of being too noisy and also worried about appearing too deliberate. But the quieter she was, the more she could hear her own heartbeat. Half an hour later, the Aston Martin stopped under Xia Shiqing's apartment building. Although this was also a nice neighborhood compared to places like Tangchen Yipin and Yindu restaurant, the difference was obvious. Xia Shiqing unbuckled her seatbelt, but did not get out immediately. She turned her head to look at Lin Fan, as if gathering her courage. Mr. Lin, thank you for your trouble tonight. Lin Fan replied, you invited me to dinner. But in the end, you were the one helping me. She pushed open the car door and got out. The night breeze lifted her long hair beside her ears, and the light blue skirt swayed gently. She stood outside the car window, bending down to look at Lin Fan, her cheeks visibly flushed under the streetlight. Mr. Lin, in the future, if you need anything, feel free to find me. After saying this, she averted her gaze for a moment, but did not immediately turn away. That mixture of shyness and seriousness was more touching than any carefully designed expression in the live stream. Lin Fan sat behind his desk, a cup of coffee placed in front of him. The events from last night at Yindu restaurant had already spread in small circles. The Aston Martin slowly drove away only after her figure disappeared from sight. The next morning, in the top office of Fifan Group, Lin Fan sat behind his desk, a cup of coffee placed in front of him. The events from last night at Yundu restaurant had already spread in small circles. A junior from the Li family was thrown out of the restaurant by Lin Fan in public. Yundu changed hands in 10 minutes. This matter was not significant, but it was enough to make many reconsider Lin Fan's temper. He does not actively cause trouble, but if someone dares to provoke him, he would indeed smash their face. The office door was knocked on. "Come in." Su Qingyan pushed the door and walked in. Today she was dressed in a white professional suit, her long hair tied up, holding a thick report in her hands. "Mr. Lin, this is the latest industry structure and profit flow report for the magical city." Lin Fan raised his eyes. "Speak." Su Qingyan placed the report in front of him, her tone returning to the efficiency of work. "Currently Fifan Group has very sufficient funds. After incorporating the core assets of the Wei family, our real estate, commercial properties, and complex projects have all seen significant improvements. Qingyan technology is also steadily expanding. However, the problem is that the group's industrial structure is still too singular." She flipped through the report and pointed at the data on it. "Currently, our main assets are concentrated in real estate, financial investment, technology companies, and commercial properties. These sectors are large and can steadily appreciate in value. But the cash flow cycle is relatively long. Especially in real estate and complexes, the time for funds to return can be calculated in months or even years. If the group relies solely on these sectors in the future, it will seem too heavy." Lin Fan looked at the report and did not speak immediately. Su Qingyan continued. "The industries in the magical city that are truly suitable for rapid expansion are financial and cultural entertainment, film and television, brokerage, live streaming, variety shows, short dramas, music, copyrights, artist business. These industries may seem messy, but the cash flow is extremely fast. As long as resources are invested and popularity rises, the returns and valuations can be quickly magnified. Of course, the risks are also high. But for us, the risk is not the biggest problem." Lin Fan looked up at her. Su Qingyan stared directly. "The biggest problem is that we currently lack a new industrial line that can quickly digest funds and rapidly form influence. The cultural entertainment industry fits this condition perfectly." The office fell silent. Lin Fan flipped through the report. It listed data on the cultural entertainment industry in the magical city. Annual income of leading brokerage companies. Investment returns on film and television projects. Live streaming platform guild revenues. Monthly recharge scale of short drama companies. Artist business quotes. The rows of numbers were straightforward. Profits were substantial. Cash flow was fast. Projects were dense. More importantly, the consumption items were legal and diverse. Investing in film and television projects can increase limits. Signing artists can increase limits. Purchasing copyrights can increase limits. Creating variety shows, short dramas, and live streaming guilds can all increase limits. For ordinary capital, the cultural entertainment industry is unstable and prone to pitfalls. But for Lin Fan, this was simply a natural consumption pool. What he lacked the least was money. And what the system needed most was legal consumption. Lin Fan lightly tapped the report with his fingertips. "The cultural entertainment industry in the magical city is indeed very suitable for large-scale consumption limit increases." Su Qingyan looked at his expression and gently asked, "Mr. Lin, are you interested in the cultural entertainment industry?" Lin Fan replied calmly, "It can be done." Su Qingyan nodded. "Then I will have the team first screen a few mature companies. Brokerage companies, film production companies, live streaming guilds, all can be acquired." Lin Fan did not respond immediately. His gaze fell on the artist agency section of the report. For some reason, he suddenly thought of someone. Wang Lei, college roommate. When Lin Fan was at his lowest, Wang Lei had lent him 20,000 yuan. At that time, 20,000 was a lifesaver for Lin Fan. It wasn't a small amount for Wang Lei either. His family was average, and he was not generous with spending, but when Lin Fan asked, he only asked one question. "When do you need it?" And then the next day, he transferred the money. After graduation, the two had less contact. Lin Fan only remembered that Wang Lei had always wanted to enter the entertainment industry. He had said that he didn't necessarily want to be a star, but he definitely wanted to make a name for himself in this circle. "I have no background or resources, so I will start from the bottom. One day, I will bring out a real superstar." At that time, everyone thought he was bragging. But Wang Lei really... Lin Fan put down the report and picked up his phone to call Qin Zhou. "Mr. Lin." Qin Zhou answered quickly. Lin Fan said, "Help me check on someone." "You can say." "Wang Lei, my college roommate. He went to the cultural entertainment industry after graduation, should be in the magical city. Check where he is now and what he is doing." Qin Zhou did not ask further. "Understood." Su Qingyan stood by hearing the words college roommate and did not interject. Someone who could make Lin Fan personally ask for information clearly had an unusual relationship. Minutes later, Qin Zhou called back. "Mr. Lin, I found it." Lin Fan leaned back in his chair. "Speak." Qin Zhou's tone was steady. "Wang Lei is currently employed at a small company called Shanghai Brokerage. His position is a junior talent scout. mainly responsible for scouting new talent in schools, shopping malls, and short video platforms. He has no fixed resources and no project decision-making power. The company owner has been suppressing his commissions for a long time, and assigned talents are also taken away by higher-ups. According to what we found, he is often suppressed and exploited by his boss. Lin Fan hung up the phone with Qin Zhou and sat silently behind his desk for a few moments. These words, when applied to Wang Lei, made Lin Fan feel somewhat uneasy. While others discussed graduation and job hunting, he talked about the entertainment industry. When others spoke of civil service exams, factories, and sales jobs, he declared that he would definitely bring out a top star, silencing those who looked down on him. At that time, no one took him seriously. Wang Lei was not just talking casually. In his spare time, he worked as a gopher on film sets, delivering materials and hanging around malls to scout for talent, spending his meager living expenses on industry courses. Later, when Lin Fan was at his lowest, unable to even pay rent, he had sent messages to many people. Some pretended not to see. Some said they were having a hard time too. Wang Lei only asked, "How much do you need?" Lin Fan replied, 20,000. The next day, the money arrived. Wang Lei also sent a message, "Don't be polite with me, we can talk about it later." At that time, 20,000 was not a small sum. Lin Fan always remembered it. Now he had money, a fiefing group, a system, and enough capital to crush the Wei family. But some old debts cannot simply be erased with money. Kindness must be repaid, and vendettas must be settled. Lin Fan stood up and picked up the car keys from his desk. Su Qingyan stood nearby, and seeing him about to leave, spoke up, "Mr. Lin, do you need me to arrange someone to accompany you?" "No need." Lin Fan's tone was calm. "I'll go by myself." Su Qingyan stopped her actions. Lin Fan now had Heishui security by his side. With Wei Xiaojia having just gotten into trouble, it was advisable to have someone accompany him. But Lin Fan was not going to discuss a project this time. He was going to meet an old friend. Su Qingyan did not insist further, merely nodding, "I'll have Qin Zhou send you the address." MHM. Lin Fan walked out of the office. The elevator descended. Employees of fiefing Group saw him and instinctively paused. "Mr. Lin." "Good day, Mr. Lin." "Mr. Lin." The tones carried much more reverence than before. After the Wei family fell, fiefing Group was no longer that newly established company. Instead, it had become a new capital giant stepping atop the core assets of the Wei family. The young boss before them was certainly not an ordinary nouveau riche. Lin Fan did not linger. In the underground parking lot, a dark Aston Martin stood quietly. The car door opened. He sat in the driver's seat and started the engine. The low rumble echoed throughout the parking garage. After about 10 minutes, the Aston Martin exited the fiefing Group building and merged into the bustling traffic. The address sent by Qin Zhou was in an old office building in the west of the city. It was not in the core business district. Surrounding it were old shops, small advertising boards, fast food restaurants, and a few small companies with names like Media, Film, and Agency. "Shut up." Lu Zong slammed his palm on the table. The documents on the desk shook slightly. Several employees in the office trembled at their shoulders. Lu Zong pointed at Wang Lei, cursing even more harshly. "Don't give me the details. I only care about the results. If you can't secure good talent, you're useless. The company doesn't support dead weight. Your base salary for this month is all deducted." Wang Lei raised his head. "Lu Zong." His voice finally turned urgent. "You can't deduct my entire salary. My mother is still in the hospital. I really need the money. I can accept the loss of commissions, but the base salary is in the contract. You can deduct half, just don't take it all away. I will definitely secure someone next month. I promise." By the end, his voice had lowered. Several colleagues in the office exchanged glances, not daring to speak. Some sympathized with him. Some were numb. Others were thankful it wasn't them being scolded today. A female assistant whispered, "Wang Lei's mother really is in the hospital." The person next to her quickly pulled her back. "Don't say too much." Lu Zong turned his head. "Your mother being ill is none of my business. Is the company a charity? If you want money, then bring in results. If you can't secure anyone, don't come here to—" Wang Lei bit his lip. He clenched his fists, then slowly relaxed. "Lu Zong, I'm begging you. My base salary is only 4,500. The hospital is waiting for payment. If you deduct it, I really can't manage it." Lu Zong tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Now you come to beg. Where were you earlier? I gave you the opportunity, but you're useless." As he spoke, he walked over to Wang Lei, looking down at him from above. "I've seen many people like you, lacking ability, yet feeling underappreciated. So what if you graduated from university? So what if you have dreams? The entertainment industry doesn't lack dreams, it lacks people who can make money. If you can't bring profit to the company, you're just trash." Wang Lei's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word. Lin Fan stood outside the door watching this scene through the glass. The Wang Lei from university who always claimed he would bring out great stars was now being cursed at as garbage. For a base salary of 4,500, he was humbly begging a fat boss. If it were before, Lin Fan might have only felt anger. Now it was different. Some people relying on their little bit of power felt they could trample on others at will. Then let him understand what true power is. In the office, Lu Zong was still venting. What are you still standing there for? Get back and write a self-criticism. No, it wouldn't help for someone like you to write a self-criticism. Starting today, you don't need to come in anymore. Wang Lei raised his head. Lu Zong, are you firing me? So what if I am? You can't secure good talent, yet you still want to stay in the company. Let me tell you, there are no base salaries and no compensation either. If you don't accept it, go ahead and sue. I want to see if you have the money to keep up with the company. Wang Lei tightened his. He looked up at Lu Zong, his fists clenched. Such small companies are the best at squeezing their lower-level employees. The contracts are vague and the evaluations are entirely at the boss' discretion. If you want to assert your rights, you have to spend time, energy, and money. Many people can't afford it. Wang Lei couldn't afford it either. His mother was still in the hospital. He had to beg for even the base salary. Lu Zong. Wang Lei's voice was hoarse. You can't do this. I've worked for the company for so long, though I may not have achievements, but I have put in effort. All those new profiles, short video accounts, and school contacts, I organized them bit by bit. The company used my resources to secure talent, and now you're saying I have no results. That's not fair. Lu Zong laughed out loud. Fair? You're talking to me about fairness. Suddenly he kicked the office chair behind Wang Lei. Bang! The chair toppled over, crashing heavily onto the floor. Wang Lei stumbled back, nearly falling. Several employees in the office took a step back. Lu Zong, don't act impulsively. Wang Lei stopped talking. Someone whispered a warning, but no one dared to step forward to help him. Lu Zong pointed at the doorway. Get out. Get lost right now. You trash, don't dirty my office. Wang Lei stood frozen in place, his body rigid. He stood there having considered leaving before, but he never expected to be driven out in such a manner. His base salary was deducted. The chair was kicked over. He had to roll out in front of all his colleagues. He lowered his head, bending down to try and pick up the chair from the ground. Just as his hand touched the back of the chair, the glass door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. With a creak, the cursing in the office abruptly stopped. The noise in the corridor also fell silent. Everyone looked towards the doorway. Lin Fan walked in his leather shoes, making a crisp sound on the floor. 1 step, 2 steps. Calmly and unhurriedly, the footsteps echoed in the corridor. The employees in the office looked at him. This man felt completely out of place here. Shanghai Agency was narrow, messy, and oppressive. Yet he walked in from the doorway clean and calm, making people hesitate to obstruct him. Lu Zong halted his movements. He looked Lin Fan up and down. Young, dressed well, but he didn't recognize him. Even if Lu Zong hadn't met someone truly resourceful in the entertainment industry, he had at least heard of them. This person in front of him left no impression on him. Lin Fan did not look at Lu Zong. He walked straight to Wang Lei, who was still bent over picking up the chair. Lin Fan reached out, grasping his arm and pulling him up. The motion was not heavy but very steady. Wang Lei looked up. Their eyes met. Wang Lei lowered his head. The face in front of him had matured a lot since university. The features hadn't changed, but the aura was completely different. The Lin Fan from before was so poor that he had to count every penny for a meal. Now Lin Fan stood here exuding confidence. Wang Lei's lips moved. Fanzi, what are you doing here? Lin Fan frowned at the sight of him in such a sorry state. But he didn't immediately lose his temper. Just came to see you. Wang Lei looked down, patting his clothes, trying to straighten his wrinkled shirt. He hurriedly looked down, trying to tidy up his wrinkled shirt. But the more he tried to fix it, the more disheveled he became. He forced a bitter smile. I let you see a joke. Lin Fan replied lightly. When you helped me, I was in a worse state than you are now. Wang Lei lowered his head. As for the matter of the 20,000 yuan, he had actually long since stopped worrying about it. After graduation, everyone went their separate ways, and they had less and less contact. He had also heard that Lin Fan was doing okay, and afterwards felt even more embarrassed to mention money. But he never expected Lin Fan would still remember. The other employees in the office began to whisper upon hearing their conversation. Wang Lei's friend. He doesn't look like an ordinary person. His aura is stronger than those bosses we've met. Did he just come up from downstairs? I heard someone say there was an Aston Martin parked at the door. Is that true? It can't be his right. These voices reached Lu Zong's ears, making his expression turn somewhat ugly. He felt humiliated being left out, especially in his own company, with so many employees watching. As an outsider came in directly, helped Wang Lei up, and completely ignored him. This made him very unhappy. Lu Zong cleared his throat loudly. Hey, who are you? Who let you in here? Only then did Lin Fan raise his eyes to look at him. Lu Zong took a half step back, but quickly straightened up. This was his company. Wang Lei was his employee. What did it matter if a young man drove a nice car? He had seen plenty of rich second-generation kids. If someone truly had connections, would they come to such a small agency to look for low-level scouts? Most likely it was just one of Wang Lei's former poor classmates who had come to show off a little. With this thought, Lu Zong grew more confident. I'm talking to you. What do you think you are? Dare to meddle in my business? The office fell silent. Several employees looked down. Some wanted to remind Lu Zong not to act rashly, but seeing Lu Zong's furious face, they swallowed their words. Wang Lei also felt anxious. Although he didn't know how Lin Fan was doing now, he didn't want to drag Lin Fan into Fanzi, you shouldn't get involved in this. I'll handle it myself. Lin Fan glanced at him. The result of your handling is just going to be him docking your salary, kicking over your chair, and telling you to leave. Wang Lei couldn't refute. President Lu slapped the table. Damn it, do you really think you are someone important? This is my company. I can dock anyone's salary if I want. Whoever I want to leave must leave. What if Wang Lei can't sign anyone? What's wrong with docking his base salary? Don't say I'm docking his base salary. Even if I don't let him earn a single cent today, what can he do to me? He grew more arrogant as he spoke. The employees in the office lowered their heads. No one dared to speak. They were too familiar with President Lu. Cursing people, docking pay, stealing performance, these were all common occurrences. But everyone has to eat. Who would dare to resist? The lowest level workers are most afraid, not of being scolded, but of having no money. President Lu pointed at Lin Fan. If you are his friend, then hurry up and take him away. Don't act like a hero in front of me. This is not a place for you to. If you don't leave, I'll call security to throw you both out. Wang Lei grabbed Lin Fan's arm. President Lu, please. I'm leaving right now. He said that, and was about to pull Lin Fan. But Lin Fan stood still. His gaze fell on President Liu's finger pointing at him. Did you just say he won't get a single cent of salary this month? President Lu sneered. Right. Why do you still want to ask for it on his behalf? Lin Fan nodded slightly. Yes. President Lu laughed. Ha ha ha. He laughed so hard his belly. All right. You want a salary, right? Who do you think you are? The Labor Bureau? A lawyer? Or his father? Supervisor Zhang nearby couldn't help but chuckle as well. But halfway through he felt something was off and quickly shut his mouth. Lin Fan was too calm. President Lu, however, did not notice and continued to scold him. I'll tell you, kid. If Wang Lei can't sign good talent this month, the company evaluation will not pass. Docking the base salary is company policy. Whether he's sick or dead, it has nothing to do with me. As soon as these words came out, Wang Lei raised his head. He clenched his fists, his eyes turning red. President Lu, you can say anything about me, just don't talk about my mother. President Lu looked at him. What's wrong? Do you want to throw a punch? Do you dare to touch me? Do you believe I can make it so you can't survive? Wang Lei gritted his teeth. But he didn't dare to move. He needed this job too much. And he was too afraid of what to say to his mother. The few employees in the office felt suffocated but dared not step forward. The female assistant lowered her head. She whispered, this is too much. No one responded. Because here President Lu was like a god. Lin Fan looked at President Lu. Some people are bad not because they have great abilities, but simply because they control a few thousand yuan that others desperately need. He thought he could trample on others' dignity at will. President Lu took a step forward. He moved forward, his fat belly almost touching Lin Fan. Why aren't you talking? Weren't you acting tough just now? I'll tell you, don't act all high and mighty in front of me. I've seen plenty of people like you. Driving a rented luxury car, wearing fake designer brands, thinking you're a big boss. This is Shanghai Agency, not a place where you can throw a tantrum. Slap. A crisp slap echoed. President Liu's words were abruptly cut off by this slap. His greasy, chubby face was harshly turned to one side, and he stumbled against the desk. The documents, water cup, and ashtray on the desk all shook. Ash scattered everywhere. The office fell silent. The female assistant covered her mouth. The documents in Supervisor Zhang's hand fell directly to the ground. Several employees raised their heads, looking at Lin Fan. None of them expected Lin Fan would actually dare to strike. And without a word to spare, he slapped without hesitation. This slap was too fierce. The fat on President Liu's face trembled several times, and blood quickly seeped from the corner of his mouth. He supported himself on the desk, struggling to regain his balance. Wang Lei stood frozen. The Lin Fan he knew was not this kind of person. In college, Lin Fan was poor, could endure, and did not like to cause trouble. But now this Lin Fan stood before him, slapping President Lu so hard that he almost fell. Wang Lei looked at Lin Fan. The onlookers outside the corridor quieted down. Someone peeked in. Did you hit him? Did you really hit President Lu? Damn, who is this guy? Too ruthless. President Lu slowly turned his head. Half of his face was already swollen. He widened his eyes. You. Lin Fan shook his hand. I'm here to collect the salary he owes you. President Lu covered his face. The office was silent as a grave. Wang Lei stood beside Lin Fan. Wang Lei looked at Lin Fan. He could endure his salary being docked. He could endure being scolded as useless. He could endure having his performance stolen. But President Lu shouldn't have used his mother's illness to humiliate him. Lin Fan's slap released the pent-up frustration he had been holding for days. The female assistant covered her mouth. Supervisor Zhang stood nearby, not picking up the documents that had fallen on the ground. The onlookers outside the corridor craned their necks to see inside. Did he really slap him? Did President Lu finally meet his match? Who was this man? He dared to hit the boss as soon as he came in. That Aston Martin downstairs can't really be. These words drilled into President Liu's ears, making his face hurt even more. Pain is one thing. Losing face is the most deadly. He had been the boss at Shanghai Agency for so long, scolding employees, docking wages, and stealing commissions, yet no one had ever dared to resist him to his face. But today he was slapped in front of everyone by a young man. President Liu pointed at Lin Fan. "Do you dare to hit me?" He gasped for breath. "How dare you hit me in my own company?" Lin Fan looked at him, his tone very calm. "Do you understand now? I'm here to collect Wang Lei's money." President Liu slapped the table. "Collect money? Do you dare to ask me for money?" He pointed at Lin Fan, his fingers trembling. "Let me tell you today, don't even think about leaving here in peace. Not just Wang Lei's salary, but neither of you will get out." Wang Lei lowered his voice. "Fanzi, let it go. It won't end well if this escalates." "I'm not afraid of him." Lin Fan glanced at him. "You're not afraid of him." Wang Lei's throat tightened. Lin Fan was right. He wasn't afraid of President Liu. He was afraid of not having money to pay his mother's hospital bills. Afraid of losing his job and never finding another opportunity in this circle. Afraid that after working so hard for so long he would end up with nothing to show for it. Seeing Wang Lei bow his head, President Liu thought they were backing down and immediately became even more arrogant. "Are you scared now?" "Too late." He turned his head and shouted out to the office security. "Where is security? Get all of them up here. Someone is causing trouble in the company and even hitting the boss." This shout echoed throughout the entire floor. The people in the corridor hurriedly retreated. A few small streamers who were filming short videos stopped and hid to the side with their phones. President Liu called security. The security in this building is familiar with him. No matter how rich that young man is, he can't hit people in someone else's company, right? But President Liu just scolded too harshly. That's how it is, but if it really escalates, Wang Lei will be the one at a disadvantage. In the office, President Liu covered half of his face, staring fiercely at Lin Fan. "Aren't you trying to stand up for him? Fine. Today I'll let you understand what it means to meddle in other people's business. Wang Lei, don't think you can run away either. You two, neither of you will get to leave." Wang Lei clenched his fists. He had seen President Liu's methods before. This kind of small boss, although not very capable, is best at using disgusting methods to torment low-level employees. Withholding wages. Delaying resignation certificates. Spreading rumors everywhere. If he gets entangled with him, it will be very troublesome to continue working in the entertainment industry. Lin Fan stood there. The next second, hurried footsteps echoed from the elevator entrance. Two men in security uniforms rushed over holding rubber clubs. "President Liu, what's wrong? Who's causing trouble?" Upon seeing a savior, President Liu immediately pointed at Lin Fan. "It's him. He stormed into my company and hit someone. Restrain him." The two security guards followed his finger toward Lin Fan. But after a single glance, their footsteps halted. They weren't fools. Lin Fan stood there, his clothes immaculate, his wristwatch understated, exuding an aura that was nothing like an ordinary troublemaker. Coupled with the roar of the Aston Martin downstairs they had heard earlier, this man was not someone to be trifled with. Seeing their hesitation, President Liu's rage flared even hotter. "What are you standing around for? Do I pay my monthly management fee for you to do nothing? Drag him out." One security guard gritted his teeth and stepped forward. "Sir, perhaps you should step outside." Before he could finish, Lin Fan pulled a check from his pocket. His movement was casual, as if he were taking out a tissue. The office fell silent. President Liu stopped his motions. "What is that you're holding?" Lin Fan flicked his wrist. Slap. The check smacked directly onto President Liu's face. The paper was light, but that flick stung more than the earlier slap. The check slid down. President Liu's swollen face landed on his chest, then fluttered onto the desk. Lin Fan looked at him, his voice low. "Hey, race, 1 million. Enough to buy this shabby company of yours. Is it enough?" Murmurs arose in the office. "A check, 1 million. By Shanghai Agency. Damn, that's ruthless. Is President Liu's company even worth 1 million? Hard to say. The place is run down, there are few artists and many contracts are just shells. It's not about the money, it's a direct slap in the face." The female assistant stared at the check on the desk. Manager Zhang wiped the sweat from his brow. He suddenly realized this incident might not just be an old classmate coming to back someone up. This man truly had the power to buy out Shanghai Agency. Wang Lei looked at the check. "Fancy." He opened his mouth instinctively, but no words came out. 1 million. To buy Shanghai Agency. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to dream of it. Every day he was manipulated and humiliated for a salary of a few thousand. Yet Lin Fan casually threw out 1 million, slamming the entire company in President Liu's face. The contrast was too stark. Wang Lei remained silent. President Liu looked down at the check on the table. "Who are you trying to fool with this scrap of paper?" He grabbed the check, but just as he was about to tear it, his hand suddenly froze. The bank imprint on the check was very clear. The signature Lin Fan was written cleanly and decisively. More critically, the authentication stamp in the bottom right corner was one he recognized. It wasn't an ordinary bank counter stamp. It was the mark of a top-tier private banking client's exclusive channel. Although President Liu was often foul-mouthed, he had dealt with wealthy individuals over his years running an agency. He knew such a stamp wasn't casually affixed. Anyone who could write a check like this had far more than a mere million in cash in their account. His fingers began to tremble. He put the check down. He turned it over and over, examining it twice, his face growing paler with each look. The signature was genuine. The imprint was genuine. The amount was genuine. 1 million exactly. There was not a hint of jest. President Liu steadied himself against the desk. The people in the office sensed something was wrong. The two security guards who had been ready to step forward stood frozen, unable to advance or retreat. The female assistant whispered, "Why did President Liu stop cursing?" A nearby employee murmured back, "That check might be real." "Really? 1 million. This is the end." President Liu lowered his head. He finally understood that the young man before him wasn't there to save face. He genuinely had the means to crush him with money. President Liu knew all too well the scale of Shanghai Agency. The company's accounts held barely any funds. Most of the new signings hadn't become famous, and those who could generate income had been squeezed dry. Calling it worth 1 million was already an overstatement. Moreover, the other party hadn't even bothered to negotiate a price. He simply slapped them with a check. This wasn't buying a company. It was grinding his face into the ground. President Liu's mouth twitched. MMR. Lin. A misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. The office was dead silent. President Liu, who had just been threatening to throw Lin Fan out, was now bending at the waist. He held the check with both hands, his demeanor utterly servile. "I failed to recognize your eminence. I wasn't aware you were friends with Wang Lei. Wang Lei as an employee has always been very hardworking. I was just being strict out of a desire to see him improve." Wang Lei stared at him. Strict out of a desire to see him improve. Who had just called him useless? Who said his mother's illness was none of the company's business? Who was going to dock his base pay and kick him out? Now seeing the money, he had instantly changed his tune. Lin Fan didn't respond, merely watching President Liu. President Liu continued his apologies. "They'll pay Wang Lei's salary immediately. No, not just this month. They'll also make up for the overdue commissions and compensation for mental distress. Rest assured, I won't short a single cent." He turned and barked at Manager Zhang. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and calculate Wang Lei's salary and commissions." Manager Zhang nodded frantically. Yes, I'll calculate it right away." President Liu then looked at Wang Lei. "Wang Lei, I was harsh just now. Don't take it to heart. Your mother is hospitalized and needs money, right? The company can advance it, no subsidize it. From now on, you'll still be a core member of the company. My strictness with you before was to help you grow." At these words, every employee in the office lowered their heads, not out of reverence, but to stifle their laughter. Just moments ago, he was calling the man trash. Now he was a core member. The speed of his transformation was utterly disgraceful. Wang Lei looked at President Liu, his fists slowly unclenching. He lowered his head. So this was how dignity could be bought back with money. Not because President Liu had a change of heart, but because Lin Fan's check had crushed him into submission. Lin Fan said calmly, "I'm buying the company." President Liu quickly nodded. Yes, buy it. Mr. Lin, your willingness to buy is an honor. They'll have the finance department prepare the transfer agreement immediately. On the price, whatever you say goes. Just this 1 million. Lin Fan's tone was flat. Any more would be a— President Liu didn't argue. Yes. Shanghai truly isn't worth you spending more. The people in the hallway fell silent. He actually bought it. Bought the company for 1 million. President Liu was calling for security, and now he's grinning like a lackey. This is what a real man's slap in the face looks like. Wang Lei's friend is incredible. The two security guards silently retreated, a step afraid of being remembered by Lin Fan. President Liu had the finance and admin departments bring the documents, frantically signing them. Throughout the process, he remained bent over, terrified that Lin Fan might be displeased and take back the check. After more than 10 minutes, the initial transfer procedures were completed. President Liu handed the documents to Lin Fan, his forehead covered in sweat. "Mr. Lin, will fully cooperate with the subsequent business registration changes. Wang Lei's salary and commissions have already been transferred." Wang Lei's phone chimed. He picked it up and glanced. A deposit notification. Salary, commissions, compensation, totaling over 100,000. Half an hour ago, seeing this sum would have made his hands tremble with excitement. But now he was merely silent, because this money was rightfully his all along. Lin Fan looked at him. "Let's go." Wang Lei was stunned for a moment. "Where to?" "Let's go out and sit for a bit." Wang Lei glanced at the office, then at his colleagues. He had endured so much here, swallowed so much anger. Yet at this moment of departure, he felt not a shred of reluctance. He nodded. "Okay." Lin Fan led Wang Lei out. The people in the office automatically parted to make way. The female assistant looked at Wang Lei and said softly, "Take care, brother Wang." Wang Lei paused for a moment and nodded at her. Manager Zhang kept his head down, not daring to meet his gaze. President Liu stood to the side, bent over with a fawning smile. "Mr. Lin Wang Lei, take care. They'll handle everything at the company properly. Lin Fan ignored him. As the two walked out of the Shanghai agency, the people in the hallway fell silent in unison. Those who had just been watching the commotion now dared not even breathe. Wang Lei followed closely beside Lin Fan. They descended the stairs and stepped outside. A dark-colored Aston Martin was parked by the roadside, its body gleaming coldly under the sunlight. A few young people were furtively watching from not far away. When they saw Lin Fan emerge, they immediately stepped back. Wang Lei glanced at the car and then at Lin Fan. A high-end suit, a wristwatch, a luxury car. And just moments ago, he casually tossed out a check for $1 million to buy a company. Everything about this was completely at odds with the Lin Fan he remembered. In college, Lin Fan would hesitate even to ask for an extra chicken leg in the cafeteria. Now standing beside the Aston Martin, he seemed like a different person. Wang Lei muttered, "Fan Z, I can't be dreaming, can I?" Lin Fan opened the car door. "Get in." Wang Lei sat in the passenger seat, unsure where to place his hands. The car door closed, shutting out the outside world. The Aston Martin drove away from the old office building. Wang Lei watched the streets retreating outside the window. The car stopped in front of a nearby cafe. The two found a window-side table to sit down. After the waiter brought the coffee, Wang Lei held the cup with both hands, his voice a bit hoarse. "Fan Z, what on earth have you been through these years? You know." He looked at Lin Fan, still feeling it wasn't real. "How did you suddenly become so capable?" Lin Fan didn't explain much. "Just did a bit of business." Wang Lei forced a smile. "Is this what you call a bit of business? Tossing out a $1 million check like it's nothing. Driving an Aston Martin. That outfit, although I don't understand brands, must be expensive. Sitting here with you, I feel like I'm watching a movie." Lin Fan looked at him. "You've lost weight since college." "There's nothing I can do." Wang Lei lowered his head, looking at the coffee. "This industry is tough. Without a background or connections, it's too hard to get ahead. I always thought that as long as I worked hard, I would eventually break through. But now, after enduring this long, I'm still a bottom-tier scout. The people I sign get snatched away, my commissions are deducted, and I'm scolded every day. The most humiliating part is that I clearly see them bullying me, yet I don't dare to flip the table. My mom is still in the hospital. I need money." As he said this, Wang Lei's voice lowered. Lin Fan, "Send me your account number." Wang Lei looked up. "What account?" "Your bank card." Wang Lei quickly waved his hand. "No need. Fan Z, really no need. You've already helped me recover my money today. And bought that broken company. I owe you. Back then, that 20,000 you didn't make me write an IOU." Wang Lei looked at him. Lin Fan continued, "You only asked when I would need it back. It was transferred the next day. At that time, you weren't well off either." Wang Lei opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. He thought Lin Fan had long forgotten. After all, it was just 20,000. But for Lin Fan back, then it was a lifesaver. Lin Fan's tone was calm. "Account number." Wang Lei hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately sent over the bank card number. "Fan Z, don't transfer too much. I'm really not asking you for money. I understand." Lin Fan tapped on the screen a few times. A few seconds later, Wang Lei's phone vibrated. He glanced down and froze. The bank message was clear. "Your account ending in 7391 received an income of 1,000,000 yuan. 10 million. Wang Lei stared at the string of zeros, his mind blank. He counted it twice. 10 million. He looked up at Lin Fan, his voice changing. "Fan Z, you must have transferred the wrong amount. It's not 100,000, it's not a million. This is 10 million. Several tables of guests around in the cafe. Wang Lei lowered his voice. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair. "I didn't transfer the wrong amount. It's the interest on that 20,000 from back then." Wang Lei bowed his head. "Where does that kind of interest come from? Your interest is way too exaggerated." Lin Fan replied, "For me, it's not." Wang Lei looked at him. Over the years, he had heard too many pretty words. Bosses painting dreams, colleagues being perfunctory, and people in the industry flattering each other. But the only one who truly helped him during his toughest times was Lin Fan. Before, he had lent Lin Fan 20,000. Now Lin Fan was returning him 10 million. It wasn't charity. It was a debt of gratitude. Wang Lei lowered his head, wiping his eyes vigorously. "Fan Z, I really have no words left." Lin Fan patted his shoulder. "Then don't say anything. Let's get to work next." Wang Lei looked up. "What to do?" Lin Fan looked at him. "I plan to start an entertainment company." Wang Lei was stunned. An entertainment company. Those 4 words suddenly pulled him back from his emotional state. All his dreams over the years revolved around those 4 words. But for him, it was something unattainable. It required capital, resources, connections, and projects. As a bottom-tier scout, he couldn't even secure his own salary. How could he dare to think about starting a company? Lin Fan's tone was calm. "The company will be called Extraordinary Entertainment. I will invest 1 billion. You will serve as the general manager." 1 billion. General manager. Wang Lei stood up, drawing the attention of nearby guests once more. Wang Lei looked at Lin Fan. "Fan Z, you're not joking, are you?" Lin Fan raised his eyes. "Do you see me joking?" Wang Lei stared at him. After a long pause, Wang Lei sat back down. 1 billion investment. Extraordinary Entertainment. Making him the general manager. This was not just offering him a job. This was directly placing the dreams he had shattered over the years back in front of him and equipping him with a pair of wings. But Wang Lei opened his mouth. I've never been a general manager. I'm just a bottom-tier scout. At most I can find newcomers, talk to people, run to schools, and create short videos. If you hand me 1 billion, I'm afraid. Lin Fan interrupted him. What I need is someone who knows how to find people. For operations, legal, and finance, I will arrange a professional team. You will be responsible for scouting talent, signing newcomers, recruiting artists, building a team. Who has potential you know better than those sitting in offices? Wang Lei's fists slowly clenched. Scenes from the years he had run through schools, malls, film sets, and short video accounts flashed before his eyes. Those newcomers he had set his sights on. The materials that had been snatched away by companies. Those promising talents he had felt would become famous, but could only miss out on due to lack of resources. Now the opportunity had come. 1 billion in funding. Backed by extraordinary group. Lin Fan personally standing behind him. He would no longer have to watch the faces of people like President Liu. Nor would he need to grovel for a few thousand in salary. Wang Lei slapped his chest. Fanzi, you trust me, and I will definitely build a career for you. These years I haven't wasted my time in the industry. Which companies exploit artists, which newcomers have potential, which directors have projects, and which short video bloggers can transition, I know it all. In the past I had no money, no resources, and no right to speak. Now you give me 1 billion. I dare to bring over all the truly capable people in this industry. Extraordinary entertainment, I will definitely make it succeed. Lin Fan looked at Wang Lei on his phone screen. A system prompt popped up. Detected that the host has completed the legal business investment consumption. Consumption amount 100,000 yuan. The consumption scenario meets system rules. Cashback triggered successfully. Cashback amount 100,000 yuan has been credited. Lin Fan looked at the 10 billion cashback prompt that popped up on the system and smiled. The entire entertainment industry in Magic City has gone completely wild. On the day that Extraordinary Entertainment was officially listed, the entertainment circle in Magic City was set ablaze. The establishment of a single company was normally unremarkable. Every day in Magic City, new media companies are registered, and each day a number of so-called entertainment companies go bankrupt. But Extraordinary Entertainment is different. Behind it stands the Extraordinary Group. The startup capital is 10 billion. As soon as these two words spread, the entire circle became restless. Is it true? A new entertainment company with a startup capital of 10 billion. Isn't Extraordinary Group involved in real estate, technology, and investments? Why suddenly enter the entertainment sector? Haven't you heard? The chairman of Extraordinary Group, Lin Fan, is the one who bought the Cloud restaurant in just 10 minutes a few days ago. No way, it's him. That makes sense if this person is indeed wealthy. The key is that the general manager is Wang Lei, who was previously a low-level scout at Star Sea Agency. A low-level scout becoming the general manager of a 10 billion entertainment company overnight. What a miraculous turnaround. Various WeChat groups, small circles of agents and assistants of artists are all buzzing about news from Extraordinary Entertainment. Many 18-tier small celebrities watch the news and hurriedly ask their assistants to prepare materials. Quick, send my portfolio over. Sister, haven't we just renewed our contract with the company? So what if we renewed? How much is the penalty for breach of contract? Extraordinary Entertainment has 10 billion. But they may not want us. We have to try anyway. If we don't seize this opportunity, will we wait our whole lives to play the third female lead in web dramas? Some agents were more pragmatic. They had a few semi-popular artists in their hands and originally couldn't get good resources in their old company. Upon hearing that Extraordinary Entertainment was offering high salaries to poach talent, their minds immediately became active. President Wang, I have 2 artists here with good images and a solid fan base. Is the penalty for breach of contract not an issue? It's not a problem, we can negotiate. As long as the conditions are right, I can bring them over tonight. The office building of Extraordinary Entertainment is located in a high-end office building under Extraordinary Group. It occupies 3 entire floors. Just renovated. Once the sign was hung up, people immediately began taking photos to post on social media. Extraordinary Entertainment entering the industry with 10 billion. The entertainment circle in Magic City is about to change. Lin Fan's move is truly frightening. Wang Lei stood at the front desk, gazing at the glowing letters, feeling somewhat dazed. Just a few days ago, he had been scolded as useless by President Liu at Star Sea Agency. Now he was dressed in a brand new suit with legal, financial, human resources, operations, public relations, and business teams standing behind him. Everyone who saw him had to greet him as President Wang. This change was too rapid. It was so fast that he feared that when he went to sleep at night, he would wake up still in that dilapidated office at Star Sea. But the account balance of the company on his phone does not lie. 10 billion in funds has already been deposited. Lin Fan was not joking. He truly handed the entire Extraordinary Entertainment over to Wang Lei. President Wang, here are the first batch of artist profiles. An assistant approached with a stack of documents. This morning we proactively contacted artists and agents associated with the company totaling 372. Among them there are 12 second-tier artists with experience in leading dramas, and 26 internet celebrities with over 5 million followers on short video platforms. There are also a few first-tier artist management teams that are probing. Wang Lei took the materials. In the past, he wouldn't even be able to arrange meetings with these people's assistants. Now these individuals were actively delivering information to him. Money, resources, platforms. With these three elements in play, the so-called aloofness of the entertainment circle simply crumbles. Wang Lei flipped through a few pages and directly asked, "What's the budget for breach of contract penalties?" The financial officer immediately replied, "Chairman Lin approved it. The special fund for poaching talent is within 5 billion, and you have the approval authority." Wang Lei's hand trembled. Within 5 billion. Approval authority. In the past, he had to endure half a day's scolding from President Liu just to request 5,000 for a marketing activity. Now 5 billion was laid out before him for the purpose of poaching talent. Nearby, several employees felt their scalps go numb. This is just too extravagant. A new company starts with 5 billion to poach talent. Even established entertainment companies wouldn't dare to do this. With Extraordinary Group backing us, it's indeed different. Wang Lei placed the materials down on the table. Notify the legal and business departments. Starting today, as long as we want an artist, no matter how much breach of contract penalty the original company demands, we will triple the compensation. Wang Lei placed the materials down on the table. Notify the legal and business departments. Starting today, as long as we want an artist, what I want is speed. While others are still negotiating terms, we directly transfer the funds. While others are still hesitating, we directly sign the artists. Extraordinary Entertainment has just been established. What we lack is not funds but presence. He looked at everyone, his tone growing steadier. People in the circle are watching us. If we hesitate at the first step, who will believe we have 10 billion in funds later? Chairman Lin gave me the money not for me to hoard it. This money is meant to break open the doors of the entertainment circle. Employees in the meeting room felt their backs heat up. This statement was too fierce and too confident. For a new entertainment company, if it followed the normal process to gradually hire talent, it might take half a year to form a proper team. But with triple breach of contract penalties, many who were initially hesitant would immediately have their psychological defenses shattered. The legal officer adjusted his glasses. President Wang, the triple breach of contract penalty is legal, but it may easily offend our peers. Wang Lei looked at him. If we don't do this, will we not offend our peers? The legal officer fell silent. Wang Lei continued. As soon as Extraordinary Entertainment is established with 10 billion in startup funds presented, our peers have already regarded us as a threat. Since we will eventually offend someone, let's first secure the talent. With artists' works and a team, we will have the qualification to speak. Without these elements, relying solely on a name, others will only see us as a joke. The crowd exchanged glances and no one opposed anymore. Wang Lei picked up a pen and checked off the first profile. First, contact these three individuals. 2 first-tier female stars and 1 top male singer. Their original companies have issues with resource allocation and their teams have long been dissatisfied. The male singer's side had disputes with the agency over touring profits, showing the highest willingness to breach contract. Tell them that Extraordinary Entertainment does not make empty promises. Contracts, cash, resource plans. Everything will be presented to them tonight. Whoever nods first will sign first. Once the order was given, Extraordinary Entertainment immediately sprang into action. The business department began making calls one after another. The legal team worked overnight to review contracts. The public relations department began preparing press releases. The finance department stood by to make payments. On the first night, the team of a certain first-tier female star arrived at Extraordinary Entertainment. She wore sunglasses, followed by her manager and assistant. Initially, she maintained a certain demeanor. But as soon as she entered the meeting room and saw the clearly stated signing fee, film and television resource commitments, business profit-sharing ratios, and that the triple breach of contract penalty would be borne by Extraordinary Entertainment, her attitude instantly changed. President Wang, are you sure this condition is not a temporary verbal promise? Wang Lei pushed the pen over. All of it will be in the contract. The legal team is here. You can review each item. The female star's agent flipped through the document rapidly. The more she read, the more anxious her breathing became. This profit-sharing ratio is much higher than what we currently have at our company. Lin Fan said, money should be spent wisely. If it's not enough, they'll add more. And we give the studio autonomy. Wang Lei nodded. FIFA Entertainment seeks a win-win situation. We do not rely on exploiting artists to make money. But resources and performance must match. The female star took off her sunglasses and looked at Wang Lei. Mr. Wang, I heard you used to be a scout. A few employees in the conference room changed their expressions slightly. This remark was somewhat sharp. Wang Lei was not angry. Yes. So I understand better than those lofty bosses what artists truly. What you lack is not the duration of the contract. What you lack are good scripts, a good team, and resources that can help you continue to advance. The female star fell silent for a few seconds and suddenly smiled. I love to hear that. She picked up the pen and signed her name. The first contract with a top-tier artist was completed. Once the news spread, the office area of Tycoon Entertainment erupted in excitement. Signed. Really signed. A top-tier diva, we really managed to recruit her. Mr. Wong is amazing. Wang Lei stood at the conference room door looking at the contract, pressing his fingers firmly on the paper. The next day, another top female star arrived. She was even more cautious than the first, bringing her own private lawyer, meticulously going through the contract until dawn. Wang Lei did not rush. Whatever the opposing lawyer asked, Tycoon's legal team answered. Whatever the opposing side was concerned about, Wang Lei wrote the solutions into the supplementary clauses. At 2 a.m, the female star took a sip of coffee and looked up at Wang Lei. Mr. Wang, you really aren't afraid of spending money. Wang Lei smiled. Our director Lin said that money should be spent wisely. The female star asked, do you think I am worth this price? Wang Lei looked at her. The drama you starred in last year flopped. It's not that your acting skills are lacking, but the script was terrible and the promotion was also poor. What suits you best are urban female-oriented and suspense dramas. Your previous company kept making you act in ancient dramas, which is depleting your reputation. Come to Tycoon Entertainment, and I will help you reposition yourself. Once this statement was made, the casualness on the female star's face vanished. Her manager beside her also raised his head. This was because Wang Lei had hit upon their most frustrating issue. It's not that there are no supporters. It's that they were misguided. Half an hour later, the contract was signed. On the third day at noon, the team of a top male singer arrived. This time the spectacle was even larger. A luxury bus parked downstairs and fans gathered quickly after receiving news from somewhere. Is it true that the brother is going to sign with Tycoon Entertainment? Tycoon Entertainment is so wealthy. I heard the penalty for breach of contract is triple compensation. As long as the brother can go on tour, changing companies wouldn't be a problem. As the male singer entered the elevator, he still bore a hint of fatigue on his face. Over the past 2 years, his previous company had restricted his resources, delaying his tour approvals and dragging out his new album. Fans were cursing the company while the company remained silent. He appeared successful on the surface, but was actually filled with frustration. Wang Lei wasted no time directly placing the list of music producers' initial tour plans and profit-sharing proposals in front of him. The male singer only glanced at it for 10 minutes before looking up. You really dare to approve the tour budget? Wang Lei replied. As long as you sign, the first round of 10 city tours will start immediately. The male singer stared at him. My previous company won't let me go easily. They care about face. Wang Lei pushed another document over. Triple penalty for breach of contract to be paid today. They want face, we provide money. In the conference room, the male singer's manager gasped sharply. Mr. Wang, your approach is too ruthless. Wang Lei looked at him. The entertainment industry is not short of people who drag things out. Tycoon Entertainment does not delay. The male singer was silent for a moment, then picked up the pen. I will sign. The third major contract was finalized. In just 3 days, Tycoon Entertainment signed 2 top female stars and 1 top male singer. Once the news broke, the entire entertainment industry in Modu erupted. In the Tycoon Entertainment office building, it no longer resembled an ordinary company's opening. At the elevator entrance, one could encounter stars from time to time. A top female star came with her team to try on makeup. The top male singer was in the recording studio holding a meeting with producers. In the corridor, there were several well-known screenwriters discussing projects with Wang Lei while holding scripts. The receptionist girl clasped her hands tightly. Who did I just serve water to? That was Chun Ruachi. I also saw Su Lan, she looks even thinner in person than on TV. The top male singer walked right past me, and I almost lost my balance. Our company was just established 3 days ago. Employees walked straighter than before. Previously, when they said they worked at a new company, others would ask if it was reliable. Now when they say they work at Tycoon Entertainment, the first reaction from peers is to inquire if they are still hiring. Lin Fan arrived on the afternoon of the 3rd day. He did not notify anyone in advance. The car stopped downstairs, and when the receptionist saw him enter, she immediately stood up. Director Lin. As the voice rang out, the entire office area fell silent. Soon the news spread quickly. Director Lin has arrived. Hurry, Director Lin has come to inspect. Don't act recklessly, tidy up the materials. Wang Lei heard the news and almost ran out. Fan Z, no, Director Lin. He almost called him casually, but quickly corrected himself. Lin Fan gave him a glance. Call me Director Lin in the company, and you can address me as you wish privately. Wang Lei grinned. Understood. The 2 top female stars happened to be outside the conference room. When they saw Lin Fan, they immediately stopped in their tracks. They had seen too many bosses in the entertainment industry. Some were greasy, some liked to put on airs, and some even liked to get handsy with female artists. But Lin Fan was different. Young, clean, calm. Most importantly, he stood behind Tycoon Group and had 1 billion in cash. Such a boss was not someone anyone dared to underestimate. Hello, Director Lin. Director Lin. The two female stars actively greeted him, showing more respect than they would to many investors. The top male singer also came out from the recording studio. He had been very popular in the industry, often carried to many events by others. But in front of Lin Fan, he stood very properly. Hello, Director Lin. Lin Fan nodded. Since you're here, do your best. Tycoon Entertainment does not lack resources, but it also does not support those who just want to waste time. Several people immediately responded. Understood. You can rest assured, Director Lin. Employees nearby held their breath. These big stars, usually chased by fans and called goddesses or brothers, were now being exceedingly polite in front of Lin Fan. Wang Lei was even more filled with reverence. He had personally witnessed Lin Fan pull him out from Shanghai agency. He had also seen how this company transformed from a mere framework into a shining new entertainment powerhouse in just 3 days. In his heart, Lin Fan was no longer just an ordinary brother. He was the one who pulled him out of the mire of life. Lin Fan took a tour. Seeing the office area bustling with activity, he said little. Wang Lei followed beside him, reporting, the artist department, film and television department, and music department have all been established. The top screenwriter side has also signed too. There are a few projects that can be pushed forward immediately. Just give me another month, and I can fully establish Tycoon Entertainment. Lin Fan responded with a sound. Is there enough money? Wang Lei paused. The surrounding executives also perked up their ears. This question was too outrageous. 1 billion in startup capital had only been invested for a few days. When other bosses asked how much had been spent, Lin Fan was asking if there was enough money. Wang Lei paused for a moment. For now, it's enough. But if we continue to recruit top talent and buy copyrights, we will definitely need to increase the budget later. Lin Fan said lightly, spend what needs to be spent. With wealth comes a pathless road. If we are to venture into extraordinary entertainment, we must aim for the top echelon. Don't be petty. Upon hearing this, several executives nearby were stunned. A female star's agent standing not far away whispered, I suddenly feel that switching jobs was indeed the right choice. Another assistant nodded. Such a boss is too rare. They are not just making empty promises, they are genuinely offering money. Lin Fan did not linger. After inspecting the company, he left. Yet his visit had significantly boosted the morale of the entire Extraordinary Entertainment. Everyone understood that as long as Lin Fan stood behind them, the company had the confidence to continue investing. However, the frenzied expansion of Extraordinary Entertainment had forced another company into the spotlight. Xinhua Media, a veteran entertainment giant in the Magic City. In the conference room, Chairman Zhou Zhenhai slammed the documents in his hand onto the table. Useless. All of you are useless. In just 3 days, we lost 2 first-tier female stars, a top male singer, and 2 gold medal screenwriters. What are you all doing? On both sides of the conference table, the executives of Xinhua Media all lowered their heads. No one dared to respond. The ones who were poached were all the profitable pillars of Xinhua, especially that top male singer who was supposed to bolster Xinghua's music division this year. As a result, Extraordinary Entertainment threw a triple penalty fee at him, and he left that very day. The artist director wiped the sweat from his brow. Chairman Zhou, it's not that we didn't try to stop them. Extraordinary Entertainment is simply disregarding the rules. They don't even negotiate industry tacit agreements. They just come in with triple penalty fees. The artist team had long been dissatisfied. Once they threw money around, the artists were tempted. Zhou Zhenhai sneered. Rules. The rules of the entertainment industry were set by us old companies. How dare a newly established company that has only been around for 3 days reach out to poach from Xinhua? The publicity director gritted his teeth. Chairman Zhou, Extraordinary Entertainment is backed by Extraordinary Group. Lin Fan has been gaining significant attention in the Magic City lately. Zhou Zhenhai slammed the table. So what if he is gaining attention? Just because he has money, does he think he can run rampant in the entertainment industry? The cultural and entertainment industry cannot thrive solely on money. Does he have the connections with media platforms, cinema chains, variety shows, and television stations? If he poaches people, he'll make sure those individuals have no place to appear. Many people in the conference room looked up. Zhou Zhenhai's expression darkened. Notify all cooperating media. Starting today, do not publish any press releases from Extraordinary Entertainment. All scheduled interviews are to be canceled. Contact the major variety show producers. Anyone who dares to use artists from Extraordinary Entertainment will have to deal with Xinhua's artists being unavailable. And regarding cinema chains, if they plan to invest in film projects, block their screenings. I want to see how Lin Fan can support his artists without exposure announcements or cinema chains. The artist director spoke cautiously. Chairman Zhou, want this create too much of a stir? Zhou Zhenhai stared at him. If it doesn't create a stir, others will think Xinhua is easy to bully. Today, Extraordinary Entertainment poached our key talent. Tomorrow, other companies will follow suit. This time we must crush them. He looked at the head of the public relations department. Spread the word. Anyone who collaborates with Extraordinary Entertainment is crossing paths with Xinghui. I want the entire Magic City entertainment circle to see clearly. New capital can enter, but trying to step on Xinghui to rise is not acceptable. The orders quickly spread. That very evening, 2 variety show appearances that Extraordinary Entertainment had originally negotiated were withdrawn. The next morning, a brand live stream that a first-tier female star had just signed on for was suddenly canceled. At noon, the invitation for the top male singers music festival was retracted. In the afternoon, the investment partner for a film project that had just been negotiated suddenly changed their minds, stating they needed to reassess the risks. One by one, notice letters were being returned. One by one, collaboration intentions were being canceled. Several newly signed artist teams began to feel uneasy. Mr. Wang, the brand side, says there is a scheduling conflict, but everything was fine yesterday. The music festival organizers aren't answering their phones. The variety show says the platform's review didn't pass. This excuse is too flimsy. Is Xinghui behind this? Wang Lei stood in the office, his expression growing increasingly grim. He had anticipated offending his competitors. However, he did not expect Xinghui to act so swiftly. Moreover, their strike was a total industry-wide blockade. This was not ordinary competition. This was an intention to suppress all the individuals Extraordinary Entertainment had just signed, leaving them with contracts, but no exposure, no works, and no commercial value. If this situation continued, the stars that had just signed would soon panic. The outside world would be watching the spectacle. What good was it that Extraordinary Entertainment had money? They poached talent, but couldn't elevate them. Wang Lei clenched the return notice letters, his veins bulging on the back of his hand. Without hesitation, he took the documents and rushed to Extraordinary Group. Half an hour later, in the top office of Extraordinary Group, Wang Lei pushed the door open, carrying a stack of return notice letters and contract termination documents, his expression anxious. Fan's there's trouble. He placed the documents in front of Lin Fan, his voice tense. Xinghui Media is issuing a blockade order across the industry. Wang Lei spread a stack of documents across the desk. A thick wad. There were variety show withdrawal letters, brand cooperation cancellation notices, music festival rescheduling letters, and several extremely harsh breach of contract letters. In black and white, the meaning was the same. The artists signed by Extraordinary Entertainment, the resources that had been negotiated were all cut off. Fanzi, this is not just 1 or 2 companies. Wang Lei's voice sank. From this morning until now, 17 partners have already backed out. Each excuse is more ludicrous than the last. Scheduling conflicts, process reviews, platform adjustments, budget freezes. In short, it's Xinghui pressuring from behind. He grew more agitated as he spoke, pressing a finger on one of the documents. This brand was still negotiating with us just last night. The contract was almost stamped. This morning they directly changed their stance, saying they would not consider using artists from Extraordinary Entertainment. And this variety show had originally promised Su Lan a guest appearance. Now they are saying the guest spots are full. Full my foot. They were begging us to send our artists over to generate buzz yesterday. Su Qingyan stood beside him, flipping through several documents with a furrowed brow. Xinghui's actions are swift. They are not just targeting us, they are using years of accumulated channel relationships to pressure us. With media not publishing press releases, variety shows not giving exposure, brands daring not to collaborate, and film projects being discouraged. If this continues, the artists that Extraordinary Entertainment just signed will be in a very passive position. Wang Lei gritted his teeth. This is what I'm most worried about. We offered high signing fees, paid triple penalties, and brought them over. As a result, as soon as the artists come to the company, they have no announcements and no exposure. The outside world will definitely say that Extraordinary Entertainment can only throw money around, but cannot elevate artists. Those artists who are hesitating will also retreat. The office fell silent. The documents on the table were spread out thickly. Each one slapped Extraordinary Entertainment's face. Wang Lei looked at Lin Fan, feeling a bit stifled. He knew Lin Fan had money. But the entertainment industry was not just about money. Xinghui Media had operated in the circle for many years, holding connections with media, variety shows, platforms, cinema chains, and production companies. With just a word from them, many partners would hesitate to engage with Extraordinary Entertainment. Smashing 50 billion. I will build my own cinema chain and produce variety shows. This is the confidence of an established giant. Wang Lei, having once struggled at the bottom, understood this sense of oppression all too well. For a newcomer company wanting to make a name, the greatest fear is not a lack of money, but rather the lack of opportunity to get a seat at the table. Yet Lin Fan sat behind the desk, calm throughout. He reached out and picked up a breach of contract letter, glancing at it briefly. Then he took the second one, the third, the fourth. There were piles of documents on the table, and he flipped through them one by one. He didn't explode in anger. He didn't question anything. He didn't even let his expression darken. The more Wang Lei looked, the more anxious he became. Fancy, say something. Xinghui is trying to crush us. They know we have just been established, and our foundation is unstable, so they strike first by sealing off our channels. If we bow down to negotiate now, they will surely take a big bite out of us. But if we don't negotiate, our artist resources will be cut off and morale will falter. Su Qingyan also looked at Lin Fan. She understood him. The calmer he was, the more it indicated that he had made a judgment in his heart. However, this situation was indeed tricky. The entertainment industry is not like acquiring a restaurant or simply buying a building. Much of it relies on channels and relationships. Xinhua Media dared to threaten a ban, indicating they were not afraid of FIFA Entertainment spending money. What they wanted was to make it so that Lin Fan's money couldn't be spent. Qingzhou stood to the side holding a tablet. Mr. Lin. According to our findings, the chairman of Xinhua Media, Zhou Zhenhai, has already contacted Huaiwe Video, Blue River TV, the Donghai Music Festival organizers, and several top marketing companies. Their conditions are very clear. Anyone who collaborates with FIFA Entertainment will no longer receive resources from Xinhua. Currently, many small and medium partners have chosen to avoid us. Wang Lei slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. They are bullying us just because of their seniority. We can recruit talent, and they can compete normally. But now they are directly cutting off our channels. They won't let our artists appear. They won't schedule our projects. Not even allowing our press releases to be sent out. This is not a business war, it's a siege. Lin Fan finally put down the breach of contract letter in his hand. His gaze swept across the piles of documents on the table. Breach of contract letters piled up on the table. In the office, Wang Lei's eyes reddened with anxiety. Su Qingyan wore a serious expression, and Qingzhou awaited his decision. Any new company faced with such a situation would likely feel their scalp tingle. They had just signed artists, and now their announcements were being entirely retracted. Money had already been spent, yet there was nowhere for the artists to be exposed. This is the most disgusting part of the entertainment industry. But Lin Fan looked at the stack of breach of contract letters, and instead of getting angry, he smiled. It was not a laugh born of anger. He genuinely found it interesting. Wang Lei was taken aback. Fancy, what are you laughing at? Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, his fingertip tapping one of the variety show retraction letters. They aren't giving us announcements. Wang Lei nodded. Right. They won't let the media publish articles. Correct. They won't let artists appear on variety shows or movies and cinemas. That's about the gist of it. Lin Fan picked up that retraction letter and tossed it back onto the table. Isn't that just perfect? Wang Lei was dumbfounded. Perfect. Su Qingyan raised her eyes as well. Lin Fan spoke in a very calm tone. If they won't give us announcements, we will produce our own shows. If they won't give us movie projects, we will shoot our own movies. If they block our cinema channels, we will build our own cinema chain. Wang Lei was completely frozen. Producing our own shows. Shooting our own movies. Building our own cinema chain. These phrases sound simple, but behind each one is astronomical figures. A truly level variety show, from planning, stage design, production, promotion, to casting, easily costs several $100 million. Movies are even more so. Especially blockbusters, which burn money rapidly. As for cinema chains, that's something ordinary entertainment companies wouldn't dare touch. The property of the cinema, equipment, scheduling systems, distribution channels, and city layouts, every step down costs money. Wang Lei opened his mouth. Fancy, are you serious? Lin Fan looked at him. Do I look like I'm joking? Wang Lei's throat tightened. He obviously knew Lin Fan was not joking. But precisely because Lin Fan was not joking, he was even more shocked. When Xinhua banned FIFA Entertainment, the normal person's first reaction would be to find connections to break the deadlock or negotiate with the other side. Lin Fan was different. When others wouldn't provide a path, he would simply carve out a new one. When others wouldn't provide a stage, he would simply throw money to create a larger stage. Su Qingyan's eyes shifted slightly. Mr. Lin, doing this will incur high costs. Moreover, the pressure from the timeline is also great. Variety shows can be quick, but movies and cinema chains cannot be established overnight. Lin Fan nodded. I know. So we will start with what can be launched the fastest. He looked at Qingzhou. Mobilize 50 billion in funds. The office fell silent. Wang Lei raised his head. 50 billion. Qingzhou also paused briefly, but he only paused for half a second before immediately lowering his head. Understood. Lin Fan continued. FIFA Entertainment will independently prepare and level talent show. The specifications will be at the top domestic standards. Mentors, stage design, production team, promotion, all will use the best. Do not save on expenses. Wang Lei's fingers were trembling. And level talent show. Once this is done, it can elevate not just one artist, but the entire talent pool of the trainees, singers, dancers, mentors, guests, and commercial sponsorships can all fit in. If FIFA Entertainment truly produces the show, Xinhua's method of cutting off announcements will immediately become half ineffective. Lin Fan then said also prepare a sci-fi blockbuster. With an investment of 10 billion. Directors, screenwriters, special effects teams, all must be the strongest lineup. Since FIFA Entertainment is going to do it, we shouldn't make small-time projects. The first movie must be memorable for the entire industry. Wang Lei felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. A 10 billion sci-fi blockbuster. In the domestic entertainment industry, many have made such claims. But truly daring to invest 10 billion in a sci-fi film is rare. Because the risks are too high. If the script fails, it will flop. If the special effects fail, it will be criticized. If the promotion fails, the box office won't rise. Yet Lin Fan spoke so casually. Casual enough that this 10 billion seemed like an ordinary project budget. Qin Zhou immediately recorded this on the tablet. Mr. Lin, the 50 billion will be transferred to Fifan Entertainment's special account today. For the variety and movie projects, I will simultaneously have the investment team, legal team, and financial team collaborate with General Manager Wang. Lin Fan looked at Wang Lei. You are responsible for setting up the projects. If you lack talent, recruit. If you lack teams, buy. If you lack copyrights, acquire. As long as it is legal, money is not a problem. Wang Lei stood there, his chest heaving violently. When he had come in, his mind was filled with the pressure of being banned by Xinghui. The pressure was still there, but the direction had changed. It was no longer about how to plead with others for announcements, but rather how to spend money and build his own platform. Wang Lei nodded firmly. I understand. I will contact the producers and director teams immediately. For the talent show, I have a few contacts I've interacted with before. They have always wanted to do large projects, but couldn't secure enough budget. Now that we have the funds, I can recruit them. For the sci-fi film, I will find the best screenwriters and special effects teams in the industry. As long as the budget is in place, many people will be tempted. Lin Fan said calmly, do not merely make them intrigued. Make them delirious. At those words, the flame in Wang Lei's chest was set ablaze. Good. They'll handle it at once. That evening, Fifan Entertainment issued a public announcement. Yet every word carried tremendous force. Fifan Entertainment would independently produce and class talent show Mingri Zhixing. The project's budget would be without limit. They would recruit trainees, singers, dancers, and creators from across the nation. The panel of mentors would be announced soon. Simultaneously, Fifan Entertainment officially launched the science fiction film Shinkong Jiyuan. The project carried an investment of 1 billion. Directors, screenwriters, visual effects, action teams, and concept designers were to be recruited worldwide. At the end of the announcement, there was one final line. Fifan Entertainment welcomed any artist or creator with real ability, ambition, and a dedication to their craft to join. Once the news spread, the entire entertainment circle erupted. Fifan Entertainment has gone mad. And Skla's talent show. They're producing it themselves. Xinghui just blacklisted them, and now they turn around to make their own program. And a 1 billion sci-fi blockbuster. This is extreme. This isn't just being blacklisted, it's like overturning the table. Messages flew through the major agents' chat groups. Artists who had been waiting on the sidelines could no longer remain still. Some had hesitated that morning, believing Fifan to be suppressed by Xinghui and fearing their resources would lag. That evening, upon seeing the announcement, their attitudes shifted immediately. Contact Fifan Entertainment. Contact them now. Sis, didn't you say to wait a little longer? Wait my ass. They dare to throw money at both an Sklash show and a 1 billion film. What are we waiting for? Xinghui blacklisted them, yet they are building their own resources. That is a company with real backbone. Quick, resend my dossier. Tell President Wang I'm willing to negotiate. Penalties won't be an issue. The talent department's phone lines at Fifan were inundated. The front desk, commercial office agents, and inboxes were all stuffed with materials. President Wang, 3 second-tier actor teams have proactively reached out. President Wang, a girl group trainee, wants to transfer with her entire team. President Wang, a top producer, just asked whether we're still short a chief director for the talent show. President Wang, 2 rising actresses agents want to meet you tonight. Wang Lei stood in the office area listening to report after report, his palms growing warm. The shadow of cancelled engagements had just been dispelled by this wave of enthusiasm. The staff's morale had been completely transformed. Wasn't Xinghui blacklisting them? We'll make our own shows. A 1 billion sci-fi epic. Who wouldn't be tempted? Artists fear lack of resources above all. Now we are the resource. Chairman Lin's move is ruthless. When others block the gate, he simply buys the building. Elsewhere at Xinghui Media headquarters in the chairman's office, Zhou Jinhai had just finished hearing the report. His face had turned ashen. The secretary stood beside him, not daring to breathe. Chairman Zhou, the industry's reaction to Fifan's announcement has been massive. Several artist teams have proactively contacted Fifan. Some producers who have worked with us are also inquiring about their new projects. Zhou Jinhai picked up the teacup. A vein stood out on the back of his hand. Where did they get such nerve? The secretary whispered, it is said Fifan Group has allocated another 5 billion in special funds to Fifan Entertainment. 5 billion. Zhou looked up. The next moment, he hurled his teacup to the floor. The cup shattered with a bang. Porcelain and tea splashed across the room. Everyone in the office bowed their heads in fright. Zhou's chest heaved, his face iron gray. He had not expected Lin Fan to dare play so recklessly. Blacklist notices. Then produce our own variety show. Block our film projects. Then invest 1 billion to shoot a sci-fi spectacle ourselves. If they block distribution channels later, would he really dare to build his own cinema chain? This was not ordinary corporate warfare. It was using money to shatter the rules. To wound the enemy 1,000, to harm oneself 800. Yet Lin Fan plainly did not care about that so-called self-harm. Zhou gritted his teeth. Is Lin Fan seeking a heating collision with Xinghui? Shh. The publicity director spoke cautiously. Chairman Zhou, after his announcement, people are saying FIFA Entertainment has audacity. Many artists we had under control are wavering now. If their talent show truly takes off, coupled with a 1 billion sci-fi film, FIFA will have its own content reservoir. By then our blacklist will be severely undermined. Zhou sneered. He wants to do it. Let him. A variety show does not become a hit merely by spending money. And a film isn't guaranteed profit just because one spends 1 billion. He's going to run a talent show. Then we'll play along. He looked at the talent director. Contact Huawei Video, Lana Satellite TV, and Shengtang Capital Tiana Media. Tell them Xinghui is preparing to join several capital partners to produce a similar talent show. Schedule the broadcast to coincide with FIFA Entertainment's premiere day. The talent director was startled. Chairman Zhou, a direct face-off. Yes. Zhou's eyes hardened. They hope to break the deadlock with a talent show. Then we will steal all their heat. Make our mentor lineup superior to theirs. Ensure trainees of higher caliber. Offer greater platform resources. Spread promotion across the entire network. I want the audience on that same day to see only Xingui's program. Do not even allow FIFA's show to make a ripple. The executives in the meeting exchanged glances, a cold pressure running down their spines. This was no longer ordinary competition. It was an attempt to drive a dagger straight into FIFA Entertainment's heart on the day its first core project premiered. If Xinghui united capital and platforms to mount an all-out ambush, FIFA's talent show would face enormous pressure before it even aired. Zhou said in a low voice, put the message out. Whoever dares to stand with FIFA will be opposing Xinghui, Shengtang, and Tianhe together. I want to see how long Lin Fan's money will keep burning. Late that night, lights still burned in the top-floor office of FIFA Group. Qin Zhou brought the latest intelligence to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, Xinghui has already begun moving. They are preparing to join Shengtang Capital Tiana Media and Huawei Video to jointly launch a similar talent show. It is expected to go live simultaneously on the day our program airs. Their intent is clear: seize mentors, seize trainees, seize platform recommendations, seize the momentum. Lin Fan opened the file. It listed Xingui's proposed mentor, invites, the capital backers, platform partners, promotional budgets, and several production teams already being contacted. Wang Lei stood beside him, face sullen. Zhou Jinhai intends to fight us head-to-head, and he has deliberately scheduled it on our premiere day. They want everyone to see FIFA's first program suppressed by Xinghui. Su Qingyan looked toward Lin. President Lin, the other side is not acting alone this time. Several capital firms have joined. Their voice will be loud. If handled poorly, the outside will treat this clash as the opening battle between FIFA and Xinghui. Lin Fan said nothing. He studied the intelligence Qin Zhou had delivered, his fingertips tapping the desk. At the top floor of the Wei Group, Wei Changfeng leaned against the desk, his fingers gripping the edge. Papers lay scattered across the desk. On the screen, the Wei family's stock was once again plummeting to the limit. The sea of green stung Wei Changfeng's eyes. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. In a moment of emotional upheaval, he slammed his fist against the corner of the desk, causing old injuries to flare up, and he coughed up blood. But more painful than his body was the situation of the Wei family. Funds were being withdrawn. Partners were breaching contracts. The bank was pressing for loans. Investors were panic selling. In just a few days, the Wei family had gone from a top-tier family in the Magic City to a laughingstock in the capital market. Lin Fan. Wei Changfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Do you really think you can crush the Wei family with money? In the office, several senior executives of the Wei family kept their heads down, no one daring to speak. They were all afraid, not of Wei Changfeng's fury, but of the possibility that the Wei family might truly collapse. A middle-aged executive finally spoke up. Mr. Wei, the most important thing now is to stabilize the banks and shareholders. If we can buy time and wait for the market sentiment to pass, there may still be a chance to turn things around. Wei Changfeng raised his head. Turn things around. He grabbed the ashtray from the desk and smashed it on the ground. Bang! Shards flew everywhere. The executives flinched and took a step back. Wei Changfeng pointed at the screen, his voice hoarse. Tell me how to turn it around. The stock is locked down, projects are under investigation, the funding chain is blocked, and partners are playing dead. Lin Fan is forcing the Wei family to the brink. If he doesn't let me live, then I won't let him live either. The office fell silent. A senior executive's expression changed slightly. Mr. Wei, what do you want to do? Wei Changfeng did not answer. He picked up a black phone. This was not the phone used for contacting business partners. The screen had no contacts and the casing bore no brand mark. The faces of the senior executives of the Wei family changed upon seeing the phone. They all understood that the Wei family had managed to stand firm in the Magic City over the years, not just through legitimate business. Some dirty work had to be done by someone. Wei Changfeng dialed an encrypted number. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. A low, hoarse voice came through. Mr. Wei, looking for me at this time isn't cheap. Wei Changfeng gritted his teeth. Name your price. A chuckle came from the other end. Who is the target? Lin Fan. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. You mean Lin Fan from the Tycoon group? Yes. Mr. Wei, this person is quite influential now, and he has Blackwater security by his side. Attacking him comes with considerable risk. Wei Changfeng sneered. Are you scared? The voice on the other end turned cold. It's not fear, it's about the money. Wei Changfeng enunciated clearly, 50 million. Several executives in the office looked up simultaneously. 50 million in dark deals. Just to take down one person. The breathing on the other end noticeably quickened. What level of action are we talking about? Wei Changfeng's gaze darkened. Break Lin Fan's legs. Also kidnap a woman. The voice on the other end asked who. Su Qingyan. Wei Changfeng stared out the window, blood at the corner of his mouth, his expression somewhat ferocious. She is the core of the Tycoon group and Lin Fan's most capable assistant. Kidnap her. I want Lin Fan to kneel when he comes to see me. The senior executives listened, their scalps tingling. One couldn't help but say, Mr. Wei, if this goes wrong. Wei Changfeng turned to look at him. Do you have a better plan? The man immediately fell silent. Wei Changfeng continued to the phone. Act tonight. I want it done quickly. The faster the better. There was a moment of silence on the other end. The money comes first. Wei Changfeng replied directly, half as a deposit, the other half upon completion. All right. The call ended. Wei Changfeng held the phone tightly. No one in the office dared to advise him. Wei Changfeng had already been pushed to his limits. If he couldn't win in the capital market, he would resort to physical means. It was the most foolish yet the most ruthless way. But the Wei family had very few cards left to play. Meanwhile, in the Tycoon group's office, Su Qingyan stood in front of the large screen, watching the Wei family's stock firmly locked at the limit down, finally letting out a sigh of relief. On the screen, the market value of the Wei group continued to evaporate. A stream of negative news kept popping up. Partners terminated their contracts. Core projects were halted. Multiple banks initiated risk assessments. Market sentiment had completely collapsed. Su Qingyan looked at the data, feeling a clear sense for the first time. The Wei family had truly been crippled by Lin Fan. She turned around to look at Lin Fan, who was sitting behind the desk. Lin Fan's expression remained calm. It was not the Wei family of the Magic City that had been crushed, but an inconsequential small company. Su Qingyan lowered her voice. Mr. Lin, the Wei family's funding chain has been pushed to its limits. After today's limit down, it is likely to continue being sold off tomorrow when the market opens. They want to rely on the market to finance and save themselves, but that's basically impossible now. Lin Fan responded with a simple, just keep an eye on it. Su Qingyan looked at him, her respect for him deepening. From Wei Shieji's move to the complete collapse of the Wei family, the entire process was too swift. Lin Fan did not make a big fuss. He did not issue threats everywhere. He simply poured money, acquired assets, blocked channels, pressured banks, and forced partners to take sides. Step by step, he had driven the Wei family into a corner. Such methods were far more shocking than a direct slap to the face. Because the Wei family was not simply frightened. They were crushed alive by Lin Fan's money and resources. In the office, several senior executives of the group looked at Lin Fan. The Wei family is truly finished this time. Who would have thought that the Wei group would be crushed like this? Mr. Lin's strategy is too ruthless. The key is that he never gave the Wei family a chance to breathe. This is the way of top-tier capital. These murmured discussions reached Su Qingyan's ears. She did not intervene, because she thought the same. She walked to Lin Fan's desk, her tone softer than usual. Mr. Lin. Lin Fan looked up. Moi. Su Qingyan paused for a moment. She usually handled work decisively, but when she spoke this sentence, it felt somewhat unnatural. Tonight. If you have time, I would like to invite you to dinner. Several executives in the office immediately lowered their heads, pretending to sort through documents. But their ears were perked up. Who was Su Qingyan? A senior executive of the Tycoon Group, founder of Qingyan Technology, and a well-known cold and glamorous female powerhouse in the Magic City's business world. Many bosses wanted to invite her to dinner, but she would directly refuse without even bothering to make an excuse. Now she was taking the initiative to invite Lin Fan to dinner. What did that mean? Anyone could understand. Su Qingyan also noticed the gazes around her, but her expression remained calm. The fact that the Wei family situation has progressed to this point is worth celebrating. Moreover, the pressure within the group has been quite high these past few days. If it is convenient for you, I can arrange a quieter restaurant. Before Lin Fan could respond, his phone suddenly vibrated. The screen lit up. A WeChat message. From Xia Shiqing. It started with a location. The location name was accompanied by a cute cat emoji. Immediately after, there was a photo. In the photo, Xia Shiqing stood in front of a mirror. The floral spaghetti-strap dress clung to her slender waist, her shoulders and neck glowed white with long hair, cascading to one side, and her cheeks slightly flushed. She did not deliberately pose seductively, but instead nervously held her phone. The accompanying text was light. Mr. Lin, I've booked this private restaurant for tonight. Are you? If you are busy, I can change the time. Lin Fan looked at the screen. This girl sent messages with such caution. Su Qingyan stood opposite and naturally saw Lin Fan's phone light up. She could not see the content clearly, but she could see the change in Lin Fan's expression. It was not a coldness from handling official matters, but rather a subtle relaxation. Su Qingyan felt a slight heaviness in her heart. Lin Fan put away his phone and glanced at her. Not tonight. The atmosphere in the office grew quieter among the senior executives. Su Qingyan's fingers tightened slightly, yet her expression remained composed. She lowered her head. All right, General Manager Lin. Her voice remained respectful. I will arrange the celebration banquet another day. Lin Fan stood up. I have personal matters tonight. You continue to monitor the group. Su Qingyan nodded. Understood. She turned and took Lin Fan's coat from the hanger, handing it over with both hands. Her movements were natural, yet more respectful than usual. General Manager Lin, it's getting colder outside. Lin Fan accepted the coat. Thank you for your hard work. Su Qingyan quietly replied, it's what I should do. Lin Fan put on the coat and stepped out of the office. The exclusive elevator had already stopped at the top floor. After the elevator doors closed, Su Qingyan stood still for 2 seconds before retracting her gaze. A female secretary beside her cautiously glanced at her, but dared not speak. Su Qingyan turned back to look at the large screen. The Wei family stock was still locked at the limit down. Her voice regained its calmness. Continue to monitor the Wei family's cash flow. Report any abnormalities immediately. Yes, General Manager Su. The exclusive elevator descended. Lin Fan looked at the location sent by Xia Shiqing on his phone. A high-end private restaurant. The location was near the Jiangjing district in Modu, and the environment should be quite nice. The elevator doors opened. Qinzhou was already waiting by the exclusive passage on the first floor. Behind him, several Blackwater security personnel stood upright. Seeing Lin Fan come out, Qinzhou immediately stepped forward. Mr. Lin. Lin Fan nodded. Is the car ready? It's ready. Qinzhou followed Lin Fan, closely lowering his voice. There's one more thing I need to remind you. Lin Fan did not stop walking. Speak. Qinzhou said the Wei family situation has been pushed into a corner, and Wei Changfeng is likely to act out of desperation. We have monitored an unusual transfer of funds from within the Wei family, which is going through gray channels. The amount is not small. The direction is still under investigation. Lin Fan halted his steps. The Blackwater security personnel immediately dispersed around, blocking anyone who might approach. Qinzhou continued, I recommend that you enhance your security detail tonight. The Wei family is no longer in a normal business war state. If they cannot turn the tide publicly, they might resort to underhanded tactics. Lin Fan curled his lips slightly. He was not surprised at all by what someone like Wei Changfeng could do. When capital cannot win, they turn to unscrupulous means. Unfortunately, Wei Changfeng still did not understand one thing. In front of money, many so-called loyalties are quite cheap. 50 million. Lin Fan said indifferently. Qinzhou was taken aback. Mr. Lin. Lin Fan looked at him. If the Wei family seeks underground forces, this would likely be the price. Since he wants to play this way, let's play a little bigger with him. Qinzhou immediately lowered his head. As you command. Lin Fan's tone remained calm. Spread the word in the black market. 1 billion. Qinzhou looked up. Lin Fan continued, by all the dirt on the Wei family, including tax evasion, money laundering, violent demolitions, gray transactions, underground ledgers, and cooperation lists. As long as it's true, 7 p.m. at Jiangjing district in Modu. Outside a private restaurant hidden deep within the old street, the blue bricks and white walls were complemented by 2 warm yellow lanterns at the entrance. From the outside, it did not look like a restaurant, but rather a secret Jiangnan garden. The sound of flowing water could be heard from behind the courtyard wall, and occasionally waitstaff in simple uniforms passed quietly by the entrance, making it feel as if it were not in the most bustling area of Modu. Xia Shiqing stood at the entrance wearing sunglasses and a mask. Today she wore a light-colored spaghetti-strap dress draped with a thin jacket, her long hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Even with most of her face covered, the brows and eyes that were revealed were enough to make passers-by glance more than twice. She looked down at her phone. 7:03 p.m. Lin Fan had not yet arrived. Xia Shiqing's fingers nervously pinched the edge of her phone. The turmoil from last night's livestream still felt unreal. The guild pressured her, a top supporter turned against her, and the rhythm of the livestream exploded. She was almost pushed to a point of no return. Then the account named Fan Huang suddenly appeared. 100 million. Not 1 million. Not 10 million. But a full 100 million gifts, which blew up the entire livestream platform. At that moment, sitting in front of the camera, Xia Shiqing's mind went blank. In her time as a streamer, she had seen tycoons throw money and big brothers flaunt their wealth. But she had never seen anyone casually throw out 100 million. Later, she mustered the courage to message the person inviting them to dinner. Lin Fan agreed. But as the meeting approached, she grew increasingly anxious. What kind of person will he be? Will he be hard to get along with? Will he think this meal is too shabby? Xia Shiqing couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She had also been invited to meet so-called big brothers offline before. Some people spoke sweetly, but their eyes became nauseating upon meeting. Others in their arrogance from gifting treated female streamers as mere commodities. So she specifically chose this private restaurant today. The environment was quiet, the privacy was good, and it felt formal enough. She wanted to express her gratitude. She also wanted to see what kind of person the Fan Huang who had saved her from dire straits really was. Just then a deep sound wave approached from the street corner. It was not the sharp roar of an ordinary sports car. Instead, it was a heavy growl that resonated. Xia Shiqing instinctively looked up. A dark-colored Aston Martin slowly drove up, its lines gleaming coldly under the streetlights. The waitstaff at the entrance immediately stood upright. Several guests waiting for their cars also looked over. Aston Martin. That car must be worth hundreds of thousands, right? Not just that, based on the model, it's probably reaching into the millions. Indeed, those dining here are not ordinary people. The car stopped in front of Xia Shiqing. Her heart skipped a beat. The car door opened. Lin Fan stepped out. He was dressed simply today in a black shirt and dark trousers with a coat draped over his arm. There were no exaggerated logos, nor was there any deliberate display of wealth. Yet when he got out of the car, the surrounding noise noticeably diminished. Young, handsome, clean, yet exuding a sense of stability. Xia Shiqing was stunned. She had thought that Fan Huang, if not a greasy middle-aged man, would at least be a wealthy boss around 40, surrounded by a crowd. After all, someone who casually throws out 100 million in a live stream does not seem like a young person. But this man before her looked like he was barely older than she was. With indifferent brows and a tall stature standing beside the Aston Martin, he was not overshadowed by the luxury car. Instead, it seemed like the car was just his ordinary means of transportation. Xia Shiqing was momentarily taken aback. Lin Fan glanced at her. Xia Shiqing. Only then did she come back to her senses, hurriedly removing her sunglasses to reveal a pair of bright, watery eyes. Mr. Lin. Her voice still held a hint of uncertainty. Lin Fan nodded. It's me. Xia Shiqing tightened her grip on her phone. It was really him. The Fan Huang who had dropped 100 million in the live stream last night was unexpectedly so young. She quickly put away her sunglasses, her tone a bit flustered. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you just now. I thought. As the words were on the tip of her tongue, she felt it was impolite. Lin Fan said lightly, you thought I was a middle-aged tycoon. No, not at all. She hurriedly waved her hands, her ears turning red. I just didn't expect you to be this young. Lin Fan looked at her nervous demeanor, his tone softening slightly. Let's go inside. All right, please follow me. Xia Shiqing quickly turned and led the way. The waiter at the entrance bowed and led the way. Mr. Lin, Miss Xia, the private room has been prepared. They passed through the front hall and entered a winding corridor. The sound of flowing water accompanied their steps, with bamboo shadows swaying on both sides and stone lanterns casting a soft glow. Xia Shiqing walked in front, unconsciously lightening her steps. She was lively and sweet in the live stream, able to smile and interact even with hundreds of thousands of viewers. But now, walking alone with Lin Fan, she found herself at a loss for words. This man felt entirely different. He was not like those brothers eager to show off their wealth. Nor was he the type who would try to take advantage of her upon meeting. Lin Fan remained calm throughout. So calm that it made her even more nervous. The waiter opened the door to the private room. Inside was a small, independent courtyard-style room, with a floor-to-ceiling window facing a water view, and the table was already set with tea and cold dishes. After they sat down, the waiter retreated. With the door closed, the only sounds left in the room were the water's gentle flow and the faint scent of tea. Xia Shiqing took off her mask. Her face was fully revealed. She was already very beautiful in the live stream. But in reality, she was even more fair and exquisite. Her skin was pale, her nose petite, her lips naturally tinged with pink, especially her eyes, which were clean and carried a hint of shyness. Without the beautifying filter, she appeared even more authentic. Lin Fan glanced at her. Xia Shiqing felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze, hurriedly looking down to pick up the teapot. Mr. Lin, let me pour tea for you. Her fingers were slender, and her nails were neatly manicured. However, due to her nervousness, her fingertips trembled slightly while pouring. The tea splashed into the cup, creating a small ripple. Thank you so much for last night, she said softly as she pushed the teacup in front of Lin Fan. If it weren't for you, I might not have made it through last night. Lin Fan lifted the teacup. It was just a small effort. Xia Shiqing raised her head and said seriously, it may have been a small effort for you, but it's different for me. As she spoke, she gently clenched the hem of her dress. In the years I've been a streamer, I've encountered many things. Some people like you, and some criticize you. Some send you gifts while others think you should listen to them. Yesterday the guild pressured me, and I was genuinely scared. I was afraid of being banned, afraid I wouldn't be able to stream anymore, and afraid that the criticism would continue. She paused for a moment. Then you appeared, and I was completely stunned. When the gift of 100 million came flooding in, everyone in the live stream fell silent. At that moment I realized what it felt like to be protected by someone. As she spoke, her eyes glistened slightly with tears. She was not pretending to be pitiful. It was genuine feeling of grievance. The streaming industry may seem glamorous. Fans call her a goddess, big brothers shower her with gifts, and when the numbers are good the screen is full of praise. But the pressure behind it was known only to her. Lin Fan did not interrupt her. Xia Shiqing spoke softly. So I must treat you to this meal. Although I know this amount of money is nothing to you, but I want to say thank you to you in person. Lin Fan said, then I accept it. Xia Shiqing was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but smile. With that smile she felt more relaxed. Mr. Lin, you're easier to get along with than I imagined. Lin Fan looked at her. What did you imagine me to be like? Xia Shiqing replied softly. I dare not say. Lin Fan said, go ahead. Xia Shiqing hesitated for a moment before softly saying, I thought you would be fierce, or that there would be many people around you, and upon meeting you would directly ask me some very awkward questions. Lin Fan asked, like what? Xia Shiqing lowered her head. Like asking if I have a boyfriend, if I could accompany you somewhere alone, or saying that since so many gifts were sent, how should I repay you? After saying that, she hurriedly lowered her head to drink tea. Lin Fan said lightly, am not that idle. Xia Shiqing was taken aback, then laughed out loud. The previous tension completely dissipated. She realized that Lin Fan was not someone who wouldn't speak. He simply spoke less. Moreover, every sentence was very direct. Just as the atmosphere was beginning to ease, a sudden commotion erupted from the next room. Come on, let's keep drinking. I'm not going home until I'm drunk tonight. Where's the waiter? Open 2 more bottles. The man's voice was loud, accompanied by the clinking of bottles, clearly intoxicated. Xia Shiqing frowned slightly. This private dining restaurant emphasized quiet and privacy, and it was rare for anyone to make such a scene. She glanced at Lin Fan and said softly, I'm sorry, it seems someone next door has had too much to drink. Lin Fan remained silent. The next moment, chaotic footsteps were heard outside the private room. Bang! The door was pushed open from the outside. A few young men in designer casual wear stumbled in. The leader, with gray hair and a face reeking of alcohol, barged in shouting, Waiter, where's the alcohol? As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes brightened upon seeing Xia Shiqing sitting in the room. Oh, isn't this the female streamer? Others nearby also turned to look. Who is that? Xia Shiqing, the one who trended last night. No way is it really her. The gray-haired youth stared at Xia Shiqing, his gaze sweeping from her face down to her shoulders and neck, landing on her strap dress, grinning lewdly. Not bad. You act pure in the live stream, but in real life you eat with big brothers. Xia Shiqing's face turned pale. You've got the wrong room. She endured her discomfort and maintained a relatively polite tone. Please leave. The gray-haired youth seemed to find it amusing. Leave? What are you pretending for? Weren't you just showered with 100 million from a big brother last night? And now you're here to have dinner. He looked at Lin Fan, sizing him up and sneering. Is this the big brother? Brother, you must have spent quite a bit, right? The others joined in jeering. Do female streamers play like this offline? 100 million, come on, not just for dinner, you can arrange for other things too, right? Xia Shiqing, aren't you quite good at acting cute in the live stream? Why not give us a taste? Xia Shiqing clenched her fists. This was the situation she feared the most. Not because of how powerful they were, but because every word they said was laced with filth. The identity of a female streamer naturally carried prejudice in the eyes of many. As long as she was having dinner with a man, the other party could immediately think in the most unpleasant direction. She felt her chest rise and fall with anger. Please show some respect. The gray-haired youth laughed even louder. Respect? You, a female streamer, talking to me about respect? You call your fans family in the live stream, but you're here to accompany big brothers privately. We're all adults here, what are you pretending for? As he spoke, he walked towards Xia Shiqing. Xia Shiqing instinctively shrank back. Lin Fan remained seated. The gray-haired youth completely disregarded him. To him, Lin Fan was just a young, rich second generation, no matter how wealthy. Their group was also not lacking in wealth at home. Coupled with the alcohol, they grew bolder. Beautiful lady, don't hide. The gray-haired youth reached out to pull Xia Shiqing's arm. Eating with this big brother is one thing, but what's wrong with having a few drinks with us? Xia Shiqing was frightened and retreated. She bumped her shoulder against the table corner, and her elbow knocked over the teacup. With a loud crash, the teacup overturned. Warm tea splashed in front of her, soaking her thin strap dress. The light-colored fabric clung to her skin, and Xia Shiqing gasped, hurriedly raising her hand to cover her chest, feeling both shy and scared. The rich second generation in the room laughed even more recklessly. Oh, she's wet too. Now it's even more interesting. Xia Shiqing, why not stop streaming and have some fun with us? You won't lose out on money. Xia Shiqing bit her lip. She held on to herself tightly, her body trembling. It wasn't cold. It was anger. It was also fear. The gray-haired young man still wanted to move closer. What are you hiding from? I can help you wipe it off, he said as his hand reached out. Lin Fan moved. He didn't curse. He didn't warn. He didn't even say another word. He simply grabbed the purple clay teapot on the table with his right hand. The teapot was still filled with scalding tea, warm in his hand and heavy. The gray-haired young man blinked in surprise. The next second, bang! The purple clay teapot struck solidly against his forehead. The sound was muffled and terrifying. The lid flew off and hit the wall. Scalding tea splashed all over his face, and the shattered pieces of the teapot cut into his forehead, blood gushing out and mingling with the tea as it flowed down. The gray-haired young man froze in place. His eyes widened as if he couldn't process what had just happened. A few seconds later, excruciating pain hit him. He clutched his forehead and screamed, staggering backward, his knees giving way as he knocked over the chair behind him. The private room fell silent. Xia Shiqing stared blankly at Lin Fan. She hadn't expected Lin Fan to take action. Even more so, she didn't anticipate him to be this ruthless. The vile words from earlier had left her breathless, yet Lin Fan provided no comfort nor explanation. He simply smashed the teapot. It was straightforward, precise, ruthless enough to send shivers down one's spine. The remaining rich second generations were half sober now. One with yellow hair glared at Lin Fan. How dare you lay a hand on him? Another fat guy pointed at the gray-haired young man on the ground, his voice rising in pitch. Do you know who he is? You're finished. No one can save you today. A few of them cursed as they prepared to rush forward. Xia Shiqing took a step back. Mr. Lin, be careful. Lin Fan stood by the table, his expression unchanged. Just as the yellow-haired man lifted his foot, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the private room. Bang! The door of the private room was kicked open from the outside. More than a dozen black-clad bodyguards charged in. They moved swiftly, their roles clear. Two of them stood in front of Lin Fan and Xia Shiqing. The rest directly lunged at the rich second generations. Just as the yellow-haired man swung his fist, a bodyguard seized his wrist and twisted it behind his back. With a crack, he screamed in agony as he knelt down. The fat guy turned to run, but was kicked in the back of the knee by another bodyguard, crashing to the floor, his face pressed against the cold wooden ground. Two more rich second generations barely reached for their phones before being pinned down by their shoulders and pressed down hard. Don't move. Get down. Let go of my hand. The bodyguard's voice was deep. The few rich second generations who had just been spewing vile language were now pinned to the ground. Some struggled. A bodyguard pressed his knee into the back of one, making him cry out in pain. Xia Shiqing stood frozen, watching the scene unfold, her breath caught in her throat. These individuals were not ordinary restaurant security. Each was well-trained, their strikes clean, and their gazes cold and unyielding. They took control of the situation in mere seconds. The previously arrogant rich second generations had no opportunity to resist. Lin Fan released the remaining handle of the teapot in his hand, his gaze sweeping across the individuals on the ground. In the private room, the rich second generations were pinned to the floor, their faces pressed against the wooden boards, their previous arrogance significantly diminished. Yet the gray-haired young man still refused to concede. His forehead had been split open by the purple clay teapot, blood mixed with tea, making half of his face look disheveled. But he still held his ground. Let go of me. Do you have any idea who I am? My father is a director of the Magic Capital Chamber of Commerce. If you touch me, a single word from my dad can make it impossible for you to stay in the Magic Capital. The black-clad bodyguard pressing him down remained expressionless, his knee digging into the young man's back. The gray-haired young man grimaced in pain, but continued to shout. You are the one named Lin, right? If you have the guts, don't run. My dad will be here soon. By then, even if you kneel down and bow to me 3 times, it won't matter. The yellow-haired man beside him, with his arm twisted, his face pressed against the ground, also shouted, Yeah, Zhao Xiao's dad is a director of the Chamber of Commerce. How many bosses in the Magic Capital have to give him face? How many bodyguards do you think are impressive? Can bodyguards stand up to the Chamber of Commerce? The fat guy was trembling in fear, but still tried to maintain his bravado. You're finished. You're truly finished. Zhao's family does supply chain finance. How many business clients do they have? Today, after Zhao Xiao has been beaten like this, the Zhao family will not let you go. A few waiters standing outside turned pale with fear. The manager of the private dining restaurant also rushed over, initially wanting to step in and say a few words, but upon seeing the situation inside, he halted in his tracks. On the ground lay a few rich second generations from the Magic Capital Circle. Standing were more than a dozen well-trained black-clad bodyguards. In the middle, a young man sat in a chair, his expression frighteningly calm. Having worked in high-end dining for many years, the manager had seen plenty of wealthy individuals causing trouble. Yet he had never witnessed a scene where rich second generations were pinned down so thoroughly, still daring to shout. Xia Shiqing stood by the table, her hands protecting her chest, her face fluctuating between red and white. The tea had soaked a large area of her light-colored spaghetti-strap dress. She dared not move recklessly, nor did she want to look down. The vile words still echoed in her ears, making her feel both ashamed and angry. But when she looked at Lin Fan, her inner turmoil settled a bit. Lin Fan remained calm throughout. He sat back down in his chair, merely handling a trivial matter. The gray-haired young man continued shouting. Lin Fan, can you hear me? My dad is Zhao Qinghai, a director of the Magic Capital Chamber of Commerce. If you let me go now and kneel down to bow to me 3 times, we can still talk about this. Otherwise, I will make sure you won't even get through tonight. The private room fell silent for a moment. The few waiters at the door felt a chill run down their spines. They had certainly heard of Zhao Qinghai. A director of the Magic Capital Chamber of Commerce, the owner of a supply chain finance company, he did indeed have some connections. Ordinary people who provoke such families wouldn't just be beaten. Even a casual business obstruction could make them struggle to breathe. Yet Lin Fan simply picked up a tissue from the table, wiping his fingers. He didn't even raise his eyelids. Qin Zhou, a bodyguard beside him, stepped forward immediately and handed him the phone. Lin Fan took the phone and dialed. The call was answered almost instantly. Mr. Lin, came Qin Zhou's voice from the receiver. Lin Fan glanced at the people on the floor. Look into this. In the private dining restaurant, these people in the private room. One is named Zhao. His father is Zhao Qinghai, a director of the Magic Capital Chamber of Commerce. And there are a few others with him. Qin Zhou asked no further questions. Understood. Lin Fan replied indifferently. 3 minutes. Understood. The call ended. The private room fell silent again. The gray-haired young man on the ground was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. 3 minutes. Ha ha ha. He laughed so hard that the wound on his forehead hurt, causing him to gasp in pain, yet he still forced a laugh. Are you filming a movie, or what? 3 minutes to check my family. What can you do in 3 minutes? Who do you think you are? The yellow-haired man gritted his teeth, adding, he's just pretending to be tough. Zhao Xiao, he's just trying to scare us. Who can check the Zhao family's background in 3 minutes? The fat guy chimed in quietly. Exactly, the Zhao family isn't some small-time player. They have so many clients in supply chain finance and numerous banking relationships. He was trying to save face. The manager at the door swallowed, nervously, not daring to speak. He had a vague sense that something was off because Lin Fan didn't seem to be bluffing. The truly intimidating people always made bold threats, flaunted their backgrounds, and boasted about their power. But Lin Fan did none of that. He simply made a phone call and then sat there waiting. This calmness was more frightening than any threats. Xia Shiqing gazed at Lin Fan's profile, her heart racing. She had seen the Fan Emperor in the live stream, where 100 million gifts rained down, causing the entire platform to erupt. But that was merely through a screen. Now Lin Fan sat before her, facing a few rich second-generation heirs with powerful backgrounds, and he still only needed to make a phone call. That sense of control made her realize for the first time that this man was not just wealthy, he truly had the ability to grasp the situation in his hands. The gray-haired youth continued to curse. Keep pretending. I want to see what you can find out in 3 minutes. My dad has been in Shanghai for over 20 years with connections in banks, business associations, and corporate circles. Do you think you, a mere pretty boy, can touch the Zhao family? Lin Fan glanced at him. You talk too much. The bodyguard pressed down on his knee, and the gray-haired youth let out a muffled groan, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. It hurts. It hurts. You all wait for me. My dad won't let you go. Time passed second by second in the private room. No one spoke. Only the heavy panting of the gray-haired youth could be heard, along with the suppressed groans of a few others on the floor. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The yellow-haired youth, who had been the loudest just a moment ago, started to lose his confidence. He took a sneaky glance at Lin Fan, who remained steady. He didn't check the watch. There was no urging. The outcome had already been decided. The fat one swallowed hard, his voice noticeably lower. Zhao Xiao, why don't you call Zhao Shu? The gray-haired youth gritted his teeth. What are you rushing for? With my dad's status, he can check anything he wants. If I find out I've been beaten, he's done for. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan's phone vibrated. All eyes turned to him. Lin Fan answered the call, and then switched to speaker mode. Qin Zhou's voice came through clearly. Mr. Lin, I found out. The leader is called Zhao Kai. His father is Zhao Qinghai, a director of the Shanghai Business Association, and he owns a company called Qinghai Supply Chain Finance. It mainly operates through bank credit bridging funds for enterprises and upstream and downstream financing. On the surface, it seems quite large, but the cash flow is very fragile. The gray-haired youth on the ground was stunned. These details were not readily available. Qin Zhou continued, I've also checked the others. They are all second-generation members from Zhao Kai's circle, relying on businesses connected to the Zhao family for their livelihoods. The threat level is not high. The yellow-haired youth and the fat one lowered their heads. The phrase "the threat level is not high" was even more cutting than calling them useless. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair. Have you dealt with it? Qin Zhou's tone remained calm. It has been dealt with. I've diverted 2 billion in funds and cut off the bridging fund pool of Shanghai Supply Chain Finance. At the same time, I've contacted their 3 main credit banks and submitted materials regarding Zhao family's recent illegal loans and fund misappropriation. Currently, the 3 banks have initiated early withdrawal procedures. The 2 largest corporate clients of the Zhao family have also confirmed the termination of cooperation. Qin Zhou paused for half a second. Zhao Qinghai just called me 7 times. He is begging for mercy. The private room fell completely silent. The gray-haired youth who had been full of disdain just moments ago had a stiff expression on the ground. The yellow-haired youth's eyes widened. The fat one's lips trembled. The manager at the door nearly lost his balance. 2 billion in funds. Cutting off the cash flow. Bank withdrawals. Core clients terminating cooperation. To ordinary ears, these terms might just sound frightening. But for a company like the Zhao family that relied on supply chain finance, it was a devastating blow. The greatest fear in supply chain finance is a break in the cash flow. Once banks withdraw funds, customers cancel orders, and enterprises face a run, the entire setup can collapse in a very short time. The gray-haired youth didn't understand all the details, but he grasped one thing: his dad was begging for mercy. Impossible. Zhao Kai's lips turned pale. Impossible. You're talking nonsense. How could my dad be begging for mercy? Are you all colluding to scare me? Qin Zhou's voice came from the phone without a trace of fluctuation. Mr. Lin Zhao Qinghai is still calling. Do you need to let him in? Lin Fan replied indifferently. No need. Let him find his son himself. Understood. The call was disconnected. No one in the private room dared to speak. The waiter stood outside the door, not daring to breathe. Just moments ago, they had seen Lin Fan smash Zhao Kai with a teapot and thought this man was ruthless. Now they understood that the real ruthlessness was not the teapot, but that phone call. In less than 3 minutes, Zhao family's cash flow was severed. Zhao Qinghai went from being a director in the business association to someone frantically begging for mercy. That was true domination. It wasn't about arguing or throwing threats. It was about the fact that while you were still shouting on the ground, your family was already beginning to collapse. Xia Shiqing stared blankly at Lin Fan. The fabric on her chest was still damp, her palms cold, but at this moment, she even forgot to feel shy. When Zhao Kai had mentioned the business association director earlier, she had indeed felt a bit scared. She was just a streamer. No matter how high her popularity had been last night in the eyes of these wealthy and powerful individuals, she was merely a pretty woman who could be easily bullied. But Lin Fan had only taken 3 minutes to turn the other party from arrogant to ashen. This sense of security was overwhelming, so much so that it made her nose tingle. At that moment, Zhao Kai's phone in his pocket vibrated violently, ringing one after another. Since he was pressed to the ground, he couldn't reach his phone. The bodyguard glanced at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded slightly. The bodyguard pulled the phone from Zhao Kai's pocket, glanced at the caller ID, and held it to his ear. The screen displayed 2 words: Dad. Zhao Kai's throat tightened, and his voice changed instantly. Dad. The voice on the other end nearly screamed. Zhao Kai, you beast. Who the hell did you provoke? Zhao Kai's face lost all color. Dad, Shanghai Supply Chain is finished. The bank just notified us of an early withdrawal. 2 major clients have simultaneously terminated cooperation. The bridging fund pool has been directly cut off. The company's account is about to be overdrawn. Do you know what? Bankruptcy. The Zhao family is going bankrupt. Zhao Kai froze. The word bankruptcy sent chills through his entire body. He had just been boasting that his father was a director of the Shanghai Business Association. He had said that the Zhao family would not spare Lin Fan. But now on the other end of the call, his father's voice was filled with fear. Dad, get someone. Zhao Kai panicked. Don't you know people in the business association? Aren't you acquainted with people? Get them to help. Zhao Qinghai cursed back. Help your mother. Who dares to help now? The other side just threw down 2 billion in cash, and the materials have been sent directly to the bank's risk control. All the partners have turned their backs. I've called everywhere, and no one dares to answer. Where are you? You need to kneel down to Mr. Lin immediately. Bow your head. Apologize. Beg him to spare the Zhao family a way out. Zhao Kai's ears buzzed. He couldn't believe it. From childhood to now, he had relied on the Zhao family's money and connections, and everywhere he went, he was held up. At banquets, others called him Zhao Xiao. In bars, the manager reserved a table for him. Even if he got into trouble, his father would step in to resolve it. He had always thought that in the Shanghai circle, the Zhao family was not a top-tier family, but definitely not someone who could be easily stepped on. But Lin Fan had done nothing. He simply sat in his chair and made a phone call. The Zhao family was on the verge of bankruptcy. Do you hear me? Zhao Qinghai was still shouting on the phone. If you can't get Mr. Lin's forgiveness, don't come back to the Zhao family tonight. I don't have a son like you. If the Zhao family really goes down, it'll be the first to break your legs. Zhao Kai's eyes glazed over. The phone was still pressed to his ear, but he could no longer hear the words on the other end. The bodyguard eased his grip slightly. Zhao Kai crumpled to the ground. Huang Mao and the chubby guy were completely paralyzed with fear. They had been shouting just moments before. But now with the Zhao family on the brink of collapse, how could their own situation be any better? Huang Mao's lips trembled, his voice almost breaking into a cry. Mr. Lin, we were wrong. We had too much to drink earlier. We didn't mean to. The chubby guy quickly begged for mercy. Yes, Mr. Lin, it was all Zhao Kai's fault. We just followed him in. We didn't touch Miss Xia. Please have mercy on us. Just moments ago they had been mocking Xia, Shirqing, each more vulgar than the last. Now their pleas for mercy came out quicker than ever. Zhao Kai finally regained his senses. He struggled to get up from the ground. The bodyguard no longer pressed down on him, merely standing by watching. Zhao Kai's face was covered in blood with a wound on his forehead still oozing. But he couldn't care about the pain. He crawled to Lin Fan's feet. With a thud, he knocked his head against the ground. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I didn't recognize the greatness of the mountains. Please spare the Zhao family. As he spoke, he knocked his head against the ground again, producing dull thumps on the wooden floor. The blood from his forehead smeared on the ground, looking both messy and disgusting. I shouldn't have been so mouthy. I shouldn't have offended Miss Xia. I'm not human. I deserve to die. Zhao Kai raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. Smack. Another slap. Smack. He hit himself with great force. In just a few hits, both sides of his face swelled up. Mr. Lin, I beg you. My dad says the company really can't hold on any longer. With just a word from you, the Zhao family can survive. I will do anything you ask. I will apologize to Miss Xia. I will pay compensation. I will kneel until she forgives me. As he spoke, he turned to Xia Shirqing and directly knelt down on the ground. Miss Xia, I'm sorry. I was mouthy, I was vile, I am not worthy. Please don't hold it against me. Help me speak a word to Mr. Lin. I beg you. Xia Shirqing looked at the kneeling Zhao Kai, feeling not an ounce of sympathy. Just moments ago this man had called her a female streamer and a plaything for his big brother. He even wanted to reach out to touch her. If Lin Fan wasn't here, she couldn't even imagine what might happen next. Now he knelt down begging for mercy, not out of remorse. It was simply out of fear. Fear that Lin Fan could bring the Zhao family to ruin. Xia Shirqing bit her lip, remaining silent. She didn't want to plead for someone like him. Nor did she have the right to make decisions for Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't even spare Zhao Kai a glance. He merely raised his hand. Take him away. The bodyguard immediately stepped forward. Zhao Kai raised his head. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, I truly was wrong. Please give me a chance. My dad is still waiting for my call. He wanted to grab Lin Fan's leg. But before his hand could reach out, the bodyguard had already grabbed the back of his neck and dragged him away. Huang Mao and the chubby guy were also lifted from the ground. Don't drag me. Mr. Lin, we were wrong. Miss Xia, I'm sorry. We truly want dare again. The few rich second generations who had been so arrogant upon entering now looked utterly pathetic. They were dragged out by the bodyguard, their shoes screeching against the wooden floor. Zhao Kai continued to shout. Mr. Lin, spare the Zhao family. I will be your dog. Mr. Lin. At the entrance of the room, the servers hurriedly stepped aside. The manager lowered his head, not daring to look up. The few rich second generations were dragged out of the room, disappearing at the end of the corridor. The room fell silent once more. The cold dishes on the table were in disarray. One of the teacups lay shattered. The purple clay teapot was left with only half a handle. There were still water stains and blood on the floor. But the ruckus from earlier had finally ceased. Lin Fan sat in the chair, his expression still calm. The 200 million in funds that had snapped the funding chain was not from any family business of a chamber of commerce. He had merely dealt with a bit of trash. The manager at the door hurriedly bowed. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. Tonight was due to our mismanagement. I will have someone reorganize the room immediately. No need. Lin Fan glanced at him. The manager immediately fell silent. He understood that in such moments saying anything further would be a mistake. The bodyguard stood outside, not coming back in. Only Lin Fan and Xia Shirqing remained in the room. The sound of water became clear again. Xia Shirqing stood in place, staring blankly at Lin Fan. Her heart was still racing. Everything that had just happened was too fast. From Zhao Kai's boasting about his father being a Chamber of Commerce director, to Qinzhou's call coming in 3 minutes, to the Zhao family's funding chain being cut, Zhao Chenghai's furious curses of bankruptcy over the phone, and finally Zhao Kai kneeling at Lin Fan's feet, knocking his head in plea. Each step left her mind in a daze. She had always thought that being wealthy meant sending gifts, buying luxury cars, and living in mansions. But today she understood that true wealth could bring down others' support with just a word. Someone like Zhao Kai was already difficult for her to deal with. But in front of Lin Fan, he lasted only 3 minutes. Xia Shirqing looked at Lin Fan, her gaze slowly changing. At first it was gratitude. Gratitude for him saving her in the live stream last night. Gratitude for him stepping in for her just now. But now that gratitude was mixed with something else. It was a sense of comfort. A sense of reliance. and also a kind of infatuation that even she couldn't articulate. This man sat there without a single unnecessary word, yet made her feel that as long as she stood by his side, no one could bully her. She had never felt this way before. Even when dozens of thousands in the live stream called her a goddess, she still felt fear. A single threat from the guild could send her into a panic. A few vulgar words from the rich second generation could make her feel wrong to the point of tears. But Lin Fan just sat there blocking all malice from outside. Xia Shiqing softly said, "Mr. Lin, thank you." Her voice was very small, still carrying a trace of lingering tremor. Lin Fan looked at her. As his gaze fell on her, Xia Shiqing realized her appearance. The tea had splashed so hastily that the light fabric on her chest was soaked through. The thin spaghetti-strap dress clung to her skin, accentuating her curves. The light fell from the side, and the wet fabric revealed a hint of outline. She lowered her head. "Ah." Xia Shiqing hurriedly bowed her head, her hands quickly covering her chest. But the more she blocked, the less she knew where to cover. With one hand covering her chest, the other hand wanted to pull down her dress. The shoulder strap had been slightly pulled askew when she had retreated earlier, exposing a large expanse of snow-white shoulder and neck. She was so anxious that her eyes turned red again, feeling embarrassed and awkward. "I'm sorry, She wanted to explain, but didn't know what to say. Clearly she was the one who had been offended. But now facing Lin Fan, she felt so nervous that she was at a loss for words. "I didn't mean to." Once she uttered this, she wished she could find a place to hide. Lin Fan's gaze lingered for just a moment before he moved it away. He didn't look longer. He didn't make any jokes. He stood up, took off his high-end suit jacket, walked to Xia Shiqing, and draped it over her shoulders. The jacket carried a faint, cool fragrance and warmth, the loose fabric covering her drenched chest completely. Xia Shiqing grasped the edge of the jacket with both hands. Lin Fan spoke in a calm tone. "Let's go, I'll take you to change clothes." Xia Shiqing obediently nodded and followed him. The Aston Martin drove out of the old street. The interior of the car was quiet. Xia Shiqing sat in the passenger seat, wrapped in Lin Fan's suit jacket, gripping the edges of the garment, afraid to move. The damp spaghetti-strap dress clung to her body, and although it was covered by the jacket, she still felt her cheeks flush. The events that had transpired in the private room were replaying in her mind. When Zhao Kai and his group barged in, she was genuinely frightened. Yet Lin Fan didn't utter a single word. A teapot flew across. A phone call was made. In 3 minutes, the Zhao family nearly faced bankruptcy. Such a scene was something Xia Shiqing had only seen in short video clips before. But tonight she witnessed it with her own eyes. Moreover, Lin Fan acted for her sake. She secretly turned her head to glance at the driver's seat. Lin Fan held the steering wheel with one hand, his profile appearing tranquil in the light and shadows of the street lamps. He seemed completely unfazed by what had just happened. To him, Zhao Kai and the Zhao family were merely a bit of trouble to be brushed aside. Xia Shiqing tightened her grip on the jacket's edges. She had encountered wealthy individuals before. The big brother in the live stream, the bosses at brand banquets, the investors introduced by the guild. Some of those people drove luxury cars, wore expensive watches, and spoke constantly about resources. Yet the money they possessed always carried an oppressive aura. When they offered money, others had to bow their heads. Lin Fan was different. He spent 100 million to save her, but made no demands in return. He pulled her out of her predicament without so much as a glance at her wet clothes. This sense of propriety made Xia Shiqing lower her head. It was not fear. It was her heart racing too fast. The car drove into Lujiazui. Outside, tall buildings stood like sentinels with layers of neon lights unfolding. The Huangpu River flowed through the entire city. As Xia Shiqing gazed out the window, she suddenly recognized the route. She paused, her mind racing. "Mr. Lin, where are we going?" Lin Fan looked ahead. Tangshaniping. Xia Shiqing's fingers tightened. Tangshaniping. Of course she had heard of that name. In the magical city, even if one had never bought a house, it was impossible not to have heard of Tangshaniping. It was a place that countless people dared not even dream of. Luxury apartments with river views. A prime location. Each unit was worth a fortune. The big brothers in the live stream often mentioned Tangshaniping while bragging about their lavish residences. Yet how many could actually live there? Lin Fan spoke blandly. "Your clothes are wet, go wash up with some hot water and change into something dry." Xia Shiqing lowered her head. "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" "No," Lin Fan replied curtly. Xia Shiqing bit her lip and did not refuse again. In her current state, she truly couldn't go home. The dress was soaked, and she still carried the scent of tea. If she were to appear at a hotel or the entrance of a community like this, someone would definitely recognize her, and tomorrow, it would surely stir up a frenzy online. The Aston Martin entered the underground parking lot of Tangshaniping. The security barrier lifted. Upon seeing the license plate, the security personnel immediately stood at attention. The car drove straight to its designated parking spot. When Xia Shiqing stepped out of the car, her feet touched the polished floor, and it felt somewhat surreal. The underground parking lot was excessively quiet. There were no haphazardly parked vehicles, nor was there the crowded feeling typical of regular communities. The surrounding lights were soft, and every car seemed like an exhibit. She saw a row of luxury cars parked not far away. Bentley Rolls-Royce Maybach. Cars that could draw a crowd of onlookers on the street were casually parked here. Xia Shiqing halted her steps. Lin Fan shut the car door. Let's go. She hurriedly followed. The two of them passed through a quiet corridor and arrived at the elevator lobby. The elevator lobby was not like an ordinary residential public space. The entire wall was made of light-colored stone, the floor gleamed like a mirror, and the air carried a faint fragrance. What stunned Xia Shiqing the most was the identity recognition area beside the elevator. Lin Fan raised his hand to swipe. The elevator doors slowly opened. There were no other floor buttons inside. Only the top floor indicator lit up. Xia Shiqing gazed at that number, her fingers instinctively curling. Is this an exclusive elevator? Lin Fan stepped inside. Xia Shiqing followed, her voice unconsciously softening. Does it go directly to the top floor? Yes. The elevator doors closed. The cabin ascended smoothly with hardly any mechanical sounds. Xia Shiqing stood beside Lin Fan, still draped in his jacket, her fingers secretly tightening on the fabric. She was well aware that Lin Fan was wealthy. Last night, he had gifted 100 million in the live stream, and tonight, he drove an Aston Martin, causing the Zhao family to collapse in 3 minutes. Each incident was telling her that Lin Fan was not an ordinary rich man. But it was not until this moment, standing in the exclusive elevator of Tangshan Yiping, that she truly felt the weight of that financial power. It was not about showing off, nor was it about the status one could boast of. It was tangible top-tier resources. The most central location in this city, the most expensive Riverview luxury apartment, the quietest corridor and elevator that went straight to the top floor. These things laid out before her were more impactful than any words. The elevator doors opened. As Xia Shiqing looked up, her breath caught for a moment. Behind the entrance door was an expanse of space that was exaggeratedly open. The living room had high ceilings, soft lighting, and the floor shone like a mirror. The most breathtaking feature was the enormous floor-to-ceiling window directly in front. The night view of the Huangpu River lay unimpeded before her eyes. The river reflected the lights, and the skyscrapers on both banks resembled rows of glowing screens. The Oriental Pearl Tower, Jinmao Tower, and the Global Financial Center were all within view. She had seen river views in restaurants before. She had also been to some high-rise hotels during live streams. But the river views from those places always felt distanced. Now it was different. Here the river view was brought directly into the living room. The entire nightscape of the magical city was just outside the window. Xia Shiqing stood still, speechless for a long time. Lin Fan placed the jacket on the armrest of the sofa. What's wrong? Xia Shiqing came back to her senses, her voice very soft. It's too beautiful. She took 2 steps forward, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Beneath her feet was the most expensive area in the magical city. Outside the window was the core night view of the Huangpu River. As she looked at her reflection in the glass, she felt as though she had stepped into another world. Just the night before, she had been troubled by the guild's pressures. She had been worried about the pace of her live stream and the possibility of her career being ruined by a single comment. But now she stood at the top floor of Tangshan Yiping, wrapped in Lin Fan's jacket. The disparity was too great. So great that it made her heart race. Xia Shiqing turned to look at Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, do you usually live here alone? Occasionally. Occasionally. Xia Shiqing was taken aback. For her, this place already felt like the pinnacle of life. But for Lin Fan, it was just an occasional living space. Her last shred of doubt completely dissipated. Lin Fan's financial power was far more exaggerated than she had imagined. Lin Fan did not continue the conversation about the house. He pointed to the end of the hallway. The guest room is over there. There's clean towels in the bathroom. You should wash up with some hot water first. Xia Shiqing then remembered her current disheveled appearance. Her face flushed. She glanced at the jacket she was wearing and quietly said, "But I didn't bring any change of clothes." Lin Fan walked to the wardrobe and took out a white shirt. The shirt was impeccably clean, the fabric draped beautifully, clearly a high-end piece. He handed it over. "Wear this first." Xia Shiqing gazed at the shirt, her ears turning an even deeper shade of red. This was not a woman's outfit. It was Lin Fan's shirt. It was even larger than the dresses she usually wore. As she reached out to take it, her heart skipped a beat when her fingertips brushed against the fabric. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Lin Fan handed her a new towel. "Adjust the water temperature yourself." "All right." Xia Shiqing held the oversized white shirt and towel tightly, lowering her head as she walked towards the guest room. As she reached the bathroom door, she couldn't help but glance back at Lin Fan. The living room light fell on him, and he stood there, the true master of this stunning riverside view. Xia Shiqing bit her lower lip. She hugged the shirt tightly and blushed as she entered the bathroom. The door closed. Soon the sound of running water filled the air. Lin Fan returned to the living room and sat on the sofa. Outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, boats drifted slowly on the river, their lights scattering across the water. He picked up his phone and opened the system panel. A blue light screen appeared before him. Host Lin Fan, current account balance steadily increasing, detected legal consumption generated by the host tonight. Consumption scenarios, dining damage compensation, security, dispatch, life services, consumption amount confirmed. Cashback triggered successfully. The cashback amount has been credited. Lin Fan looked at the panel, his expression unchanged. Tonight's outing seemed merely a dinner. However, from the private kitchen's bill to the box's costs and security deployment, the system encompassed all within the realm of legal expenditure. The numbers kept fluctuating. The account balance rose once more. For an ordinary person, these expenses would be quite painful. For Lin Fan, it was just a slight fluctuation in the system balance. Yet this steady rise felt very satisfying. Spending money could solve problems. The money spent could return. In fact, the more spent, the more it returned. This was the greatest confidence he had now. The so-called directors of the Zhao family's business association crumbled under true financial pressure. The Xinghui and Wei families were no different. Lin Fan closed the system panel and leaned back on the sofa. The sound of water continued from the bathroom. Through the door, it was quite clear. The sound of running water in the quiet living room made the night even more ambiguous. Lin Fan took a sip of water from the table. He hadn't thought much about it. He simply wanted Xia Shiqing to take a shower and change into dry clothes. After all, she had been splashed with tea and scared by Zhao Kai's group tonight. She truly needed a moment to unwind. But with the sound of water echoing in his ears, Lin Fan couldn't help but recall how she had looked in the box earlier. Her damp, light-colored camisole, her hands flusteredly protecting her chest, and the dependent gaze she had when she draped his coat over herself. Xia Shiqing was stunning. Not just beautiful on camera. In reality, she was even cleaner, softer, and effortlessly evoked a protective instinct. The female streamers in the live broadcast often feared being hurt in real life. Lin Fan set down his cup. Before long, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. The living room fell silent for a few seconds. Then the door lock clicked softly. Lin Fan looked up. The bathroom door opened. Xia Shiqing stood at the doorway. She was wearing Lin Fan's white shirt. The shirt was too large for her. The shoulder seam slouched on her arms, the hem barely covering her thighs. Her long, fair legs were exposed, her feet clad in disposable slippers, her ankles delicate. The collar was slightly open, revealing her exquisite collarbone and a patch of fair skin. Having just showered, her cheeks were flushed, her skin steamed pink from the heat. Wet strands of hair clung to the side of her face, the tips still dripping water. One hand grasped the collar, while the other gently pressed down on the hem of the shirt, her whole being tense, unable to look at Lin Fan. Mr. Lin. Her voice was much softer than usual. I've finished showering. Lin Fan looked at her, his gaze lingering for 2 seconds. The shirt on him was just an ordinary white shirt. But on Xia Shiqing, the effect was completely different. The voluminous fabric concealed what needed to be hidden, yet accentuated her figure, making her appear even more slender. It was loose where it needed to be loose, and revealing where it should reveal. More captivating than any meticulously prepared dress. Xia Shiqing's face turned even redder under his gaze. She lowered her head and whispered, "Is it not quite suitable?" "It's fine." Lin Fan's tone was steady. Upon hearing those 2 words, Xia Shiqing felt even more flustered. Fine. She felt like she was about to catch fire. There were no clothes of her own in the bathroom. She could only wear Lin Fan's shirt. When she looked in the mirror earlier, she almost dared not come out. The hem of the shirt was too short and the collar too wide. She could only grasp the collar with one hand and pull at the hem with the other, fearing a wardrobe malfunction. Yet she understood she couldn't stay in the bathroom forever. Lin Fan sat on the sofa while she stood at the door. There was a distance of the living room between them, yet it felt as if an invisible thread was pulling her closer. Xia Shiqing walked slowly towards him. She wanted to walk steadily, but having just showered, her legs felt a bit weak. Plus, the slippers didn't fit well. When she reached the sofa, her toes accidentally tripped over the edge of the carpet. "Ah!" Xia Shiqing exclaimed, her whole body lunging forward. Lin Fan reacted quickly. He raised his hand to catch her. In the next second, Xia Shiqing fell straight into his arms. The faint scent of shower gel enveloped her. Her soft body collided against his chest, radiating warmth from just taking a shower. Lin Fan supported her waist with one hand, while stabilizing himself with the other on the sofa. His palms separated only by the thin fabric of the shirt pressed against her waist. The skin beneath the fabric was soft, warm with moisture. Xia Shiqing stiffened. She did not struggle. Instead, she completely lost her strength, leaning against Lin Fan's chest. Her fingers clutched at Lin Fan's shirt hem, tightening their grip. "I'm sorry." Her voice was tense. "I didn't mean to." Lin Fan looked down at her. "Did you hurt yourself?" Xia Shiqing shook her head. "No." She said she wasn't hurt, yet she remained nestled against him, not getting up. The living room was very quiet. So quiet that the sound of their breathing became clear. Outside, the Huangpu River was ablaze with lights, boats gliding slowly past, and the lights of the distant skyscrapers flickering layer by layer. But at this moment, Xia Shiqing couldn't see outside. She could only hear her own heartbeat. Once. Again. So fast it felt unreal. She slowly lifted her head. Damp strands of hair clung to her cheeks, her eyes glistening with moisture. She looked at Lin Fan, her gaze soft. Earlier at the private kitchen, he had shielded her from the malice. In the car, he hadn't probed or teased, only brought her here to change clothes. Now as she fell into his embrace, he only asked if she was hurt. In that moment, the taut string in Xia Shiqing's heart completely loosened. Suddenly, she didn't want to hide anymore. She didn't want to pretend it was just gratitude. She gently grasped Lin Fan's shirt hem. Mr. Lin. Lin Fan looked at her. My. Xia Shiqing didn't say anything more. She simply tilted her head slightly upward and closed her eyes. This motion was light, yet it had already conveyed everything. Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her. The living room lights gradually dimmed, and the night view of the Huangpu River outside the window turned into a blur of light spots. The next morning, in the master bedroom on the top floor of Tangshan Pin, heavy curtains blocked most of the morning light, leaving a faint beam shining through the gap. The bed was quite large, but when Lin Fan woke up, there was a soft person pressed against him. Xia Shiqing was tightly wrapped around him. A long fair leg was draped over his waist, her arm hugging his chest, and her face was nestled in his shoulder, sleeping quietly. She was only wearing the loose white shirt from last night. The shirt was slightly disheveled from sleep, the collar askew, revealing a large expanse of fair shoulder and neck. Her long hair spread across the pillow with a few strands sticking to her cheek. The female anchor, who usually appeared lively in the live stream, was now unexpectedly obedient. After last night, she had hardly any strength left to speak. Later, when Lin Fan carried her back to the bedroom, she drowsily murmured, Mr. Lin. Now after falling asleep, she was clingier than anyone else. Lin Fan glanced down at her. Xia Shiqing's breathing was soft, and a hint of satisfaction lingered at the corners of her mouth. She was afraid Lin Fan would leave, holding on tightly. Just as Lin Fan was about to move her leg away, the phone on the bedside table suddenly vibrated. Buzz. The buzzing sound rang out, particularly noticeable in the quiet morning room. Xia Shiqing frowned slightly, her grip on Lin Fan tightening. She let out a soft hum, disturbed, but not waking up. Lin Fan reached for the phone. The screen Qingzhou. A call at this time surely wasn't trivial. Lin Fan swiped to answer, lowering his voice. Speak. On the other end, Qingzhou spoke rapidly. Mr. Lin, the Wei family's dark flower operation failed last night. Lin Fan's gaze darkened. He did not speak. Qingzhou continued. Last night, Wei Changfeng spent 50 million through underground channels for the dark flower, targeting you and President Su. High security had already identified their people in advance. Before the operation even began, our people intercepted them. The few individuals involved have already been controlled, and the Wei family's payment channels have also been tracked down. On the bed, Xia Shiqing was still close to him. But Lin Fan's expression had completely darkened. Wei Changfeng was indeed desperate. Unable to compete in the capital market, he resorted to such dirty tactics. Last night, when he went out to dinner, only a few security personnel arranged by Qingzhou were visibly present. Wei Changfeng probably thought there was an opportunity. Unfortunately, he underestimated Lin Fan. High security was not a mere decoration. After the 10 billion bounty was announced, the entire underground circle of Modu was watching the Wei family. Whoever moved first would die. Qingzhou's voice grew heavier. Mr. Lin, there's one more urgent matter. After the failure of Wei Changfeng's dark flower operation, he contacted 3 old banks in Modu early this morning. Shanghai Bank, Dongjiang Bank, Wanrong Bank. These 3 banks have had years of cooperation with the Wei family and have a deep relationship with Wei Changfeng. They plan to forcibly freeze Qingyin Technology's corporate account under the pretext of risk assessment. At the same time, they are demanding that Qingyin Technology repay all loans in advance. Lin Fan sat up. Xia Shiqing stirred at his movement. She drowsily opened her eyes, her voice soft. Mr. Lin. Lin Fan gently pressed her back, signaling her to continue sleeping. On the phone, Qingzhou was still reporting. Currently, Qingyin Technology has cash flow, but once the corporate account is frozen, payments to suppliers, employee salaries, and RD funds will all be blocked. Wei Changfeng's move is quite sinister. He isn't just trying to urge repayment. He wants to drag Qingyin Technology into a state of financial anomaly, making the outside world believe that Fifan Group is also in trouble. Lin Fan let out a cold laugh. The Wei family is on the verge of collapse, but still wants to bite. Qingzhou said, President Su has already arrived at Fifan Group. People from the 3 banks have also arrived. Their attitude is very firm. President Su is temporarily keeping them steady in the conference room. But it's obvious that they came with Wei Changfeng's intentions and won't negotiate properly. Lin Fan threw off the blanket and got out of bed. Xia Shiqing was completely awake this time. She blinked her still misty eyes at Lin Fan. Is there a problem? Lin Fan didn't let her hear the details. He said to Qinzhou, I'm going over now. Prepare the car. Also bring the funding proof from Huafeng. Qinzhou immediately replied, understood. The call ended. Lin Fan put down the phone, picked up the shirt by the bed, and began to put it on. Xia Shiqing sat up, wrapped in the blanket. The shirt slipped down a bit, revealing her smooth shoulder. She was still a bit dazed from just waking up, her cheeks flushed from sleep, and her hair was messy. But when she saw Lin Fan's expression, she understood that it wasn't a trivial matter. The tenderness and ambiguity from last night hadn't completely faded. But at this moment, the sense of pressure radiating from Lin Fan returned. Not directed at her, but towards the enemies outside. Xia Shiqing asked softly, Mr. Lin, is it about the Wei family? Lin Fan fastened his cufflinks. Xia Shiqing tightened her grip on the blanket. She had already seen the fate of the Zhao family last night. She had also heard Lin Fan mention the Wei family. Something that made Lin Fan get up early in the morning to leave was certainly not an ordinary trouble. She instinctively tried to get out of bed. Before she could finish her sentence, her leg touched the ground, and she wobbled, almost unable to stand. Last night's exertion had been too much. Now she felt sore all over. Lin Fan walked over and supported her. Xia Shiqing blushed. I'm fine. She said this, but she couldn't stand steadily at all. Seeing her like this, Lin Fan softened his tone. You should rest at home today. Xia Shiqing bit her lip. But I wanna. Lin Fan leaned down and kissed her forehead lightly. Be good. Xia Shiqing immediately quieted down. She stared at him in a daze. Last night, when he kissed her, her heart raced uncontrollably. Now just a light kiss on the forehead made her heart melt. Lin Fan adjusted her slipping shirt. There's food in the fridge. You can also call for delivery. Don't. Xia Shiqing obediently nodded. Okay. She watched Lin Fan turn to leave, suddenly calling out, Mr. Lin. Lin Fan turned back. Xia Shiqing, holding the blanket, blushed fiercely, but still said seriously, be careful. Lin Fan glanced at her. A little over 10 minutes later. In the underground garage of Tang Cheni Pin, Qinzhou had already brought high security to wait beside the designated parking space. Several black business cars were parked in a row. After Lin Fan got in, the convoy drove directly out of the underground garage. Qinzhou sat in the passenger seat, turning back to report. Mr. Lin, President Su has been holding them off for half an hour. The three banks sent people who are not ordinary account managers. Shanghai Bank's Vice President Zhou Mingyuan, Dongjiang Bank's Risk Control Department Director Lu Jian, and Wanrong Bank's Corporate Finance Department Head Ma Hong. Their ranks are not low. It seems Wei Changfeng has put in some serious effort this time. Lin Fan looked out the window. The morning modu had already started bustling. Traffic filled the elevated roads, sunlight shining on the glass curtain walls, and the entire city began. Yet beneath these respectable edifices, the knives of the business world never ceased to draw blood. Qinzhou continued. They're using Qingyin Technology's previous loan agreements as leverage. They claim that the Wei family turmoil has impacted Qingyin Technology's upstream and downstream partners, increasing operational risks. They're demanding early repayment. If Qingyin Technology refuses, they'll initiate account freezes and risk reporting procedures. Lin Fan asked calmly, how much does Qingyin Technology owe them in total? Less than 800 million. Qinzhou's tone carried a hint of coldness. Qingyin Technology has enough cash on hand to cover it. But the issue isn't the money. What they want isn't repayment. They want to send a signal to the outside world. To make people think Qingyin Technology is being targeted by the banks, that its capital security is compromised. Once suppliers panic, employees panic, and partners panic, the Wei family will have a chance to stir things up. Lin Fan nodded. Wei Changfeng hasn't completely lost his wits yet. Qinzhou said, Mr. Lin, Huafeng Bank is ready. We have the highest level proof of funds stamped by the head office. It can be used at any time. Lin Fan closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat. To the company. Yes. At Fifan Group. In the top floor meeting room. Su Qingyan sat on one side of the table with several loan agreements and bank risk notification letters laid out before her. She had barely rested all night. After receiving the news early in the morning, she had rushed to the company immediately. Now dressed in a crisp white business suit, her makeup remained neat and professional. Yet the fatigue in her eyes was undeniable. Seated across from her were representatives from three banks. Zhou Mingyuan, the vice president of Shanghai Bank, was around 50 with neatly combed hair and a seemingly courteous demeanor. Lu Jian, the risk control director of Dongjiang Bank, held a pen and tapped it incessantly against the edge of a document. Ma Hong of Wanrong Bank was the most direct, leaning back in his chair with a contemptuous look in his eyes. The meeting room also held Qingyin Technology's CFO, head of legal affairs, and several senior executives from Fifan Group. Everyone's expression was grim. Zhou Mingyuan slid a notification letter across the table to Su Qingyan. President Su, our bank is merely following procedure. Qingyin Technology has recently been implicated in public sentiment surrounding the Wei Group, raising doubts about its operational stability. We have the right to initiate a risk review. Su Qingyan said coldly. Qingyan Technology has no debt ties to the Wei Group. The Wei family's problems are their own. What basis do you have for freezing Qingyan Technology's accounts based on the Wei family's risks? Lu Jian immediately spoke up. President Su, corporate risk isn't just about debt relationships. It also involves public opinion, shareholder connections, and supply chain stability. The conflict between Tycoon Group and the Wei family has become common knowledge throughout Shanghai. Who can guarantee that this conflict won't affect Qingyan Technology? The CFO couldn't help but interject. Our company has a healthy cash flow, our R&D projects are progressing normally, and our supplier payments are not overdue. What gives you the right to claim our risks have increased? Ma Hong let out a cold laugh. A healthy balance sheet today doesn't guarantee a healthy future. Besides, the bank has its own risk control rules. It's not for you to decide whether there's a problem or not. Su Qingyan looked at him. So what you're saying today is that you're forcing Qingyan Technology into early loan repayment. Zhou Mingyuan said, not forcing. It's a suggestion. If your company is willing to cooperate and repay all loans before 5 p.m. today, we can refrain from initiating the account freeze procedure. Let's part on good terms. After all, we'll still be doing business in Shanghai. At these words, the expressions of many in the room shifted. Part on good terms. This was clearly a threat. Repay all loans before 5 p.m. If not, freeze the corporate accounts. Qingyan Technology was a tech company, not a shell. Its R&D team, server costs, supplier payments, employee salaries, and project collaborations all required daily transactions. Freezing the corporate account would immediately throw things into chaos. Even if things were later proven fine, the reputation would be damaged. Su Qingyan opened the documents before her. Qingyan Technology can repay the loans early. Her voice was steady, but it must follow the contractual procedures. We cannot accept this so-called risk-based freeze. Furthermore, the three of you coming here simultaneously is not standard risk control, it's clearly orchestrated. Ma Hong chuckled. President Su, you need evidence to say that. We are a bank, not anyone's enforcer. He then leaned forward. But I can give you a piece of advice. The financial circle in Shanghai is small. Whether some people can continue in this business depends not only on how much money they have in their accounts, but also on whether anyone is willing to do business with them. Zhou Mingyuan didn't stop him. Lu Jian also looked down at his documents, pretending not to hear. Su Qingyan's gaze hardened. Director Ma, what exactly do you mean by that? Ma Hong spread his hands. Just what I said. Qingyan Technology, backed by Tycoon Group, has been making quite a splash recently. But when the wind is too strong, it attracts trouble. Chairman Wei has many friends in Shanghai's financial circle after all these years. If you insist on breaking ties with the Wei family, you'll have to face the consequences. The meeting room fell silent. Several executives clenched their fists. There it was. Chairman Wei. These three banks were indeed sent by Wei Changfeng. Ma Hong scoffed. Repercussions? President Su, do you still not understand the situation? Qingyan Technology's accounts are within our system. Ma Hong scoffed. Repercussions? President Su, do you still not understand the situation? Qingyan Technology's accounts are within our system. The loan contracts are in our hands. We are the ones executing the risk control procedures. You can certainly file complaints or take us to court. But by the time those processes are over, Qingyan Technology's capital chain will already be in disarray. Zhou Mingyuan chose this moment to speak, his tone still polite. President Su, we are not here to argue. We are simply here to inform you. By 5 p.m. today, repay the... Otherwise, we will have no choice but to proceed according to protocol. Lu Jian adjusted his glasses. Once the freeze procedure is initiated, it's not something we can stop just by talking here. So I advise you not to be stubborn. Ma Hong even laughed out loud. In the end, defending the Wei family does you no... So what if Tycoon Group has $1 billion in cash? Without bank cooperation and recognition from the financial circle, you'll find yourself stuck on many things in Shanghai. President Su, you're a smart woman. Don't drag Qingyan Technology down just for Lin Fan's personal pride. Su Qingyan's face was expressionless. Ma Hong, please watch your language. Ma Hong shrugged. I've been more than polite. With anyone else, I wouldn't even give them the chance to sit down and talk. The CFO's face turned pale with anger. This is blatant financial suppression. Lu Jian tapped the table. Don't throw around accusations. We are only talking about the contract. The contract clearly states that once the bank believes the operational risks of the company have increased, it has the right to demand early repayment. There is no third option. In the conference room, the team from Qingyan Technology was completely subdued. It wasn't that they lacked reasoning, but rather that the other party refused to be reasonable. Several banks clearly used the rules as a weapon. They were backed by Wei Changfeng, holding the loan contracts and stepping on the boundaries of risk control procedures. This method is quite despicable. On the surface, it seems legal, yet in reality, it is a siege. Su Qingyan glanced at her phone. Lin Fan had not yet arrived. She tightened her fingers slightly. These people dared to be so arrogant because they thought Qingyan technology could only rely on these old banks for turnover. But they had no idea how terrifying Lin Fan's real cash flow was. Ma Hong noticed Su Qingjian's silence, and the smile on his face became even more pronounced. Su, don't wait any longer. Even if Lin Fan comes and want help. He may have money, but the bank accounts and financial channels aren't solely under his control. Zhou Mingyuan added nonchalantly. I heard that Director Lin is quite young and impetuous. However, the business world is not about temper. We hope to resolve today's matter peacefully. Early repayment would keep everyone dignified. Just as Su Qingyan was about to speak, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the conference room. No rush, but they were steady. The next second, the conference room door was pushed open from the outside. Everyone turned their heads at once. Lin Fan walked in. He wore a black shirt beneath a dark suit, his face expressionless. Qin Zhou followed behind him, holding a black. Several executives at the door immediately stood up straight. Director Lin. Mr. Lin. Su Qingyan also stood. Director Lin. Lin Fan did not look at the bank representatives. He walked straight to the main seat at the conference table, pulling out a chair and sitting down. His movements were light, but shifted the pressure in the entire conference room. Just a moment ago, Ma Hong leaned back in his chair, looking as if he had Qingyan technology under control. Seeing Lin Fan enter, he instinctively sat up a bit straighter. Zhou Mingyuan squinted his eyes. Lu Jian also paused his hand that was holding a pen. They had both heard of Lin Fan. Extraordinary group. $1 billion spent in the entertainment industry. He pressured Weiss stocks to drop to the limit. The Zhao family nearly went bankrupt last night. This young man has been making waves in Moda lately. Yet they dared to come today not without confidence. The banking system is not the entertainment industry. It is certainly not a small fry like the Zhao family. Behind them stands Wei Chongfeng connections in Moda's old financial circles and contractual procedures. Ma Hong spoke first. Director Lin, your arrival is timely. We have already clarified the situation with Su. Qingyan Technology's loan risk has increased, and our 3 banks are demanding early repayment. If repayment is not made by 5 p.m. this afternoon, we will initiate the freezing process. Lin Fan sat at the main seat and looked up at him. Which bank do you represent? Ma Hong raised his chin slightly. Wanrong Bank Corporate Finance Department. Ma Hong. Lin Fan then looked towards the other two. Zhou Mingyuan smiled. Shanghai Bank, Zhou Mingyuan. Lu Jian added. Dongjiang Bank, Lu Jian. Lin Fan nodded. Did Wei Chongfeng send you here? Zhou Mingyuan's smile faltered. Lu Jian frowned. Ma Hong sneered directly. Director Lin, that remark is pointless. Our bank operates based on risk control, not because someone sent us here. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair. Weren't you just using Director Wei to pressure us? Ma Hong's expression darkened. A few executives from Qingyan Technology felt a little pleased. They had all heard that remark just now. Ma Hong had been so arrogant, referring to Director Wei at every turn. Now that Lin Fan had arrived, he began to pretend to uphold bank risk control. Zhou Mingyuan cleared his throat. Director Lin, there's no need to dwell on these points. The critical issue now is the loan risk of Qingyan Technology. Our 3 banks have conducted internal assessments and unanimously believe that your company needs to repay the loan early. Lin Fan calmly inquired, how much? The total loan amount. Zhou Mingyuan was taken aback. What? Lu Jian opened the documents. The 3 banks combined have a principal of 786 million. Adding early settlement fees, it totals around 793 million. Ma Hong immediately interjected. If Director Lin is willing to repay, we can process it right now. But I must remind you of one thing. Paying this amount does not mean the matter is over. Qingyan Technology has been simultaneously placed on the risk observation list by 3 banks, and this impact is not small. In the future, obtaining credit from Moda's financial circles may not be so easy. The more he spoke, the more confident he became. Modu is not a place where having cash allows one to act recklessly. Many companies have also once had money in their accounts. However, if the banks do not recognize it, capital does not follow, and channels do not open, they still remain immobile in the end. Director Lin, your previous pressure on the Wei family was indeed unexpected. However, in the financial circle, money is not just a number. It also depends on who is willing to back you. As these words fell, the oppressive atmosphere in the conference room intensified. Bank representatives possess this inherent advantage. Companies need their money and their credit endorsement. Often a bank's remark of abnormal risk is enough to make the cooperating party feel uneasy. Su Qingjian's expression darkened. Qin Zhou stood behind Lin Fan, his gaze slightly heavy. Yet Lin Fan remained calm throughout. He even couldn't be bothered to argue with Ma Hong. Seeing Lin Fan's silence, Ma Hong thought he had hit Lin Fan's weak spot. He leaned forward slightly. Director Lin, it's a good thing for young people to have ambition. But don't be too arrogant. Director Wei has operated in Modu for many years. He cannot be completely crushed by throwing a few billion. If you move against the Wei family, they will naturally retaliate against you. Today is just 3 banks. Whether more financial institutions will adjust their cooperation in the future is uncertain. So I advise you to lower your head, repay the money, and then sit down with Director Wei to discuss things. Perhaps there is still room for easing the situation. As these words were spoken, the members of Extraordinary Group in the conference room all looked grim, asking Lin Fan to lower his head, to sit down with Wei Changfeng. Ma Hong truly dared to say that. Zhou Mingyuan remained silent. Lu Jian also acquiesced. Their goal today was simple: to force Qingyan Technology to bow down. To make Lin Fan understand that even if the Wei family fell, they could still create trouble for him in the financial circle. As long as Lin Fan softened, Wei Changfeng would have a chance to catch his breath. Just as Su Qingyan was about to retort, Lin Fan raised his hand to stop her. Then he looked at Qin Zhou. The documents. Qin Zhou stepped forward. The black folder opened. Inside was a neatly bound document of funding proof. The cover was printed with the golden emblem of Huafeng Bank. At the bottom was a prominent red seal, Huafeng Bank Headquarters. Highest level funding proof. Qin Zhou said nothing more. He raised his hand and heavily slapped the highest level funding proof from Huafeng Bank onto the conference table. At the moment Qin Zhou slammed the document on the table, all eyes in the conference room turned toward him. The golden emblem of Huafeng Bank, the red seal, the highest level of capital certification. These few words carried more weight than any harsh words could. Ma Hong's smile froze for a moment. Zhou Mingyuan instinctively straightened his posture. Lu Jin frowned as he looked at the document, his pen unable to tap any further. They were from the bank, and they certainly understood what this represented. It was not easy for ordinary enterprises to obtain branch certifications. Securing the highest level of capital certification from Huafeng Bank indicated that this client's status within Huafeng Bank was far from that of an ordinary enterprise. Yet Ma Hong remained unconvinced. He tugged at the corner of his mouth and sneered, "Director Lin, what are you trying to prove by presenting a capital certification? That Qingyan Technology can afford to repay the loan. That's just perfect. Transfer 793 million to the accounts of our 3 banks by 5 o'clock this afternoon. Then the loan for Qingyan Technology will be considered settled." At this point he added, "However, as I mentioned earlier, repaying the money does not mean that your risk observation records can be erased. In the future it won't be that simple for Qingyan Technology to secure funds from the financial sector in Modu." Su Qingyan looked at him. "Ma Hong, do you really think of yourself as the gatekeeper of the financial sector?" Ma Hong smiled lightly. "President Su, let's not speak so harshly. We are merely following procedures." Lu Jian also regained some composure. A capital certification can only indicate that a certain account has funds, but the risk assessment of a business is another matter. Zhou Mingyuan nodded. "Director Lin, banks also have their own rules. You have cash and we respect that. However, risk assessment judgments cannot be changed by just one certification." Several executives from Tycoon Group felt their tempers rising. Clearly, it was Wei Changfeng who had instructed them to block Qingyan Technology. Now that Lin Fan had arrived, they still had to maintain the bank's facade and pressure others with procedures. This was clearly bullying. Qin Zhou stood behind Lin Fan, staring at Ma Hong. Lin Fan merely raised his eyes slightly. "Qin Zhou." "Yes." Qin Zhou immediately picked up the tablet and connected it to the conference room's large screen. In the next second the screen lit up. All eyes were drawn toward it. At first the screen displayed a banking backend page. Huafeng Bank. Checking account. Account name Lin Fan. Ma Hong was about to sneer. Director Lin displaying something like this isn't very appropriate. Before he could finish speaking, his voice suddenly caught in his throat. The balance column had refreshed. A string of numbers long enough to make one's scalp tingle was clearly displayed in the center of the screen. It wasn't in the millions. It wasn't in the hundreds of millions. Instead, it was over 10 billion in cash. Checking. Cash. The conference room fell silent. All eyes were glued to that string of zeros. A finance director was the first to break down, gasping in shock. Is this the actual balance?" The legal head next to him dropped his pen with a thud onto the table. The executives of Tycoon Group exchanged glances, mouths agape. They knew Lin Fan was wealthy. They also knew Lin Fan had been spending extravagantly lately. 1 billion on a movie, 50 billion in special funds attacking the Wei family, the entertainment circle, and the Zhao family. But they had never imagined that Lin Fan's checking account would still contain over 10 billion in cash. This was not an asset valuation. It was not stock market value. This was real cash that could be mobilized at any time. Su Qingyan also looked at the screen, her breathing slowing for a moment. She had seen Lin Fan's prowess long ago, but when this string of numbers was truly displayed before her eyes, she still clenched her fist. Over 10 billion in cash. The total loans of Qingyan Technology added up to less than 800 million. Those bank representatives threatening Lin Fan with an 800 million loan were simply ridiculous. Ridiculous to the extreme. The color drained from Ma Hong's face bit by bit. He stared at the screen, his lips moved, but no sound came out. Lu Jian's pen slipped from his hand, slamming onto the table. Zhou Minjuan's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. They had all worked in banks for many years. They had seen big clients. They had met chairmen of listed companies. They had encountered entrepreneurs with assets worth tens of billions or hundreds of billions. But they had never seen individual clients with over 10 billion in cash in a checking account. What was even more terrifying was that this account was opened at Huafeng Bank. What level was Huafeng Bank? One of the top banks in the country. If Lin Fan could place over 10 billion in cash in a checking account at Huafeng Bank, how could the headquarters not treat him like a revered ancestor? The combined regional banks were nothing in front of such a client. Ma Hong's throat went dry. This is impossible. Qin Zhou glanced at him, his tone calm. Do you need me to contact the customer department of Huafeng Bank headquarters now and have them confirm via video? Ma Hong took a half step back. He dared not respond. Zhou Mingyuan hurriedly spoke, his voice having changed. No need, no need. President Qin, there's no need for that. Lu Jian also forced out an awkward smile. It's all a misunderstanding. We are just verifying the situation according to risk control procedures. Ma Hong's face turned pale. The arrogance he had just displayed completely vanished. His legs felt weak. They had dared to come today because they believed Qingyin Technology was stuck with the loan, and that even if Lin Fan had money, he could not disregard the banking system. But now they finally understood. It wasn't that he was disregarding the banking system. He was a big client that the banking system needed to kneel and scramble for. Lin Fan looked at them, his voice very calm. 793 million, right? Zhou Mingyuan started to sweat. Director Lin, actually this loan is not urgent. The risk assessment we mentioned earlier can also be reevaluated. Yes, Qingyin Technology's operational situation is good and cash flow is stable. Early repayment is not mandatory. Ma Hong gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Director Lin, I spoke too harshly just now. We can discuss the loan matter again. However, Lin Fan ignored their attempts at damage control. He looked at Qin Zhou. Transfer 10 billion to Qingyin Technology. First pay off the loans of these 3 banks completely. Understood. Qin Zhou nodded immediately. Su Qingyan looked at Lin Fan. President Lin, actually Qingyin Technology has enough cash on hand. Lin Fan interrupted her. There's no need to touch your cash flow. Aren't they supposed to repay the loan? Give it back to them. After this statement, the expressions of the representatives from the 3 banks not only did not improve, but rather turned even paler. Repaying the loan seemed like the achievement of their goal on the surface. But they all understood in their hearts. Things would definitely not be that simple. Indeed, Lin Fan's next words left them stunned. Additionally, notify Shanghai Bank, Dongjiang Bank, and Wanrong Bank headquarters. Starting today, Fifan Group and all its subsidiary companies will withdraw all business from these 3 banks. Deposits, settlements, credit, payroll, corporate accounts, all will be transferred. Qin Zhou's voice was steady. In the conference room, Zhou Mingyuan stood up. Director Lin. His calm demeanor completely shattered. There's no need to take it this far. Lu Jian panicked as well. Director Lin, we were only here to discuss risk communication. It doesn't represent the headquarters stance. Ma Hong bit his lip. He finally realized the magnitude of the trouble he had caused. What scale is Fifan Group at now? Entertainment, technology, investment, security, and Lin Fan's personal financial dealings. This is no ordinary client. If Fifan Group withdraws all its business, the performance of the relevant branches of their 3 banks will be directly ruined this year. Not to mention the board's reaction upon discovering that they had pushed away such a client themselves. But Lin Fan was not finished. He looked at Qin Zhou. Moreover, transfer funds to short sell the related stocks of these 3 banks in full. Don't they like risk control? Let the market assess their risks as well. Qin Zhou nodded. Mr. Lin, what is the scale of the funds? Lin Fan replied calmly, start with 5 billion. If that's not enough, add more. This statement left the 3 bank representatives in a daze. 5 billion to short sell related stocks. Moreover, adding the complete withdrawal of Fifan Group's business. This is no longer just a slap in the face. This is about thoroughly ruining the 3 banks. Zhou Mingyuan's face turned pale and his body swayed as he nearly lost his balance. Lu Jian's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Ma Hong's legs went weak and he had to hold onto the edge of the table. Director Lin, I was wrong. Ma Hong's voice cracked. I just spoke out of turn. It was my failure to recognize the situation. This matter has nothing to do with the Wanrong Bank headquarters. It was my personal judgment error. As he spoke, he suddenly knelt on the ground. Everyone in the conference room was stunned. Just moments ago, Ma Hong, who had looked down on Lin Fan and insisted he speak with Wei Changfeng, was now kneeling faster than anyone else. Director Lin, please give me one chance. Don't withdraw the business. Also, don't short sell our related stocks. I will cancel the risk review as soon as I get back. For all future credit to Qingyin Technology, our Wanrong Bank can offer the best conditions. Zhou Mingyuan's expression shifted several times before he gritted his teeth and stood up. He bent down. Director Lin, we did not consider this properly. Shanghai Bank is willing to retract the notice immediately. Loans do not need to be repaid early and accounts will not be frozen. As long as you are willing, we can increase credit for Qingyan Technology. Lu Jian was even more flustered than them. He bypassed the conference table and came before Lin Fan kneeling down. Director Lin Dongjiang Bank truly means no harm. It was all because Wei Changfeng sent someone to relay the message, and we were momentarily confused. Please show mercy. If Fifan Group pulls out as a client, I genuinely cannot explain this when I return. Ma Hong began to cry. I was also harmed by Wei Changfeng. He said Qingyan Technology was all show and no substance, claiming that Fifan Group's cash flow was being held back by the Wei family. I never expected you to have so much cash in your account. If I had known even with 100 boldness, I wouldn't have. In the conference room, the employees of Qingyan Technology watched this scene, feeling a chill run down their spines. Just a few minutes ago, these three had pressured them with the bank's risk control. They had been talking about contracts. They had been talking about freezing accounts. They had even forced Lin Fan to lower his head. But now with over 100 billion in cash on display, they were kneeling faster than anyone. This is reality. It is also the most satisfying crushing. Su Qingyan looked at the three kneeling on the ground, and the pent-up frustration that had built up in her for half an hour finally released. She had not been without difficulties. Since starting her business, she had encountered too many cold faces and so-called rules. But never before had it been this satisfying. The other side used financial rules to oppress people. Lin Fan directly smashed through those rules with 100 billion in cash. Didn't you want to repay the loan early? Do it. After repaying, withdraw all business. Then short sell your related stocks. Whoever kneels, whoever survives. Yet Lin Fan showed no signs of being moved. He simply looked at Qin Zhou. Notify headquarters. Do as I say. Qin Zhou bowed his head. Yes. Zhou Mingyuan was completely panicked. Director Lin. Don't. There is still room for negotiation. Lu Jian hurriedly kowtowed. Director Lin, I beg you. I will definitely give you an explanation when I return. Ma Hong almost crawled to Lin Fan's feet. Director Lin, I was truly wrong. I will do whatever you ask. Just please don't withdraw Fifan Group's business. I will be torn apart by the board. Lin Fan didn't even look at them. The arrogance these people had just moments ago now made their pleas seem utterly cheap. He turned to Su Qingyan. Prepare to receive the documents. Su Qingyan was taken aback. What documents? Lin Fan's tone was calm. Last night, I had Qin Zhou use 200 billion in cash to overnight acquire all of Wei family's core suppliers and debts. Su Qingyan was stunned. The executives in the conference room all looked up in unison. 200 billion in cash. Overnight acquisition. All of Wei family's core suppliers and debts. These words strung together almost left one's mind blank. Su Qingyan finally understood why Lin Fan had been so unhurried from the beginning. The bank's urging repayment was merely Wei Changfeng's last struggle. But Lin Fan had long since placed the real knife at Wei family's throat. Suppliers stopped supplying. Debts were collected in a concentrated manner. Bank business was implicated. The stock market continued to plunge. The Wei family had no way out. Qin Zhou stepped forward and handed another document to Su Qingyan. Ms. Su, all agreements have been signed. Qingyan Technology can take over the original supply chain resources of the Wei family. Several core projects under the Wei family will also enter forced recovery procedures due to the debt transfer. Su Qingyan took the document, her fingertips tightening slightly. She looked up at Lin Fan. This man once again used the most simple and brutal method to smash all his enemies' calculations into pieces. And at this moment, at the headquarters of Wei Group, in the top-floor office, the phone was ringing frantically. Wei Changfeng stood in front of his desk, his face pale and his eyes bloodshot. One phone call after another came in. Mr. Wei, we have to terminate the material supply contract on our end. Why? The company's equity has changed and the new owner requires a re-evaluation of the cooperation risks. Before Wei Changfeng could even scold them, a second phone call came in. Mr. Wei, our debts have been transferred and the new creditor demands immediate repayment of the principal and interest. Immediate repayment? Are you crazy? The contract clearly states that after a risk event is triggered, we can demand early repayment. The third phone call followed closely. Mr. Wei, sorry, we can no longer supply goods. Who told you to stop? The new controlling party notified us. Who is the new controlling party? There was a pause on the other end of the call. Fifan Group. Wei Changfeng's hand trembled while holding the phone. Fifan Group. Again Fifan Group. He rushed to the computer and opened the market. Wei Group stock had not even been open for a minute and it fell again with a limit. Sell orders were piled up on the limit down. There was no resistance. No hope. A few executives in the office turned pale. Mr. Wei, all suppliers have stopped supplying. Creditors are collecting debts en masse. The three banks are also having issues. They not only failed to freeze Qingyan Technology's account, but were also forced by Lin Fan to retract the risk notice. And there are market rumors saying that Fifan Group is preparing to short sell financial instruments related to the Wei family. Mr. Wei, we can't withstand this. Wei Changfeng listened to these voices, his body gradually stiffening. He initially thought that the bank's intervention could deliver a final blow to Lin Fan. As long as the account of Qingyan Technology was frozen, the outside world would suspect the funding chain of the Tycoon group. However, he did not expect that Lin Fan not only evaded the trap, but also forced the three banks to their knees. Even more unexpected was that Lin Fan had used 2 billion in cash last night to take away all of Wei family's core suppliers and creditors. Wei Changfeng opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. The phone kept ringing. Debt collection, supply suspension, debt chasing, contract termination. Each call struck the Wei family like a hammer. He stared at the screen, fixated on the lockdown limit down board, watching the market value of Wei Group continue to evaporate as the last glimmer of light in his eyes was completely extinguished. In the next second, Wei Changfeng's legs buckled, and he collapsed into his chair. Across the office, Wei Xiaojie stared intensely at the computer screen, his eyes bloodshot. Impossible. This cannot be. How could the Wei family lose? We have been a prominent family in Modu for over 100 years. How could we lose to Lin Fan alone? He grabbed the keyboard from the desk and smashed it against the computer screen. Bang! The screen shattered, pieces flying everywhere. Wei Xiaojie picked up a chair and continued to smash. Lin Fan, I refuse to accept this. I refuse. The computer was wrecked, documents scattered all over the floor. Several senior executives of the Wei family stood nearby, but no one dared to intervene, because they all understood that the Wei family was finished. The suppliers were gone. The creditors had been taken away. The banks retaliated. The stock was limit down. The cash flow had broken. The Wei family building, which had stood in Modu for 100 years, collapsed under Lin Fan's financial storm. The news of the Wei family's bankruptcy liquidation spread at exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. Almost simultaneously, every businessperson's phone in Modu pinged with the same news. Wei Group announces, due to a debt crisis, cash flow break, and core business suspension, it has officially entered bankruptcy liquidation proceedings. In just a short line, the entire financial circle of Modu fell silent for a few seconds. Immediately after, every group chat exploded. The Wei family really went bankrupt. Weren't they supposed to be a prestigious family for 100 years? It's only been a few days. 3 days. From the moment the Wei family took action against the Tycoon group to now announcing bankruptcy liquidation, it's only been 3 days. How much cash does Lin Fan actually have? First he crushed the entertainment circle, then the Wei family, and now even the Wei Group has been obliterated. Forget about the Wei family, those 3 banks almost begged for mercy yesterday. Who would dare to stop him? In the trading hall of the securities company, many traders stared at the announcement on the screen, momentarily lost in thought. The stock of Wei Group had lost the significance of struggling. The limit down board was piled high with an overwhelming number of sell orders, with not a single transaction in sight. Someone murmured, "This isn't a business war." An old trader beside him took off his glasses, his fingers stiff. This is a crushing defeat. The Wei family lost too quickly. It's not that the Wei family is weak, it's that Lin Fan is too ruthless. On the other side, several business owners who originally had partnerships with the Wei family sat in their offices, each looking more grim than the last. They had been watching from the sidelines. They believed that the Wei family, being an old capital in Modu, wouldn't truly collapse, even if they faced losses. But now that the announcement was out, everyone understood. The Wei family was gone. In the future, there would no longer be a position for the Wei family in the Modu capital circle. Replacing them would be the Tycoon group, a newly risen giant that had been established not long ago, yet had forcibly shattered all the rules with cash flow. Notify the finance department to prioritize all collaborations related to the Tycoon group. From now on, do not delay the processes for projects at Qingyan Technology. Also contact the investment department of the Tycoon group immediately to see if there is an opportunity to meet with Director Lin. Remember, keep your attitude humble. Similar words echoed in one office after another in Modu. Those who had previously wanted to see Lin Fan's misfortune were now all anxious. They feared missing out on opportunities. Even more, they feared choosing the wrong side. The fall of the Wei family meant more than just the bankruptcy of one family. It signified a complete shift in the seating arrangement of the Modu capital circle. From today onwards, whenever people mentioned the Tycoon group, they could no longer treat it as a nouveau riche company. The Tycoon group had officially stepped onto the top tier of the Modu capital table. Moreover, they did so by stepping over the corpse of the Wei family. At the headquarters of the Tycoon group, outside the top-level office, the secretary area was nearly overwhelmed with phone calls. "Hello, Director Lin does not have any public schedule today. Sorry, President Su currently has no time. Visits from investment banks require prior appointment. Cooperation proposals can be sent to the business email first." Several secretaries were so busy they couldn't even take a sip of water. Those high-ranking officials who used to be aloof were now polite beyond measure. Some even called personally, saying they wanted to visit Lin Fan. A secretary hung up one call and couldn't help but glance at her colleague. That was a partner from Jinding Capital, right? Yes, it was. In the past, when we scheduled with them, their assistant would take 3 days to respond. Now he called personally saying he can wait downstairs today. Another secretary lowered her voice, clenching her hands tightly. The Wei family has really been taken out by Director Lin. It's terrifying. When I saw the announcement this morning, my hands went numb. A senior executive passing by overheard and didn't reprimand her, because he felt the same way, his heart racing. 3 days ago, the Wei family was still an old power in Modu. When Wei Chongfeng suppressed Qingyan technology, the outside world thought that the Fifan group would be dragged into the mire. But what was the outcome? Lin Fan made his move, crushing the capital of the entertainment circle, severing the Zhao family's funding chain, bringing 3 banks to their knees begging for mercy, and taking away all of Wei family's suppliers and creditors overnight. By today, the Wei family had officially declared bankruptcy. This was not a win. This was uprooting the opponent from the roots. In the president's office, outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the skyscrapers in the center of Modu glimmered coldly in the sunlight. Su Qingyan stood at her desk, holding a thick asset acquisition report. The cover of the report clearly stated several words. Core asset acquisition list of Wei Group supply chain resources, creditor assets, project rights, channel contracts, patent licenses related to technology business, and several core office properties and industrial park rights that were originally controlled by the Wei family. Each item was worth an enormous sum. These items had once been the foundation of the Wei family's standing in Modu. They were also the resources that Su Qingyan had longed to touch but could not reach over the past 3 years. She had once negotiated for a supplier contract, personally visiting 7 times. The other party didn't even let her into the meeting room. She had once endured nausea at a banquet until 2 in the morning just to secure a bank credit limit. In the end, the other party simply said, "Let's wait and see," and sent her away. She understood even better why the Wei family's old capital was terrifying. They held channels, funds, connections, and relationships in the upstream and downstream. It wasn't enough that your product was good, you couldn't just break in. It wasn't enough that your abilities were strong, you couldn't just pry open the door. Su Qingyan spent 3 years building Qingyan technology from the cracks. She had faced disdain, encountered obstacles, and even been threatened. But she had not managed to truly break the Wei family's blockade. Lin Fan had done it, and he did it in just 3 days. Su Qingyan looked at the numbers on the report, her fingers tightened. It was not fear. It was excitement that she couldn't control. The financial director of Qingyan Technology stood beside her, his voice trembling. President Su, as long as these assets are successfully acquired, the supply chain costs of Qingyan Technology will drop by at least 30%. The external interfaces that are bottlenecks can also be directly connected. This means that Qingyan Technology will at least avoid 2 years of detours. After the Wei family enters bankruptcy liquidation, the rights to these assets will be prioritized to be transferred to the extraordinary group according to the agreement. Several executives' eyes lit up at the thought of avoiding 2 years of detours. This statement carried significant weight. For a tech company, 2 years is enough to determine life and death. Su Qingyan, however, did not speak immediately. She simply looked up at Lin Fan, who was sitting in the boss chair, his expression calm. The buzz of the business world in Magic City, the announcement of the Wei family's bankruptcy, and this astonishing asset acquisition report were merely ordinary documents to him. Su Qingyan lowered her eyes. She had seen too many men. Some professed to admire her, but their eyes only fixated on her face and figure. Some claimed to want to help her, but then proposed terms that made her feel disgusted. Others appeared polite, yet deep down they did not believe a woman could hold up Qingyan Technology. Only Lin Fan was different. He never spoke empty words or made pretty promises. He directly crushed the Wei family and presented the resources before her. President Lin. Su Qingyan's voice turned a bit hoarse as she spoke. The several executives in the office immediately lowered their heads and discreetly retreated. The door was gently closed. In the large office, only Lin Fan and Su Qingyan remained. Su Qingyan held the report, her chest slightly rising and falling. She wore a black business suit that made her fair skin appear strikingly bright. The tight skirt hugged her waist and hips, accentuating her graceful lines. Normally, she was always calm and dominant in the company. Yet now her eyes were slightly red. It was not weakness. It was the result of being suppressed for too long, finally seeing the thing she had always dreamed of being lightly presented before her. I spent 3 years, Su Qingyan said softly. From the moment Qingyan Technology started to gradually establishing a firm footing. I worked desperately to negotiate partnerships, to raise funds, and to expand the research and development team. She looked up at Lin Fan. But the Wei family could, with just one word, make the suppliers block me, make the banks delay me, and make the part. I always thought it would take at least a few more years to break free from these constraints. Perhaps it might never be possible. Her fingertips tightened, crumpling the report slightly. But you only took 3 days. Lin Fan looked at her. The Wei family brought about their own demise. Su Qingyan gently shook her head. Not everyone has the right to make the Wei family find their end. As she spoke those words, she looked at Lin Fan. In the past, she had revered Lin Fan for his wealth and means viewing him as a crucial supporter. But now that reverence was imbued with something deeper. It was submission along with an undeniable stirring in her heart. The calmer Lin Fan sat, the more chaotic her feelings became. Su Qingyan set the report down and slowly walked around the desk. She did not approach Lin Fan directly, but instead walked behind his boss chair. Lin Fan did not turn around. Su Qingyan stood behind him, looking down at his broad shoulders, biting her lip. She raised her hand. Her fair and slender fingers gently rested on Lin Fan's shoulder. At first it was merely a light touch, like a tentative probe. Seeing Lin Fan did not reject her, Su Qingyan gradually applied more pressure, kneading his shoulders. Her fingers were soft, yet she controlled the pressure well. From his shoulders to his back, she pressed down bit by bit. The office was very quiet. Outside, the skyline of the bustling city of Magic City was visible. And Su Qingyan, who appeared cold and powerful to outsiders, was now bending over, standing behind Lin Fan, actively giving him a massage. As she bent over, the black pencil skirt accentuated her waist and hip curves even more. The collar of her shirt sagged slightly with the motion, revealing a glimpse of her snowy collarbone. A faint scent of perfume approached. Her breath brushed against Lin Fan's ear, warm and carrying a hint of an uncontrollable panting. President Lin, Su Qingyan's voice was very soft, much lower than it usually was in meetings. Qingyan Technology's success today is thanks to you. Su Qingyan standing here is also because of you. Her fingers paused on Lin Fan's shoulders, slowly tightening. From today onwards, my life belongs to you. Qingyan Technology is also yours. From now on, no matter what you ask me to do, I will not refuse. As she uttered the last few words, her voice had become incredibly soft. This was not a workplace declaration. It was not a subordinate's flattery towards a boss. It was a woman personally handing over her most proud possession. Lin Fan raised his hand, gripping her wrist from behind. Su Qingyan's body stiffened. She did not pull her hand back. Lin Fan applied a bit of force. Lin Fan raised his hand, gripping her wrist from behind. Su Qingyan's body stiffened. She did not pull her hand back. Lin Fan Su Qingyan's cheeks flushed. Yet she did not struggle. She simply looked up at Lin Fan, her breath momentarily faltering. The usually calm and restrained Su Qingyan seemed to have shed all defenses in that moment. She slowly raised both hands, actively wrapping them around Lin Fan's neck. Their distance was suddenly reduced to the extreme. Su Qingyan's hair brushed against Lin Fan's jaw, bringing a slight tickle. Her waist was held by Lin Fan, and she sat on his lap, her body somewhat stiff, yet clearly reluctant to leave. President Lin, she softly called out. Her voice carried a trace of submission. Lin Fan looked down at her. Su Qingyan's gaze flickered for a moment before quickly meeting his. Just then there was a knock at the office door. Knock, knock, knock. Su Qingyan's body tensed. She instinctively wanted to stand up from Lin Fan's lap. But Lin Fan's hand was pressed against her waist and did not loosen. Su Qingyan's face grew even redder as she hurriedly lowered her voice. President Lin, there are people outside. A voice from outside came. It was Qin Zhou. Mr. Lin, the heads of several top investment banks have arrived downstairs. They want to visit you. Su Qingyan's breath tightened. She certainly understood what these top investment banks represented. Previously, Qingyan Technology would have to submit materials and schedule appointments in advance just to meet them. But now the Wei family had just announced bankruptcy, and these people had come voluntarily. They were not here to pay their respects. They were here to eagerly offer resources to the extraordinary group. The excitement in Su Qingyan's heart had not yet faded, and she was struck deeper by this statement from outside. However, she was currently sitting in Lin Fan's lap, her shirt collar slightly disheveled, and her skirt not quite in order. If someone were to see her, her cold and elegant image as the president of Qingyan Technology would likely shatter completely. President Lin, let me get up first. Her voice was tense, her hands pressed on Lin Fan's shoulders as she attempted to stand. But Lin Fan held her waist. Su Qingyan paused her movement, sitting back down. She looked up at Lin Fan, biting her lip. Lin Fan looked at Su Qingyan, whose cheeks were flushed and clothes slightly disheveled, and calmly spoke to the door outside. Afternoon. The site of the once core real estate project of the Wei Group has been rebranded with the insignia of the Extraordinary Group. Outside the massive enclosure, several brand new blue and white signs have been erected. Key development project of the Extraordinary Group. Qingyan Technology Industrial Park Supporting Project. Original Core Asset Restructuring Project of the Wei Group. The words on the signs reflect the remnants of the Wei family. This project was once the pride of the Wei family. It has a prime location, a large scale, and is surrounded by mature infrastructure with the potential to connect with the Wei family's industrial park, office buildings, and commercial streets. When Wei Changfeng used to bring people for inspections, all responsible personnel on site had to stand ready an hour in advance. Security would clear the way and executives would accompany him. The project manager would personally hand the safety helmet to Wei Changfeng. Back then the Wei family members stood here with their backs straighter than anyone else. But now everything has changed. On either side of the entrance, the former executives of the Wei Group stand in 2 rows, their heads bowed. Some wear suits with dust on their sleeves. Some have disheveled hair and grim faces. Several former executives responsible for the real estate sector, who were once flattered as General Wei, General Li, and General Zhou at banquets, now dare not even breathe loudly. They know very well. The Wei family is gone. Their presence here today is not due to their qualifications, but because the extraordinary group has yet to decide how to deal with them. A black Rolls-Royce slowly stopped at the project entrance. The car door opened. Qin Zhou stepped out first, raising his hand to block those who approached. Following him, Lin Fan exited the car. He was dressed simply today, a black shirt, dark trousers, and no unnecessary accessories on his wrists. Yet the moment he appeared, the previously murmuring crowd fell silent. All the Wei family executives bowed simultaneously. Director Lin. The voices were in unison. Lin Fan did not respond. He merely raised his eyes to survey the project before him. Several tower cranes stood deep in the construction site, and in the distance the main building was halfway constructed with steel bars, cement, and glass curtain walls piled together. This is not an ordinary construction site. It was once one of the Wei family's most valuable foundations. Now it belongs to him. The other car door opened. Su Qingyan stepped out of the car. She wore a light gray professional suit, her long hair styled up, and her makeup was clean and cool. She walked through the entrance of the construction site in high heels. The former members of the Wei family looked at her. When Xinyan Technology sought collaboration with the Wei family, these individuals often put on airs. When Su Qingyan personally negotiated projects, they either delayed or pushed the processes. Some even whispered behind her back that Xinyan Technology could not last long, and Su Qingyan would eventually have to bow down. But now Su Qingyan stood beside Lin Fan, becoming the individual responsible for receiving the core assets of the Wei family. Meanwhile, the once high-ranking executives of the Wei family could only bow their heads in greeting. A middle-aged man hurriedly approached. He was the former vice president of the Wei Group's real estate sector, named Zhou Dihai. He used to hold a significant position within the Wei family. At this moment, he bent down, holding project documents in both hands, forcing a smile on his face. Director Lin, President Su. All project documents have been organized, including land permits, construction progress contracts, supplier lists, and funding disbursement records. They are all here. Su Qingyan took the documents and casually flipped through a few pages. She closed the documents. The project payments have been delayed for 3 months. Zhou Dihai lowered his head. President Su, this. The Wei Group was under significant financial pressure before, so. Su Qingyan looked up at him. So you all withheld payments from the contractors? Zhou Dihai began to sweat. That was also the intention of General Wei. The moment he said it, he realized he had made a mistake. There is no longer a General Wei. Wei Changfeng is awaiting bankruptcy proceedings, and Wei Xiaojia cannot even enter the company gate. The owner here is Lin Fan. Zhou Dihai quickly bowed his head. It was my slip of the tongue. From now on, all project arrangements will be at the discretion of Director Lin and President Su. Several former Wei family members echoed nearby. Yes. We will fully cooperate. After the extraordinary group takes over, the project will surely be better than before. President Su is very capable. We all admire that. These words were spoken rapidly. Just a few days ago, they would never have spoken to Su Qingyan in such a tone. But now no one dared to put on airs. The Wei family collapsed too quickly, so fast that these individuals barely had time to react. Just yesterday, they believed the Wei family could hold on, and today they stood here awaiting the new boss inspection. One of the project's financial heads secretly glanced at Lin Fan. Just one glance, and he immediately lowered his head again. This is the man who brought down the Wei family in 3 days. No arguments. No struggles. No lengthy discussions. He directly used cash to break through the Wei family's debt supply chains and financial channels. Those who had been in the real estate circle for half their lives realized that business warfare could be so brutal. Su Qingyan closed the documents. Starting today, the project's finances will undergo a new audit. List out the overdue payments, and those that can be settled immediately must be cleared within 3 days. For the disputed contracts, the legal department will re-examine them. All suppliers will be re-evaluated. Who can continue and who must be replaced? I want the initial list by Zhou Dihai nodded. Understood. He couldn't help but look at Lin Fan. Director Lin, what do you think? Lin Fan said, do as she says. With just that one sentence, Zhou Dihai stopped speaking. He had initially thought that since Su Qingyan was young and the president of a technology company, she might not be familiar with real estate projects. Perhaps the former Wei family members could still retain some say. But Lin Fan's words made it clear to everyone Su Qingyan had the final say here. Whoever dares to disobey get lost. Zhou Dihai immediately turned and shouted to those behind him, did you all hear that? What President Su just said, arrange it immediately. Finance, legal, construction, all of you get moving. The former Wei family members nodded one by one. We heard. We will handle it right away. President Su, rest assured we will organize it right away. Su Qingyan stood at the project entrance watching the flurry of activity. Once she had been kept waiting outside the conference room by these people for 2 hours just to negotiate a project. That day she did not lose her temper, because she still needed resources. But now the tables have turned. They stood before her with their heads bowed, needing to check her expression before speaking. And all of this was given to her by Lin Fan. Su Qingyan turned to glance at Lin Fan, who however did not watch the performance of those executives. He simply walked into the construction site. Qin Zhou and several Blackwater security personnel followed behind. Zhou Dihai hurriedly led the way. Director Lin, this way please. Up ahead is the main building of the first phase, which is currently 70 complete. The east side was originally planned as the Wei Group's office headquarters. If it is changed to a supporting building for Qingyan Technology, the design plan will need to be redrawn. Su Qingyan spoke up. Have you contacted the Design Institute? Zhou Dihai replied, we have already made contact. They say that as long as the extraordinary group confirms a meeting can be held at any time, said Su Qingyan. Previously Qingyan Technology scheduled them for a month later. Zhou Dihai lowered his head, and a design manager nearby quickly explained, President Su, that was due to the incompetence of the previous staff. Now it's different. For the projects of the extraordinary group, we must prioritize them. Su Qingyan did not speak further. She did not need to hear such empty words. Such is reality. When you are weak, all processes can hinder you. When you are strong, all doors will open. A few people walked along the temporary passage. Many workers and project managers stood on both sides of the construction site. They had been informed in advance that the new boss was coming for an inspection. Initially, some people did not take it seriously as they had seen many bosses before. But when they saw the former executives of the Wei family bowing and scraping, they fell silent. Is that Lin Fan? I heard that the Wei family was ruined by him. 3 days, and the century-old Wei family collapsed just like that. Did you not see how President Zhou acted? Before he used to scold people on the construction site as if he were teaching a grandchild, but now he could not even stand up straight. Is that Su Qingyan? She's truly beautiful. Don't look around carelessly, she is now a key person in the extraordinary group. The whispers were low, but the emotions in the crowd could not be suppressed. The emotions in the crowd could not be suppressed. Wherever Lin Fan went, people instinctively stood up straight. There was no need for security to shout, nor for anyone to remind them. Those people naturally cleared the way. This young man could decide the livelihoods of hundreds of people on this project with a single word. Zhou Dihai walked alongside and introduced. Director Lin, President Su, this project covers over 800 acres. The first phase mainly consists of a commercial complex and office buildings. The second phase was originally planned for high-end residential properties and corporate headquarters. The third phase involves industrial support. The Wei family had invested many resources into this project. Now the main construction has progressed to a critical point. As long as the funding is in place, the progress can be accelerated quickly. Su Qingyan flipped through the materials. Why was it stalled before? Zhou Dihai wiped his sweat. The funding chain was tight, and the suppliers were unwilling to continue financing due to the drop in the Wei family's stock price. Now if the extraordinary group takes over, it shouldn't be a big problem. He glanced at Lin Fan as he said this. Funding issues. For others it was a huge problem. For Lin Fan, it was the least of his concerns. Lin Fan gazed ahead at the half-constructed building. How long until full-speed construction can resume? Zhou Dihai lifted his head. If the overdue payments are resolved and the suppliers are stabilized, it can be done in as little as a week. Su Qingyan said 3 days. Zhou Dihai stopped in his tracks. President Su, in 3 days. Su Qingyan looked at him. The funding from the extraordinary group will be secured. The supplier list will be re-evaluated today. Only those truly capable will remain. Those who want to take advantage, delay progress, or take kickbacks will all be replaced. Don't bring your Wei family's old practices to the extraordinary group. Zhou Dihai nodded. Yes. Several former Wei family executives lowered their heads. They had indeed been accustomed to those practices. Projects were layered with subcontracts. Suppliers received kickbacks. Benefits were secretly taken during the approval processes. The Wei family was large and prosperous, allowing many things to be overlooked. But Su Qingyan was here for auditing lists and reevaluations. This was to sever all their previous gray profit chains. Some people's faces turned ugly, but no one dared to oppose it, for Lin Fan was right beside them. He did not need to lose his temper. His mere presence was the greatest pressure. At that moment, in a corner of the crowd, a man covered in dust slowly raised his head. He wore a dirty work vest, his safety helmet askew, and the cuffs of his pants were covered in cement. His face was tanned, his stubble unkempt, and his eye sockets deep set. If it weren't for the familiarity of his face, no one would recognize him. Zhao Zihao, the former young master of the Zhao family, who once pranced around in front of Lin Fan feeling superior. Later the Zhao family went bankrupt. Zhao Zihao completely disappeared from the circle. No one called him young Master Zhao anymore, nor did anyone reserve private rooms for him, serve him drinks, or cheer for him. He relied on a few remnants of relationships to get a job at the Wei family construction site, muddling through as a small contractor. Although called a contractor, it was merely supervising a dozen workers doing odd jobs. Every day, he was covered in grime, monitoring progress, enduring scolding from above, and having to advance meal money for the workers. He used to look down on such people. Now he had become one. Zhao Zihao stood at the edge of the crowd, holding a roll of construction drawings. Upon hearing that the new boss had arrived, he merely followed out to stand in line. He did not expect that the new boss would be Lin Fan. Even more unexpected was that the person standing beside Lin Fan was Su Qingyan. In that moment, Zhao Zihao was frozen in place. He stared at Lin Fan. In his eyes, Lin Fan had once been just a suddenly emerged nouveau riche. Why should he steal the spotlight? Why should Su Qingyan see him in a different light? Why, when the Zhao family fell, was Lin Fan climbing higher and higher? But now all the answers were laid out before him. The executives of the Wei family stood with their heads bowed on either side. Zhou Dihai, whom Zhao Zihao once had to wait in line to curry favor with, was now bowing and smiling in front of Lin Fan. Su Qingyan stood beside Lin Fan, cold and powerful. She looked at Lin Fan and Zhao Zihao, covered in dust with his clothes muddy. Standing in the corner of the crowd, this disparity was more painful than being slapped in the face. Zhao Zihao clenched the construction drawings. He tightened his grip on the drawings. His eyes turned red. Why? His voice was so low it was almost inaudible. A worker beside him, Zhao, what did you say? Zhao Zihao immediately fell silent. He wanted to curse loudly, to rush out and question Lin Fan, to say what makes you so great, to say that Su Qingyan should be seeing him instead. But these thoughts only swirled in his mind before being crushed by reality. He did not dare. The current Lin Fan was no longer someone he could approach. He didn't even have the courage to raise. As long as he dared to cause a scene, not to mention Lin Fan, even a random project manager beside him could get him fired today. He had worked hard to find this job. Though it was dirty, tiring, and though he was scolded every day, at least he could make a living. After the Zhao family fell, he truly understood how hard life was without money. He used to spend tens of thousands on a meal without blinking. Now he hesitated even when asked to add an extra chicken leg to a construction site lunchbox. Once surrounded by brothers and friends, now in his phone's contact list, 9 out of 10 would not answer his calls. The one who did would just tell him not to contact them anymore. Zhao Zihao gritted his teeth. He looked at Su Qingyan, a woman who once wouldn't even spare him a glance, now standing beside Lin Fan. Her high heels stepped over the temporary steel plates laid on the construction site, her shoes clean, her skirt neat. Meanwhile, Zhao Zihao's shoes were muddy and his pants were speckled with cement. He felt like a rat that had crawled out of a ditch. Seeing the moon in the sky, he couldn't even bear to lift his head. Zhou Dihai was still introducing the project. Director Lin, this area ahead is the workers' living quarters. The temporary structures are somewhat old. The Wei Group has not approved the renovation funds before. Have safety hazards been checked? Yes, we have checked, Zhou Dihai said. However, it does need, then rectify it. Su Qingyan flipped a page of the materials. The area, the canteen, fire safety, and temporary electricity, check them all again today. After the extraordinary group takes over, there must be no safety accidents. Lin Fan nodded. Do not save money. As soon as these 4 words were uttered, many workers around were taken aback. Rectification of the workers' living quarters. Checking the canteen, fire safety, and electricity. Previously, the Wei family personnel only inspected the progress, scolded the efficiency, and no one truly cared about how they lived or how they ate. But Lin Fan's statement of do not save money made many people lift their heads. An older worker couldn't help but mutter, this new boss is different. Someone next to him quickly pulled him back. Don't talk recklessly. But he couldn't help but smile. The old members of the Wei family were also listening. No saving money. This statement sounded grand, but in their ears it meant something else. In the future, using cost saving as an excuse to muddle through would no longer work. The extraordinary group is not short on money. Then it can only be about capability and results. No excuses. Zhao Zihao listened to these words. Lin Fan was increasingly resembling a true big shot. Just a casual remark could make the construction site move. Yet Zhao Zihao could only stand in the crowd and listen. Suddenly, as Zhou Dihai led the way, he took half a step aside. Lin Fan and his group just happened to pass through the area where Zhao Zihao was. Zhao Zihao's body tensed. He instinctively pushed his safety helmet down a bit, but couldn't help but look up. He wanted Lin Fan to see him, but he was also afraid that Lin Fan would see him. He lowered his head. Lin Fan's footsteps were getting closer. Su Qingyan followed closely behind. Zhao Zihao clearly saw her face. She was more beautiful than before, and colder. That kind of coldness was not a hard rejection, but rather a natural distance that arose from standing at a higher level. She did not notice Zhao Zihao at all. Her attention was fully on the project materials and Lin Fan. Zhou Dihai walked while carefully speaking. But the next second Lin Fan's gaze swept through the crowd. He scanned the workers. He scanned the project managers. He also scanned Zhao Zihao. Qin Zhou glanced at the crowd. Zhao Zihao lowered his head. He thought he was about to be recognized. He had even thought about how to lower his head if Lin Fan publicly humiliated him. But the next second Lin Fan's gaze swept through the crowd. He scanned the workers. He scanned the project managers. He also scanned Zhao Zihao. But he did not stop. Not even for a second. Lin Fan continued to walk forward. Zhao Zihao froze in place. He would have preferred Lin Fan to stop. He would have preferred Lin Fan to sneer. He would have preferred Lin Fan to say, "Isn't this Zhao Xiao?" Even if it meant publicly humiliating him, even if it meant letting everyone know that Zhao Zihao had now become a small construction contractor, he could bear it. But Lin Fan did not. Not at all. That kind of disregard was harsher than humiliation. Because in Lin Fan's eyes he was no longer worthy of being considered an enemy. He wasn't even worthy of being someone to look at twice. Zhao Zihao clenched his hands. The construction drawings were crumpled in his grip. The worker beside him frowned. "Zhao Gong, are you alright?" Zhao Zihao's lips turned pale. "I'm fine." His voice was hoarse. Lin Fan and his group continued to move forward. Zhou Dihai was still reporting in a low voice. Su Qingyan occasionally raised a few questions. Qin Zhou noted down the key points. Everyone was revolving around Lin Fan. Each project manager wanted Lin Fan to look at themselves one more time. Every old member of the Wei family feared being held accountable. Every worker was guessing whether the construction site would improve after the new boss arrived. Only Zhao Zihao stood in place. He watched Lin Fan's back. He watched Su Qingyan standing beside Lin Fan. He watched those senior executives of the Wei family bowing to follow. His eyes were getting redder. He was panting heavily. He used to always think that as long as there was an opportunity he could turn things around. The bankruptcy of the Zhao family was only temporary. He believed that one day he could regain the lost face. But just now Lin Fan's glance shattered all his fantasies. It was not suppression. It was not mockery. It was complete oblivion. Zhao Zihao realized. In this lifetime, he might never catch up to Lin Fan. No, it was not about catching up. It was that he no longer had the qualification to stand in front of Lin Fan. The inspection lasted nearly 2 hours. Lin Fan did not say much. Most of the time, it was Su Qingyan asking and the project managers answering. But whenever it came to key issues, as long as Lin Fan asked one question, all plans were immediately finalized. Outstanding project payments settle. Rectification of the living quarters carry out. Reevaluation of suppliers change. Design plans redo. Project funds directly allocated by the extraordinary group. The efficiency was extremely fast. Previously, meetings within the Wei group could take half a month just for one approval. Now Lin Fan sat in the temporary meeting room, listened to the report, and only asked for results. How much? How long? Who was responsible? After asking these 3 questions, the matter was decided. Zhou Dihai and several project managers stood by the meeting table sweating profusely. Su Qingyan closed the last document. Send the rectification plan to my email by 8 p.m. tonight. At 9 a.m. tomorrow, the project will officially enter the handover process of the extraordinary group. Whoever delays the progress, whoever leaves. Zhou Dihai immediately nodded. Yes, General Su. Several project managers quickly expressed their stance. We guarantee completion. We will work overtime tonight. We will not delay the project handover. Lin Fan stood up. Everyone immediately followed suit. Director Lin, take care. General Su, take care. General Qin, take care. From the temporary meeting room to the project entrance, both sides were filled with people. No one dared to move. No one dared to utter a single unnecessary word. A Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance. Before Su Qingyan got into the car, she looked back at this construction site. This was once the Wei family's territory. From today on, it belonged to the extraordinary group. As long as this project is fully digested, Qingyan Technology's future industrial layout will directly step up a level. And all of this was because of Lin Fan. The car door closed. The Rolls-Royce slowly drove away from the construction site. The crowd stood in place until the convoy was far away. Only then did someone dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Zhou Dihai wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately turned around to shout angrily. What are you all dawdling for? Did you not hear what General Su said? The plan by 8 p.m. Whoever fails to submit, get lost. The construction site began to bustle. Zhao Zihao, however, still stood in the corner. He watched the direction the convoy left, leaning against the wall. Someone nearby called him. Zhao Gong, let's go. General Zhou wants us to sort out the subcontracting list. Zhao Gong. Zhao Zihao didn't respond. The person pushed him. Zhao Gong. Zhao Zihao came to his senses. Oh, okay. He lowered his head, holding the construction drawings and moving forward. But after taking a few steps, his legs gave way and he almost fell. He quickly supported himself with the nearby steel pipe. No one noticed him. No one cared about him. Because in this project he was merely a minor subcontractor. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was already someone who could determine the fate of the entire real estate project. Inside the car, Su Qingyan sat beside Lin Fan, flipping through the key points she had just organized. She handled her work swiftly as always. The issues left by the Wei family are numerous, but the core assets are indeed valuable. As long as we remove those who take kickbacks and delay the progress, this project can be revitalized quickly. You handle it, Lin Fan said, looking out the window. Su Qingyan nodded. They'll keep a close eye on it. She paused. Mr. Lin, the attitude of those from the Wei family towards you today is completely different from before. Lin Fan replied, with the Wei family gone, they will naturally change. Su Qingyan looked at him. They are not afraid of Fifan Group. They are afraid of you. Lin Fan did not respond. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a large-scale legal asset acquisition. Acquisition targets core real estate projects of Wei Group supply chain resources, debt assets, and related industrial rights. The consumption scale has reached the special reward trigger standard. Special reward mechanism activated. Lin Fan looked ahead. The system panel appeared before him. Host Lin Fan current account balance continuously increasing. This legal consumption has been confirmed. The large-scale asset acquisition has been recorded. Commercial influence assessment top tier in Modu asset integration completion, improving special rewards are being distributed. Su Qingyan was still looking at the materials beside him. The text on the system panel continued to refresh. Reward 1, unlock new feature, global asset. Feature description: the host can scan, filter, assess, and receive risk alerts for quality assets worldwide. Scannable types: energy, real estate, technology, finance, minerals, shipping, manufacturing, etc. Reward 2, 1 exemption card for overseas oil field acquisition. Card value 5 billion. Usage scope: specified overseas oil field asset acquisition. Effect description: after use it can exempt the corresponding acquisition funding expenditure, completing a legal funding closed loop through the system. Rewards have been distributed. A new icon lit up on the right side of the system panel. The icon was a blue globe with golden dots floating around its outer ring. Lin Fan looked at the new icon on the system panel. Fifan Entertainment General Manager's Office. A stack of cancellation letters was placed on the table, thick and piled high. Cancellation letters from variety platforms, notices for canceled film screenings, termination letters for media cooperation, and temporary withdrawal documents for business announcements, all stamped with seals. Wang Lei stood by the table, sweat covering his forehead. He had been answering calls since the morning, and his throat was almost hoarse. Mr. Lin, Xinhua Media is serious this time. They have activated all available channels. Several variety shows are adjusting their schedules, and the previously agreed flying guests have all withdrawn. The film side also said the screening schedules are tight, and several promotional windows given to us have been directly canceled. As for the media accounts, the promotional resources from short video platforms that were promised yesterday have all changed their tune today. This is not an ordinary blockade. This is an attempt to completely choke off Fifan Entertainment's artists and projects. Lin Fan sat behind the desk looking at the cancellation letters in front of him. He picked one up and glanced at it. The wording on the cancellation letter was very polished. Terms like comprehensive assessment and schedule conflict. Phrases like cooperation conditions are not yet mature. The lines seemed polite, but behind them was the hand of Xinhua Media. Su Qingyan stood beside him. She held several channel analyses in her hands. Xinhua has deep roots in the entertainment industry. They are not just an artist agency. They have collaborations and holdings in variety platforms, film distribution, media networks, and advertising agencies. Many companies have considered going against Xinhua in the past, but they all ended up being blocked. Wang Lei nodded. Right? What Su said is not wrong. This is the most frustrating part. No matter how popular the artists are, if they can't get on shows, can't receive notices, and their works can't enter theaters, no matter how good the brand is, it can't be marketed. He continued, Mr. Lin, everyone in the company is panicking right now. The few artists who just signed are already asking about the follow-up arrangements. Xinhua has also threatened that anyone who dares to take on Fifan Entertainment's projects will be at odds with them. Outside the office, several executives of Fifan Entertainment also kept their heads down. No one dared to speak. They had all been in the entertainment industry and understood how severe a channel blockade could be. It's not something money can solve immediately. Programs need platforms to broadcast. Films need screening schedules. Artists need exposure. Once all doors close simultaneously, even if the company has money in its account, it can suffocate to death. Wang Lei spoke up. Mr. Lin, should we discuss with a few platforms first? We can increase our offers. As long as we can secure a few key resources, let the artists be exposed normally. Lin Fan did not respond. He pulled out the topmost cancellation letter from the variety platform. This document was the thickest. The platform name, project name, breach of contract terms, and termination reasons were all clearly written. Lin Fan tapped the cover of the document with his fingertips. What is the market value of this platform? Wang Lei looked at him. Su Qingyan glanced at the document. She reported the number. Although this platform is not a top-tier video platform, it is very strong in the vertical field of variety shows. The latest valuation is around 3.6 billion. There are several investment institutions behind it, and Xinhua Media's stake is not large, but its influence is significant. Wang Lei stood by. Lin Fan picked up his phone and dialed Qin Zhou's number. The call was quickly connected. Mr. Lin. Lin Fan threw the cancellation letter on the table. Look into this variety platform. Full acquisition. The office fell silent. Wang Lei looked at Lin Fan. The nearby executives lifted their heads. Su Qingyan looked at Lin Fan. On the other end of the line, Qin Zhou said understood. The market value is around 3.6 billion. If the shareholders are dispersed, a strong acquisition will require a premium. Lin Fan said offer them an irresistible price. I want to see results today. Qin Zhou replied yes. The call ended. Wang Lei stood still. What he had just thought was to raise the offer for notices. At most he would add some promotional budget. As a result, Lin Fan directly wanted to buy the entire platform. This was not about negotiating cooperation. This was about moving the table back to his own home. Mr. Lin. Wang Lei said, are you saying to directly buy this variety platform? Lin Fan looked at him. Otherwise what? They want to allow our artists to appear on the show. Then let's become the masters of our own program. With these words, Wang Lei was left stunned. A few executives outside the office exchanged glances. Becoming the masters of the program. This phrase sounded simple, but to achieve it, substantial investments were required. A platform valued at 3.6 billion, just buy it without hesitation. Now that is true audacity. Su Qingyan looked at Lin Fan, pursing her lips. She had seen Lin Fan topple the Wei family. She had also witnessed him bring 3 banks to their knees. Yet every time Lin Fan took action, it made people realize one thing anew. He was not just dealing with trouble. He was redefining the rules. Wang Lei picked up the rejection letter, his hand slightly trembling. Director Lin Xinhua definitely didn't see this coming. They think that cutting off a show is like choking us by the neck. They absolutely didn't expect you to buy the entire Lin Fan leaned back in his chair. So they have a narrow perspective. Half an hour later, Wang Lei's phone. He glanced at the caller ID, pausing his movements. Director Lin, it's the owner of that variety platform from earlier. Lin Fan didn't even look up. Answer it. Wang Lei pressed the answer button and switched to speakerphone. In the next moment, a voice came from the other end. President Wang. It's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. The rejection letter from earlier was sent out without proper understanding by my subordinates. I have already suspended the person in charge. Please don't take it to heart. Wang Lei opened his mouth. Just now the project manager of this platform was still on the phone, sounding bureaucratic. Talking about changes in cooperation terms. Talking about how Xinhua had a long-term agreement. Now the owner personally called, speaking in a humble tone. Wang Lei glanced at Lin Fan. Lin Fan remained silent. Only then did Wang Lei clear his throat. Manager Lu, this change is a bit sudden, isn't it? The voice of Manager Lu came from the other end. President Wang, I didn't know before that Extraordinary Entertainment was personally managed by Mr. Lin. I never expected Mr. Lin would be willing to acquire our platform. I have already signed the agreement. It's a full transfer. Shares, management rights, program copyrights, platform resources, all transferred to Extraordinary Group. From now on, any artist from Extraordinary Entertainment can choose whichever program they want to appear on. If they want a primetime slot, they can pick any primetime slot. All resources of our platform will be prioritized for Extraordinary Entertainment. Wang Lei gripped his phone tightly, his fingers trembling. The executives in the office widened their eyes. Choose any primetime slot at will. Priority for all program resources. What kind of treatment is this? Previously, they had to beg to appear on shows, always needing to appease the platform. Now the program platform had directly become their own asset. Wang Lei couldn't help but ask. Manager Lu, didn't you just say that the time slots were not suitable? There was a half-second silence on the other end with an even lower voice. President Wang, please don't embarrass me. Xinhua indeed applied pressure. But the pressure they gave pales in comparison to the price Mr. Lin offered. Besides, now the platform belongs to Mr. Lin. What is Xinhua even worth? As soon as these words were uttered, someone in the office couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wang Lei also almost lost his composure. The predicament from earlier was resolved with a single phone call from Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised his hand. Wang Lei immediately understood, saying into the phone, Manager Lu, please contact Manager Qin for the follow-up handover. Understood, understood. President Wang, don't worry, I'll cooperate fully on my end. The call ended. Wang Lei held his phone, not putting it down for a long time. Director Lin, you really bought it. Half an hour. Just half an hour. Su Qingyan also turned to Qin Zhou's efficiency is getting faster. Lin Fan had a neutral expression. With money in place, efficiency naturally follows. Is this the efficiency of the wealthy? When an ordinary company negotiates a program collaboration, it can take a month of back and forth. Lin Fan purchased the entire platform in half an hour. Xinhua Media is blocking program resources. Sorry, the platform belongs to me now. Wang Lei said. Pleasant. So pleasant. But Lin Fan didn't stop. He continued to look through the rejection letters on the desk. 1, 2, 3. Cinema chains canceled screenings. Media outlets withdrew articles. Short video platforms took down promotional positions. Business announcements breached contracts. Lin Fan picked out several documents and pushed them to the center of the table. These cinema chains, these media, and these promotional channels. He picked up his phone and dialed Chinzhou again. Keep pouring money in. Acquisition in full for anything we can buy. For things we can't acquire outright, take controlling stakes. For those we can't control, buy out annual resources. Xinghui enjoys blocking channels, right? Then let's buy the channels outright. Wang Lei stood up straight. Director Lin, adding these up isn't a small amount. A few cinema chains, a media matrix plus promotional channels, it could cost over 100 billion. Lin Fan, is over 100 billion a lot? Wang Lei immediately fell silent. My apologies. His perspective was too limited. On the other end of the line, Chinzhou's tone remained steady. Mr. Lin, if we forcefully buy out all the key channels, the prices will be driven up. Some shareholders might take the opportunity to ask for outrageous prices. Lin Fan replied, if 3 times isn't enough, then 5 times. If 5 times isn't enough, then 10 times. I want after today not a single road left in Xinghui's hands that can block extraordinary entertainment. Chinzhou said understood. I'll arrange the funds and negotiation team immediately. Lin Fan added, don't. If they won't sell, then by their backers. If the shareholders won't sell, then by their creditors. If the creditors aren't enough, then by their advertising clients. In short, retrieve the channels. Chinzhou replied yes. The call ended. The office fell silent. Several executives looked at each other. They had never fought such a wealthy battle. Previously, in the entertainment industry, everyone relied on connections, relationships, and resource exchanges. Xinghui, as a veteran media company, was best at using channels to pressure others. But Lin Fan didn't play along with their game at all. You block programs. I'll buy the platform. You block cinema chains. I'll buy the cinema chains. You block media. I'll buy the media. You use channels as knives. I'll buy the knives along with the knife racks. Wang Lei took a couple of steps in the office, then quickly stopped. Director Lin, as long as we secure these channels, Xinghui will be finished. Their strongest point is resource blocking. Now they can't hold us back, and instead they'll be the ones choked by it. Su Qingyan nodded as well. The core of the entertainment industry is still exposure and distribution. Xinghui can pressure others because they have the channels. Once these channels fall under the control of extraordinary entertainment, the resources for Xinghui's artists will run into trouble. She glanced at the rejection letters on the table. What they sent wasn't a rejection letter. It's an asset acquisition list. Wang Lei was stunned upon hearing this. Right. These rejection letters were originally Xinghui's blacklist. Now that they were in Lin Fan's hands, they had all turned into acquisition lists. Whoever dares to withdraw will be waiting to be bought. 10 minutes later, the first message from Chinzhou arrived. The first theater shareholder has accepted the premium acquisition plan, and Fifan Group has obtained controlling interest. Wang Lei clenched his fist. It worked. 5 minutes later, the second message came. 3 media matrix operation companies agreed to the annual resource buyout. All entertainment pages are prioritized to Fifan Entertainment. Someone in the office slammed the table. Nice. The third message quickly popped up. The short video promotion channels have completed the package, signing. All promotional positions originally planned by Xinghui Media have been vacated. Wang Lei's eyes turned red. Xinghui is going to bleed out now. They paid to seal us off. And now their promotional positions have been vacated. The fourth message arrived. The second theater has entered the equity transfer process, and the other party demands a 5-fold premium. Lin Fan glanced at it. Here. Chinzhou quickly replied. Transaction completed. The executives of Fifan Entertainment stood up one by one, some with flushed faces. Someone was staring at the news on the big screen. Just a moment ago, they thought the company would be sealed off by Xinghui. Yet in less than an hour, the situation had completely turned around. Not just turned around. It was Lin Fan who pulled out the channels that Xinghui relied on for survival one by one and plugged them into Fifan Entertainment. Wang Lei looked at Lin Fan, his voice choked. Director Lin, I never even dared to dream of doing this before. This isn't just breaking the deadlock. This is overturning the entire entertainment industry. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, picking up his phone. The blue system panel appeared before his eyes. Detected that the host has made an exceptionally large legal business expenditure. Expense type platform acquisition theater, holding media resource buyout promotion channel integration. Expense amount is being confirmed. Cashback trigger successful. Cashback amount has been credited. The digits after the account balance began to jump. A string of numbers refreshed rapidly. The funds just spent were quickly returned by the system. More acquisition news continued to flow back to the office. One message, another, and yet another. The office erupted in cheers. Lin Fan's account soared under the system's cashback, with funds being spent more and more. Xinghui Media Headquarters conference room. Zhou Jinhai held a glass of red wine, leaning back in the main seat. On either side of the conference table sat several senior executives of Xinhua Media. Some were responsible for artist management, some for business, some for promotion, and there were also people from the theater cooperation department. On the projection screen, a table was clearly displayed. FIFA Entertainment progress blocked, variety platform disconnected. Mainstream media withdrawn. Theater scheduling compressed. Brand business dissuaded. Short video promotional positions cancelled. Each row was marked with a Zhou Jinhai looked at the table. Do you see this? He shook the glass of red wine. Wang Lei thought that relying on Lin Fan would allow him to walk sideways in the entertainment industry. He is too naive. The vice president sitting on his left immediately laughed. President Zhou, we were ruthless enough this time. FIFA Entertainment just signed a few artists, and before they could lay out resources, we've completely blocked them off. Those artists must be panicking by now. Another executive chimed in. This morning I received news that several brand parties have already withdrawn their cooperation intentions. Those who were originally ready to endorse FIFA Entertainment's artists have also paused. They are afraid of offending us at Xinhua. He brought the wine glass to his lips, slowly taking a sip. They should be afraid. The entertainment industry has never been a place where money can buy everything. Money can buy artists, it can buy trending topics, it can buy projects. But channels cannot be built in a day or two. He said this, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Variety platforms, media matrices, theaters, advertisers, brand parties. These relationships have been built by Xinhua over the years. Does Lin Fan, a nouveau riche who suddenly appeared, really think he can break through with money? A low laugh echoed in the conference room. Several executives exchanged glances. They had already received the news from FIFA Entertainment this morning. Wang Lei made over a dozen phone calls in a row, looking for platforms, looking for media, looking for theaters, looking for business channels. But no one dared to answer. Even if someone answered, it was merely a polite brush-off. The reason was simple. Xinhua Media had issued a warning. Anyone who dares to take on FIFA Entertainment's projects is going against Xinhua. In the entertainment industry, Xinhua Media is not the richest company. But in terms of connections, channels, artist resources, and the investment relationships behind it, few companies dare to confront them head-on. FIFA Entertainment just emerged and wants to grab the cake. Zhou Jinhai certainly wanted to suppress it. He wanted everyone to see clearly that the entertainment industry is not a place where Lin Fan can spend money freely. President Zhou, what if Wang Lei really can't hold on and comes to seek peace? The head of the management department asked. Zhou Jinhai smiled. Seek peace. He put down his wine glass, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Then let him come on his knees. All the artists recently signed under FIFA Entertainment will be transferred to Xinhua at a low price. Their projects, promotion, copyrights, and business resources must also be handed over. And that Lin Fan. Zhou Jinhai paused when he mentioned this name. Does he like to throw money around? They'll let him understand that money is not omnipotent in the entertainment industry. What he did with Weiss family is useless against Xinhua. A chorus of agreement arose in the conference room. President Zhou is right. Lin Fan has hit a brick wall this time. FIFA Entertainment cannot hold on. Wang Lei won't last more than 3 days for sure. Zhou Jinhai listened to these words. 3 days. He even felt it wouldn't take 3 days. FIFA Entertainment had just started to gain momentum, the artists had not yet truly monetized, and the projects had not been rolled out. Cutting off channels at this time is the most deadly. Without exposure, the artists will panic. Without resources, the agents will become chaotic. Brand parties will see the wind and retreat immediately. Once the internal chaos begins, Wang Lei can only bow his head. As for Lin Fan, what does it matter if he has money? Without ready-made exposure channels, no amount of money can merely burn on the balance sheet. Zhou Jinhai lifted his glass and gently tapped the table. Just wait. Before tonight, Wang Lei's call should come to me. By then, I'll let him understand that the doors of Xinhua are not something everyone is qualified to enter. As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps were heard outside the conference room. Bang! The door was slammed open from the outside. The publicity director rushed in. His tie was askew and his forehead was covered in sweat. Everyone in the conference room turned to look. Zhou Jinhai glanced at the door. What are you panicking about? What happened? The publicity director opened his mouth and after a long pause managed to squeeze out a sentence. President Zhou. It's bad. Zhou Jinhai stood up. Speak clearly. The publicity director leaned on the conference table, gasping for... The conference room fell silent as some people were stunned. The PR director swallowed hard. Which 3, eh? The 3 major entertainment platforms in the Magic City. Within 2 hours, all have changed ownership. The executives who had just been laughing froze in their seats. The head of the brokerage department stood up. What did you say? All have changed ownership. Who took over? The PR director's lips trembled. Extraordinary investment. All are extraordinary investment. They acquired the controlling stake through a premium buyout. Xingyao Variety was fully acquired. The shareholders of Jiguang Show originally refused to sell, but extraordinary investment directly bought the debts of their backers. Yun Production initially wanted to delay, but Extraordinary Investment outright bought the annual budget of their largest advertising client. Several executives exchanged glances. The three entertainment platforms were all core channels used by Xinhui to block Extraordinary Entertainment. Just this morning they had affirmed over the phone that they would not provide resources to Extraordinary Entertainment. How long had it been? The platform had changed owners. It was now Extraordinary Investment. This meant that from now on those program resources, primetime slots, guest positions, and platform promotional spots all fell into Lin Fan's hands. Zhou Jinhai lifted his glass of red wine. Just entertainment platforms. The PR director shook his head. Not just that. There are media outlets as well. Zhou Jinhai lifted his glass of red wine. Just entertainment platforms. The PR director shook his head. Not just that. There are media outlets as well. The remaining two signed exclusive resource buyout agreements for the year. They just notified us that the entertainment sections and interview slots originally planned by Xinhui Media have all been suspended. In the future, the entertainment sector will prioritize cooperation with Extraordinary Entertainment. The conference room was thrown into chaos. This is impossible. How could the media back down? We've been working with them for so many years. Have they gone mad? Annual resource buyout. How much would that cost? How did they manage it in just 2 hours? One by one, the executives could no longer sit still. Some immediately took out their phones to make calls. Some opened their computers to check the shareholding changes. Others were rapidly scrolling on their screens. Soon those looking at the screens were all stunned. It was real. The announcements regarding shareholding changes had been posted one after another. Internal notices from several platforms had also been leaked. Extraordinary Investment. A capital platform under the Extraordinary Group. They entered the market with a premium. 3 times. 5 times. Even 10 times. They didn't give anyone time to hesitate. Sell and take the money and leave. If not, they would crush from the backers' creditors and advertising clients. In just 2 hours, the promotional channels Xinhui Media had built over 10 years were largely smashed through by Lin Fan's money. Zhou Zhenhai's hand holding the wine glass trembled slightly. The wine in the glass sloshed, splattering onto the back of his hand. He did not wipe it away. He stared at the PR director. Say it again. The PR director steadied himself against the table. Zhou, the 3 largest entertainment platforms in the Magic City 5 mainstream media, all have changed ownership. The acquirers are all Extraordinary Investment. Lin Fan directly smashed through our blockade with money. Crash. The wine glass in Zhou Zhenhai's hand fell to the ground. Glass shards scattered everywhere and red wine spilled all over the floor. The executives in the conference room all closed their mouths. Zhou Zhenhai stood up and grabbed the PR director by the collar. Bullshit. 2 hours. He could buy 3 entertainment platforms and 5 mainstream media in 2 hours. Do you think I haven't dealt with capital before? Such an acquisition process without due diligence, without negotiation, without a board vote, how could it be so fast? The PR director was nearly gasping for air, but dared not struggle. Zhou, it's true. They are not negotiating normally. They open with sky-high prices. Xingyao Variety is valued at over 3 billion and Extraordinary Investment offered double the price. The shareholders of Jiguang Show were unwilling to sell, so they turned around and bought the debts of the other side. Yun Production originally wanted to delay, but Extraordinary Investment bought out the annual budget of their largest advertising client, and the board signed on the spot. The same goes for the 5 media outlets. They originally did not want to offend Xinhui, but the price offered by Extraordinary Investment was enough for their profits over the next 3 years. Who can withstand that? The PR director's voice trembled. Zhou Lin Fan is not following the rules of the entertainment industry this time. He doesn't seek favors, doesn't negotiate relationships, doesn't wait for scheduling. He just uses money to smash. Whoever blocks him, he buys them out. If he can't buy the company, hell, by the shareholders. If the shareholders won't sell, hell, by the creditors. If the debts aren't enough, hell, by the advertising clients. Every route we sealed off for Extraordinary Entertainment has now been bought back by him. Zhou Jinhai tightened his grip. The PR director was nearly gasping for air. No one dared to advise in the conference room. Everyone watched this approach. They weren't unfamiliar with wealthy individuals. The entertainment industry lacked capital the least, but they had never seen a method like Lin Fan's. Xinhui sealed the channels. Lin Fan bought the channels. Xinhui pressured the platforms. Lin Fan bought the platforms. Xinhui forced the media to retract articles. Lin Fan bought the media. This wasn't just breaking the deadlock. It was uprooting the entire table. Zhou Zhenhai's breathing grew heavier. What about the brands? He released the PR director and asked through gritted teeth. Did we not make the brands rethink? Are those brands still there? The brands have also fallen. What do you mean by fallen? Those brands that were originally pressured by us to remove Extraordinary Entertainment's artists. The PR director's voice lowered. Now they have all changed their tune. They not only resumed cooperation with Extraordinary Entertainment, but also issued a notice saying they would reassess the risk of collaborating with artists under Xinhua Media. 7 of those brands have already suspended business activities with Xinhua artists. 2 first-tier brands just notified the brokerage department to cancel the endorsement renewal for the next quarter. The conference room erupted into chaos again. The head of the brokerage department was dumbfounded. Cancel the renewal? Whose? The PR director glanced at him. Lin Yaoi's skincare endorsement. Shun Xiang's sports brand. Several fast-moving consumer collaborations with second-tier artists. The head of the brokerage department slumped back into his chair. These endorsements were the core business of Xinhua's artists. Once the brands were withdrawn, the losses were not just financial. There was also status. In the entertainment industry, a brand's attitude is a barometer. Once the brands begin to cut ties with Xinhua, the outside world would soon believe that Xinhua was in trouble. The PR director continued, the brands are very straightforward. Now Extraordinary Entertainment has control over the variety show's media and promotional channels. Their new product launches, celebrity materials, trending marketing, and program placements all have to go through these. If we continue to side with Xinhua and get caught up in Extraordinary Entertainment's promotional strategies, the losses will be even greater for them. So the publicity director, dared not respond. A vice president said, Joe, the brand side only cares about profit. Before they were afraid of offending us because we could provide resources and also cut them off. But now that the resources have been taken by Extraordinary Entertainment, they will surely turn to Lin Fan. They are not the type to value loyalty. They only recognize who can give them exposure. Zhou Zhenhai turned and glared at him. The vice president immediately lowered his head, afraid to speak further. But everyone understood the reality. This was not incorrect. Brand collaborations in the entertainment industry have always been pragmatic. Whoever controls the promotion controls the traffic, and whoever controls the traffic holds the power. Xinhua could make the brand side renegotiate before because they held the platform and media. Now that Lin Fan has acquired these resources, Xinhua's threats have become a joke. Some brands even have to go out of their way to curry favor with Extraordinary Entertainment. Zhou Zhenhai's chest heaved. He glanced down at the shattered wine glass on the floor. The theater chain. He gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words. I accept that the variety shows and media have been smashed by him. I also accept that the brand side is fickle. But the theater chain is not so easily bought. The movie schedule is the final bottom line. As long as we maintain the theater chain, Xinhua's film projects will not die. Extraordinary Entertainment still needs to seek our approval to enter the film market. As he spoke, he directly picked up his phone. Everyone in the conference room looked at him. Zhou Zhenhai dialed a number. This number belonged to a private contact of an old theater chain mogul in Modu. They had cooperated for many years. Several films by Xinhua Media had secured golden schedules through this theater chain. The phone rang a few times before connecting. Zhou Zhenhai softened his tone. Director Chen, it's me. You must have seen the news outside today. Extraordinary is recklessly throwing money around, and the entertainment industry cannot operate like this. You must stabilize things on your side of the theater chain. The film Xinhua is set to release next month must not be adjusted. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Then a voice came through. Zhou, I'm sorry. The schedule has already been adjusted. Zhou Zhenhai was stunned. What did you say? All of Xinhua's film projects next month have temporarily canceled their scheduling plans. Whether they will be restored later depends on market evaluation. Zhou Zhenhai's veins bulged on the back of his hand. Director Chen, what do you mean? After so many years of cooperation, you just tell me it's canceled? Don't you know how much box office revenue and promotional synergy Xinhua brings to your theater chain every year? The voice on the other end was calm. Zhou, cooperation is cooperation. But the situation has changed. You chose the wrong person to offend, and it had to be Lin Fan. Zhou Zhenhai gritted his teeth. What benefits did Lin Fan give you? Benefits? Director Chen chuckled. The price he offered is something we simply cannot refuse. Extraordinary Group has directly purchased part of our golden scheduling rights for the next 3 years. They also injected exorbitant funds into several regional theater chains. What do you think I should choose? Zhou Zhenhai's face darkened. You were also bought by him. Not bought, Director Chen corrected. It's a partnership. And I can tell you one more thing. Extraordinary Group has invested $10 billion to establish a new theater chain. They are not just buying scheduling rights. They want to build their own cinemas, handle distribution, and control the terminals themselves. Everyone in the conference room heard this. $10 billion. A new theater chain. People exchanged glances. The head of the theater cooperation department stood up. Zhou Zhenhai held the phone, his fingers stiff. Director Chen, don't forget that Xinhua still has big productions in hand. Does your theater chain not want box office revenue? Director Chen continued. Zhou, don't overestimate your importance. In the past, the scheduling of Xinhua's films was because you had artists, promotions, and channels. Now your promotions are being choked by Extraordinary Entertainment. The brand side has flipped, the media is silent, and the platform is uncooperative. What do you have to sell your films? Are you relying on your face, Zhou Zhenhai? Zhou Zhenhai's face twitched. Director Chen did not give him any face. I've made myself clear enough. From today on there will be zero scheduling for Xinhua Media's films in our theaters. I estimate the other theater chains will be similar. Don't blame me for being pragmatic. Lin Fan's offer is astronomical. Moreover, once his new theater chain is established, the entire film distribution landscape will change. At this time you want me to offend him for Xinhua? Zhou, do you think I'm foolish? The call was disconnected. The beeping sound echoed in the conference room. Zhou Zhenhai still held his phone frozen in place. No one spoke. No one dared to move. The lockdown schedule that had just been displayed on the screen now seemed ridiculous. Variety show lockdown. 3 platforms have been bought. Media lockdown. 5 major media outlets have changed ownership. Brand pressure. The brands have collectively flipped. The theater scheduling. Zero scheduling. Even the last line of defense for films has been shattered by Lin Fan's money. What is even more terrifying is that extraordinary group has invested 10 billion to establish a new theater chain. This is not a temporary counterattack. This is a fundamental reshaping of the channels in the entertainment industry. The resource network that Xinhua Media once prided itself on has become vulnerable in front of Lin Fan. He didn't even need to make an appearance. He simply let extraordinary investment and Qin Zhou throw money at the problem. Those in the way, buy them out. Those who refuse, go around and buy them out. For those trying to raise the price, offer them a higher price. Not enough money. Keep adding. Until the other side bows down. Zhou Zhenhai put down his phone. He leaned back in his chair. On either side of the conference table, several executives could no longer sit still. Some quietly checked their phones. Others lowered their heads to send messages. Some began to clear the documents on the table, their movements stiff. The head of the agency department whispered, "Zhou, what do we do now?" No one answered. Zhou Zhenhai did not respond either. He slowly sat back in his chair. The spilled wine from before lay at his feet. He stared at the puddle of wine, his mind filled with only one thought. Lin Fan was not just competing with him over the rules of the entertainment industry. Lin Fan didn't care about rules at all. This young man disregarded relationships, face seniority, and how long Xinhua had been in operation. He simply crushed forward with money. If you block him on one road, he will buy up the entire road. If you shut a door on him, he will take both the door and the building. This approach was brutal to the point of being unreasonable. It was also powerful enough to bring despair. Zhou Zhenhai finally realized that he was not dealing with an ordinary capital player, but rather a monster who does not abide by reason and only crushes with money. The executives in the conference room exchanged glances. The extraordinary entertainment building has been completely blown up. Hours earlier, the artists and agents who were whispering in hushed voices are now gathered around the announcement screen. On the screen, new resource arrangements are scrolling and refreshing continuously. Starry Variety's primetime guest slots, extraordinary entertainment prioritized. Aurora showcases annual key project, extraordinary entertainment's artist special. 5 mainstream entertainment media in Magic City, starting next week, a special feature on extraordinary entertainment artists. 3 cinema release windows, extraordinary entertainment's film projects prioritized. Short video platform homepage promotion has been reassigned. The resources that were just banned by Xinhua Media have not only returned, but are now of significantly higher standards. In the lobby, a top-tier female star holds the announcement list handed to her by her agent. Is this really for me? She stares at the program name above. The show that was originally canceled was merely a regular in-studio interview. Now it has been replaced with the most popular reality show in the Starry Variety annual lineup. It was originally just a corner recommendation slot on the platform. Now it has directly transformed into a homepage banner and trending search collaboration. The business side was still in hesitation. Now the brand's marketing director personally called, saying they are willing to elevate the endorsement level. After years in the industry, she has never seen such a turnaround. Her agent beside her is also stunned. Sister, this is real. The platform has just confirmed and the contract has been reissued. And they said we can choose any schedule we want. They will handle the promotional materials across the entire platform. The female star looks down at the announcement list, murmuring, "When Xinhua cut off my resources, I thought it was over. I even wondered if I had made the wrong bet. Now it seems." She raises her head, looking towards the top office, her voice very low. With Lin Dong's financial power, it's terrifying. A few artists nearby also gather around. "What about you?" "I just received calls from 3 brands. Yesterday, they said to pause cooperation. Today, they directly increased the price for renewal. My situation is even more exaggerated. A magazine cover that was pulled has now turned into a double cover, plus an exclusive interview. Did Xinhua not say that whoever dares to take us on will be going against them? Now the platform media and cinemas have all sided with extraordinary. What can they still do?" A newly signed young star covers her phone. Her agent's voice has changed. "Your drama promotion next month?" "No, it's not just saved. It's about to take off. Originally only 2 second-tier interviews, now you have 4 mainstream media features lined up, plus a permanent spot on a variety show. The young star grits her teeth. I was afraid of retaliation from Xinghui before. Now I can only be thankful for one thing. The agent asks, what is it? The young star bites her lip. I'm grateful I signed with Extraordinary Entertainment. As these words fell, the surrounding people fell silent. Immediately after, everyone relaxed their expressions, breathing a sigh of relief. When Xinghui Media threatened to blacklist, not everyone within Extraordinary Entertainment was calm. After all, Zhou Xinhai has deep roots in the entertainment industry. Programs, media, cinemas, brands. Each one could choke off someone's lifeline. But Lin Fan's solution completely shocked everyone awake. Xinghui blocked the programs while Lin Fan bought the platform. Xinghui blocked the media while Lin Fan bought the media. Xinghui blocked the cinemas while Lin Fan bought the screening rights, even investing billions to establish a new cinema chain. Xinghui wanted to use years of accumulated channels to suppress others, while Lin Fan uprooted those channels in just a few hours. Who could provide such a sense of security? The artists of Extraordinary Entertainment looked at the announcement screen, and only one thought remained in their minds. Following Lin Fan, they can truly win. And the victory is exhilarating. On the other side, outside the rehearsal room, the team of top male singer Shin Xiang is gathered in a circle staring at the new tour plan, unable to speak for a long time. Shin Xiang was originally the most valued male singer by Xinghui Media. However, he was suppressed in Xingui's internal struggles and had his resources choked off by Zhou Xinhai. After signing with Extraordinary Entertainment, he thought Lin Fan would at most help him resume his tour. But now the plan laid out before him far exceeded his expectations. The agent spoke up. Xiang, the tour is not just about resuming. The first stop has been changed to the largest sports center in Magic City. The venue has already been booked. Ticketing platforms, short video promotions, city big screens, subway advertisements, variety show collaborations, everything is maximized. The company also provided a documentary filming team for you. This scale is already at the level of a first-tier superstar. Shin Xiang looks at the first page of the plan. Shin Xiang nationwide tour restart plan. Below is a dense list of promotional budgets and resource allocations. The largest sports center in Magic City. Citywide outdoor advertisements. 3 major variety shows and preheating. Exclusive interviews with 5 entertainment media. Homepage promotions on short video platforms. Pre-show advertisements in cinemas. Exclusive collaborations with live streaming platforms. Each item is resources that Xinghui would only provide to the most core artists in the past. He swallowed hard. Didn't Xinghui previously tell all venues not to accept me? The agent laughed. Yes. But now the venue representatives are calling us directly. They say they are willing to give us the best slots. They even said they could book for 3 days if needed. The touring director beside him added a remark. It's not that they suddenly have a sense of loyalty. Extraordinary Group has connected the promotional channels and ticketing resources behind them. Now who dares not to accept? They aren't afraid of Xinghui. They are afraid of missing out on Extraordinary Entertainment. Shin Xiang lowered his head, his fingers gently pressing on the plan. He once faced being shelved, losing resources, and being forced to make way for newcomers at Xinghui. At that time, he also thought about turning things around. But in the entertainment industry, turning around is never easy. Without resources, without exposure, without a platform backing, even a top star can be gradually exhausted. But everything changed after Lin Fan arrived. Shin Xiang raised his head. Tell General Wang, I will do my utmost to make this tour a success. The company has given me such a big opportunity, I cannot let Lin Dong down. The agent immediately nodded. I understand. Several staff members around also began to shout. The largest sports center in Magic City. Xinghui used to suppress us, now Extraordinary has directly booked it. If this concert goes well, Xiang's status can rise again. Not just a little. This wave is stepping on Xingui's face to rise. As soon as these words came out, everyone laughed. It wasn't mocking Shin Xiang. It was exhilarating. So exhilarating. In the morning, they were still suffocated by Xinghui. In the afternoon, resources returned doubled. Who wouldn't feel pumped about such a counterattack? In the general manager's office, Wang Lei stands tall with a stack of new cooperation agreements in hand. He was very anxious when Xinghui was blacklisting them. Now he walks with confidence. Lin Dong. Wang Lei slams the agreements on the table, his voice rising. Everything has returned. Not only has it returned, but everything has also been upgraded. Starry Variety has proactively offered us 2 primetime permanent slots. Aurora Showcase has put forth its annual key project. Phonian Productions is willing to give us a special artist event. Moreover, 5 media outlets have already pulled Xingui's exclusive interviews, replacing them with our artist features. The cinema side is even more ruthless. They proactively reserved the golden promotional window for us for the next 3 months. As he spoke, he couldn't help but slap the agreement. Director Lin, your move has truly overturned the entertainment industry. In the office, Su Qingyan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window holding a tablet. Qin Zhou was also present. Several executives from FIFA Entertainment stood nearby, their faces flushed. Lin Fan sat behind the desk. Wang Lei continued, just now a few agents who were previously hesitant contacted me. They asked if FIFA Entertainment is still accepting new talent. Among them too are artists under Xinghui whose contracts have not yet expired. They said that as long as the company is willing to take them and they are willing to pay the penalty for breach of contract. Lin Fan spoke, we need to filter first. It's not about who wants to come in. Wang Lei immediately nodded. Understood. If this had been said in the past, others would have thought FIFA Entertainment was arrogant. But now no one found it unreasonable. After the blockade by Xinghui was broken, FIFA Entertainment no longer lacked talent. Now artists were eager to join. Wang Lei opened another document. Also, Director Lin, several platforms have proactively proposed that they hope FIFA Entertainment can participate in their content production in the future. They are willing to offer us a higher share of the profits. One even said they could hand over the production rights of the variety shows to our company to lead. This was completely impossible before. When Xinghui was suppressing us, everyone had to watch their faces. Now, Wang Lei chuckled. Now it all depends on our faces. The executives listened. In the past, when they submitted proposals to the platforms ignored them. Now the platforms were begging to cooperate. Finally, they could exhale. Wang Lei pushed a stack of agreements forward. Director Lin, these are all new cooperation agreements. I've already had our legal team conduct a preliminary review and the overall direction is fine. Would you like to take a look? Lin Fan did not reach out. He simply raised his eyes to look at Wang Lei. How much has Xinghui Media dropped this morning? Wang Lei paused. The few executives in the office fell silent. They had been so focused on resource recovery that they almost forgot about the most crucial matter. Xinghui Media, the initiator of this blockade. Zhou Jinhai thought this morning that he could crush FIFA Entertainment. Now with the backlash from the channel's brands switching sides and theaters withdrawing, how could the market not react? Su Qingyan immediately lowered her head to pull up the stock market data. The tablet screen lit up. She quickly swiped her finger, opening the real-time data for Xinghui Media. In the next second, a clearly defined red and green chart appeared on the screen. Xinghui Media, limit down. Within minutes of the afternoon market opening, the stock price was directly pressed down to the limit. Sell orders piled up like a mountain. Transactions were scarce. No one dared to take them. Su Qingyan turned the tablet towards Lin Fan. It's limit down. After the afternoon opening, Xinghui Media's stock price was directly smashed down to the limit. The market value evaporated by tens of billions. Now retail investors are panic selling and institutions are also withdrawing. The effect of the reverse blockade across the network has already shown results. Wang Lei leaned over to take a look. It's completely sealed off. With so many sell orders, no one dares to buy. One executive couldn't help but say Zhou Jinhai has really shot himself in the foot this time. He wanted to block us. Now the entire network is watching Xinghui make a fool of themselves. Another executive chimed in, brands have withdrawn, theaters have pulled out, the media is silent, and the platforms have changed hands. The artist resources in Xinghui's hands will be revalued by the market. It's no surprise that the stock price is dropping. Su Qingyan continued, it's not just the stock price. Now many investors are beginning to question the core competitiveness of Xinghui Media. Their previous valuation relied on channel barriers and artist matrices. But the channels have already been breached by FIFA Group. The artist business has also been suspended by the brands. The capital market is most afraid of such foundational instability. Qin Zhou stood beside them, his tone steady. Panic in the secondary market has already formed. The major and minor shareholders of Xinghui Media are also beginning to waver. Several minor shareholders have expressed their intention to sell through intermediaries. Prices are still being tested. Lin Fan looked at the limit down board on the screen. They want to block FIFA Entertainment. Then let Xinghui change owners. The office fell silent. Wang Lei almost dropped the agreement in his hand. He lifted his head. Director Lin, do you mean? Lin Fan looked at Su Qingyan. Use the funds from FIFA Investment. Sweep the secondary market. For retail investors, buy as many shares as possible. At the same time, contact Xinghui's minor shareholders. Offer a high premium. Buy all willing sellers. Su Qingyan paused slightly. She quickly reacted. Now that Xinghui Media's stock price is limit down, the market is in panic. Retail investors just want to run. Minor shareholders worried about their assets continuing to shrink will also waver. Acting at this time is akin to capitalizing on Xinghui's most chaotic moment to directly scoop up shares. And Lin Fan was not short on money. What he wanted was not just a financial investment. What he wanted was control over Xinghui Media. Su Qingyan nodded. I will arrange for the FIFA investment team to enter immediately. Qin Zhou also spoke. I will have a professional trading team brought in. Sweeping the secondary market requires executing through different accounts to avoid revealing intentions too early. At the same time, the shareholder negotiation team will proceed separately. If the premium is high enough, the minor shareholders of Xinghui won't be able to hold out for long. Lin Fan said, money is not an issue. I need speed. Qinzhou lowered his head. Understood. Su Qingyan immediately dialed a number. Notify the FIFIN Investment Trading Department to be fully in place. Initiate the buy-in plan for Xinhui Media in the secondary market. The fund pool will be opened to the 100 billion level. All compliance procedures will proceed simultaneously. She then looked towards another side. The equity acquisition team will contact the minor shareholders of Xinhui Media. Offer prices above today's closing valuation. Sign immediately if they are willing. If the other party hesitates, continue to raise the offer. The executives in the office listened. A fund pool at the 100 billion level. Frenziedly sweeping up Xinhui Media. High premium acquisitions of minority shareholder stakes. This was not just a counterattack. This was directly targeting the lifeblood of Xinhui Media. Wang Lei stood in place. This morning, he had felt suffocated under Zhou Zhenhai's pressure. Now Lin Fan was preparing to buy Xinhui. This contrast made him feel exhilarated. Director Lin, if Zhou Zhenhai finds out. Lin Fan raised his eyes. He will know soon enough. Qinzhou picked up his phone. The trading team is entering the market. The first batch of funds is 10 billion, targeting the circulating shares of Xinhui Media. Do not worry about the price. On the limit down board, buy as much as possible. A series of responses came through on the other end of the phone. Soon the funds from FIFIN Investment began to enter the market. The massive flow of funds slammed into Xinhui Media's limit down board. The once mountain of sell orders began to vanish layer by layer. 10 million, 30 million, 80 million, 200 million, 500 million. The sell orders were continuously swallowed. In the trading hall, many traders watching Xinhui Media paused their actions. Someone is buying. With such a thick limit down board, someone actually dared to take it. It's not retail investors, it's big capital. The amount of funds is too fierce. Who is crazy enough to scoop up Xinhui at this time? Soon someone reacted. It's FIFIN Group. It must be FIFIN Group. On the screen, the stock of Xinhui Media was wildly fluctuating. The previously stagnant limit down board was devoured by a surge of funds. Xinhui Media's defensive mechanisms were activated. They attempted to stabilize the stock price through associated accounts and tried to release news to calm the market. But nothing worked. Qinzhou's professional team had fully intervened. Trading, equity negotiations, fund transfers, compliance reviews, all were advancing simultaneously. Xinhui Media's defenses were utterly fragile in the face of absolute wealth. A small shareholder initially held firm and refused to sell. Qinzhou's team directly raised the offer to a high premium. The other party remained silent for 3 minutes before signing the intention agreement on the spot. Another institutional shareholder tried to raise the price. Extraordinary Investments promptly contacted their underlying funders. 10 minutes later, the other party called back voluntarily. We can talk. In the office, the large screen displayed the progress in real time. Secondary market purchases continuously increasing, small shareholder agreement, shares locked, intended transfer parties, newly added funds consumed rapidly, rising. Wang Lei clasped his hands. It's too fast. Xinhui can't hold it back at all. Su Qingyan looked at the screen. President Lin, at this rate, before the market closes today, we will secure a considerable stake. If the small shareholder agreement proceeds smoothly, Xinhui Media will be thrown into complete chaos. Lin Fan nodded. Continue. Qinzhou spoke. The second batch of funds has entered. The scale of purchases is expanding. The shareholder acquisition group reports that 3 small shareholders of Xinhui Media are willing to sign formal transfer agreements. There are still 2 holding back on the price. Lin Fan said, give them the price they want. Qinzhou immediately replied, understood. Funds continued to pour in. Xinhui Media's stock was being rapidly consumed. Those retail investors who thought no one would take their shares found them snatched up as soon as they were listed. The more panic selling there was, the faster Extraordinary Investments consumed. The entire market was dumbfounded. Someone was frantically posting on the forum. Xingui's limit down board is being devoured by large funds. This isn't bottom fishing, this is a power grab. Lin Fan has made his move. Xinhui Media is about to change hands. In the Extraordinary Entertainment office, everyone was glued to the screen. At that moment, a blue system panel appeared before Lin Fan. Ding. Detected that the host has made a legal commercial investment expenditure of tens of billions. Expenditure type: acquisition of listed company shares in the secondary market, small shareholder, high premium agreement acquisition. Target company Xinhui Media. Confirming expenditure amount. Fund usage is compliant. Cashback mechanism triggered successfully. Cashback multiplier under evaluation. This cashback amount has been credited. The numbers behind the account balance began to fluctuate wildly. A string of numbers skyrocketed. The huge funds just poured into Xinhui Media were quickly replenished by the system's high cashback. The balance not only didn't decrease, but soared instead. Lin Fan looked at the skyrocketing balance and said, tomorrow, I will personally visit the headquarters of Xinhui Media. The next morning, The headquarters of Xinhua Media was in complete chaos. In the lobby on the first floor, artists, agents, assistants, and business personnel were all jumbled together. The usually glamorous stars looked grim, none of them caring about their dignity. I want to terminate my contract. Where are the people from the contract department? Get Joe out here to explain. Last night, all 3 of my endorsements fell through, and this morning I was notified that I don't need to go to the variety show. Who will compensate for this loss? Didn't Xinhua say they could blacklist Extraordinary Entertainment? Now it's us being blacklisted. I have 2 years left on my contract. I don't care, we'll find a way to handle the breach fee. I can't go down with Xinhua. The receptionist girl at the front desk was holding the phone. Her phone kept ringing. Internal lines, external lines, media brands, relatives of artists, all were calling. But it was useless to answer. Because now there wasn't a single department in Xinhua Media that could provide an answer. By the elevator, 2 security guards leaned against the wall, having lost even the will to stop people. One of them looked at the chaotic lobby and muttered, "What are we stopping for? We don't even know if we'll get paid." The other security guard took off his hat and irritably ruffled his hair. Last night the stock price hit the limit down, and today there's another incident as soon as the market opens. I heard Extraordinary Investments is about to gain controlling rights. Is that true? I don't know, but the executives are in an uproar. Just now the financial director was seen carrying a box downstairs. Just then a middle-aged man in a suit rushed out of the elevator. Behind him followed an assistant holding a cardboard box filled with cups, folders, and a few albums. Someone recognized him and immediately shouted, "President Zhang, where are you going?" The middle-aged man paused. "I have something at home." "President Zhang, you're the vice president of Xinhua. All the artists are waiting for an explanation from the company, and you're leaving now." "Explanation?" President Zhang sneered. "You can go find Zhou Zhenhai for an explanation. I've already submitted my resignation." This outburst only made the lobby even more chaotic. The vice president has resigned. It's over. Xinhua is really finished. Where's the contract department? Bring out the termination process immediately. Don't wait any longer. If we keep waiting, no one will even negotiate the breach fee. Several agents rushed upstairs. Someone called a lawyer. Some artists were crying right in the lobby. How glorious was Xinhua Media before? Artists would break their heads to get in. Brands were queuing up to offer collaborations. Variety platforms, cinema chains, media, all had to give face to Xinhua. But now the entire building was lifeless. Yesterday's soaring Xinhua could no longer even hold on to its own artists. Outside the senior management conference room, the secretary area was even more chaotic. Several board assistants stood in the corridor, making phone calls, each voice more urgent than the last. "Director Lee, are you really going to transfer your shares? The price is still being negotiated. Extraordinary Investments is indeed offering a high price, but over there at President Zhou." "All right, I understand. I won't persuade you anymore." Another assistant held the phone. "Director Wang has signed as well. The shares he holds were locked with Extraordinary Investments last night. And Director Zhao just brought in the lawyers. Have they gone mad?" "Mad. The stock price has hit the limit down consecutively, and the channel has been breached by Extraordinary. If they don't sell now, the shares will only become more worthless." Everyone understood. Xinhua Media was collapsing. It wasn't a slow decline. It was as if Lin Fan had shattered its backbone with a single kick. In the upper echelons in the president's office, Zhou Zhenhai was on the verge of madness. He paced back and forth in his office, his tie askew and the cuffs of his shirt wrinkled. The phone on his desk rang one after another. He grabbed one, his voice fierce. "President Chun, what happened yesterday was a misunderstanding. Our Xinhua has cooperated with your cinema chain for so many years, you can't just remove all our screenings, because Lin Fan is throwing money." The other end of the line said something he couldn't hear. Zhou Zhenhai held the phone. "What do you mean the board has already decided? Extraordinary Group has given you a 3-year golden screening cooperation right, and you just kick Xinhua out." "President Chen, don't forget Xinhua still has artists." The other party hung up directly. The dial tone rang. Zhou Zhenhai slammed the phone back onto the desk. Before he could catch his breath, his personal phone rang again. He glanced at the incoming call and immediately answered. "President Liu, this is Zhou Zhenhai. You can't give all those media resources to Tycoon Entertainment, can you? How much exclusive content has Xinhua contributed to you over the years? Are you going to sever ties by breaking the contract at the last minute?" On the other end, the voice remained calm. "President Zhou, it's not that I'm being ruthless, it's that you've messed with the wrong person. Tycoon Investment has already acquired our entertainment space resources for the next 3 years. Our board only looks at contracts. Also, all projects related to artists under Xinhua are suspended." The call disconnected. Zhou Zhenhai held his phone. He stared at it. Damn it. All of them are fair-weather friends. He turned around and dialed another number. This time it was a capital mogul. This person had previously invested in Xinhua and had collaborated with Zhou Zhenhai multiple times. Zhou Zhenhai forcibly lowered his voice. "President Zhao, it's me. Xinhua is having some issues right now. Tycoon Group is maliciously acquiring us, and we need financial support." As long as you help stabilize the stock price, I can give up part of the project profits. The other end fell silent for a few seconds. Jinhai, it's not that I won't help you. This time it's Fifan Group taking action. Zhou Jinhai grew anxious. What if it's Fifan Group? No matter how rich they are, they can't dominate in Modu. The other party sighed. Haven't you realized? How did the Wei family fall? How did the Zhao family fall? How did the three banks kneel? Lin Fan doesn't play by the rules in this circle. If he wants to take you down, he won't care about face hell, just use money to crush all your escape routes. Zhou Jinhai gritted his teeth. President Zhao, you also have support behind you. As long as you stand up, the other capital firms will follow. On the other end, the voice turned faint. No one will stand up for Xinghui against Lin Fan. He'll give you a piece of advice. If you can sell, sell. Keep some dignity. Zhou Jinhai was stunned. Are you going to hide too? Not hiding. The other party's tone was very direct. It's about avoiding disaster. The call was hung up. Zhou Jinhai stood there frozen. He was unwilling and dialed a second number. President Qian, this is Zhou Jinhai. Don't hang up yet, I need. President Zhou, I'm sorry, I'm in a meeting. Beep. The third call. Director Sun Xinghui is currently being maliciously targeted by Fifan. As long as you. Jinhai, I really can't get involved in this matter. The fourth call. President Han, you previously said that our Xinghui, President Zhou, someone from Fifan Group, has already contacted me. I advise you not to stir things up any further. The fifth call. Hello. President Zhou, sorry, I have something to do. One by one the calls were made. One by one they were disconnected. Some people were still somewhat polite. Others didn't even want to say much. These people used to pat their chests at the dinner table, claiming that Xinghui was an old friend and that Zhou Jinhai had weight in the entertainment industry. But when they heard that Fifan Group was making a move, they all distanced themselves. Not a single person dared to step forward. Zhou Jinhai gripped his phone. In front of the office desk, several senior executives of Xinghui kept their heads down, no one daring to speak. The financial director had already submitted his resignation. The deputy director of public relations had submitted his resignation this morning. The two heads of the brokerage department had also submitted their resignations. Even the board secretary claimed to be unwell and didn't come to the office. The ship of Xinghui media hadn't sunk completely, but people on board were already starting to jump off. Zhou Jinhai raised his head. What are you all staring at me for? Go contact the media. Go contact the artists. Go stabilize the brands. Xinghui hasn't fallen yet. A senior executive steeled himself and said, President Zhou, the media isn't answering. The brands are also watching and waiting. As for the artists, already over a dozen people have had their lawyers send termination letters. Damn it. Zhou Jinhai grabbed the documents on the table and slammed them down hard. The papers flew everywhere. The senior executive didn't dare to dodge and got hit. The office fell silent. Just then, suddenly a chaotic sound of footsteps came from outside. Then the office door was kicked open. Bang! The heavy solid wood door slammed hard against the wall. The lock broke instantly. Everyone in the office turned their heads at the same time. Lin Fan walked in. Behind him was Wang Lei. Further back were Qin Zhou and over a dozen members of Heishui security, dressed in black suits wearing earpieces with straight postures. As soon as they entered, the Xinghui executives who were in the office instinctively stepped aside. No one dared to block them. No one dared to speak. Lin Fan's face showed little expression. Wang Lei looked at the group of people in the office. This is it. This is Xinghui Media. He had come to this building before when he was working at the bottom level. Back then, he didn't even have the right to enter Zhou Jinhai's office. An ordinary talent director from Xinghui could make him wait in the corridor for 2 hours. With a single line, Wang Lei, people from small companies like you shouldn't think about our resources, he could only smile apologetically. But today, following Lin Fan, he had directly kicked open Zhou Jinhai's door. This feeling made him feel hot all over. Zhou Jinhai slammed the table. He slammed the table. Lin Fan, what do you want? This is Xinghui Media. It's not your Fifan. He pointed at the broken door, raising his voice. You're trespassing. Do you believe I'll call the police right now? Several Xinghui executives heard this. Trespassing. This is the company office. But no one dared to remind Zhou Jinhai. He was already in a mess. So much so that he couldn't even speak fluently. Zhou Jinhai was still trying to hold on. Don't think that just because you have some dirty money you can run wild here. Xinghui Media is a listed company. There is a board of directors, laws and regulations. Do you think no one in Modu can control you just because you brought security in? Lin Fan ignored him. He walked straight to the sofa and sat down. His movements weren't hurried. He was even very composed. The Heishui security stood dispersed on both sides. Qin Zhou stood behind Lin Fan. Wang Lei stood beside the sofa, coldly staring at Zhou Jinhai. All the Xinghui executives in the office dared not move. Zhou Jinhai, who had just been furious, fell silent when he saw Lin Fan's attitude. He would have preferred if Lin Fan had argued with him. But the calmer Lin Fan was, the more he felt something was off. Zhou Jinhai gritted his teeth and said, Lin Fan, stop pretending in front of me. Xinghui is not the Wei family. The entertainment industry isn't a place you can buy just because you want to. Lin Fan looked up at him. Are you done? Zhou Zhenhai didn't speak. He was about to curse again when Qin Zhou had already stepped forward. He held a thick stack of documents in his hand. Bang! The documents were thrown onto the desk in front of Zhou Zhenhai. Stamped documents, agreements, proof of equity change, secondary market holding details, and shareholder transfer confirmation were spread out page by page. Qin Zhou's tone was calm. Mr. Zhou Zhenhai, as of 10:27 a.m. today, Fan Investment has already acquired 67 of Xinhua Media's shares through secondary market purchases, shareholder agreement transfers, and institutional share acquisitions. This has legally formed absolute control. Here are all the equity proof documents. The office fell silent. Several executives of Xinhua raised their heads. 67%. That's impossible. It wasn't that high last night. Did all the minor shareholders sell out? Even the institutions sold their shares. They each stared at the documents. What does 67% mean? It means that Xinhua Media is no longer under Zhou Zhenhai's control. It is not merely a matter of boardroom arguments. It is not just a struggle among the management. Rather, it has been completely taken over by extraordinary investment from the equity level. Absolute control. These 4 words are harsher than any insult. Zhou Zhenhai stood frozen in place. He slowly lowered his head, looking at the documents on the table. The first page was a summary of extraordinary investment shareholdings. The second page contained the signature transfer agreements from several minor shareholders. The third page was the confirmation of share transfer from institutions. There were also records of increased holdings in the secondary market. Every page had a seal. Every number was clear. Zhou Zhenhai's hand reached out. He flipped open the first page. 67%. He flipped to the second page, the third page, the fourth page. The more he flipped, the worse his expression became. It couldn't be. This is impossible. Xinhua Media is the company he has managed for half a lifetime. He started from a small brokerage firm relying on artist channels, capital, and connections, step by step elevating Xinhua to its current position. He has seen too many stars rise from the depths to the peaks. He has also seen too many companies trampled by Xinhua. He always believed that in the entertainment industry, he was a part of the rules. But now this document tells him, Xinhua is gone. It wasn't slowly defeated. It wasn't brought down by the market. Instead, in less than 24 hours, it was forcefully taken away by Lin Fan with money. Zhou Zhenhai opened his mouth. He wanted to curse. He wanted to question. He wanted to claim the documents were fake. But the red seals and signatures in front of him rendered him speechless. In the office, several executives looked at Zhou Zhenhai's expression, and the last bit of hope vanished. Some lowered their heads. Some quietly took a half step back. Others looked at Lin Fan, but avoided eye contact. They all understood. Lin Fan was not here to negotiate today. He was not here to threaten. He was here to take over Xinhua Media. Zhou Zhenhai finally couldn't hold on any longer. The documents in his hands slipped down. His whole body swayed. The next moment his legs softened, and he collapsed directly onto the floor. With a thud, he sat helplessly next to the desk. My Xinhua. Zhou Zhenhai's lips turned pale, and his voice was hoarse. My Xinhua of half a lifetime. No one helped him. No one dared to help. Just moments ago, Zhou Zhenhai, who was angrily slamming the table at Lin Fan, now sat on the ground limp and powerless. The company he managed for half a lifetime. His most proud entertainment empire. In less than 24 hours, it was forcibly taken away by Lin Fan. Wang Lei stood in front of him watching him. He suddenly recalled the first time he came to Xinhua Media being blocked outside the elevator. He remembered how the agents of Xinhua looked down on him. He remembered how, for the sake of a small artist's announcement, he had to curry favor while drinking only to be publicly made to vomit. He remembered Zhou Zhenhai's subordinates casually saying, "You kind of low-level company, how dare you talk about resources?" At that time, he could only endure. He could only smile. He could only swallow all the humiliation. But now he followed Lin Fan and directly took down the old stronghold of the old giant in Modu. The owner of Xinhua Media collapsed on the ground. The executives of Xinhua lowered their heads, afraid to speak. Those once lofty resources, connections, and channels were all trampled underfoot by extraordinary investment. Wang Lei looked down at Zhou Zhenhai's pathetic state. The pent-up anger in his chest that had built up over the years finally began to dissipate bit by bit. Zhou Zhenhai raised his head. His face was pale, his forehead drenched in sweat, and his hands dug into the carpet. Lin Fan. Zhou Zhenhai leaned against the desk, forcing himself to rise from the ground, his voice hoarse. Do you think that by obtaining 67% of the shares you can control Xinhua? You are too naive. The several executives of Xinhua held their breath. They never expected that even at this point Zhou Zhenhai would still dare to hold on. Zhou Zhenhai pointed at Lin Fan, grasping at his last straw. Xinhua Media is not just a pile of documents. It cannot be taken away just by buying a few shares. What is truly valuable about Xinghui is the team I Zhou Zhenhai have built over the years, the connections, the resources, and the seniority in the industry. The artists listen to me. The agents listen to me. Publicity, copyright, business, and platform connections. These are all people I have personally brought up. Even if you hold the majority of shares, what does it matter? As long as I say the word, the core team of Xinghui will immediately go on strike. Without them, how will you operate Xinghui? He stared at Lin Fan, determined to shout out his last bit of confidence. Lin Fan, I admit you have money. But the entertainment industry is not just about money. Without my approval, you won't be able to take a single member from the Xinghui team. The several executives of Xinghui standing nearby had increasingly complex expressions. They knew deep down that Zhou Zhenhai's words were not entirely unreasonable. Xinghui's success indeed relied on a complete and mature team. Artist management, business negotiation, publicity, execution, copyright, operation, platform relations. Every link requires personnel. If the core team really followed Zhou Zhenhai's lead and quit, even if extraordinary investment held the majority of Xinghui, it would soon be paralyzed. Wang Lei furrowed his brows. He had struggled at the bottom of the entertainment industry and knew too well the importance of a team. For an entertainment company, having money alone is not enough. Without executors, without people who understand the channels, without management capable of controlling the artist's resources, would quickly become chaotic. Zhou Zhenhai saw the reaction of the crowd, and a smirk tugged at his lips. What? Are you afraid? Lin Fan, if you let me go now, I can still consider helping you stabilize Xinghui. If you truly force me to death, I guarantee that Xinghui will immediately become a hollow shell. At that point, no matter how much money you spend, you can only buy a pile of bad debts. Wang Lei stepped forward. Zhou Zhenhai, even in your current state, you still dare to threaten Director Lin. Zhou Zhenhai scoffed. Wang Lei, what are you? Back then, when you handed out business cards to my subordinates, they couldn't even be bothered to look at them. Do you think that by following Lin Fan you can step on my head? Let me tell you, even if the people of Xinghui leave, they won't listen to commands from a useless person like you. As soon as these words came out, Wang Lei clenched his fists. The atmosphere in the office became extremely oppressive. The executives of Xinghui dared not speak, only stealing glances at Lin Fan. They thought Lin Fan would be furious. But Lin Fan merely leaned against the sofa, his expression calm. He raised his eyes to look at Zhou Zhenhai. A team? Zhou Zhenhai gritted his teeth and said yes. Lin Fan countered, where does your team come from? Zhou Zhenhai was taken aback. What do you mean? Lin Fan did not explain. At that moment, footsteps sounded from outside the office. It wasn't just one person. It was several people. The footsteps came from the end of the corridor, getting closer and closer. The executives of Xinghui in the office instinctively turned around. A few middle-aged men and women in suits walked in. Leading the group was the former head of the publicity center of Xinghui Media. He was once one of Zhou Zhenhai's most trusted confidants. Following behind were the heads of the brokerage, business cooperation, copyright operations, as well as several core supervisors from finance and legal departments. The moment these individuals appeared, Zhou Zhenhai's expression changed. What are you doing here? No one answered him. They walked up to Lin Fan and stopped in unison. Then they all bent at the waist. Chairman Lin. As the words fell, Zhou Zhenhai's face turned pale. Zhou Zhenhai's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. He stared at the group, his voice trembling. Are you all insane? I am Zhou Zhenhai. You are people I brought along. The head of the publicity center lowered his head, speaking in a very respectful tone. Mr. Zhou, Xinghui has changed. Now Chairman Lin is the actual controller of Xinghui Media. The head of the brokerage business also spoke up. Chairman Lin, we have already signed the new contract with Extraordinary Entertainment. The core members of the brokerage team will complete the business handover according to your arrangements. The head of business cooperation added, the list of business resources, brand cooperation files, and artist commercial pricing systems have all been organized. As long as General Manager Wang needs it, we can hand it over at any time. The head of copyright operations adjusted his glasses. The copyright inventory list from the past 10 years at Xinghui has also been packaged. Assets, risk projects, and questionable contracts have all been annotated. Please review, Chairman Lin. The finance supervisor was more direct. The financial transactions between Zhou Zhenhai's affiliated companies and Xinghui have been synchronized to Extraordinary's legal team. Several debts have personal guarantees and traces of irregular related transactions. During subsequent liquidation, individual accountability can be pursued. Zhou Zhenhai's head buzzed. He swayed slightly, nearly falling back to the ground. The few Xinghui executives in the office who had not yet expressed their stance also turned pale. They finally understood why Lin Fan was so calm today. Zhou Zhenhai thought he still had a team. But in reality, the team had long since stood on Lin Fan's side. The connections, qualifications, and trusted aides that Zhou Zhenhai was most proud of were utterly insignificant in the face of greater interests and stronger backing. Wang Lei watched the scene unfold before him, his eyes slightly moist. These people had once been figures he looked up to. Just to meet one, he had to rely on connections. But now they stood before Lin Fan bowing their heads and waiting for instructions. Moreover, they were about to take orders from him. This reversal was more pleasurable than any insult thrown at Zhou Zhenhai. Zhou Zhenhai glared at the head of publicity. Old he, have you forgotten who promoted you? You were just a small executor back then. Without me, could you have reached your current position? The head of publicity raised his head and remained silent for 2 seconds. Mr. Zhou, I remember. So over the years I have worked hard for Xinghui, shielding you from countless troubles. But you never regarded us as human beings. His voice lowered. When projects went awry, you made us take the blame. When artists faltered, you made us bear the public opinion. When brands defaulted, you deducted the team's bonuses. You claimed we were trusted aides, yet all the money from Xinghui went into your affiliated companies. Now that Xinghui is sinking, do you still want us to go down with you? Zhou Zhenhai's face stiffened. The head of the brokerage business coldly replied, Mr. Zhou, it is the team that has truly been working for Xinghui these years. But you have taken away the greatest benefits. Now Chairman Lin offers us a new contract, retains our positions, compensates our bonuses, and even allows the team to merge into extraordinary entertainment. Why shouldn't we sign? The business head looked at Zhou Zhenhai, his tone more straightforward. You are right, the entertainment industry relies on resources. But now the resources are in Chairman Lin's hands. Variety shows, media theaters, brands, and short video publicity have all been taken over by extraordinary entertainment. What can we do if we continue to follow you? Just accompany you in guarding an empty building. This statement left Zhou Zhenhai breathless. The office fell silent. The man who had just boasted that, without me Zhou Zhenhai not a single person from the Xinghui team could be taken away, was now stripped of his last shred of dignity in public. His trusted aides had betrayed him. His team had betrayed him. His company was gone. His so-called qualifications and connections had become a joke. Zhou Zhenhai's lips trembled. No, it's impossible. You can't do this to me. Xinghui was built by me from the ground up. You all eat the food from Xinghui, and now you turn around and sell me out. The head of publicity no longer looked at him, instead turning to Lin Fan. Chairman Lin, we are at your service. The others also lowered their heads in unison. Please give your orders, Chairman Lin. This scene completely crushed Zhou Zhenhai. Lin Fan raised his hand slightly. Qin Zhou stepped forward. Lin Fan spoke in a calm tone. Xinghui Media will directly enter bankruptcy liquidation. Everyone in the office held their breath. Lin Fan continued, valuable assets, copyrights, artist contracts, channel materials, project resources, and production teams will all be stripped and merged into extraordinary entertainment. Those who are useful will be resigned. Those who are not useful will be laid off. All related debts are regular guarantees, and bad debts will undergo legal liquidation. No one to be overlooked in accountability. Qin Zhou lowered his head. Understood. The finance supervisor immediately said, Chairman Lin, the amount of related debts guaranteed by Zhou Zhenhai is substantial. Once Xinghui goes bankrupt, the related debts will directly fall onto his personal name. Moreover, with the irregular financial transactions, the subsequent compensation pressure will be very heavy. Lin Fan did not even glance at Zhou Zhenhai. Then let him bear it. A light and casual statement directly sentenced Zhou Zhenhai to death. Zhou Zhenhai's body went limp. He finally understood that Lin Fan was not intending to take over a complete Xinghui. What Lin Fan wanted was everything of value from Xinghui. Artists, teams, copyrights, channels, resources. The remaining debts, lawsuits, bad debts, and irregular guarantees would all be left for him, Zhou Zhenhai. The building of Xinghui would be stripped clean. Usable steel and concrete would be sent to extraordinary entertainment. A pile of ruins would weigh down on him. Zhou Zhenhai fell to his knees with a thud. This time he was not paralyzed with fear. He truly knelt down. He crawled to Lin Fan, resting his hands on the ground, his face no longer bearing any hint of the grandeur of an entertainment industry magnate. Chairman Lin. Mr. Lin. I was wrong. I really realized my mistake. His voice trembled, his tears and sweat mingling his face in utter disarray. I should not have banned extraordinary entertainment. I should not have targeted Wang Lei. I should not have opposed you. Please spare me a way to live. Take Xinghui, take the resources, take the team. I don't want anything. I only ask you not to make me bear. As Zhou Zhenhai spoke, he crawled forward. I have done work for the entertainment industry all these years. I have qualifications, I have connections, I can still help you. Chairman Lin, I will do anything you ask. I can be Wang Lei's assistant. I can bring resources to extraordinary entertainment. I beg you, give me a meal to eat. Wang Lei looked at Zhou Zhenhai, who was kneeling on the ground with no sympathy in his heart. Years ago, when he sought Xinghui to give a newcomer an announcement, Xinghui's staff made him stand in the corridor for an entire afternoon. Later, with just a single word from Zhou Zhenhai, his project could be rendered obsolete. At that time, who had ever given him a way out? Now Zhou Zhenhai kneels here weeping, but it is not out of regret. It is fear of losing everything. Lin Fan looked down at him. You have offended me. You don't even qualify to be trash. Zhou Zhenhai. As those words fell, the few former senior executives of Xinghui in the office felt their scalps go numb. It was too ruthless. Not even qualifying as trash. This was not mere suppression. This was a complete crushing. Zhou Zhenhai still wanted to crawl forward. Director Lin, I beg you. Lin Fan no longer looked at him. He simply waved his hand casually. Two burly security guards from Heishui immediately stepped forward. One on the left and one on the right, directly restraining Zhou Zhenhai's arms. Zhou Zhenhai struggled desperately. No, don't touch me. I am Zhou Zhenhai. I am the founder of Xinghui Media. You can't treat me like this. The two security guards remained expressionless, their arms tightly gripping him. Zhou Zhenhai's feet flailed on the ground, his leather shoes scraping against the floor with a piercing sound. His tie was askew, the buttons of his shirt popped open, and his hair was a mess. The entertainment industry mogul who had just been using his seniority to intimidate others was now being dragged out. At the office door, Xinghui employees and artists crowded along both sides of the corridor. Everyone witnessed this scene. Some covered their mouths. Some gasped in shock. Others quickly lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact with Zhou Zhenhai. Is that President Zhou? Is he really being dragged out? It's over. Xinghui is completely finished. He just said that Xinghui couldn't do without him, and now he has been thrown out. Lin Fan is too ruthless. Zhou Zhenhai heard these voices, his face turning the color of liver. He still wanted to maintain a shred of dignity. But the two security guards gave him no opportunity. They dragged him through the president's office corridor, past the elevator area, and through the first-floor lobby. In the lobby, artists and agents who had been arguing about contract terminations fell silent. Hundreds of eyes were watching Zhou Zhenhai. This man who once could determine the fate of artists with a single word, now could not even stand firm. Zhou Zhenhai shouted in despair, "Don't film. Everyone, don't film. Put down your phones." But no one listened to him. Someone secretly raised their phone. Someone directly started recording. There were also media reporters who had long been gathered outside the Xinghui. Yesterday, news of Xingua's stock price plummeting and resource collapse spread across the internet. Early this morning, the entrance of the building was crowded with reporters and onlookers. Two Heishui security guards dragged Zhou Zhenhai out the door. The sunlight was so bright that he could not open his eyes. Flashing lights filled the air. "President Zhou, is it true that Xinghui Media has been taken over by Fifan Group? President Zhou, have you been kicked out of Xinghui? President Zhou, is it true that Xinghui is undergoing bankruptcy liquidation? President Zhou, are you personally involved in substantial guaranteed debt?" Each question was sharper than the last. Zhou Zhenhai's face was filled with terror as he desperately lowered his head to shield his face. But the more he hid, the more embarrassed he became. The security guards directly dragged him to the steps outside the building. Their grip loosened. Zhou Zhenhai fell to the ground. Bang! His suit was covered in dust, his knee hit the ground, causing him pain that twisted his face. The crowd of onlookers gasped in shock. It really is Zhou Zhenhai. He used to be so powerful that he had bodyguards clearing the way for him. Now he's being dragged out by others. Why provoke anyone? Why provoke Lin Fan? The Wei family has already been crushed by Lin Fan, and he still dared to blacklist Fifan Entertainment. Isn't that asking for death? Record this. This is big news. The founder of Xinghui Media, Zhou Zhenhai, is being dragged out of the headquarters building. Once a mogul in the entertainment industry is begging for mercy in public. Xinghui changes hands. Zhou Zhenhai is humiliated out. The headlines were strikingly prominent. Zhou Zhenhai lay on the ground trying to get up, but his legs were weak, causing him to fall back down. He heard the laughter around him, the questions from reporters, and the discussions from passers-by. In that moment, he finally understood. It was over for him. Not just his career. It was the end for the entire... From today onward, whenever the entertainment industry in Magic City mentions Zhou Zhenhai, they will no longer refer to him as the helmsman of Xinghui, nor as a big shot in the industry, but will only remember the image of him being dragged out of the building, falling on the steps. He would become the laughingstock of all Magic City. In the upper echelons of Xinghui Media, Wang Lei stood by the floor-to-ceiling window watching the disheveled figure below. He could clearly see the moment Zhou Zhenhai was thrown out. This man who once had him gasping for breath had... Wang Lei's eyes gradually turned red. He recalled the cold stares he had received over the years. He remembered the nights when he was rejected by the platform. He remembered the helplessness when resources were snatched away by Xinghui. He remembered when Fifan Entertainment was just starting out and how those people laughed at him for overestimating his abilities. And now the doors of Xinghui had been kicked open by Lin Fan. Zhou Zhenhai was being dragged out. All of Xingua's resources were about to be absorbed by Fifan Entertainment. Wang Lei turned around and walked up to Lin Fan, deeply bowing. "Director Lin." His voice was a bit hoarse. "Thank you." Lin Fan looked at him and patted his shoulder. "Be prepared to take over all of Xingua's resources." News of Xinghui Media's collapse spread throughout the business circles of Magic City. In the morning, Xinghui was still declaring in the entertainment industry that they would blacklist Fifan Entertainment. By the afternoon, the founder of Xinhua Media, Zhou Zhenhai, had been dragged out of the headquarters building by Heishui security. After the video spread, the entire Magic City exploded. In various business groups, news flowed in one after another. Is Xinhua really gone? FIFA Investment has already gained absolute control, and all of Xinhua's valuable assets have been stripped into FIFA Entertainment. Did you see the video of Zhou Zhenhai being dragged out? It's too tragic. Tragic. He brought it on himself. The Wei family just collapsed, and he still dared to challenge Lin Fan. The key is Lin Fan's methods are terrifying. He doesn't negotiate at all. Whoever stands in his way, he buys out. Program platforms, media networks, cinema chains, brand resources, all crushed by his money. Is this still business warfare? This is just throwing cash in their faces. Many bosses in Magic City, after watching the video, felt not glee but a chill run down their spines. Previously, when they heard Lin Fan brought down the Wei family, they thought there was an element of luck involved. The Wei family's funding chain had problems to begin with. 3 banks were also manipulated by Lin Fan. Thus the Wei family fell quickly, although it was outrageous reasons could still be found. But Xinhua Media was different. Xinhua was a well-established giant in the entertainment industry. Channels, connections, platforms, artists, media, all intricately intertwined. Zhou Zhenhai had managed Xinhua for half his life, and many thought that even if Xinhua lost, they could not lose so quickly. And yet, in less than 24 hours, Xinhua transformed from a suppressor to a target of acquisition. Zhou Zhenhai went from a mogul in the entertainment industry to a public joke being dragged out. This contrast struck everyone hard in the face. In a private club, several bosses from real estate, finance, and media industries sat in a box, and no one touched the drinks on the table. Someone was holding a phone, repeatedly checking the stock announcement of Xinhua Media. 67% absolute control. It's not a financial investment, it's a direct power grab. Lin Fan is ruthless in his actions. The expression of another boss turned grim. Ruthlessness isn't the key point, the key is that he spends money without a care. A normal acquisition would consider the price, negotiate the valuation, and pressure the costs. He, on the other hand, offers 3 times not enough, 5 times, 5 times not enough, 10 times. Who can withstand that? A boss from the media sector forced a bitter smile. We used to say that resources are more important than money. Now it seems when there is enough money, resources are just The channels cultivated by Xinhua for over a decade were all bought up by him in just a few hours. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent for a few seconds. Several people exchanged glances. They all understood that from today onward the name Extraordinary Group would carry a completely different weight in the business world of Modu. In the past, some thought the Extraordinary Group was a nouveau riche, wealthy but with shallow roots. Now no one dared to think that way, because Lin Fan had already shown everyone the downfall of the Wei family and Xinhua. Roots, qualifications, connections. In front of him, as long as it can be priced, it can be bought. If it can't be bought, then by the people behind it. If the people behind won't sell, then by the debts, by the clients, by the upstream and downstream, until all of the opponent's escape routes are shattered. An older boss put down his phone and sighed deeply. From now on, anyone in Modu who crosses paths with the Extraordinary Group should first weigh whether they can handle the pressure. Someone quietly asked, the Wei family has fallen, Xinhua has also fallen, who will be next? No one answered, because no one wanted to become the next. On the other side, the headquarters of Extraordinary Entertainment had already changed drastically. The quality channels left by Xinhua Media were being merged into Extraordinary Entertainment batch by batch. Wang Lei was busy from morning until night with no time to sit down and drink water. He stood at the front of the conference room, his voice slightly hoarse, yet his spirit was high. The 3 major variety production teams from Xinhua have all been brought in. Keep the usable ones and directly dismiss those who won't comply. The copyright library should be split into 3 sections: film, variety, and music. Highlight the key copyrights for me in red. Media resources should be rescheduled. The artists under Extraordinary Entertainment take priority. Don't waste the cinema promotion windows. Connect with the project department immediately. Dozens of employees in the conference room were busy at the same time. Some were on the phone confirming contracts. Some were liaising with the old Xinhua team. Some were organizing artist resources. Some were cross-checking the copyright lists. Everyone was quickly tapping on their keyboards. Previously, although Extraordinary Entertainment was developing rapidly, its scale was not top tier after all. But now it's different. The most valuable assets from Xinhua Media had been wholly swallowed by Extraordinary Entertainment. The company's scale had directly expanded several times. Artist resources were coming in. Channels were coming in. Production capabilities had improved. Promotional capabilities had also risen. Overnight, Extraordinary Entertainment jumped from being a burgeoning entertainment company in Modu to becoming the largest entertainment conglomerate in Modu. A departmental manager rushed in holding a document. Mr. Wang, the original copyright operations team from Xinhua has arrived. They have 3 film copyrights awaiting development and 5 variety show proposals. Additionally, the cooperation intentions of 2 first-line directors are also on the list. Wang Lei's eyes brightened. Send them to meeting room 3 first. He'll review the copyright list in half an hour. Another executive hurried over. Mr. Wang Xingyao Variety asked if the primetime slot next month will directly be given to Shun Xiang's concert documentary. Sure, Wang Lei replied without hesitation. Shun Xiang is currently one of our key artists. The resources that Xinghui had withheld from him, we will now provide the best resources. Let the whole industry see that those who follow extraordinary entertainment will only get more resources. Several employees nearby nodded vigorously. Understood. Immediately arrange it. Another person asked Mr. Wang. There are a few artists from Xinghui who haven't terminated their contracts, but have expressed interest in switching to extraordinary. Let the artist management department screen them first. Don't just accept anyone. Mr. Lin has said that we won't take just anyone who wants to come. As he said this, Wang Lei felt a surge of warmth in his chest. In the past, they were the ones seeking artists, seeking platforms, seeking media, seeking brands. Now everything has flipped. Artists are seeking to join extraordinary entertainment. Platforms are seeking collaboration. Media are scrambling to publish features. Brands are lining up to provide resources. This feeling was something Wang Lei had never dared to dream of before. An old employee stood in the corner, watching Wang Lei rush around, unable to resist laughing. Mr. Wang, you've been busy all day, don't you want to take a break? What break? Wang Lei didn't even look up. This is the deal with Xinghui. How many people go their whole lives without encountering such an opportunity? He patted the document in his hand, his eyes sparkling. Brothers, let's all work a little harder tonight. As long as we secure Xinghui's resources, extraordinary entertainment will be far more than just the #1 in Modu. In the future, the entire domestic entertainment industry will have to look to us. A chorus of responses erupted in the conference room. Understood. Don't worry, Mr. Wang. We'll work overnight if needed. Everyone's morale was ignited. They had witnessed extraordinary entertainment go from being banned to counterattacking Xinghui, and then taking over all the quality assets of Xinghui. This sense of participation was overwhelming. No one felt tired. Everyone knew the company was about to take off, and they were standing at the forefront. At the headquarters of Extraordinary Group, in the top floor office, Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, just finishing up the final summary from Xinghui. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the night view of Modu unfolded. Traffic flowed through the city's main artery. The office door was gently pushed open. Su Qingyan walked in. She had changed into a white shirt paired with a black pencil skirt, her long hair tied back, presenting a clean and neat appearance that showcased her mature charm. She held a cup of hot coffee. The aroma of coffee spread through the office. Mr. Lin. Su Qingyan placed the coffee next to Lin Fan. Just brewed. Lin Fan looked up at her. You've been busy all day, aren't you going to rest? Su Qingyan gently shook her head. The financial data from Xinghui was just compiled, and I wanted to show it to you at the earliest opportunity. She placed the tablet on the table and swiped through the report. But her gaze didn't immediately leave Lin Fan. That kind of look was no longer the gaze of a typical subordinate towards their boss. It contained admiration. There was fervor, and there was worship. Su Qingyan had seen many wealthy individuals before. But those people, no matter how rich, would still weigh their options, test the waters, and be constrained by various relationships. Lin Fan was different. With the Wei family project, he crushed the Wei family. When Xinghui sealed the channels, he bought them. Zhou Jinhai pressured people with his qualifications, and he dismantled Xinghui altogether. This kind of dominance was straightforward and overbearing, yet it was impossible to look away from. Su Qingyan looked at him seriously. Mr. Lin, the financial results from Xinghui this time are even more exaggerated than anticipated. Lin Fan took a sip of coffee. Speak. Su Qingyan opened the first report. This time the acquisition of Xinghui's related channels, platforms, cinema resources, and media assets, as well as bulk buying in the secondary market and share transfer agreements, appears to have a very high expenditure. However, due to the system's cashback being fully triggered, the actual funds not only did not decrease, but instead saw a significant increase. She paused for a moment as she spoke. Even though she had seen Lin Fan's system cashback many times, every time she looked at the data, it still felt unreal. It was too absurd. Others spend money consuming cash flow. Lin Fan spends money increasing both assets and cash. How is this possible? Su Qingyan continued. After the premium assets of Xinghui Media were stripped away, they have now merged into extraordinary entertainment. These assets include the controlling interest in variety platforms, media resource buyout agreements, cinema scheduling rights, copyright libraries, production teams, and artist management resources. According to conservative estimates, this portion of assets will bring substantial long-term benefits to extraordinary entertainment in the future. At the same time, the associated debts, illegal guarantees, and bad debts left by Zhou Jinhai and the original company of Xinghui will enter the liquidation process without dragging down the main body of extraordinary entertainment. She turned the tablet towards Lin Fan. On the screen was a string of clear data. To put it simply, President Lin, we not only did not lose in this battle, but we made a huge profit. The office fell silent for a moment. Su Qingyan looked at Lin Fan, her heart racing slightly. When she worked at Qingyan Technology, she was always meticulous. Every project had to calculate costs. Every financing had to assess the price. Every penny had to be spent wisely. But after being around Lin Fan, she realized that business wars could be fought this way. Directly spending money. Directly crushing. Directly turning the opponent's core assets into one's own spoils. What was even more terrifying was that after spending, Lin Fan had even more money. Su Qingyan said, President Lin, you truly scared the business community of Modu this time. Now many people are privately saying that Extraordinary Group should not be provoked. They should be more than just scared now. They are scared to the point of sleeplessness. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, not responding. Before him, a blue system panels. They should be more than just scared now. They are scared to the point of sleeplessness. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, not responding. Before him, a blue system panel slowly emerged. Host Lin Fan, current account balance continuously increasing, completed large-scale commercial consumption acquisition of assets related to Xinhua Media legal consumption confirmation, completed system cashback, has been credited commercial influence top in Modu control over the entertainment industry, significantly increased group's total assets, continuously expanding experience points, rapidly increasing. A series of data refreshed before his eyes. Lin Fan glanced at the experience bar. During this period, he had been continuously spending money. Wei family real estate assets. Acquisition of channels from Xinhua Media. Cinema media platforms copyright resources. Plus bulk buying in the secondary market and high premium share agreements. Each transaction was a massive expenditure. The system's experience points had also surged dramatically. The experience bar had risen to a very exaggerated position. Only the last segment was needed for the next upgrade. Lin Fan's gaze shifted slightly. After the system upgrade, each change it brought was significant. The previous global asset scan and the overseas oil field exemption card had already proven this point. If he leveled up again, who knows what new things would be unlocked. Su Qingyan noticed Lin Fan's brief silence and softly asked, President Lin. It's nothing. Su Qingyan did not press further. She knew that Lin Fan had secrets. But she asked what needed to be asked and would not say a word more about what should not be asked. Just then Lin Fan's phone on the table vibrated. Incoming call, Qin Zhou. Lin Fan answered. Speak. On the other end of the line, Qin Zhou's voice was as steady as ever. Mr. Lin, most of the acquisition of assets around Xinhua Media has been completed. However, we encountered some resistance during the transfer of a piece of land. Lin Fan lightly tapped his finger on the table. Which piece of land? Qin Zhou said, a piece of prime land under Xinhua Media. It's located on the edge of the inner ring of Modu, originally planned as a film production base and commercial complex. The location is excellent with a mature commercial area nearby. In the future, whether for an entertainment industry park, office buildings, or comprehensive commercial projects, it's very valuable. Su Qingyan, hearing this, also grew serious. She picked up the tablet and quickly pulled up relevant information. She knew about that piece of land. Xinhua Media had kept it undeveloped, waiting for land prices to continue rising. Now that Xinhua had fallen, this piece of land naturally fell within the scope of Extraordinary Group's acquisition. Lin Fan asked, who was blocking it? There was a half-second pause on the other end of the line. The Wei family. The air in the office fell silent. Su Qingyan looked up at Lin Fan. The Wei family. This name had been appearing too frequently in Modu lately. The Wei Group had been severely damaged by Extraordinary Group, and its core real estate assets had also been acquired. Logically speaking, the Wei family should be behaving submissively now, yet they still dared to reach out. Qin Zhou continued. To be precise, it's the remnants of the Wei family's relationship network that are acting. On the surface, it isn't the Wei Group handling it, but several personnel from local approval authorities with deep ties to the Wei family are using reasons like document supplementation, historical ownership verification, and planning purpose changes to delay the transfer process. At the same time, a shell company suddenly submitted a priority development cooperation application. We checked, and this company has several layers of connections, ultimately pointing to Wei Xiaojia. Wei Xiaojia. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. The moment this name came up, many things became clear. Su Qingyan also sneered. Wei Xiaojia hasn't given up. Qin Zhou said, it seems he has had his eyes on this piece of land for a long time. After the incident with Xinhua Media, he intervened at the first opportunity. He must be trying to take advantage of the chaos during the handover of Xingua's assets to forcibly cut in using official connections. If that piece of land falls into his hands, the remnants of the Wei family will have a chance to operate again. Moreover, given the sensitive location, there is indeed operational space within the approval process. Lin Fan leaned back in his executive chair, his expression calm. Wei Xiaojia. After the Wei family was so severely dealt with last time, he still hasn't learned his lesson. Now that Xinghui has just collapsed, an extraordinary group is busy acquiring assets. Does he really think he can find a gap to take a bite? Su Qingyin stood by. President Lin, we can't let go of that piece of land. It's not just valuable. It also relates to the future layout of Extraordinary Entertainment's industrial park. If Wei Xiaojie cuts in the outside world will think that Extraordinary Group has left loopholes during the acquisition of Xinghui's assets. Qin Zhou also said on the phone, Mr. Lin, the other side should be thinking the same. Wei Xiaojie is not simply after the land. He wants to use this incident to show Modu that the Wei family hasn't completely fallen. As long as he can snatch an asset from Extraordinary Group, he can regroup some residual resources. Lin Fan listened. The Wei family actively extended their hand. Then he had no qualms about continuing to use money to crush their last shred of pride. The Yunding Club under the Wei family is brightly lit tonight. This is a well-known high-end club in the Magic City. A row of luxury cars is parked at the entrance, and any one of them is enough for an ordinary person to work hard for half a lifetime. In the largest private room on the top floor, the music is not too loud, exuding extravagance everywhere. Genuine leather sofas, crystal chandeliers, and valuable oil paintings hang on the walls. Wei Xiaojie sits at the main seat with a tall female model in his arms. The model is wearing a form-fitting long dress, her makeup exquisite, leaning against him and occasionally handing him drinks. A few rich second-generation heirs gather around him. Some are holding champagne, some are puffing on cigars, while others casually toss their phones on the table, propping their legs up. Wei Xiao, you've been ruthless this time, a young man with gray-dyed hair said with a smile. Fifan Group just swallowed Xinghui and is now riding high, yet you directly blocked their land approval from the very start. Really? Another rich second-generation heir chimed in. I heard that land has a particularly good location and Fifan Entertainment wants to use it for an industrial park. An industrial park? Wei Xiaojie raised his glass and took a sip. They think too highly of themselves. The model in his arms asked, Wei Xiao, isn't Lin Fan very capable? Previously the Wei family and Xinghui were both suppressed by him. As this was said, the few rich heirs in the room all laughed. Wei Xiaojie reached out and pinched the model's chin. You guys are just scared off by those online rumors. Lin Fan is powerful. Where is he powerful? Is it because he has money? Wei Xiaojie placed his glass on the table. In the entertainment industry, he can throw money to buy platforms, media, and cinema chains. But here in the real estate sector of the Magic City, in real estate, it's all about land approvals and the connections built over many years. That Lin Fan, just a nouveau riche, can spend money on celebrities and variety shows fine. But does he think he can walk all over the real estate circle in the Magic City? He's still too young for that. The rich second-generation heirs quickly chimed in. Wei Xiao is right. In real estate, it's not about who has money, but who calls the shots. Fifan Group has been too arrogant lately. It's indeed time for someone to teach them a lesson. If Lin Fan really has the ability, let him by the approval authority. As soon as this was said, laughter filled the private room even more. The core assets of the Wei family were swallowed whole by Lin Fan, and the business world of the Magic City was rife with rumors that the Wei family was finished. Those who used to revolve around the Wei family also began to avoid him. So when the golden land of Xinghui entered the handover process, he immediately utilized the remaining connections of the Wei family to firmly block the approval for the transfer. The reason is very simple. Supplementary documentation, historical ownership verification, planning use change review. These reasons all sound very legitimate. As long as the approval authority does not loosen, even if Fifan Group has more money, they can only wait. This is Wei Xiaojie's confidence. He wants everyone in the Magic City to see that the Wei family has not fallen. Does Lin Fan want to swallow all of Xinghui's assets? It's not that easy. One rich, second-generation heir poured wine for Wei Xiaojie. Wei Xiao, what if Lin Fan sends someone to plead for him? Wei Xiaojie leaned back on the sofa. Plead. Let him come in person. Isn't he fond of throwing money around? Let him bring a check and kneel in front of me, then I might consider speeding up the approval. The model beside him covered her mouth and laughed. Wei Xiao is so domineering. Wei Xiaojie raised his hand to hold her tightly. This isn't called domineering. This is called rules. The Magic City isn't just Lin Fan's Magic City. If he can bring down Xinghui, then Zhou Zhenhai is the real waste. But our Wei family has been entrenched in the real estate circle for so many years. If he wants to touch this cake, he must first ask for my permission. A few rich second-generation heirs raised their glasses. What Wei Xiao said is really tough. Tonight's toast must be for Wei Xiao. Lin Fan must be feeling stressed right now. Maybe Fifan Group has already gone crazy in their meetings. Wei Xiaojie raised his glass, accepting the flattery of the crowd. This is exactly the effect he wanted. The more the outside world fears Lin Fan, the more he wants to step on Lin Fan at this moment. As long as he can block the land approval for Fifan Group, this time Wei Xiaojie's face in the second-generation circle of the Magic City can be re-established. The remaining connections of the Wei family will also come back to him. Suddenly hurried footsteps approached from outside the private room. The club manager pushed the door in. His face was somewhat pale, and sweat was beading on his forehead. Wei Xiaojie looked over. What are you panicking about? The manager swallowed hard. A few cars have come downstairs. Whose cars? The manager lowered his voice. People from Tycoon Group. The laughter in the private room stopped. The rich second-generation heirs exchanged glances. The female model also sat up straighter. Wei Xiaojie laughed. Tycoon Group. Lin Fan has come. The manager nodded. It's Mr. Lin himself. Wei Xiaojie laughed even louder. I thought he could hold out for much longer. How long has it been? He just found this place. One rich second-generation heir laughed along. Wei Xiao, it seems he is really anxious. If that piece of land can't be transferred, Tycoon Entertainment's industrial park behind it will be blocked. He would be crazy not to be anxious. Wei Xiaojie patted the leg of the female model in his arms and stood up. No need to stop him. Let him come up. The manager wiped his sweat. Wei Xiao, the people downstairs have already blocked him. But what? Before the manager could finish, heavy footsteps were already heard outside the private room. It wasn't just one person. It was many people. The two servers at the entrance were forced to step aside. Lin Fan walked in wearing a black suit with little expression on his face. Qin Zhou followed closely beside him holding a thick envelope. Behind him were several members of Heishui security dressed in black suits wearing earpieces and standing tall. The club manager wanted to step forward to stop him, but as soon as he reached out he was directly pushed aside by a member of Heishui security. The manager staggered a few steps, crashed against the wall, and turned pale. Because he recognized Lin Fan. He also recognized Qin Zhou. During this time, who in the Magic City's business world hasn't heard of these two names? The Wei family fell. Xinghui collapsed. Zhou Jinhai was dragged out of the headquarters building. Each of these events was related to Lin Fan. But now this deity had directly entered the Yunding Club. The rich second-generation heirs in the private room also quieted down considerably. They had just been loud in front of Wei Xiaojie. But now that they saw Lin Fan walk in, no one dared to speak first. Lin Fan did not look at those people. He walked to the center of the private room and casually glanced around. There were fine wines on the table. The rich heirs were seated on the sofas. The female model leaned against Wei Xiaojie. All eyes were on him. Wei Xiaojie looked at Lin Fan. He did not expect Lin Fan to arrive so quickly. He leaned back on the sofa, deliberately not getting up. Oh, isn't this Director Lin? What wind brought you to my little place? As soon as a few rich second-generation heirs heard Wei Xiaojie's words, they also chimed in. The gray-haired young man chuckled. Director Lin came personally. So late it can't be for that piece of land, right? Wei Xiao really has a big face. Even Director Lin from Tycoon Group has come to pay a visit in person. If this were to get out, the Magic City would be lively again. Wei Xiaojie raised his hand to calm the room, restoring silence. He looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you've been quite the sensation lately. The Wei family has suffered losses at your hands, and Xinghui has also been defeated by you. But don't think that just because you've won a few matches you can truly act recklessly in the Magic City. He leaned forward slightly. The approval for that piece of land is in my hands. I'm not afraid to tell you this. If you want to transfer ownership, develop it, or turn it into an extraordinary entertainment industry park, you'll have to go through me first. The female model leaned a little closer to Wei Xiaojie. Several wealthy second-generation individuals raised their glasses. What? Wei Xiaojie chuckled. Director Lin, your personal visit today is to request that I show you some leniency. It's possible. We're all from the Magic City, and I'm not completely shutting you out. Pour a glass of wine now, and say a few soft words to me. Who knows, if I'm in a good mood, I might loosen the approval process tomorrow. Laughter erupted in the room. Wei Xiao is generous. Director Lin, Wei Xiao is giving you a way out. This wine is not something everyone is qualified to toast with. Previously, others had to queue to seek favors from Wei Xiao. Lin Fan remained silent. He merely looked towards Qin Zhou. Qin Zhou stepped forward and opened the document bag he was holding. A thick stack of documents was taken out. Slap. The documents were placed on the coffee table. However, the laughter in the room gradually faded. Wei Xiaojie looked over. What is this? Qin Zhou spoke in a calm tone. This is the property transfer document for the entire building where the Yunding Club is located. Just 10 minutes ago, Extraordinary Investment completed the full payment for the acquisition. This includes the above-ground buildings, underground parking, public facilities, leasing rights, and all rights to dispose of long-term leases within the entire building. He pushed the documents slightly forward. This is the land deed, property certificate, payment receipt, and transfer acceptance receipt. The seals are all on it. The room fell silent. The smile on the gray-haired youth's face froze. Another wealthy second-generation individual leaned forward to look at the document, and upon seeing the property information on the first page, he closed his mouth. The female model covered her mouth. The club manager stood by the wall, his legs beginning to weaken. Wasn't the Yunding Club owned by the Wei family? How did it suddenly become the property of Extraordinary Investment? The smile on Wei Xiaojie's face also vanished. He stared at the documents on the table. Impossible. He reached out and grabbed the documents. The first page, property transfer agreement. Second page, full payment proof. Third page, ownership list for the entire building. Fourth page, new property recipient extraordinary investment. Every page thereafter bore a seal. Each word was clear. Wei Xiaojie flipped through them faster. The papers rustled in his hands. Several wealthy second-generation individuals also gathered around. Someone saw the property number and turned pale instantly. Is this really this building? Yunding building. They even bought the underground parking. Full payment. 10 minutes ago. No one dared to laugh anymore. Just a moment ago they were mocking Lin Fan alongside Wei Xiaojie, saying real estate wasn't something you could play with just because you had money. Yet Lin Fan said not a single word. He directly purchased the entire building where the club is located. Not just a membership card. Not just a private room. Buying the whole building, what does that even mean? Wei Xiaojie was flaunting his power here because this high-end club was one of the most prestigious assets left by the Wei family. But after Lin Fan arrived, he used just a file bag to strip him of his qualifications to even sit there. The club manager leaned against the wall, sweat beads rolling down his forehead. He had just thought about stopping Lin Fan. How could this manager dare to obstruct the new owner from entering his own building? Qin Zhou looked at the manager. Are you the manager of Yunding Club? The manager's legs felt weak and he nodded hurriedly. Yes, it's me. Qin Zhou said. From now on, the management rights of Yunding Club will be transferred to extraordinary investment. All personnel positions will remain unchanged for the time being. But on-site instructions will be based on Mr. Lin. The manager bowed. Understood. Mr. Lin. General Qin, I understand. He didn't dare show the slightest hesitation. In front of the Wei family, he could force a smile. In front of Lin Fan, he felt strained to even stand straight. Lin Fan then turned to Wei Xiaojie. Wei Xiaojie, what did you just say? Whose place is this? Wei Xiaojie gripped the documents, his fingers tense. He wanted to retort, but the seal on the document was right in front of him. He couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Lin Fan spoke. You've blocked the land approval for Extraordinary Group. I just bought the building you're sitting in. Now I am the new landlord here. You can leave. Upon hearing this, all the wealthy second-generation individuals in the room fell silent. Just moments ago, Wei Xiaojie had been boasting with the female model about how he had blocked the approval for Extraordinary Group, and in the blink of an eye, he was told by Lin Fan to leave. The slap in the face came too quickly, and it was too harsh. The female model instinctively moved away from Wei Xiaojie's embrace. Wei Xiaojie gritted his teeth. The gray-haired youth held his glass frozen midair, unsure whether to set it down or continue holding it up. Another wealthy second-generation individual quietly took a step back. The gray-haired youth held his glass frozen midair, unsure whether to set it down or continue holding it up. Another wealthy second-generation individual quietly took a step back. What were these wealthy second-generation individuals worth? The club manager's legs felt weak. He looked at Wei Xiaojie and then at Lin Fan. In the past, Wei Xiaojie was the one person you couldn't offend here. But now the entire building belonged to Lin Fan. If he dared to defy the new owner's orders, he would be out by tomorrow. No, perhaps not even until tomorrow. The manager gritted his teeth and walked up to Wei Xiaojie. Wei Xiao, why don't you go first? Wei Xiaojie slammed the documents onto the table. Shut up. The manager shrank back. Wei Xiaojie stood up, his chest heaving heavily. He pointed at Lin Fan's nose. Lin Fan, stop pretending in front of me. Is it just buying a building? Do you think that can scare me? Let me tell you, the land approval is still in my hands. You've embarrassed me today, and I, Wei Xiaojie, will remember this. The Wei family will never let this go. As soon as Wei Xiaojie finished speaking, the expressions of several wealthy second-generation individuals in the room changed. Just a moment ago, they dared to cheer along because Wei Xiaojie was in front. But now Lin Fan had already purchased the entire building where the Yunding Club was located. This was no longer Wei Xiaojie's domain. Did he still dare to point at Lin Fan's nose and shout? The gray-haired youth instinctively took half a step back, his hand holding the glass trembling. The wealthy second-generation individual next to him whispered, Wei Xiao, just let it go. Let go of what? Wei Xiaojie turned around and glared at him. Are you afraid of him? The wealthy second-generation individual's cheek twitched. He didn't dare to reply. Who wasn't afraid? The Wei family had been crippled by Lin Fan. Xinhua media had been dismantled by Lin Fan, and the video of Zhou Zhenhai being dragged out of the building was still circulating wildly online. With someone like him standing in front of them, who wouldn't feel uneasy? But Wei Xiaojie was clearly blinded by rage. He stared at Lin Fan, the veins on his neck bulging. Lin Fan, do you think that by purchasing the Yunding building you can stand above me? Let me tell you, the real estate circle in Magic City is not somewhere you can just waltz into. As long as I don't loosen my grip on that prime land, your fiefin group can forget about touching it. If you have the ability, then keep throwing money. I want to see if you can buy out the entire Magic City's approval process. The room fell silent. The club manager stood by, sweat trickling down his temples. He wished he could just gag Wei Xiaojie's mouth. Who was this new boss? He had just bought the entire building with a single statement, not even batting an eye. Wei Xiaojie was still here using the Wei family's influence to intimidate. Wasn't that courting death? Qin Zhou stood beside Lin Fan, his expression calm. The Blackwater security personnel were stationed at the entrance and both sides of the room. The female model had long since distanced herself from Wei Xiaojie, clutching her bag, barely daring to breathe. She looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of fear. Lin Fan finally raised his gaze. He looked at Wei Xiaojie, his voice very calm. Are you done speaking? Wei Xiaojie's face darkened at these words. What? Do you still want to make a move? Lin Fan, I warn you, this is Magic City, not your fiefing group's backyard. If you dare touch me, the Wei family will definitely let you. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed. Lin Fan retaliated with a swift slap to Wei Xiaojie's face. That slap was extremely heavy. Wei Xiaojie was knocked sideways, staggering 2 steps before almost crashing into the tea table behind him. His cheek visibly swelled and reddened. All the second-generation rich kids in the room were dumbfounded. The gray-haired youth dropped his wine glass with a crash, champagne spilling everywhere. Another rich kid gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long time. The club manager's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Did he just hit him? Lin Fan really hit Wei Xiao. But he's the son of Wei Changfeng. Is he crazy? Several people whispered, their voices trembling. They usually considered themselves quite arrogant in Magic City. But no matter how arrogant, they had never witnessed such a scene. Wei Xiaojie publicly threatening Lin Fan, and Lin Fan, too lazy to utter more words, just slapped him directly. That slap struck not just Wei Xiaojie's face, but also hit the hearts of all the second-generation rich kids. They finally understood that Lin Fan was not intimidated by the Wei family's threats. Wei Xiaojie covered his face, feeling dizzy. His ears buzzed and half of his face burned painfully. Hadn't he always been treated like a prince wherever he went? The young master of the Wei family. The only son of Wei Changfeng. The heir of an old family in Magic City. Even if the Wei family had recently been beaten down by Lin Fan, those rich kids would still not dare to disrespect him in person. But now he was slapped by Lin Fan in front of everyone. In the Yunding Club. Right after he had just made his threats. This humiliation made Wei Xiaojie's eyes turn red. Lin Fan. He covered his swollen face, his voice turning sharp and distorted. You dare hit me. You actually dare to hit me. I will kill you. I will definitely make you pay. He lunged forward, reaching out to grab Lin Fan's collar. But as soon as he moved, the Blackwater security stepped forward. 2 burly security guards, one on each side, quickly restrained Wei Xiaojie's arms. Wei Xiaojie struggled desperately. Let go of me, you bunch of dogs. I am Wei Xiaojie. Whoever dares to touch me, I will ensure you can't survive in Magic City. Bang! One security guard pressed him onto the carpet beside the tea table. Another guard raised his hand to press down on the back of his neck. Wei Xiaojie's face was pressed into the ground, his once expensive and tidy suit instantly wrinkled. Champagne and shards of glass scattered on the carpet, and his face was ground into a mess. Aunt! Wei Xiaojie screamed. Lin Fan. You're dead. My dad will not let you go. The Wei family will not let you go. You dared to humiliate me today, I will make your entire family pay the price. The rich kids in the room felt their scalps go numb. No one dared to step forward. No one dared to speak up for Wei Xiaojie. They had been the loudest just now, but now watching Wei Xiaojie being pressed to the ground, they all lowered their heads, afraid Lin Fan would notice them. The female model was so scared her face turned pale. She stood by the sofa, her legs trembling, not even daring to cry out. The club manager was even more hunched over, whispering, Mr. Lin, it's all our mismanagement, it's all our fault. Lin Fan ignored him. He looked down at Wei Xiaojie. Wei Xiaojie, don't you realize something? Wei Xiaojie was pressed to the ground, gritting his teeth. Lin Fan, if you have the guts, kill me today. Otherwise I will definitely make you regret it. Lin Fan looked at him, his voice calm, but it sent chills down everyone's spine. The Wei family's foundation may seem valuable in your eyes, but to me it is worth nothing. Wei Xiaojie's movements froze. Lin Fan continued, you used the approval process to block me from a piece of land. I will buy the building you're sitting in. You used the Wei family to threaten me. I will buy up all the remaining Wei family assets until they can't breathe. Do you think the face of an old family in Magic City is worth much? In front of my money they are worth less than paper. As these words fell, all the second-generation rich kids in the room dared not breathe. It was too arrogant. But no one dared to refute. Because Lin Fan had already proven it. The core real estate assets of the Wei family had been consumed by him. Xinhua Media had been dismantled by him within 24 hours. The Yunding building had just been purchased by him in full payment 10 minutes ago. He said he would continue to crush the Wei family. Who dared to say he couldn't do it? Wei Xiaojie's face turned red as he was pressed to the ground. He wanted to curse. But looking at Lin Fan's calm face, a chill actually crept into his heart. Lin Fan raised his hand. Throw him out. You dare. I am the young master of the Wei family. This used to be my place. Let go of me. No one paid him any mind. Two security guards escorted him out. As they passed by the entrance of the room, several rich kids hurriedly stepped aside, moving faster than anyone. The gray-haired youth even pressed himself against the wall, lowering his head and not daring to meet Wei Xiaojia's gaze. Wei Xiaojia saw this scene and nearly exploded with rage. Just moments ago, these people had surrounded him, shouting Wei Xiao. Now as he was dragged away, they all shrank into the corners. "You bunch of useless trash. What are you looking at? Help me." No one moved. The club manager dared not move either. Lin Fan was the new boss. This building now belonged to Fifan. No matter how loudly Wei Xiaojia yelled, no one dared to stop him. A few minutes later, at the entrance of the Yunding Club, two Blackwater security guards dragged Wei Xiaojia out. The valet, the waitstaff, and passing guests all turned to look. Wei Xiaojia usually came here with a convoy of luxury cars, personally welcomed by the manager. Tonight, he was dragged to the entrance. Bang! The two security guards loosened their grip. Wei Xiaojia was thrown down the steps, landing awkwardly on the ground. His expensive suit was covered in dust, his hair a tangled mess, and a clear handprint marked his face. Passers-by quickly gathered around. "Isn't that Wei Xiaojia? Is it really him? The young master of the Wei family? How did he get thrown out? I heard Lin Fan bought the Yunding building, and Wei Xiaojia was making a scene inside, only to be dealt with by Lin Fan." Another one from Lin Fan. "Does the Wei family still dare to provoke him? That's quite bold." Someone lifted their phone to take a picture. Others began recording. The flash went off. Wei Xiaojia lay on the ground, trembling with anger. He tried to get up, but due to being pressed down earlier, his arms felt weak, and for the first time, he couldn't support himself. The murmurs around him reached his ears. He had never felt this humiliated. He was Wei Xiaojia. He should have been standing in the highest VIP room of the club, surrounded by people toasting him. But now he was thrown at the entrance of the club. Gritting his teeth, Wei Xiaojia struggled to rise. He looked back at the entrance of the Yunding Club, his eyes filled with resentment. "Lin Fan, just wait for me. I will ensure you pay for this today with blood. I will make you pay a bloody price." Inside the top VIP room of the club, after Wei Xiaojia was thrown out, the atmosphere remained eerily quiet. A few wealthy heirs were unsure whether to sit or stand. The once lively VIP room was now a mess, with shattered wine glasses scattered everywhere. Lin Fan sat on the sofa, while Qin Zhou stood beside him. The club manager reorganized the documents on the coffee table and handed them to Qin Zhou. "Mr. Qin, the documents." Qin Zhou accepted them with a nod. Lin Fan glanced at the wealthy heirs in the room. Several of them immediately lowered their heads. No one dared to meet his gaze. Lin Fan was too lazy to waste words with them. He picked up the phone on the table and dialed Qin Zhou's internal line. Although Qin Zhou was right next to him, this statement was meant for the executives of the Fifan Group. After the call connected, Lin Fan spoke. "Qin Zhou." Qin Zhou immediately lowered his head. "Mr. Lin." Lin Fan leaned back against the sofa. "Immediately initiate a comprehensive acquisition plan for all peripheral industries of the Wei family." Qin Zhou's expression shifted. "Scope, eh? All of them. Real estate support companies, property management companies, construction material suppliers, shares in commercial districts, hotels, clubs, warehouses, parking lots, billboards, shops, office buildings. All related to the remnants of the Wei family's network must be included. Whatever the Wei family covets, the Fifan Group will snatch it away. If they offer 1, we will offer 10. If they negotiate cooperation, we will buy them out directly. If they want the land, we will seize it. If they want to keep their projects, we will buy the projects. If they want to delay with approvals, we will buy up the entire upstream and downstream." The wealthy heirs in the room turned pale, snatching at 10 times the price. Comprehensive acquisition. This was meant to cut off the Wei family's last escape route. One wealthy heir began to sweat quietly, turning off his phone screen. He had just wanted to send a message to his family urging them to participate in the operation for that piece of land. Now he dared not. Anyone who reached out at this moment would be crushed by Lin Fan as well. Qin Zhou showed no hesitation. "Understood. I will immediately mobilize the Fifan Investment, Fifan Real Estate, the group's legal department, financial auditing, and external acquisition teams. The list of the Wei family's peripheral industries should be prepared within half an hour. Key targets should start contacting tonight." Lin Fan said, "Do not hold back on expenses. Speed is the priority." Qin Zhou nodded. "Yes." Lin Fan hung up the phone. In the VIP room, no one dared to speak. The wealthy heirs were left with only one thought. Wei Xiaojia is finished. Not just Wei Xiaojia. The Wei family might not even have a last chance to breathe this time. By the time the news returned to the Wei family, it was already late at night. The Wei family's old residence was brightly lit. In the study, the head of the Wei family, Wei Chongfeng, sat in the main seat with a phone in front of him. The screen displayed the video of Wei Xiaojia being thrown out of the Yunding Club by Blackwater security. In the video, Wei Xiaojia fell to the ground in a sorry state, shouting that he would make Lin Fan pay a bloody price. Wei Changfeng's expression darkened after watching. Bang! He slammed his hand on the table. The heavy rosewood table shook slightly. Bastard. In the study, several core members of the Wei family lowered their heads. No one dared to make a sound. Wei Changfeng breathed heavily. He was not feeling sorry for Wei Xiaojia being beaten. His anger stemmed from the fact that Lin Fan had trampled the Wei family's face before everyone in Modu. The Wei family had already suffered serious injuries in the previous real estate war. They should have been low-key regrouping their connections now. Yet at this moment, Lin Fan publicly slapped Wei Xiaojia and threw him out of the Yunding Club. More critically, Lin Fan had also bought the Yunding building. That was the most important sign of the Wei family's remaining face. Now it was gone. One of the Wei family's uncles gritted his teeth and said, "Changfeng Lin Fan is going too far." Xiaojia was a bit impulsive, but after all, he is a member of the Wei family. Lin Fan hitting him in public is equivalent to slapping the Wei family's face. Another middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "He's just a nouveau riche. Does he really think that with a bit of money he can trample all the old families in Modu? Companies like Xinghui have no roots and collapse quickly. But our Wei family has been rooted in Modu for decades. Real estate, business resources, approval connections, old city renovation core plots. What do we lack in manpower?" Wei Changfeng coldly raised his head. "What is Lin Fan doing right now?" The assistant sitting beside him immediately said, "Head of the family, we've just received news that the Tycoon group has initiated a comprehensive acquisition of the Wei family's peripheral industries. They are contacting the property companies, building materials companies, several commercial districts we hold shares in, as well as some related hotels and parking lot projects. The offers are extremely exaggerated. Several small shareholders have already wavered." Wei Changfeng's eyes twitched violently. "What are the offers?" The assistant whispered, "Starting at 3 times the market price. For competitive projects, they are going directly to 10 times the price." A gasp echoed in the study. 10 times. Is he crazy? With such acquisitions, doesn't he fear going bankrupt? This isn't business, it's wrecking the place. Wei Changfeng's face turned ashen. He finally understood that Lin Fan wasn't just trying to intimidate. This young man was genuinely aiming to use money to uproot the Wei family's peripheral industries. The Wei family's core assets had already suffered serious blows. If the peripheral industries were cleared out by the Tycoon group, the business network the Wei family had built over the years would be completely severed. By then, even if the Wei family still had some old connections, they would not have sufficient projects and interests to maintain them. Without interest, the so-called connections would quickly dissipate. Wei Changfeng stood up. "Notify all companies affiliated with the Wei family. No shares are to be sold. No projects are to be discussed with the Tycoon group. Anyone who dares to sign privately is betraying the Wei family. Also notify all active personnel in real estate, commerce, and finance. If the Tycoon group wants to seize projects, let them not secure a single deal. If they want to buy land, let them fail to pass the review. If they wish to acquire business resources, let them be unable to find an operator. The real estate and core commercial resources in Modu cannot be easily swallowed by Lin Fan, a mere nouveau riche." Several core members of the Wei family nodded in agreement. "Understood. They'll contact them immediately. They'll make the call. The old connections of the Wei family still exist. This time we must make Lin Fan understand that the foundation of an old family cannot be shattered by money." Wei Changfeng walked to the window. "If Lin Fan intends to use money to pressure the Wei family, then I will mobilize all the power of the Wei family. Real estate, commercial complexes, core plots, financial credit approval processes, supply chains. Whatever he seizes, we will block. Whatever he buys, we will elevate. If he wants to engage in a business war, the Wei family will accompany him to the end." Under the night sky of Modu, a commercial war surrounding real estate and core commercial resources officially commenced. At the top floor of the Yunding Club, Lin Fan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the night view outside, contemplating the upcoming consumption plans. In the following week, the business world of Modu was thrown into chaos. The Wei family activated all their connections. In real estate, planning, commerce, and finance, wherever there was a relation to core land, the shadow of the Wei family began to appear. A piece of commercial land that was originally set to be listed suddenly required a historical ownership verification. A comprehensive plot on the edge of the inner ring was temporarily asked to supplement planning explanations. Several popular land plots saw an increase in the bidding deposit threshold, and material reviews became particularly stringent. It was evident to all who were observant. The Wei family was clearly targeting the Tycoon group. Several real estate tycoons gathered secretly, not even bothering to sip their tea. The Wei family is genuinely anxious this time. No kidding, the Yunding mansion was bought by Lin Fan, and the video of Wei Xiaojia being thrown out of the club is still circulating. If the Wei family doesn't retaliate now, they will lose all face. I heard that for this land auction, the Wei family has prepared 10 billion yuan in funds. 10 billion. Yes, Wei Changfeng personally declared that in the core areas of Modu, not a single plot will be allowed to fall into the hands of the Tycoon group. This means he intends to trap Lin Fan in the real estate circle. Someone lowered their voice, but Lin Fan has considerable funds too. Another tycoon shook his head. Having a lot of money is one thing, but participating in land bidding is another. This time the Wei family not only prepared funds, but also activated many official resources. Material reviews, bidding qualifications, planning requirements can all be blocked. As long as the Wei family raises the price and utilizes these factors to exhaust the cash flow of the fiefin group, Lin Fan may not have it easy. Wei Changfeng has already made a statement. What did he say? That person glanced around and said quietly, he said this time he wants to leave Lin Fan with nothing. This statement quickly spread throughout the business community of Modu. Leaving with nothing. The Wei family was quite serious about this. Many people were focused on this land auction. Xinghui fell. Zhou Xinhai was dragged out of the building. Wei Xiaojie also lost face at the entrance of the Yunding Club. Everyone in Modu wanted to see if the Wei family could regain their footing in the real estate circle. On the day of the auction, outside the Modu Land Transaction Center, luxury cars were lined up. Bosses from real estate companies, representatives from investment institutions, and people from banks all showed up. People continuously murmured at the entrance. Wei Xiaojie has arrived. Is he representing the Wei family this time? Wei Changfeng didn't personally show up. He must want Wei Xiaojie to regain the family's face. Where's Lin Fan? The people from the fiefin group haven't arrived yet. Just as the words fell, several black business vehicles stopped at the entrance. The car doors opened. Lin Fan stepped out of the car. Su Qingyan followed closely by his side holding a folder. Qin Zhou also arrived, followed by the mergers and acquisitions and real estate teams of the fiefin group. The bustling entrance fell quiet. Many people automatically made way. Lin Fan did not glance at those people and walked directly into the venue. In the front row, Wei Xiaojie was already seated. He wore a custom suit. The imprint of a slap on his face had faded and his mouth was pressed down. A group of businessmen surrounded him. Someone handed him water. Some bent over and smiled ingratiatingly. A few real estate bosses leaned in closely, speaking in hushed tones. Wei Xiao, today is all on you. The foundation of the Wei family in the real estate circle is not something the fiefin group can compare to. Lin Fan can throw money in the entertainment circle, but that doesn't mean he can run wild at the land auction. Wei Xiaojie listened. He looked up and saw Lin Fan sitting on the other side of the front row, his expression darkening. Lin Fan, today you won't get a single piece of land. The surrounding businessmen immediately fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Lin Fan. Su Qingyan frowned. Qin Zhou remained calm, not turning a page of the materials in his hands. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, not even glancing at Wei Xiaojie. How much money have you prepared? Wei Xiaojie frowned. What do you mean? Only then did Lin Fan turn his head to look at him. I'm worried you won't have enough later. Laughter erupted in the venue. The faces of several businessmen standing beside Wei Xiaojie stiffened, unsure whether to laugh or not. Wei Xiaojie gritted his teeth. Lin Fan, don't be too arrogant. Today is not the Yunding Club. This is a land auction. There are rules, processes, and qualification reviews. This is not a place where you can just throw money around. Lin Fan replied, then let's follow the rules. Wei Xiaojie chuckled. Good. Then let me show you the foundation of the Wei family in Modus real estate circle. The auction was about to begin. The auctioneer stood on the stage holding a gavel. The information for the first piece of land appeared on the big screen. Core commercial land on the eastern side of the inner ring of Modu, starting price 2.8 billion, bidding increment 50 million. When the big screen lit up, many people in the venue sat up straight. This land had an excellent location. Nearby was a subway, a mature business circle, and high-end residential areas. Once acquired, whether for a commercial complex or an office building, there was immense profit potential. The auctioneer announced, starting at 2.8 billion. Each increment must not be less than 50 million. Bidding starts now. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Xiaojie raised his paddle. 3.5 billion. The audience murmured. The first bid had increased by 700 million. This was not a normal bidding process. This was a statement. Wei Xiaojie turned to look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, if you want to play in real estate, first see if you qualify. A real estate boss beside him immediately laughed and said, Wei Xiao's move is ruthless enough. The first piece of land at 3.5 billion scared many people away. If Lin Fan continues, the cost will be quite daunting. If he doesn't follow, he'll lose the first round. The auctioneer also glanced over at Lin Fan. Su Qingyan whispered, President Lin, this plot's normal valuation is within 4 billion. We can accept that. If he doesn't follow, he'll lose the first round. The auctioneer also glanced over at Lin Fan. Su Qingyan whispered, President Lin, this plot's normal valuation. The auction hall fell silent. 7 billion. No one spoke. Wei Xiaojie had just bid 3.5 billion and Lin Fan directly doubled it. The auctioneer's mouth hung open, nearly failing to react. 7 billion. The fiefin group bids 7 billion. A boss in the back row sat up straight. Is he insane? 7 billion for the first plot. This is far beyond the normal valuation. Who bids like this? Another boss murmured. Lin Fan clearly has no intention of playing by the rules. The smile on Wei Xiaoji's face froze. He had planned to pressure Lin Fan, with 3.5 billion trapping him in a dilemma. But Lin Fan didn't hesitate. He doubled it directly. This tactic instantly disrupted his rhythm. Wei Xiaojia gritted his teeth and raised the paddle. 7.5 billion. His voice was noticeably lower than before. The surrounding businessmen quickly spoke up. Steady, young Master Wei. We can't let this plot go. The fiefing group is just bluffing. He can't throw money like this on every plot. Lin Fan didn't even lift an eyelid. He raised the paddle again. 15 billion. A wave of gasps swept through the auction hall. 15 billion. A plot with a starting bid of 2.8 billion had been driven up to 15 billion after just a few rounds. 15 billion. A wave of gasps swept through the auction hall. 15 billion. A plot with a starting bid of 2.8 billion had been driven up to 15. This is a crushing. The way families prepared 10 billion in funds doesn't even measure up against this single plot. Wei Xiaoji's face turned ashen. He looked at Lin Fan. Are you insane? Is this plot worth that much? Lin Fan stared back at him. At an auction, if you don't have enough money, shut up. Wei Xiaoji's chest heaved. He wanted to keep raising the paddle. But 15 billion had already far exceeded the Wei family's contingency plan. If the first plot was already at this price, how could they bid on the remaining 4? A businessman beside him, pale-faced, whispered, Young Master Wei, we can't follow anymore. This price is too outrageous. If we keep going, our capital chain will break. There are still 4 core plots left. Wei Xiaoji's fingers gripped the bidding paddle. The auctioneer raised his gavel. 15 billion going once. 15 billion going twice. No one else in the hall raised a paddle. All eyes were on Wei Xiaojia. Wei Xiaoji's hand lifted halfway, then dropped heavily. 15 billion going 3 times. The gavel fell. Sold. The first plot went to the fiefing group. In the auction hall, everyone's gaze settled on Lin Fan. Lin Fan sat there, his expression unchanged. Su Qingyan lowered her head to look at the financial data, but her heart raced. At the moment the transaction was confirmed, a blue system panel appeared before Lin Fan's eyes. Ding. Detected host has made a legitimate commercial investment expenditure. Expenditure type, core commercial land auction. Expenditure amount, 15 billion. Fund usage compliant. Cashback mechanism triggered successfully. This cashback amount has been credited. The digits behind the account balance danced wildly. The funds that had just flowed out returned to Lin Fan's account at a terrifying speed. Even more than the amount spent. Lin Fan glanced at it, then looked away. The second plot was soon put up for auction. This time, it was a core comprehensive plot along the riverfront. The starting bid was 3.5 billion. As soon as the auctioneer called for bids, Wei Xiaojia gritted his teeth and raised his paddle. 4.5 billion. This time he didn't start with an excessively high bid. But Lin Fan still raised his paddle. 9 billion. The hall buzzed with murmurs once more. Wei Xiaoji's forehead veins bulged. 9.5 billion. Lin Fan 19 billion. Wei Xiaoji's hand froze in midair. The businessman beside him had already turned white. Doubling again. He doubles every time. How can we compete like this? The Wei family's prepared 10 billion can't even secure the second plot. The auctioneer's voice changed. 19 billion going once. 19 billion going twice. 19 billion going 3 times. Sold. The second plot went to the fiefing group again. The third plot. The fourth. The fifth. For each core plot that went up for auction, Wei Xiaojia tried to raise his paddle to suppress the price. But whenever he bid, Lin Fan directly doubled his offer. Wei Xiaojia bid 6 billion, Lin Fan bid 12 billion. Wei Xiaojia gritted his teeth and bid 7 billion, Lin Fan directly bid 14 billion. By the fifth plot, Wei Xiaojia was no longer competing. He was just holding on. The businessmen around him who had been fawning earlier now had faces ashen. No one dared to boast about the Wei family's foundation anymore. Because before Lin Fan's bids, their so-called foundation had become a joke. 5 core plots. All acquired by the fiefing group. Sold. The gavel fell. The final results refreshed on the big screen. Fiefing group won 5 core plots. Total transaction amount broke the all-time record for land auction. Sold. The gavel fell. The final results refreshed on the big screen. Fiefing group won 5 core plots. Total transaction amount broke the all-time record for land auctions in Modu. The entire venue fell silent. A few seconds later, low murmurs slowly arose. The historical record is broken. Not broken. The Wei family has truly become a joke this time. They boasted that Lin Fan would get nothing, and now Lin Fan has taken all 5 plots. A 10 billion fund. Before Lin Fan, it's not even an entry ticket. Su Qingyan looked at the transaction list, her fingers tightening. She knew very well what these outflows of money meant for the fiefing group. But Lin Fan wasn't afraid at all. Because with every transaction finalized, the system's cashback was arriving. What the auction site saw was Lin Fan's account hemorrhaging wildly. Only Lin Fan himself saw the balance skyrocketing at an even more terrifying speed. Wei Xiaojia sat in his seat, his face ashen. He had prepared 10 billion in funds, brought the Wei family's network, brought a group of sycophantic businessmen, and even declared beforehand that Lin Fan would leave with nothing. But what was the result? 5 plots. Not a single one obtained. Lin Fan, in the most straightforward and brutal way, ground the Wei family's face into the auction floor. The auction ended. The crowd slowly stood up, but no one was in a hurry to leave. Everyone was watching Lin Fan and Wei Xiaojia. Lin Fan rose, adjusted his cuff, and walked over to Wei Xiaojia. Wei Xiaojia also stood up. His face was ashen, his teeth clenched. Lin Fan, don't be smug. Taking these plots at such prices will eventually drag you down. Lin Fan looked at him. Wei Xiaojia, your Wei family's foundation is far too poor. Wei Xiaojia ground his teeth in fury. Within half an hour of the auctions, the news had spread throughout Modus business circles. 5 core plots of land, all acquired by the extraordinary group. The total transaction amount set a new historical record for land auctions in Magic Capital. More crucially, the Wei family declared that they would let Lin Fan gain nothing, yet in the end, they didn't manage to secure even a single piece of land. Wei Xiaojia entered the arena with billions in funds, accompanied by a group of real estate affiliates, only to be silenced by Lin Fan's double bidding. At this moment, the business community of Magic Capital completely understood. The money of the extraordinary group was not just abundant, it was bottomless. In a meeting room of a real estate company, several bosses gathered around their tea, already cold. Someone held the auction results, their voice dry. 5 plots of land, all at high premiums. The highest one was at a 10-fold premium. Where did Lin Fan get so much cash? This is no longer a cash flow issue. Normally, a company bidding like this would drive their finances crazy the next, but the extraordinary group has shown no signs of distress. Banks, suppliers, and partners are all very stable. What does that indicate? The middle-aged man beside him interjected. It indicates that their capital pool is essentially bottomless. After this statement, the meeting room fell silent. They had previously thought that Lin Fan, by smashing the Wei family, acquiring Xinghui, and purchasing Yunding Building, would eventually face cash flow pressure. But after the land auction ended today, that notion was shattered. The Wei family spent billions barely qualifying to enter. Lin Fan effortlessly doubled that amount, exceeding 100 billion. Who could withstand such a strategy? Meanwhile, the chairman of a building materials group was also watching the land auction news in his office. The secretary standing beside him asked, "Chairman, the Wei family asked us this morning to postpone contact with extraordinary real estate." The chairman set down his tablet. "Postpone?" He scoffed. "The Wei family is on the verge of being crushed, and they want us to shield them. Inform the team that if extraordinary real estate approaches us for supply cooperation, we will prioritize them." The secretary paused her writing. "What about the Wei family?" The chairman glanced at her. "Do you think there are still many people in Magic Capital willing to offend Lin Fan for the Wei family?" The secretary immediately lowered her head. "Understood." Similar conversations occurred throughout Magic Capital. Property companies, architectural design firms, commercial operation agencies, and financial service companies. Those who had been observing began to quietly change their attitudes. Some proactively expressed cooperation intentions to extraordinary real estate. Some contacted Qinzhou through intermediaries. Others redirected project materials originally meant for the Wei family to the extraordinary group. The business world of Magic Capital is this pragmatic. When the Wei family was winning, everyone praised their deep foundations. When they lost, everyone began calculating how to align themselves with the new giants. At the headquarters of the extraordinary group, in the top office, Su Qingyan stood in front of the desk, holding a thick stack of documents. The documents had already been categorized and organized. Each document was a land deed just acquired, an auction confirmation, and initial development plans. She opened the first page, observing the plot numbers and transaction amounts, her breath lighter than usual. Even though she had experienced many major events alongside Lin Fan, she couldn't help but feel her heart race upon seeing these documents. 5 core plots of land, each one more valuable than the last. If developed properly, they would become 5 cash-absorbing machines. Even more frightening was that these plots were not acquired through connections. They were forcibly secured by Lin Fan in front of all the real estate giants of Magic Capital. The Wei family tried to block approvals, but Lin Fan crushed them at the auction site. Wei Xiaojia wanted to establish authority with billions in funds. Lin Fan reduced that billion to a joke. Su Qingyan lifted her gaze, looking at Lin Fan, who sat behind the desk. The hundreds of billions worth of land just secured seemed to him like several ordinary contracts. This was more impactful than any grandiose speech. "President Lin," Su Qingyan spoke, "all land deeds and transaction documents are here. I have already instructed the legal and real estate teams to follow up on the subsequent transfer planning, design, and development approvals." "Has there been any movement from the Wei family?" Lin Fan asked. Su Qingyan replied, "Yes. They are still contacting some approval channels and attempting to influence a few design firms and construction units. However, after the auction results came out, many people's attitudes changed. She pushed one of the lists in front of Lin Fan. This is the list of companies that have recently expressed intentions to cooperate with the extraordinary group. It includes commercial operations, architectural design, property management, bank credit, and building materials supply. Some were standing with the Wei family just yesterday. Today they have already begun to curry favor. Lin Fan glanced at the list. There were quite a few companies whose names he had never even heard of. This is the business world. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. The Wei family previously gathered people through resources. Now the extraordinary group has crushed a larger force with money, and others will naturally shift their direction. Su Qingyan looked at the stack of land deeds on the desk and couldn't help but say, President Lin, after today, no one in the Magic Capital real estate circle should dare to underestimate the extraordinary group. The Wei family lost too badly this time. They originally wanted to turn the tables through the auction, but instead exposed their last bit of confidence. 100 billion in funds is simply insufficient in your presence. She said this and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked up at her. The best show is yet to come. Now that we have secured the land, it truly holds value. Notify the team. All 5 plots are to be initiated for development. The planning standards are to be set at the highest level in Magic Capital. Commercial complexes, office buildings, entertainment, industrial parks, and high-end amenities. None should be spared. Design teams should be the top-tier ones. Construction should be handled by the best. Materials, amenities, and intelligent systems must adhere to the highest standards. Su Qingyan nodded. I understand. She walked to Lin Fan's side and organized the documents on the desk for him. Lin Fan had just rushed back to the company from the auction, his tie slightly loosened. Seeing this, Su Qingyan paused for a moment. Then she gently bent down and adjusted his tie. The distance between them suddenly closed. Her fragrance wafted through the air. Lin Fan lowered his gaze to her. Su Qingyan's fingers pinched the knot of the tie, adjusting it little by little, and then smoothed the collar of his suit. The office was very quiet. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was the bustling Magic Capital. On the desk lay the core land deeds that had just been secured. And Su Qingyan stood in front of him, her actions intimate. President Lin, she softly said, all done. Lin Fan did not let her step back. He reached out and gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Su Qingyan halted her movement. She looked up at him, her cheeks flushed, yet she did not pull away. She was very close to Lin Fan, able to hear each other's breaths. Lin Fan's palm rested on her waist. You seem more nervous than usual today. Su Qingyan bit her lip. It's not nervousness. It's concern. Lin Fan looked at her. Su Qingyan said softly, Mr. Lin, Wei Xiaojia is nothing to worry about. But Wei Changfeng is definitely not someone who will easily admit defeat. The Wei family has managed to establish roots in Modu for so many years, not just relying on real estate projects. Today's land auction was a disastrous defeat, which is like a public slap in the face for the Wei family. Wei Changfeng will definitely counterattack. Lin Fan smiled slightly after hearing this. It was not frivolous. It was a complete lack of concern. Counterattack? That also depends on what he uses to counterattack. Su Qingyan looked at him. The surface business tactics of the Wei family have already been suppressed by you. But the more it is like this, the more I fear they will resort to extreme measures. Lin Fan tightened his arms. Su Qingyan felt herself pulled closer, her ears noticeably reddening. Lin Fan spoke. Qingyan, you must remember one thing. In the face of absolute money, any conspiracy, if the Wei family wants to wage a price war, it'll make sure they won't even have the courage to make a bid. If they want to control the resources, it'll buy the people behind the resources as well. If they want to rely on connections to buy time, it'll smash every place where their connections can make money. As long as they are still within this commercial rule, they are not qualified to wrestle with me. These words were flat, yet they quickened the heartbeat. Su Qingyan looked at Lin Fan. She had seen too many businessmen scheming. She had also witnessed countless capital games. But Lin Fan was different. When others faced trouble, they tried to find a way around it. When Lin Fan faced trouble, he directly bought the whole road. Su Qingyan nodded lightly. I will arrange it immediately. The development plan for the 5 plots of land will be initiated tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will have each department present the first draft of the execution plan. Lin Fan said, don't be afraid to spend money. What I want is the best. Once these plots fall into the hands of Fifan Group, everyone in Modu must see what a true grand project looks like. Su Qingyan nodded. Understood. Meanwhile, at the Wei family's old residence, the study was in disarray. Bang! A blue and white antique vase was smashed violently against the floor by Wei Changfeng. The porcelain shards scattered everywhere. Several core members of the Wei family in the study lowered their heads in fear, no one daring to speak. That vase was Wei Changfeng's favorite collection, and even the servants had to wear gloves to wipe it. Now, however, it was shattered into pieces by his own hand. Wei Changfeng stood behind the desk, his face stern. The results of the land auction were laid out on the table. 5 plots. All were acquired by Tycoon Group. Every transaction amount struck heavily against the Wei family's face. 100 billion in funds. Wei Changfeng's voice was very low. Not even a single plot was retrieved. Wei Xiaojie stood beside him, his face pale. His lips moved. Dad, that Lin Fan is simply not playing by the rules. He's completely gone mad. Those plots aren't worth that price at all. If he keeps smashing like this, he'll drag himself down sooner or later. Wei Changfeng looked up. Drag down. Since the first time the Wei family encountered him, you all said he would drag himself down eventually. What happened in the end? The Wei family's core real estate assets are gone. The Yunding building is gone. Today 5 plots are also gone. Did he drag himself down? Wei Xiaojie was scolded into silence. Wei Changfeng looked at him. Fool, haven't you figured it out by now? Conventional business tactics can no longer deal with Lin Fan. He is not afraid of a price war. He can buy a resource war. He can smash a connection war. Approval supply chains partners, as long as they are within the realm of influence of money, he can suppress them with even greater funds. The study grew increasingly quiet. Several core members of the Wei family kept their heads down. These words were too harsh, but they had no rebuttal. The Wei family was best at weaving networks using real estate connections, resources, approvals, and financial relations. But what Lin Fan has been doing during this time is equivalent to severing this net thread by thread with money. Wei Changfeng sat back in his chair, his fingers pressing against the redwood armrest. Since business tactics are ineffective, then we won't use business tactics. Wei Xiaojie widened his eyes. Dad, do you mean? Wei Changfeng said nothing. He took out a black phone from deep within the drawer. That phone had never appeared before the Wei family. Several core members of the Wei family looked at this scene with varying expressions. Someone whispered, Changfeng, are you really going to take this step? Wei Changfeng glanced at him. Do you have any other methods, eh? That person immediately fell silent. Wei Changfeng dialed a number. The number was long. It had an overseas area code. The phone rang for a long time before finally connecting. An English voice came through the receiver. Wei Changfeng spoke in English. It's me. I need you to handle a person. There was silence on the other end for a few. Wei Changfeng continued, the target is in Modu Huagua. The identity is very special. There are professional security personnel around. Money is not an issue. The person on the other end said a few words. Wei Changfeng's expression remained unchanged. I will send over the information. What I want is not a warning, but a complete resolution. After he finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. The study fell silent. Wei Xiaojie swallowed hard. Dad, as long as Lin Fan is gone, even if Tycoon Group has money, it will be chaotic. Wei Changfeng put the phone back in the drawer. Remember, this matter has nothing to do with the Wei family. All traces must be completely erased. Wei Xiaojie immediately nodded. Understood. At the headquarters of Tycoon Group, Lin Fan sat at his desk. Su Qingyan had already left to arrange the development of the 5 plots of land. On the desk, the land deed documents were neatly arranged. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the night view of Modu remained splendid. Just as Lin Fan picked up his coffee, his system interface suddenly popped up before him. This time it was not the familiar blue. Instead, it was a shade of red. Warning. Malicious threats targeting the host have been detected and are approaching. Threat level high. Threat source armed personnel from abroad. Target locked, the host himself. It is recommended that the host immediately increase the security level. Lines of prompts kept refreshing. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be trembling with fear by now. Armed personnel from abroad. The target was still himself. This was not a business war. This was someone unwilling to play by the rules. Lin Fan leaned back in his office chair, his expression unchanged. The Wei family. Wei Changfeng. Unable to bear the loss at the land auction and unable to compete with business tactics, they began to entertain such twisted thoughts. Truly they are regressing. Lin Fan raised his hand and opened the system mall. The blue mall interface popped up and rows of products quickly unfolded. Top-tier security team, global asset protection services, high-end armored convoy, top-tier Blackwater defense matrix. Lin Fan's gaze paused at the last item. Top-tier Blackwater defense matrix includes headquarters-level intelligent defense system, three-dimensional holographic monitoring, heat source capture, invasion path prediction, internal lockdown permissions, defense linkage module. Comes with 10 fully armed biohazard-grade security personnel. Redemption price 5 billion cash. 5 billion. For an ordinary person, just hearing this number would be unimaginable. Even for those top bosses in Modu, it would be impossible to spend 5 billion all at once for a security defense system. However, Lin Fan looked at the price and felt it was cheap. Life is valuable. The system's cashback is even more valuable. Without any hesitation, he directly clicked to exchange. Do you confirm the consumption of 5 billion cash to exchange for the top-level Blackwater defense matrix? Lin Fan spoke. Confirm. Ding. Validating consumption. Consumption type hosts personal safety defense. Consumption amount 5 billion. Funds usage is compliant. Top-level Blackwater defense matrix exchange successful. 10 biograde security personnel have been deployed. 50 billion was deducted from the account. Immediately after the system's notification sound sounded again. Ding. Detected that the host has made a high-value legal consumption. Cashback mechanism triggered successfully. This cashback amount has been credited. The numbers in Lin Fan's account began to fluctuate. The 50 billion that was just deducted stayed for less than a second. Subsequently, the account balance not only replenished, but also surged at an even more astonishing rate. A string of numbers refreshed rapidly, dazzling the eyes. The fund pool grew thicker again, more terrifying than before. Lin Fan looked at the balance and raised his hand to close the mall interface. 50 billion bought defense, while conveniently allowing the fund pool to continue expanding. The Wei family thought that hiring foreign armed personnel would solve the problem. They had no idea what they were facing. Just then the office door was gently knocked on. Come in. Su Qingyan pushed the door and walked in. She was holding several new development plans, her white shirt sleeves slightly rolled up, and a black bodycon skirt, accentuating her slender waistline, exuding a capable aura. President Lin, I just discussed the preliminary development direction of these 5 plots with the real estate team. The land on the east side of the inner ring is suitable for a high-end commercial complex. The one by the riverside can be linked with the extraordinary entertainment industrial park. For the other 3 plots, I suggest developing office clusters, high-end apartment complexes, and smart commercial districts respectively. She paused midway, her voice halting. Su Qingyan was very perceptive. Lin Fan usually remained calm, but this calmness was different from now. At this moment, he sat in the boss chair, his expression colder than usual. It wasn't anger. It was the coldness after a decision had been made. Su Qingyan closed the document and took 2 steps forward. President Lin, something happened. Lin Fan did not explain the system warning. He merely looked up at her. Don't go back tonight. Su Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. If it were any other time, this statement would carry a hint of ambiguity. But now she had no second thoughts. Because Lin Fan's tone left no room for negotiation. It was only a command. President Lin, is it the Wei family? Lin Fan did not deny it. You will stay in the top floor office tonight. No one is allowed to leave this floor without my permission. Su Qingyan's expression changed. She had seen business battles before. But Lin Fan's words were clearly not just ordinary business conflicts. President Lin, is the danger already at the company? Lin Fan picked up his phone and dialed Qinzhou. The call was answered almost instantly. Mr. Lin. Lin Fan spoke directly. Immediately seal off the headquarters building of the extraordinary group. Do not make any noise outside. Visitor registration remains the same, the front desk remains unchanged, and the parking lot remains the same. But within the building from now on it will be in a lax, external, tight, internal state. On the other end of the line, Qinzhou responded. Understood. Lin Fan continued. All elevator permissions will be locked again. All passages above the top floor will only retain internal security permissions. The underground garage, fire escape, freight passage, back door, and exterior maintenance points must all have personnel assigned. Do not alarm ordinary employees. Qinzhou immediately said, I will execute it right away. Su Qingyan stood in front of the desk, her fingers gripping the document tightly. She understood what was happening. This wasn't just someone causing trouble. It was someone trying to force their way into the headquarters of the extraordinary group. She looked at Lin Fan, her heart racing. President Lin, what do I need to do? Lin Fan glanced at her. Sit down. Su Qingyan was taken aback. Lin Fan pointed to the sofa beside him. Tonight you just need to stay here. Su Qingyan bit her lip. I understand. She walked over to sit on the sofa, but her gaze never left Lin Fan. The office fell silent again. In front of Lin Fan, a 3-dimensional holographic projection unfolded that only he could see. The entire headquarters building of the extraordinary group appeared before him as a 3-dimensional model. The underground garage, the lobby, the elevator shaft, the fire escape, the top floor corridor, the exterior glass curtain wall. Even the ventilation ducts were clearly labeled. 10 red dots were distributed in the core positions of the building. Those were the 10 biograde security personnel that had just been exchanged. They did not appear in the line of sight of ordinary employees. But each dot was positioned at the most critical locations. Lin Fan's finger gently tapped on the desk. The holographic projection switched to the external environment. Outside the extraordinary group, building, the night grew deeper. The flow of cars on the street had diminished significantly. The headquarters building remained brightly lit. On the surface, everything appeared normal. But inside the building it had changed completely. Qinzhou, along with the Blackwater security team, had redeployed all key nodes. The front desk was still on duty as usual. The lobby lights remained the same. Even the security at the entrance looked just like any other day. But the real defensive forces were all hidden in the shadows. Su Qingyan could not see the system's projection, but she could feel the sense of oppression emanating from Lin Fan. She whispered, President Lin, should we call the police? Lin Fan shook his head. No need. Su Qingyan frowned. If they truly dared to come, it means they have already made preparations. Lin Fan looked out the window. If they dare to come, then they shouldn't leave. This statement made Su Qingjian's breath stop. She had seen Lin Fan use money to crush the Wei family. It wasn't arrogance. It was steadiness. He set up traps waiting for the prey to stumble in. At 11:47 at night in the dark alley outside the extraordinary group building 3 black... It wasn't arrogance. It was steadiness. He set up traps waiting for the prey to stumble in. At 11:47 at night in the dark alley outside the extraordinary group building 3 black unmarked vans quietly stopped. The headlights turned off. The car doors slid open silently. 6 mercenaries dressed in black combat gear quickly got out of the cars. They moved quickly, without any unnecessary words. Each person wore night vision goggles, donned tactical vests, and held silenced rifles. The leading captain raised his hand and gestured. 2 went to the alley entrance to keep watch. 2 approached the maintenance door on the back side of the building. The other 2 took out small devices and connected them to a weak power box in the corner. In just a few seconds, a section of the monitoring circuit on the back side of the building was cut off. In the monitoring room, the screen image trembled slightly before returning to normal. If it were an ordinary security system, this anomaly would have gone unnoticed. The mercenary captain glanced at his watch and softly said a line in English. 20 minutes to the window. Target is the top floor. Move quickly. The team members nodded. They were clearly familiar with this type of task. Cut the surveillance. Move in blind spots. Avoid the front entrance. Do not alarm anyone. To them, this was just a commercial building. No matter how wealthy the boss was, he was merely hiring a few more security guards. When facing professional armed personnel, those suited bodyguards were utterly insignificant. A mercenary glanced at the rooftop, his voice low. The wealthy in Hua country prefer to live in glass boxes. It's convenient for us to act. Nearby, another person chuckled. Stop the nonsense. The captain raised his hand, signaling for the team to split up. The 6 immediately divided into 2 groups. 2 mercenaries opened the rear maintenance hatch and used tools to enter the ventilation duct. The other 4 moved up along the blind spots of the building's exterior, utilizing ropes and professional climbing equipment. They coordinated swiftly. Under the night vision goggles, the metallic structure at the edge of the building was clearly visible. They believed they left no traces. However, they did not anticipate that the moment they cut off the surveillance circuit, the system's defense matrix had already detected the anomaly. 6 red dots lit up clearly on the 3-dimensional holographic projection before Lin Fan. The position of each individual, every movement, every pause was marked clearly. Invasion target: 6 individuals. Carrying weapons identified. Invasion path: ventilation duct, exterior blind spot. Target direction: top floor, CEO office. But she saw Lin Fan raise his hand and tap twice in the air. Then Qin Zhou's voice came through the earpiece. Mr. But she saw Lin Fan raise his hand and tap twice in the air. Then Qin Zhou's voice came through the earpiece. Mr. Lin, there is an anomaly in the rear surveillance circuit. Lin Fan replied, I see it. Qin Zhou paused for half a second. He did not ask how Lin Fan knew. Should we close the net? Lin Fan watched the red dots approaching the top floor on the projection. Let them come up. Su Qingjian's face turned pale. Mr. Lin. Lin Fan looked at her. Don't be afraid. Su Qingjian nodded. She was not a timid person, but the fact that the intruders had already infiltrated the headquarters of the extraordinary group was too real a threat. She finally understood that the Wei family had truly gone mad this time. Lin Fan said nothing further. On the projection, 2 red dots were already closing in on the top floor via the ventilation duct. The other 4 red dots were also moving up through the exterior blind spots. They thought they were hunting. In reality, from the moment they stepped into the dark alley, they had already been trapped in a cage. Top floor corridor. The lights were dimmed. 2 mercenaries dropped down from the ventilation, opening their movements so quiet they were almost inaudible. One of them half squatted on the ground, raising a silenced rifle. The other opened the night vision goggles and quickly scanned the corridor. No one was there. The floor was clean. The air was silent. They exchanged glances, and a team member whispered, safe. But as soon as the words left his mouth, 2 burly figures burst forth from the darkness. There were no footsteps, no warning, and no time for them to react. One security personnel from the system raised his hand to grip the mercenary's gun barrel, twisting his wrist. Crack! The metallic gun was violently bent out of alignment. The mercenary was startled, about to pull the trigger, when another fist came crashing down. Bang! The fist struck his chin directly. The sound of bones cracking was sharp enough to make one wince. The mercenary's vision went black. He couldn't even scream as his body was slammed down onto the floor. The other mercenary reacted quickly just as he turned his gun. The second security personnel was already right in front of him. An elbow strike hit his chest. He felt a dull pain in his chest, his body curling up like a shrimp. Immediately after, the security personnel locked his wrist with one hand and pressed down on the back of his neck, slamming him into the ground. Bang! The floor emitted a muffled sound. The silenced rifle slid several meters away. The mercenary struggled to reach for the dagger at his waist. The security personnel stepped on his hand. Crack! The bone in his hand was deformed under the pressure. This time he still couldn't let out a sound. As his mouth opened, a black-gloved hand covered it tightly. The two professional mercenaries were subdued in less than 5 seconds from the moment they landed. A few Blackwater security personnel watched from a distance, their scalps tingling. They were professionals in security themselves. Yet seeing these two biochemically enhanced security personnel in action, they couldn't help but exchange glances. It was too fast, too brutal. No flashy moves. Every strike aimed to incapacitate them. Qin stood in the shadows of the corridor, his gaze slightly heavy. The security personnel, Mr. Lin dispatched this time, were stronger than any previous batch. Meanwhile, the 4 mercenaries in the exterior blind spot had already approached the top floor. The leading captain flipped into a maintenance platform, signaling for those behind to follow. He opened the tactical terminal and found that the 2 team members who had entered the ventilation duct were unresponsive. The captain frowned. Number 2 report. No sound came through the earpiece. Number 3 report. Still no response. The captain's expression darkened. He sensed something was wrong. But the mission had already progressed to this point, with only the final stretch to the target office remaining. He gritted his teeth and pressed forward. The 4 of them moved along the exterior blind spot to the outer perimeter of the top floor. They pried open a maintenance door with their tools, their movements slick and efficient. Once the door opened, it revealed a short corridor leading to the exterior of the CEO's office. The captain raised his hand. 2 team members moved ahead while 2 stayed behind. They advanced along the wall. The carpet absorbed their footsteps. Under the night vision goggles, the office doorplate was already in sight. CEO office. The captain raised his hand. Everyone stopped. He took out a micro-explosive from the tactical bag, preparing to blow the door lock. Once the door opened, they would charge in and complete the task within 10 seconds. Just as he pressed the explosive against the door lock, the next second a gun barrel was pressed directly against the back of his head. The captain's body stiffened. He hadn't even heard the approach. The team member behind him was about to turn around. The dark doors on both sides of the corridor opened simultaneously. Qin led the Blackwater security personnel out from the shadows. The black gun barrels were aimed at the 4 mercenaries. Qin spoke. Drop it. The captain was startled. He wanted to resist. But before his finger could even touch the trigger, Qin had already kicked his knee. Bang! The captain's legs buckled, dropping heavily to the ground. The micro-explosive in his hand fell onto the carpet, kicked away by Qin. 2 Blackwater security personnel pounced on him simultaneously, gripping his arms tightly and pinning him down. The other 3 mercenaries reacted quickly as well. One of them just raised his gun when the barrel was forcefully knocked aside by a nearby Blackwater security personnel. Another mercenary attempted to draw his handgun. A biochemically enhanced security personnel charged out from the shadows, crashing his shoulder into the mercenary's chest. The man stumbled back half a step, his back hitting the wall. Before he could slide down, his wrist was twisted behind him. The last individual attempted to withdraw. Qin kicked him in the abdomen. The man grunted, his body bending over. The Blackwater security personnel swiftly removed his weapon and pinned him face down on the carpet. In just a few seconds, all 4 mercenaries were subdued. The captain knelt outside the office door, the back of his head pressed against the gun barrel. He finally understood that he had been seen through from the very beginning. The so-called blind spots. The so-called surveillance cutoff points. The so-called professional infiltration. In this building, it was all a joke. Qin looked down at him and kicked again at the captain's knee, knocking the remaining mercenaries' weapons out of their hands and toppling them to the ground. The door of the president's office was pushed open from the outside. Bang! Qin dragged the mercenary captain inside. The man was tall and burly, his face covered in flesh, blood smeared across his features, his hands bound behind his back, quietly cursing in English. But in Qin's hands, he had no right to struggle. Qin dragged him and unceremoniously threw him in front of Lin Fan's desk. Bang! The mercenary captain was heavily thrown to the ground, his head hitting the carpet, and he rolled over awkwardly, finally coming to a stop at Lin Fan's feet. At the door, several Blackwater security personnel lined up, keeping the remaining mercenaries in check. They hadn't even had the time to take off their combat uniforms. Night vision goggles, tactical vests, suppressed rifles, daggers, mini explosives. Each weapon was dismantled and neatly arranged beside them. Su Qingyan had originally been sitting on the sofa. Seeing this scene, her face turned pale. This was not an ordinary disturbance. It was not a threat from the marketplace. These people were genuinely armed and came to kill. She instinctively tightened her grip on the documents, her breath momentarily halting. Especially upon seeing those suppressed rifles, a chill ran down her spine. What would have happened tonight if Lin Fan hadn't prepared in advance? These people would have sneaked into the president's office. They would have opened fire. They would have turned this place into a bloodbath. The more Su Qingyan thought, the worse her expression became, and she instinctively took a step closer to Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not turn around. He simply raised his hand, firmly shielding her behind him. This action was light, yet it stirred something in Su Qingyan's heart. She looked up at Lin Fan's back. He sat in the executive chair, his expression showing no signs of panic. The heavily armed foreign mercenaries before him were nothing in his eyes. Qin Zhou stepped aside and whispered, "Mr. Lin, we have captured the person. 6 of them. 2 took the ventilation ducts, 4 infiltrated from the external maintenance platform. They were armed with suppressed weapons, explosives, and close combat daggers. The target is very clear, the top floor office." Su Qingyan felt her fingertips turn cold. The Blackwater security personnel in the office remained silent. They looked at the mercenary captain on the ground with eyes filled with murderous intent. If it weren't for Lin Fan's preemptive top-tier defenses, they might be the ones dead tonight. The mercenary captain lay on the ground, panting heavily. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Lin Fan, then over Qin Zhou, finally landing on the disarmed team members beside them. His expression was grim. He had initially thought this mission was a sure thing. The target was a wealthy tycoon from Huagua. Even if there was security, they were just ordinary bodyguards. They had complete weapons, entered the blind spots of surveillance, exploited the building's weaknesses, resolved the conflict within 20 minutes, and evacuated from Modu. They had gone through this process many times. But tonight, from the moment they entered the building, they had walked into a trap that had long been laid. The team in the ventilation ducts vanished. The external team was surrounded from behind. Without even seeing their target, they were completely wiped out. This failure was a disgrace to him, yet he still remained silent. Lin Fan looked down at him. "Who sent you?" The mercenary captain forced a smile, his face flushed with flesh and blood on his teeth. "I don't know what you're talking about." His Chinese was very poor, each word forced out. Qin Zhou frowned. A Blackwater security guard stepped forward and kicked him in the shoulder. Bang! The mercenary captain's body lurched, his face sliding against the carpet for half a foot. But he quickly smiled again. "You dare not kill me. This is Huagua. You wealthy people are most afraid of trouble." He looked up at Lin Fan, eyes full of provocation. "You Lin Fan. Very wealthy. But you don't dare. Killing me will only bring you trouble." The office fell silent for a moment. Several Blackwater security personnel's expressions darkened. Su Qingyan stood behind Lin Fan, her heart racing. She had seen many arrogant people. Zhou Xinhai had been arrogant. Wei Xiaojie had been arrogant too. But this mercenary captain was different. He was a desperate man. He had taken lives. So even though he was being pinned to the ground, he still believed he could endure. Qin Zhou looked at Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin." Lin Fan remained silent. The mercenary captain saw Lin Fan's silence and laughed even more boldly. "Look, I was right. You dare not. You wealthy people are all the same. You only know how to use, but when it comes to real bloodshed, you are afraid," he said, using his broken Chinese to emphasize Lin Fan. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the office dropped to freezing point. Su Qingyan's breath tightened. She could feel the change in Lin Fan's aura. It was not rage. It was colder. Lin Fan chuckled lightly. He didn't even lift his eyelids, just spoke, "Break his leg." The smile on the mercenary captain's face froze. The next second, 2 Blackwater security personnel stepped forward. One pinned his upper body down. The other raised his foot and directly stepped on his left knee. The mercenary captain's expression changed, and he finally began to struggle. "You dare. You can't. I won't say anything." Lin Fan leaned back in the executive chair, his tone unwavering. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed in the quiet office. Clear. Piercing. It sent chills down one's spine. "Ah!" The mercenary captain's scream exploded. His body arched, but he was pinned to the ground by Blackwater security. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The face that had been all flesh just moments ago was now twisted and deformed. Su Qingyan's face was devoid of color, yet she did not look away. She had witnessed the brutality of business warfare. But this was her first time witnessing Lin Fan deal with a true killer. No nonsense. No negotiations. No chance for the opponent to boast. With a single command, he directly broke a leg. The remaining few mercenaries being detained also changed their expressions. They usually were not afraid of death. But not being afraid of death did not mean they were not afraid of the pain of being crushed little by little. Especially when they realized that Lin Fan's gaze had shown no fluctuation from the beginning to the end. This was the most terrifying part. The mercenary captain lay on the ground, panting heavily. He gritted his teeth, still trying to hold on. "I won't." Lin Fan raised his hand. The second Blackwater security personnel stepped forward, the sole of his shoe landing on the mercenary captain's right knee. The mercenary captain's eyes widened. "No, wait." Lin Fan did not look at him. "Step." Crack. The second sound of bones breaking rang out. The mercenary captain's scream changed. His legs twisted at unnatural angles, and he slumped to the ground, turning into a puddle of mud. Cold sweat soaked through his combat uniform. His lips turned pale. The arrogance in his eyes was finally shattered by fear. Everyone in the office fell silent. Qingzhou stood calmly by the side. The Blackwater security personnel looked at Lin Fan with even more reverence. They understood that Lin Fan was not an ordinary wealthy man. Lin Fan would not. When the other party crossed the line, he would retaliate with even harsher methods. The mercenary captain was on the brink of insanity from the pain. He gasped heavily, his voice trembling. I said, don't touch me again. Lin Fan finally looked up. Who? The mercenary captain swallowed hard. The excruciating pain made his Chinese more awkward. Wei Changfeng. Su Qingjian's expression changed. Qingzhou's gaze turned cold. It was indeed the Wei family. The mercenary captain dared not hold on any longer. He gasped and spoke in a fragmented manner. Dark web. Bounty. $100 million. For your life. The information was sent by them. Your location, the convoy, security habits, building structure, they have it all. We accepted the task. We will strike tonight. As long as we kill you, we will collect the payment after withdrawal. He was already shivering from the pain as he spoke. That's all I know. Really. I was just taking orders. Don't kill me. Su Qingjian's gaze turned completely cold. $100 million. Wei Changfeng actually put a bounty on Lin Fan's life on the dark web. This was a complete breach of trust. Previously, no matter how the Wei family fought, at least they had the guise of business warfare. Card approvals. Land grabs. Using connections. These were all within the rules. But now Wei Changfeng directly hired armed personnel from abroad to kill. He was no longer aiming to win. He wanted Lin Fan dead. The office was suffocating. Yet Lin Fan just quietly listened to the end. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Wei Changfeng, since you chose to tear apart the last line, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Fan looked at Qingzhou. Handle them secretly. Qingzhou lowered his head. Understood. The mercenary captain's face drained of color upon hearing this. No, you can't. I already said. You promised. Lin Fan didn't even look at him. Two Blackwater security guards directly blocked his mouth and dragged him out. The remaining mercenaries were taken away as well. They had just infiltrated the extraordinary group headquarters with weapons. Now they were all mere prisoners awaiting slaughter with no chance to even shout. The office door closed again. The heavy door cut off the noise from outside. Su Qingyan stood behind Lin Fan, her chest still rising and falling, not yet fully calmed. She looked at Lin Fan. President Lin. Lin Fan sat back in the boss chair. He picked up the dedicated phone on the desk and dialed a number. This number had no notes. When connected, static crackled on the other end, followed by deep English. Lin Fan spoke calmly. I want to issue a bounty. There was a noticeable pause on the other end. Target. Lin Fan replied. Wei Changfeng Wei Xiaojia. A highest level bounty on the dark web. Global scope. $1 billion. The other end fell into complete silence. After several seconds, the voice on the other side resumed, now noticeably shaken. 1 billion. Lin Fan leaned back in the boss chair. In dollars. The funds are being transferred now. I want this bounty to appear at the top of the dark web within 10 minutes. The other party's breath became heavy. Understood. Such an amount will alarm everyone. Lin Fan's tone remained calm. Then let them all see. The call ended. Lin Fan wasted no time directly completing the fund transfer. $1 billion. Converted, it was a figure that countless people wouldn't dare to dream of. But for Lin Fan, it was just the beginning of a counterattack. Minutes later, confirmation of funds arrived at the overseas underground bank account. Immediately after, a blood-red bounty appeared at the top of the dark web. Global highest level bounty. Target 1 Wei Changfeng. Target 2 Wei Xiaojia. Bounty amount $1 billion. Task scope global. Settlement method instant confirmation, instant payment. The dark web was in an uproar. Almost at the same time the bounty appeared, countless accounts hidden around the world came online simultaneously. Europe, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, South America, North America. In underground bars, private armories, mercenary camps, and assassin hideouts, the blood-red bounty on the screens dazzled the eyes. $1 billion. Is this real? The targets are the Wei family, father and son from the demon city of Huagua. Who issued it? The funds have been confirmed and secured. The highest level bounty guaranteed by the dark web. Insane, the entire underground world is going to go crazy. What does $1 billion mean? Enough to make top assassins drop all their tasks. Enough to make mercenary organizations act across continents. Enough to make desperate people risk their lives for any target. In the face of this figure's so-called family identities, business statuses, and networking backgrounds became worthless. Wei Changfeng and his son just a moment ago were employers paying for their lives. In the next moment, they directly transformed into the most valuable prey in the world. Anyone seeing the bounty had only one thought left in their mind. Find them. Eliminate them. Get paid. The dark web's discussion forum was instantly flooded with messages. Some began to search for the Wei family's public information. Some offered bounties for Wei Changfeng's itinerary. Some retrieved past locations frequented by Wei Xiaojia. Others had already started contacting external support channels beyond Huadhua. This bounty order poured a bucket of gasoline into the fire. The entire underground world was ignited by $1 billion. Extraordinary Group Headquarters. Lin Fan put down the phone, his expression still calm. Su Qingyan stood beside him silent for a long time. She knew Lin Fan would retaliate. But she did not expect Lin Fan's retaliation to be this ruthless. Wei Changfeng spent $100 million on the dark web to buy Lin Fan's life. Lin Fan countered with $1 billion, putting both Wei Changfeng and Wei Xiaojia on the global bounty list. This was not revenge. This was domination. It was a tenfold message to everyone that whoever dared to cross the line, Lin Fan would drag them and their entire family into hell. Qin Zhou stood in front of the desk. Mr. Lin, should we immediately synchronize commercial strikes against the Wei family? Lin Fan looked up. Begin. Qin Zhou nodded, immediately opening his tablet and connecting to the group's internal communications. Seconds later, the lights in the Extraordinary Investment Trading Center all lit up. The trading team, which was supposed to be off duty, was urgently called back by phone. In the trading room, the large screens lit up one after another. Red and green curves. Capital flow. Stock prices of listed companies under the Wei family. Overseas capital accounts. Margin trading channels. Short selling models. All data rapidly refreshed on the screens. A trading supervisor connected via video, his voice tense. Director Lin, the team has assembled. Accounts 1, 2, and 3 of Extraordinary Investment are all available. Overseas capital channels are also open. Please give instructions. Lin Fan looked at the screen. The remaining listed companies of the Wei family. Short all positions. The trading supervisor swallowed hard. Mr. Lin, should we use the usual capital ratio or? Lin Fan interrupted directly. No cost considerations. Invest all the liquid funds in the account. Starting tonight, we will break through them. Everyone in the trading room heard this statement. Everyone's expressions immediately changed. They knew Lin Fan was ruthless. But this time it was clearly not an ordinary business battle. This was total annihilation. The massive funds that had just been credited were directly funneled into the secondary market. Short selling, hedging, information suppression. Capital flowed in like a siege. Transaction orders were issued rapidly. On the big screen, the remaining listed companies of the Wei family began to show abnormal fluctuations in stock prices. First there was a slight decline. Then the selling pressure intensified. After that, large amounts of funds came crashing down. Long green lines pierced through the screen. Weiss Commercial Services selling pressure intensifies. Weiss Property short orders executed. Wei family's associated building materials company stock price breaks below support level. Overseas accounts are synchronously entering the market. The margin trading is starting to shake. Keep pushing. Don't stop. The voices in the trading room echoed one after another. Everyone was on high alert, fingers flying over the keyboards. They had no idea how much capital Lin Fan had actually mobilized. All they knew was that tonight Extraordinary Investments account was bottomless. Every time a fund was invested, even larger funds followed suit. The few listed companies of the Wei family were already teetering due to the disastrous land auction and changing business trends. At this moment, with Extraordinary Investments short selling without regard for costs, the stock price defenses were nearly torn apart. Su Qingyan stood in the office watching the frantic flow of funds on the big screen. Her complexion shifted from pale to shocked. Everything happening tonight had completely exceeded the bounds of ordinary business warfare. In the first half of the night, Wei Changfeng used mercenaries to buy time. In the latter half, Lin Fan used $1 billion to put the Wei father and son on the global wanted list. At the same time, Extraordinary Investments had pressed all the massive funds that had just been credited into the secondary market, launching a devastating short-selling campaign against the remaining listed companies of the Wei family. The dark web was boiling. The capital market was also in an uproar. From this moment on, no matter where the Wei father and son hid, there would be no safe place. In the marketplace, Extraordinary Group would squeeze out the last drop of blood from the Wei family. In reality, $1 billion would put a target on their lives for every fugitive in the world. Su Qingyan looked at Lin Fan. He sat in the boss chair, his profile cold and hard, his gaze calm enough to send chills down one's spine. The funding curve on the big screen was still wildly fluctuating. Su Qingyan finally understood that Lin Fan was truly intent on killing. The Wei family was destined to perish not only in the marketplace, but also in reality. In the Wei family's old residence, the study was filled with smoke. Wei Changfeng was smoking one cigar after another, and the ashtray was already piled high with butts. He paced back and forth in the room, his leather shoes thumping heavily on the floor. On the desk, the black phone lay quietly. Every few seconds, Wei Changfeng would glance at it. His expression was, since the foreign mercenaries had crossed the border, he had been waiting for news. According to the plan, those men would infiltrate the headquarters of Extraordinary Group tonight, deal with Lin Fan, and then send back photos of the scene. As long as Lin Fan was dead, no matter how wealthy extraordinary group was, it would fall into disarray. Su Qingyin, Zhou, and Wang Lei could not manage such a huge mess. At that time, the Wei family would be able to catch their breath. They had lost the Yunding building. They had lost the land auction. They had also lost face when Wei Xiaojia was thrown out of the club. But as long as Lin Fan was dead, the Wei family still had a chance to reclaim what they had lost. They could even take a hefty bite out of the fat piece that was extraordinary group. Wei Chanfeng stopped in his tracks, staring at the phone. Why is there still no news? His voice was hoarse. The assistant standing beside him lowered his head and whispered, "Master, by the time calculations it should be soon." Wei Chanfeng turned his head. "Soon? How long has it been since they entered Modu? What I want is results." The assistant turned pale. "Yes, I will confirm it right away." "Confirm what?" Wei Chanfeng grabbed the teacup on the table and smashed it against the wall. Bang! The cup shattered, splintering into pieces all over the floor. "This line must not be contacted proactively. All traces must be cut clean. Don't you understand this?" The assistant lowered his head in fear. "Master, I was wrong." Wei Chanfeng's chest heaved violently. He forced himself to suppress his anger and looked again at the black phone on the table. As long as the photos came, as long as that photo of Lin Fan's death arrived, all the humiliation the Wei family had endured would end tonight. Outside the study, several core members of the Wei family were also awake. They stood at the door, not daring to breathe. Everyone knew tonight was a matter of life and death for the Wei family. In business, the Wei family had already been beaten back by Lin Fan. If they failed again this time, they would truly have no chance of turning things around. An uncle whispered, "Has there been no word from Chanfeng?" Another middle-aged man shook his head. "No. Those are the most ruthless batch from overseas. With $100 million, can't they deal with a single rich man?" "Lower your voice. What are you afraid of? This is the Wei family's old residence." "Is the Wei family's old residence safe now?" After this was said, several faces changed. They used to think the Wei family's old residence was one of the safest places in Modu. Bodyguards, walls, surveillance, access control, patrols, everything was there. But now the news of Lin Fan putting a $10 billion bounty on Wei Chanfeng and Wei Xiaojia had hung over everyone's head like a sword. $10 billion. This number was not meant to scare people. It could make the craziest people in the world focus on the Wei family. Just then, the black phone in the study suddenly vibrated. Buzz. Wei Chanfeng froze. The Wei family members outside the corridor also fell silent. In the study, all the smoke pressed down on Wei Chanfeng's chest. He stared at the phone, his breathing becoming rougher. "It's here. It's finally here." Wei Chanfeng quickly rushed to the desk and grabbed the phone. His fingers trembled slightly, but his face revealed an undeniable ruthlessness. "Lin Fan, what does it matter how much money you have? After tonight, Modu will no longer have you." He pressed the answer key and put the phone to his ear. But the voice coming from the receiver was not that of the mercenary captain. Instead, it was a harsh electronic synthesized voice. "The highest level bounty for the dark web has been issued. Target 1 Wei Chanfeng. Target 2 Wei Xiaojia. Bounty amount $10 billion. Task scope global. Settlement method instant confirmation, instant payment. Current bounty popularity number 1 on the dark. Multiple high-risk accounts have already accepted related tracking tasks. Alert the target, the global manhunt has commenced. Executors may appear at any location at any. Good luck." Beep. The call ended. Wei Chanfeng's hand froze in midair. In the next moment, his black phone slipped from his palm and crashed onto the floor. The study was eerily quiet. Wei Chanfeng's lips turned pale, his entire face devoid of color. "Impossible. Impossible. How could Lin Fan know? What about that group? Where are the photos? Why has it turned into my bounty?" He staggered back a step, his back hitting the edge of the desk. The ashtray was knocked over, cigarette butts scattered across the table. Hearing the commotion outside, someone was about to rush in. Bang! The study door was pushed open from the outside. Wei Xiaojia stumbled in, his face pale and forehead covered in cold sweat, even his shirt buttons misaligned. Wei Chanfeng looked at him. "Who let you in?" Wei Xiaojia's lips trembled. "Something's wrong outside." Wei Chanfeng's heart sank. "Explain." Wei Xiaojia pointed outside, his voice trembling. "There are suddenly many strangers outside the old residence. There are 2 cars parked by the south gate that haven't left for 10 minutes. Someone outside the west wall is pretending to make a phone call watching this direction. And in the back alley, someone has changed positions 3 times. The bodyguards went to ask, and they turned around and left." Wei Chanfeng's face turned ashen. Wei Xiaojia had not finished speaking. He rushed to the window and pulled back a corner of the curtain. Immediately, he took a step back in fright. A black dot hovered in the air outside the window. A drone. The red light on its underside flickered, gently locking onto the Wei residence. Wei Xiaoji's voice trembled. "Dad, look. There's a drone. They are already watching the old residence." Several core members of the Wei family rushed into the study. Upon seeing the drone outside, everyone felt a chill run down their backs. "Who deployed this? Where's the security? Are they all just sitting around? Shoot it down. We can't shoot. What if there are people outside waiting for us to open fire? Then what should we do? Let it keep watching us. Wei Changfeng leaned against the desk, his throat feeling blocked. He finally understood. Lin Fan's counterattack had already begun. Not tomorrow. Not the day after. It's now. Once the $10 billion bounty was announced, the Wei family's old residence became a treasure trove in the eyes of fugitives worldwide. As long as they capture him and Wei Xiaojia, they can take away $10 billion. The facade that the Wei family accumulated over the years is nothing compared to such an amount. Just as everyone was in chaos, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed in the corridor. Head of the family. Head of the family. A plump, middle-aged man rolled and crawled into the study. He was the financial director of the Wei family. Usually dressed in a suit and tie, he spoke in a slow and deliberate manner. But now his tie was askew, one of his glasses was missing, and he looked utterly disheveled. Wei Changfeng roared, "What now?" The financial director fell to the ground with a thud. "It's over. Head of the family, it's over." Wei Changfeng's eyelids twitched. "Speak." The financial director raised the tablet, his voice choked with tears. "The market has opened. The overseas market and related markets have just opened, and all publicly listed companies under the Wei family are experiencing massive sell-offs. Wise Commercial Services hit the limit down just 3 minutes after opening. Wise Property was directly pierced by short selling. The Wei family's related building materials company has gone bankrupt due to margin calls. The hotel management, commercial operations, and real estate are all plummeting. The limit down orders are too large to pry open." A Wei family uncle rushed over and snatched the tablet. After just one glance, his face turned white. On the screen, green lines plunged downward. The sell order numbers kept increasing. The limit order amounts continued to expand. With every refresh, a large portion of the Wei family's market value evaporated. "This is impossible." His voice trembled. Where did so much capital come from? The financial director cried out, "It's extraordinary investments. And there are foreign short accounts. They are not just normal sell-offs. They are attacking with no regard for cost. Our protective funds were swallowed up as soon as they entered. The bank has already called asking about our risk exposure. Several pledged stocks have triggered warning lines. If it drops, any further liquidation will be immediate." Wei Changfeng felt darkness cloud his vision. He gripped the armrests of the Grandmaster chair tightly to avoid collapsing. Protect the market. Immediately protect the market. Mobilize cash from the group. Request credit from the bank. Notify all related parties to take over. The financial director cried even harder. "We have no money left, head of the family. The core assets have already been severely hit by extraordinary group. Yunding Tower is gone. The peripheral industries have been bought up at high prices. The land auction consumed a large amount of deposits and liquidity. Now the bank is afraid to continue lending to us. They say the Wei family's risk is too high and needs to be reassessed." Wei Changfeng roared, "Then borrow from someone." The financial director shook his head repeatedly while kneeling on the ground. No one is answering the phone. Several of the funding sources that used to have the best relationships have all turned off their phones. 2 others said they have already contacted Extraordinary Group and are not convenient to intervene in Wei family's matters. In the study, all the Wei family members were frozen. Not convenient to intervene. This phrase was harsher than a direct refusal. It indicated that the Wei family's connections had already scattered. Wei Changfeng's proud real estate empire network of connections and commercial foundation had completely collapsed under Lin Fan's unreasonable billion-dollar capital attack and the $10 billion bounty. Previously, when the Wei family spoke, countless enterprises in the Magic Capital would line up to pledge loyalty. Now, as soon as the Wei family encountered trouble, those people fled faster than anyone. Wei Changfeng's legs went soft, collapsing into the Grandmaster chair. He looked at the panicked Wei family members in the room, gasping quietly. It shouldn't have come to this. The Wei family's decades of foundation. How could it be destroyed by Lin Fan? Wei Xiaojia stood beside him, trembling. He was finally afraid. Before, he was afraid of Lin Fan's money. Afraid of Lin Fan slapping his face in public. Afraid of Lin Fan causing him embarrassment. But now he was afraid for his life. The drone outside was still circling. The strangers outside had not dispersed. The $10 billion bounty was already posted on the dark web. In the capital market, the Wei family's stock price was firmly locked on the limit down. This was not just losing a business war. This was life-threatening. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the study. "Get out of the way. I need to see Xiaojia. He must be taken out now. What do you want to do? Get lost. The Wei family is finished, yet you still pretend to be loyal." Wei Changfeng looked up. A few bodyguards rushed in, their faces grim. "Master, something's wrong. General Zhao and General Liu have brought people in." Wei Changfeng frowned. "What do they want?" The bodyguard gritted his teeth and replied, "They said they want to take young master to see Lin Fan." Wei Xiaojia was terrified. "What?" Just then, several core executives of the Wei family rushed to the study door with a dozen people. Leading them was General Zhao, the head of the Wei family's business operations. General Liu was an old hand from the property company. In the past, when they saw Wei Changfeng, they didn't even dare to stand up straight. But now only madness remained on their faces. General Zhao pointed at Wei Xiaojia. Master, I'm sorry. The Wei family can no longer protect everyone. Lin Fan wants you and your son. As long as we send Wei Xiaojia over, perhaps we can still have a chance to live. Wei Xiaojia stepped back in fear. Zhao Wenxiang, have you gone mad? Do you dare to touch me? General Liu gritted his teeth and said, Young master, don't blame us. With a bounty of $1 billion out there, everyone will die. We have been with the Wei family for so many years we can't accompany you and your son to hell. Wei Changfeng trembled with anger. You have all turned against us. You all have turned against us. General Zhao's eyes were red. It was you and your son who dragged the Wei family to this point. You had to provoke Lin Fan. When you couldn't compete in business, you resorted to assassination. Now look where we are with bounties on the dark web, stock prices plummeting, and the funding chain broken. Do you still want us to accompany you to the grave? A few Wei family members rushed in to stop them. Zhao Wenxiang, you eat from the Wei family. How dare you betray us? General Zhao pushed him away. Eat. This meal from the Wei family is now a matter of life and death. Whoever wants to die can stay. As soon as he finished speaking, chaos erupted in the corridor. The Wei family's bodyguards rushed to block the intruders. General Zhao and General Liu's men were also furious, and the two sides fought. The doorway to the study was in disarray. Some were knocked over. Some grabbed vases from the corridor to smash at others. There were angry shouts. There were cries of pain. The once grand Wei family residence was now completely out of control. Everyone wanted to survive. Everyone wanted to push others out. Wei Xiaojia was pale with fear. Dad, save me. Wei Changfeng wanted to stand up, but his legs were weak. Protect young master. Quick, protect young master. Several loyal bodyguards immediately rushed to Wei Xiaoji's side. One of them whispered, Young master, we can't stay here. Let's go out the back door. Hurry. Wei Xiaojia nodded in panic. Go. Quick, go. The bodyguards shielded him as they rushed towards the side door of the study. General Zhao saw this and immediately shouted, Wei Xiaojia is trying to escape. Catch him. Don't let him get away. More people rushed over. The corridor was in chaos. A bodyguard was struck in the back with a chair and retaliated by kicking the attacker away. Another bodyguard protected Wei Xiaojia, but his shoulder was cut by glass, blood dripping down his sleeve. Wei Xiaojia stumbled. He stepped on shards of glass and nearly fell. Young master, hurry. Don't look. The loyal bodyguard forcefully broke open the back door, pushing Wei Xiaojia out. The backyard of the old residence was even more chaotic than the study. In the distance, shadows flickered. The sound of a car door slamming shut came from outside the wall. In the air, the red dot of a drone continued to flash. Wei Xiaojia was terrified beyond measure. He was covered in blood, unsure if it was his own or the bodyguard's. His suit was torn, his hair a mess, and he bore no resemblance to a young master of the Wei family. Car. Where's my car? To the underground garage. The bodyguards shielded him as they sprinted. Someone was still chasing from behind. Don't let him escape. Catch Wei Xiaojia. Take him to negotiate with Lin Fan. Hearing these voices, Wei Xiaoji's legs went even weaker. He practically rolled and crawled down the stairs leading to the underground garage. One bodyguard blocked the way but was knocked down by the pursuers. Another bodyguard pulled Wei Xiaojia forward. The lights in the underground garage were blinding. The bulletproof sports car parked at the back became his last hope. When Wei Xiaojia fumbled for the key, his hand trembled, and he pressed the button 3 times before the car door opened. He lunged to the driver's seat, drenched in blood, his mind only focused on escaping from Modu. Wei Xiaojia dove into the driver's seat and slammed the car door shut. Bang! The sound of the car door locking finally provided a bit of security to his chaotic mind. This was a bulletproof sports car custom-made for the Wei family. The windows were bulletproof. The body was reinforced. The tires were explosion-proof. As long as he could break out of the Wei family's old residence and hit the main road, he still had a chance. He could go to the airport. He could go to the dock. He could find the accounts the Wei family had hidden overseas. As long as he left Modu, as long as he left Huahua, Lin Fan, no matter how rich he was, could not catch him immediately. Drive. Hurry, drive. As the loyal bodyguard opened the passenger door, chaotic footsteps were already approaching from behind. Wei Xiaojia is over there. Don't let him escape. Catch him. Take him to negotiate for his life. Wei Xiaoji's face was devoid of color. He could no longer care about the bodyguards. He pressed the brake and hit the start button. The engine of the sports car roared. The bodyguard had just leaned in halfway when Wei Xiaojia shifted gears. Young master. Wait for me. Get out of the way. Wei Xiaoji's eyes turned red. Whoever blocks me will die. Boom. The sports car lunged forward. The passenger door swung open and the bodyguard fell to the ground with a cry, clutching his arm. Wei Xiaojia didn't even glance back, gripping the steering wheel tightly and flooring the gas pedal. The engine roared in the underground garage. The sports car charged toward the exit like it had lost control. Those pursuing from behind scrambled to dodge. Someone shouted angrily, "Wei Xiaojie, you are not human. We are trying to save the Wei family, and you run over your own people." He's gone mad. He really has gone mad. Wei Xiaojie couldn't hear. All he could hear were the sounds of the engine and his own heavy breathing. The exit was near. As long as he could break through. As long as he could break through. But just as the sports car rushed to the gate, bang! The explosion-proof gate of the underground garage slammed down. The heavy steel gate crashed down with a deafening sound. Wei Xiaojie hurriedly slammed on the brakes. Screech! The tires screeched against the ground, and a cloud of white smoke erupted. The front of the sports car was less than half a meter from the gate and came to a sudden stop. Wei Xiaojie lunged forward, the seatbelt pressing painfully against his chest. He hadn't recovered yet. Immediately after, blinding high beams lit up from all directions. The originally dim corners of the underground garage were illuminated. Several heavy off-road vehicles started simultaneously from behind the pillars, from the sides of the ramp, and from the ends of parking spaces pressing in from the sides. The vehicles were tall, black crash bars. The windows tinted dark. Each one was a moving iron wall. Bang! The first off-road vehicle stopped directly in front of the sports car. Bang! The second one blocked the left. The third one sealed off the right. Two more vehicles came up from behind, completely blocking the route for reversing. In a matter of seconds, Wei Xiaojie's bulletproof car was surrounded, leaving him with no escape. Impossible. How could this happen? How could they be here? Black figures emerged from the shadows, getting out of their cars. Qin Zhou walked at the forefront, dressed in a black suit, his expression cold and hard. Behind him was a group of Heishui security. These individuals moved with precision, forming two lines as they advanced towards the sports car. Upon seeing Qin Zhou, Wei Xiaojie froze. "Qin Zhou, why are you at the Wei family's old residence?" He slammed his hands against the steering wheel. "Open the door. Let me out." But the gate remained unmoving. The garage exit was locked, surrounded tightly by off-road vehicles. The Wei family members who had chased after Wei Xiaojie also came to a halt. President Zhao, President Liu, and several other executives watched this scene, their faces growing increasingly grim. Just moments ago, they had intended to take Wei Xiaojie to meet Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan's people were already waiting in the underground garage. Heishui security. They are Lin Fan's people. It's over. Wei Xiaojie can't escape now. Are we finished too? No one dared to move forward. Those who had been eager to act just moments ago now cowered behind the pillars. The name Lin Fan had become more effective than any threat. Qin Zhou approached the sports car, looking at Wei Xiaojie through the windshield. Wei Xiaojie's lips trembled as he pressed the window button with all his might. The window did not lower. It dawned on him that he had locked all the doors and windows. He shouted through the "Qin Zhou, tell Lin Fan. What my father did has nothing to do with me. It was Wei Changfeng who found them. I was just following his orders. If you're looking for someone, go after him. Don't come for me." Qin Zhou did not respond. He merely raised his hand, and several Heishui security members immediately moved forward. Each of them brandished a heavy window-breaking hammer. Upon seeing those black hammers, Wei Xiaojie's breath hitched. He quickly shook his head. "No, don't come near. This is a bulletproof car. You can't break it. I warn you, this car is custom-made by the Wei family. The glass can withstand bullets." One Heishui security member stood outside the driver's window, gripping the window-breaking hammer with both hands. Wei Xiaojie pressed the gas pedal in a frenzy. Boom! The sports car crashed into the front of an off-road vehicle. The front slamming hard against the crash barrier caused the entire vehicle to jolt violently. However, the heavy off-road vehicle only swayed slightly, not budging an inch. Wei Xiaojie shifted into reverse. Bang! The rear of the car collided with the off-road vehicle behind him. His escape route was equally blocked. He rammed back and forth like a trapped beast. Bang! 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 The underground garage was filled with the sounds of collisions. The front of the car became deformed, the tail light shattered. The bulletproof sports car was wedged between several off-road vehicles, its tires spinning in place, producing a piercing scream. No one from Heishui security stepped back. They stood outside the car window, their faces devoid of any expression. Qin Zhou spoke. "Smash it." The heavy window-breaking hammer swung down. Bang! With the first strike, the car window glass developed spiderweb-like cracks. Wei Xiaojie let out a shriek. "Stop! Don't smash it anymore." Bang! With the second strike, the cracks widened. The outer layer of the bulletproof glass shattered into a dense array of pieces. Wei Xiaojie fumbled for his phone, wanting to make a call. But before he could unlock the screen, the third hammer came crash. Bang! The entire driver's side window caved inwards. Glass shards sprayed into the car, cutting Wei Xiaojie's face. Up! Wei Xiaojie shrank, his neck crawling towards the passenger seat. The fourth hammer struck down. Crack! The so-called bulletproof window was smashed through. A hand clad in a black glove reached into the car, grabbing Wei Xiaojie's hair. "Let me go. You can't do this to me." Wei Xiaojie kicked and thrashed desperately. But the car door lock was opened from the inside by Heishui security. The car door was pulled open. Two hands reached in, simultaneously grabbing his shoulders and belt, forcibly dragging him out of the driver's seat. Wei Xiaojie kicked wildly, his leather shoes striking against the edge of the door. I am Wei Xiaojie. I am the young master of the Wei family. You can't treat me like this. No one paid him any mind. Bang. He was thrown onto the hard concrete floor. Half of his face pressed against the ground, the wound from the shattered glass scraped against the dust, causing him to gasp in pain. Two Heishui security members held down his arms, while another pressed a knee into his back. Wei Xiaojie struggled, desperately unable to even lift his head. The Wei family members around them watched this scene in silence. Those who had just moments ago wanted to seize him for leverage now stood frozen in fear. President Zhao swallowed hard, whispering, Lin Fan has calculated even the escape route. President Liu's face turned pale. No, it's not just calculated, the Wei family has already been crushed by him. Hearing these words, Wei Xiaojie completely broke down. He lay on the ground, crying loudly. President Qin, spare me a way out. I have money. I know all of Wei family's overseas accounts. Swiss accounts. Cayman funds. Offshore companies. I know them all. They'll give you the passwords. I beg you to tell Lin Fan don't kill me. Qin Zhou looked down. Wei Xiaojie was crying, his face covered in snot and tears, completely losing any semblance of a young master of the Wei family. Really, I'm not lying to you. The Wei family still has a lot of money hidden abroad, and the trust under my father's name. I can hand it all over. Just let me go and I'll never return to Modu for the rest of my life. I'd be willing to be Lin Fan's dog. His voice grew more frantic, trembling. President Qin, Master Qin, I beg you. I don't want to die. Qin Zhou didn't even blink. He took out his phone and reported quietly. Mr. Lin, we have captured the person. What was said on the other end of the line was unclear. Qin Zhou only responded with 2 words. Understood. The call ended. Wei Xiaojie grasped at his last straw of hope. What did Lin Fan say? Does he want to see me? I can talk to him. I'll speak to him in person. Qin Zhou put his phone away. Tie him up. Wei Xiaojie stood stunned. What? Heishui security pulled out zip ties and restraints, directly binding his hands behind his back. Wei Xiaojie immediately began to struggle. No. I've already said I can pay. You can't do this. Qin Zhou. Let Lin Fan answer the call. I have the Wei family's account passwords. I have a lot of money. The zip ties dug into his wrists. The restraints wrapped around his shoulders, binding him tightly. Wei Xiaojie was pinned to the ground, his cries growing increasingly desperate. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have obstructed Fifen Group. I shouldn't have acted recklessly at the Yunding Club. I shouldn't have let the Wei family go against Lin Fan. I beg you, give me one chance. Qin Zhou finally glanced at him. It's too late to realize your mistakes now. Wei Xiaojie felt his body go limp.